Chapter 593. Little Xian, after my father found out that you were the one who gave me such a peerless sword technique like the 9 swords of Dugu, he was very grateful to you and wanted to thank you in person. He specially prepared some wine in his residence and sent us 2 brothers to invite you to his residence for a chat. I wonder if it's convenient for you. Li Residence, Front Hall. After Li Zishuan invited the Dugu brothers to take a seat in the front hall, Dugu Xan explained the purpose of his visit. Li Zishuan's hand that was holding the cup of water paused for a moment. He hesitated and said, "The 9 strategies beyond the swords was just an act of my heart. I didn't think that it could help Xan break through the realm by accident. This is completely your own good fortune. I don't dare to take credit for it. I'm very happy to accept your father's invitation, but I've been busy with the academy's teaching materials recently and can't leave. So, let's meet another day. I hope your father will forgive me for my rudeness." Whether it was in ancient times or modern times, it was very rude to refuse an elder's invitation. What's more, Li Zishuan was rejecting the head of a powerful family. If it wasn't for the fact that he really couldn't get away, he wouldn't have done this. Dugu Xan came to a sudden realization. He glanced at Li Zishuan and said, "No wonder I heard that you've been cooped up in the manor recently, little Xian. So it's because of your Yanhuang College. It's okay, it's okay. Your academy matters more. My father definitely won't blame you." Dugu Xan knew quite a bit about Yanhuang College. First of all, Li Zishuan had put a lot of effort into this college. Secondly, Li Zishuan also had high hopes for this college. Therefore, after hearing Li Zishuan's reason, he understood quite well. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Thank you for your understanding. When I'm free in the future, I'll definitely pay your father a visit in person." Dugu Xan nodded and got up to leave. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of God. He stopped in his tracks and pulled out a small booklet with a blue cover. He handed it to Li Zishuan and said, "Li Zishuan. Xiao Xian, this is our Dugu clan's solitary wind sword technique. Take it." Li Zishuan was stunned. "Huh? Isn't this lonely wind sword technique your Dugu family's heirloom sword technique? Why are you giving it to me?" Dugu Xan nodded. "The solitary wind swordsmanship is indeed our family's swordsmanship. Logically speaking, it should not be passed to outsiders. However, you did not hesitate to pass the 9 swords beyond the swordsmanship to me. Without a doubt, the 9 swords beyond the swordsmanship is a better and more exquisite swordsmanship than the solitary wind swordsmanship. The solitary wind swordsmanship is almost equivalent to the introduction to the 9 swords beyond the swordsmanship. The solitary wind swordsmanship is almost equivalent to the introduction to the 9 swords beyond the swordsmanship. After obtaining the 9 swords beyond the swordsmanship, our Dugu family owes you a big favor. Therefore, my father has decided to give the solitary wind swordsmanship to you." When Li Zishuan heard this, his heart palpitated with eagerness, but he still refused. "No. This is too valuable. I can't accept it." Dugu Xan did not take the sword manual back. Instead, he insisted, "You must accept this. Previously, you were able to deduce the 3 sword moves of solitary 9 swords without practicing the foundation of solitary wind swordsmanship. This means that your talent in swordsmanship is far higher than mine. Now that the facts have proven that the solitary wind sword technique is helpful in comprehending the 9 swords of Dugu, Xiao Xian, you must try to practice it. Who knows, you might be able to deduce all 9 sword moves of the 9 swords of Dugu." Seeing Li Zishuan's hesitation, Dugu Feiying chimed in, "That's right. Little Xian, this is my father's wish, quickly accept it. At most, you can wait until you have deduced all the 9 strategies beyond the swords, then share your insights with my big brother." Dugu Xan's expression changed, and he immediately interrupted, "Flying Eagle. Shut up. Exchanging the first 5 moves of the solitary wind swordsmanship for the solitary wind swordsmanship is already a bargain for us. How can we be greedy for other things?" Dugu Feiying smiled embarrassedly. Actually, he was just trying to persuade Li Zishuan to accept the lonely wind swordsmanship. He didn't have any bad intentions. Li Zishuan hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Don't." "Ah, Exan, why are you still being so polite with me? Fei Ying is right. How about this? I will accept this solitary wind swordsmanship, and I will definitely not teach it to outsiders. If I can comprehend all the sword moves of the 9 swords of Dugu in the future, I will share them with you." "Absolutely not. This way, won't I owe you more and more?" Li Zishuan laughed. It's fine. There's nothing between us brothers that we owe each other." "Ah, Exan, aren't you treating me like an outsider?" Dugu Exan said helplessly. "All right then. It's getting late, we'll take our leave first." Li Zishuan nodded and personally sent the 2 of them out. Before Dugu Fei Ying left, he said, "Xiao Xian, does your academy teach martial arts? If it does, I'll enroll in it later." "Teach martial arts? Well, it's not like it's impossible." After sending the 2 brothers off, Li Zishuan rubbed his chin and thought to himself. Who said that the academy can only teach knowledge? Cultivating both literature and martial arts is not bad. Sigh. No. This bunch of kids are already fixed in their bones. It's too troublesome to teach them. This kind of unreliable thought came and went quickly. After a while, Li Zishuan threw it to the back of his mind and turned his attention to the manual of the solitary wind swordsmanship. F***CK. There's a mountain of treasures in the air, but I can't go in to see it. School was about to start soon, and he had to finish the last textbook, chemistry. He had no time to study swordsmanship. After stuffing the manual into the bookshelf, Li Zishuan bitterly became a porter again, a porter of knowledge. Ganlu Hall. Li Er put down his brush and leaned on the couch. After a while, he suddenly asked, "What has Li Zishuan been doing recently? Why haven't I heard anything about him?" Ever since Li Zishuan returned at the beginning of the year, he had been stirring up trouble in Cheng and city. Recently, he had suddenly been quiet for so long that Li Er was not used to it. That was why he asked this question. Zhao Song stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, Li Xiannan has been in his residence recently. He should be busy with Yanhuang College." However, 7 days ago, Li Xiannan personally went to Yunshan and brought His Highness Prince Wei back to Cheng and from the mountain. After hearing this, Li Er was puzzled and asked, "Qingke? How could he bear to come back from there? What is he doing now?" Zhao Song replied, "I don't know. Ever since His Highness Prince Wei returned, he has been in his residence. I don't know what His Highness is busy with. However, there have been many scholars coming in and out of the Prince Wei's residence recently." Li Er said curiously, "Hey. All of them are not coming out. Zhao Song, let Qingke enter the palace to see me later. After returning to Cheng and for so long, I haven't seen this child enter the palace to greet his mother. This is outrageous." Zhao Song bowed and said, "Yes." Chapter 594. Prince Wei's Mansion, Literature Hall. There were a dozen or so middle-aged scholars shuttling back and forth among the mountains of books. They were either reading ancient books, discussing with each other in low voices, or flipping through the books while taking notes. The room was filled with a dense aura of books. It had to be said that Li Tai's literature library had a large collection of books. There were at least 10,000 volumes, which was almost equivalent to a small-scale library. And what was Li Tai doing? This little fatty was currently hugging a book, immersed in reading at a table near the window. His expression was sometimes shocked, sometimes intoxicated, as if there was a peerless beauty in the book. Pui, there should be a table full of peerless delicacies, causing him to be deeply immersed, unable to extricate himself. Ahem, to the current Li Tai, beauty was far less attractive than delicacies. "Your Highness." At this moment, a grey-robed scholar walked in from outside. He came to Li Tai's side and called out softly. There was only silence in response. Li Tai still sat there without moving. He didn't even look up. It seemed like he didn't hear him at all. The grey-robed scholar had no choice but to increase his volume and continue calling out, "Your Highness. Your Highness." However, He muttered in his heart, ever since Prince Wei entered the Imperial College to study, he has never studied so seriously like now. What's wrong with him today? It's really strange. Li Tai finally noticed that someone was calling him. He raised his head and looked at the person. A trace of apology immediately appeared on his face. He stood up and said, "Ahem." This prince obtained a new book and was fascinated by it. "Scholar Shao, what's the matter?" The gray-robed scholar in front of him was called Shao Dian. He was a scholar of the Hongwen Library and was born in an official's family. His father and grandfather were high-ranking officials of the Qin Kingdom during the Southern Dynasty. During the Wuda era, they served as the Eastern Palace's subordinate, the Crown Prince, and washed his horse. This person belonged to the kind of person who spent his life pursuing the truth of knowledge. He was not interested in fame, fortune, or official struggles. "My ambition is to study, from day to night, without rest. Every time you want to open the 5 classics, you have to tie your belt, wash your hands, and sit still." If history developed according to the normal trajectory, in a few years, Shao Dian would become one of the main contributors to Li Tai's Kuo-di-ji. "Your Highness. His Majesty just sent someone to pass on a message, saying that he wants you to make a trip to the palace." Of course, Shao Dian wouldn't get angry with a child like Li Tai. Seeing that Li Tai had returned to his senses, he hurriedly replied, "Oh. I'll go now." Li Tai reluctantly closed the book, tidied his clothes, and left. As for the book, of course, he couldn't carry it around with him. Instead, he left it on the table. The literature hall was his. What was there to worry about if he put his book in there? "What book is this? This old man has read all the books in the literature hall. Why have I never seen this book before?" After Li Tai left, Shao Dian was about to turn around and busy himself with his own matters. However, he was suddenly attracted by the book on the table that Li Tai had just closed and didn't have a single word on the cover. He stood in front of the table and muttered to himself. "This son pays his respects to father." In the Sweet Dew Hall, the rotund Li Tai walked in with small steps and bowed to Li Er. His appearance looked rather comical. No wonder Li Er had always doted on this son. "Qin Ke is here. Rise." Li Er raised his head when he heard the voice and smiled. Li Tai straightened his body and cupped his hands. "Thank you, father." Li Er smiled, then put down the memorial in his hand that he was reading halfway and asked, "I heard that you haven't been to Yunshan for the past few days, Qin Ke?" Replying to father, "That's indeed the case." "Since that's the case, why are you still in a hurry these past few days? I don't see you entering the palace to pay your respects to me and your mother." Li Er frowned and asked in a deep voice. Previously, after Li Tai went to Yunshan to help build the academy, Empress Jiangsun felt sorry for her son's tiredness from running back and forth every day. Thus, she exempted Li Tai from entering the palace to pay his respects every day. Now that Li Tai had returned from Yunshan for some unknown reason, he still hadn't entered the palace to pay his respects. This made Li Er a little unhappy. He could tolerate his son's lack of aptitude, but he couldn't tolerate them being disloyal and unfilial. Li Tai's fat face turned red. To be honest, he hadn't entered the palace to pay his respects for a long time and had forgotten about this. Of course, this was something that he couldn't say out loud. He had a legitimate reason. This is indeed this son's negligence. This son will go and pay his respects to mother later. This son has been too busy these past few days and has become muddle-headed. I hope father can forgive me. Muddle-headed from being too busy? What are you busy with? Replying to father, it's some studies that teacher has given to this son. Yanhuang College is about to start school. Teacher Li has been compiling textbooks behind closed doors for the past month. From what I heard, this son seems to be planning to open 4 courses for the new students. They are mathematics, physics, chemistry, and geography. About 7 days ago, Mr. Li brought me back from Yunshan Mountain because he wanted me to participate in the compilation of the geography teaching materials. Thus, this son has been collecting ancient books and literature with the scholars in the literature hall for reference. Li Er's face cleared up a little when he heard this. He frowned and pondered for a long time. Then, he stood up and asked, "Geography? Isn't he teaching engineering? Why is he teaching geography for no reason? Does this kid really think that he's Zhuge Kongming who knows everything from astronomy to geography?" When Li Tai heard this, he looked slightly excited and said, "Father is wise. Teacher Li really knows geography." This morning, teacher sent the first draft of the geography textbook to this son's residence. This son opened it and was deeply immersed in it. I couldn't extricate myself. I didn't even eat lunch. Latitude and longitude, contour lines, sea level, and so on. Teacher put forward some new concepts in the book. It made this son feel as if he opened up a new world. This geography textbook is definitely better than any of the classics in the past. Li Er was slightly moved. No one knew a son better than his father. Li Tai had always been arrogant. A book that could make him praise it so much must be extraordinary. Latitude and longitude, contour lines, sea level. What are all these things? Li Tai cupped his hands and said, "Father, this latitude and longitude is a set of data that teacher specified for each place on the map. It's convenient to find the location on the map. Contour lines are curves that distinguish the height of the terrain on the map. The sea level is the average height of the sea. This is used as a reference for the height of the terrain on the ground." Li Er frowned when he heard this. He didn't understand a single word that Li Tai said. Thus, he frowned and said, "Where is that geography textbook now? I want to see how magical it is." Chapter 595. The geography textbook that Li Arian wanted to read was currently being observed by several scholars. Hiss. The earth under our feet is actually spherical? How is this possible? Li Tai already knew that the earth was spherical, so he wasn't surprised at all when he saw these things. At first, Xiao Dian didn't suppress his curiosity and quietly opened the book that Li Tai left behind. When he saw the first page, he couldn't help but exclaim. This inexplicable exclamation also attracted the attention of the two scholars beside him. However, Xiao Dian couldn't care about this at this moment. He had already put all his attention into the book. He wanted to find out the truth. The first chapter of the geography textbook compiled by Li Zixuan talked about the earth and maps. After saying that the earth was spherical, Li Zixuan gave some evidence that could be given under the conditions of this era to prove that the earth was spherical. After Xiao Dian finished reading, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His head was buzzing. He originally wanted to refute the point of view in this book, but after reading this small chapter, he could no longer refute it. However, he found it hard to accept that the earth was spherical for a moment. Oh my God! The earth under our feet is so big. The Tang Empire only occupies such a small area. There are so many countries in the north, west, and south of the Tang Empire. 70% of the Earth's surface is ocean, and 30% is land? How is this possible? The meridian from the south to the north that passes through the Taiji Palace is called the prime meridian or the 0-degree meridian. From the 0-degree meridian to the east and west, it increases to 180 degrees. From the equator, 0-degree latitude, to the north and south poles, it increases to 90 degrees. It divides the Earth, and each part corresponds to a latitude and longitude. Hiss. Who wrote this book? Who proposed the longitude and latitude? It's too bold. He wants to use the Tang Empire as a reference to divide the world. This idea. This boldness. It's simply amazing. At first, only 2 people were attracted, but when they saw the wonderful parts of the book, the 3 people exclaimed again and again. Finally, all the scholars in the room were attracted. Gradually, as time went by, the people in the room were all shocked by the spirit of pointing at the sky and drawing the earth. No one had ever told them that the earth was round, no one had ever told them how big the earth was, and no one had ever told them how big the earth was, or how many oceans and lands there were, and no one had ever divided the earth by latitude and longitude. Just by reading the first chapter of the book, these grand scholars felt that their worldview had been completely overturned, and they were still in a state of confusion. Scholar Xiao, His Majesty has sent someone here. He said that he wants to help Prince Wei take away the geography textbook that he was reading earlier. Just when everyone was shocked to the point of being speechless, a manservant walked in from outside and cupped his hands at Xiao Dian. Seeing that an outsider came in, to escape from the Tang Empire, to escape from the Tang Empire, escape from the Tang Empire was to the Tang Empire to the Tang Empire to read the book. After all, this book was Li Tai's private book. It was against the rules for them to read it without permission. Xiao Dian's face turned red. He stood up and looked at the servant and asked, "Geography teaching material? What geography teaching material? Did His Highness say it clearly?" Although the servant felt that the atmosphere in the room was strange, he did not dare to raise any questions. He directly answered, "His Highness said that it was the book that he read earlier." Xiao Dian suddenly understood. He picked up the book on the table and looked at it. He reluctantly handed it over and said, "Then it's this book. Take it and give it to the person sent by His Majesty." "Yes." The servant took it solemnly and then left. Everyone in the room looked at each other. Xiao Dian sighed and said, "So this book is called Geography. It's really a peerless book." Another scholar also sighed and said, "Yes. Let's not talk about whether the things in this book are correct or not. The person who can come up with these ideas is definitely a peerless genius. Just this courage and boldness is something that this old man can't compare to." Xiao Dian nodded in agreement and said, "Brother Xia's words are reasonable. I just don't know who wrote this book. How did it appear in the literature hall out of thin air?" This brother Xia was Xia Yan. He was also a scholar in Li Tai's literature hall. He was also one of the people who would revise and write Ji in the future. Xia Yan replied, "This book seems to have been sent to His Highness Prince of Wei by someone in the morning. After His Highness Prince of Wei received the book, he has been reading it. He didn't even eat lunch." Xiao Dian frowned and said, "His Highness said that this book is a geography teaching material. What kind of literature hall would use this kind of teaching material? I have never heard of this before." Xia Yan thought for a while and suddenly shouted in shock, "Yanhuang College. Only a strange existence like Yanhuang College would use such a strange teaching material. Also, His Highness asked us to search for the past few days. It's very likely that it has something to do with this geography teaching material." When Xiao Dian heard this, he agreed and said, "Brother Xia's analysis is right. If that's the case, then the person who wrote this book can only be, pointing to the sky and drawing the earth, dividing the world. This kid is really bold. Not bad, not bad." In the Sweet Dew Hall, Li Er received the geography book from Prince of Wei's residence. After reading it for half an hour, he clapped his hands and laughed. The reason why he said it was not bad was mainly because Li Zishuan defined the zero meridian as the meridian that passed through Taiji Palace. This made Li Er, who valued the holy name, very proud and satisfied. As for the theory that the earth was spherical, Li Tai had introduced it to him before. Now that he saw it written in the book, he wasn't too surprised. "Is this a world map? Why does my Tang Empire only occupy such a small area? And why are there so many gaps in my Tang Empire's territory?" Casually flipping through the teaching material, a large map instantly attracted Li Er's attention. After looking at it carefully for a while, Li Er raised his head and frowned. Li Tai coughed and explained, "Father, although the Tang Empire has a vast territory, it's really only so big on Earth. As for why there are gaps, it's because Mr. Li doesn't know much about our Tang Empire's mountains, rivers, provinces, and counties, so he handed the task of perfecting this book to me. After receiving the book today, I'm planning to start perfecting it." Li Er nodded and stared at the map for a long time. Then, he raised his head and an indescribable expression flashed in his eyes. He said to Li Tai, "Good. Then, Qingke, you can go back. You must pay attention to the perfection of this book." Chapter 596. Scholar Xiao, Scholar Xia, you guys haven't left yet? Li Tai hugged the geography book. When he came back from the palace, he saw that no one was missing in the literature hall. He couldn't help but be surprised. When Li Er called him to the palace, it was already very late. At this time, the sky would probably turn dark in a while, so Li Tai was surprised. Xiao Dian went forward and chuckled, "We were all waiting for your highness to come back. May I ask your highness, why is his majesty looking for you?" Under normal circumstances, Xiao Dian definitely wouldn't ask such an unruly question. But today, he was already stunned by the views in the geography book. Moreover, Li Er specially sent people to retrieve the geography book. This meant that Li Er looking for Li Tai today definitely had something to do with geography. He really wanted to know what Li Er thought of this book. Li Tai was startled. Although he felt that Xiao Dian's question was very impolite, he still answered, "N. It's nothing big. This prince had already planned to do this long ago. It doesn't matter if Father Emperor sends a mission or not." "Oh. Damn." Speaking until here, Li Tai seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He slapped his head and said with regret, "AI. After getting the book in the morning, I was too engrossed in it and actually forgot to tell everyone about proper business. AI. It shouldn't be. What proper business?" Xiao Dian, Xia Yan, and the others asked in unison. Li Tai took out the book from his chest and said, "This book is called Geography. It's Yanhuang College's teaching material. This morning, Mr. Li asked someone to send it to this prince. This teaching material was compiled by him, but there are some missing contents and needs to be supplemented. This is the reason why this prince gathered everyone to help collect the mountain and river records. AI. This prince has accidentally wasted another day." Xiao Dian's eyes lit up, and he said somewhat excitedly, "Does your highness mean that you want us to help perfect this geography book?" Xiao Dian had already guessed who the author of this book was, so he was not surprised at all. But now, he was suddenly interested in the task that Li Tai was going to assign to them. To Xiao Dian, who had been pursuing knowledge and truth all his life, it was simply too blissful to have the opportunity to participate in the compilation of such a peerless book. Li Tai nodded and replied, Scholar Xiao is right. That is exactly what I meant. Next, I will have to trouble you all. My imperial father is also very concerned about this matter. Therefore, from tomorrow onwards, everyone will start to improve the contents of this book. We must hand over a complete textbook of geography within 7 days. When the time comes, I will reward you handsomely." When the scholars heard this, some frowned, and some rejoiced. Xiao Dian thought for a while and asked, "Your Highness, isn't 7 days a little short?" Li Tai spread his hands helplessly and said, "That can't be helped. Yanhuang College will start school in half a month, so we must complete it as soon as possible. This prince will work hard with everyone in these few days. What's more, Mr. Li only spent 7 days to complete 90% of the book's contents. With so many of us, can't we complete the remaining 10% of the book in 7 days? Only 7 days? This?" When Xiao Dian heard this, he couldn't help but be flabbergasted. He never would have thought that the book that overturned his worldview was actually written by a single person in just 7 days. This directly made him doubt his life. The rest of the scholars were not much better. Their eyes were even bigger than Chen Yaojin's eyes. Since ancient times, scholars despised each other. As the saying goes, there is no first place in literature, and there is no second place in martial arts. Among scholars, no one was willing to submit to anyone. But at this moment, when they heard from Li Tai about Li Zishuan's abnormal speed, who would dare to say that they were unconvinced? "Your Highness, rest assured, this old man will do his best." Although Li Zishuan's abnormal speed left many of them in the dust, Li Tai's last sentence still aroused Xiao Dian's competitive spirit in his heart. He cupped his hands and said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, rest assured, we will do our best." When the rest of the scholars saw this, they also cupped their hands and said. Li Tai laughed loudly and said, "Haha. Good. This prince will also do his best with everyone. Why is Erlang so energetic today? Late at night, in Empress Jiangsuan's bedroom, the candlelight was still swaying in the room. There were some faint sounds that were not suitable for children, which made the little palace maid guarding outside the door blush. For a long time, it was calm. The two palace maids could not help but look at each other, and they both breathed a sigh of relief. Inside the room, Empress Jiangsun lay in Li Er's arms and said lazily. Li Er heard this and laughed. He put his head less than an inch away from Jiangsuan's face and said meaningfully, listening to Guanin's words, "It seems that she is complaining that I only come here once every day. Then I will be like today every time in the future, how about that?" There were 4 great joys in life: rain after a long drought, meeting an old friend in a foreign land, the wedding night, and being nominated for the imperial role. Although they had been husband and wife for many years, the relationship between Li Er and Empress Jiangsun belonged to the type of aged wine. The longer it was, the more mellow. Therefore, after a certain someone got married twice, he was in a very good mood. Empress Jiangsun symbolically punched Li Er's chest and said angrily, "Erlang, you are not serious again. I am asking you seriously. I feel that Erlang is a little unusual today." Li Er laughed loudly and then said, "Maid Guanin, you know me." "Haha. That's right. My heart is full of fighting spirit today." Empress Jiangsun asked curiously, "Oh? Why?" Li Er turned sideways and hugged Empress Jiangsun completely in his arms. He patted Empress Jiangsuan's jade back and sighed deeply. After the Wei River Alliance, the whole Tang Empire is hoarding provisions and preparing the soldiers and horses. Seeing the Tang Empire's national strength gradually increasing, while I am gratified, I also can't help but feel a little lonely. I am thinking that my Tang Empire is full of talents and fierce generals. According to this trend, in less than 2 years, the Turks will be destroyed. At that time, who can be my opponent? Haha. I didn't expect that child Qin to give me something today that actually untied the knot in my heart. Maid Guanin, guess what it is? Empress Jiangsun looked at the man beside her who was smiling from the bottom of his heart and suddenly felt very happy. She shook her head and said, "I can't guess." "Erlang, tell me." Li Er smiled and said, "Haha. It is a map, a world map. I only found out today that my Tang Empire's vast territory is not even the size of a palm on the world map. I only found out today that other than the Turks, Tibetans, and Xinlua, there are so many countries and so many powerful opponents on the aristocratic families." Chapter 597. To the west of the Tang Empire, there's a country bigger than the Tang Empire called the Arab Empire. Further west, there's a big country called the Byzantine Empire. Haha. This world is really interesting. I have to ask Li Zishuan about the strength of these 2 countries. Speaking of the source of his excitement, Li Er couldn't help but laugh proudly. Jiangsun wasn't stupid. After listening for such a long time, she had long understood that the man beside her had the competitive spirit again tonight. However, she had never heard of the Arabian Empire and the Byzantine Empire. Therefore, she asked softly, "Erlang, is this world map accurate or not? How does that kid Xiao Xian know about those countries in the far west?" Li Er was stunned and replied, "The map should be accurate. That kid is preparing to use this as a teaching material for Yanhuang College in the future. How can he teach something that isn't accurate to the students? As for how he knows about those countries, that's hard to say. This kid has too many doubts, so this one won't make a difference. As long as his heart is with the Tang Empire, I'll turn a blind eye." Empress Jiangsun nodded. After a moment of silence, she suddenly said, "Oh right, Erlang. Speaking of Yanhuang College, I heard from my subordinates that many houses on Yunshan Mountain have been completed. In Xiaoshuan's college, the architectural style is not only strange, but also extremely luxurious. Yunshan Mountain used to be cold and cheerless, but now it has become a place where the people of Chang and flock like ducks. It suddenly became lively. I'm really curious about how many students he will be able to recruit this time." Li Er smiled slightly and said, "It must be a lot." This kid is very good at creating public opinion. With the overwhelming publicity of Datong Daily, there's no place in the 358 provinces of the Tang Empire that doesn't know about the engineering school and Yanhuang College. But this college, I've only seen the sand table and haven't seen what it really looks like. When I'm free in the future, I'll accompany Maid Guanyin to take a look. Empress Zhongsun smiled sweetly and said, okay. Li Er used his chin to press against Empress Jiangsuan's forehead, slowly saying, just geography, this brat gave Jin such a big surprise. I heard from Qingke that this batch of students from Yanhuang College will be learning 4 courses. We are now looking forward to what surprises the other 3 courses will bring to us and the great Tang. Dad, why do you have to wake me up early in the morning every day? The next morning. Duke Lu's mansion. Qing Chimo rubbed his sleepy eyes and complained to Qing Yaojin. Good morning. Early my ass. Don't you see that your schoolmates are already on their way to Yunshan? You're the only lazy one who's late every day. Qing Yaojin slapped the table and reprimanded in a bad mood. Qing Chimo pursed his lips and said nonchalantly, isn't it the same whether we go sooner or later? Xiao Xian and I are good brothers. Xiao Xian won't blame me if I go late. This is really a dead pig that isn't afraid of boiling water, thick-skinned, stinking shameless. Qing Yaojin was so angry that he glared. He picked up the stick next to him and waved it over. You stinking brat. You don't know how to make progress and you still have a reason. You don't let Lousy study hard and always score last in the exams. You don't let Lousy practice martial arts well. You're already so old and you're still a dabbler in the body tempering stage. How did Lousy give birth to such a disappointing son? Qing Chimo fled in all directions while shouting, hey, hey, hey. Dad, stop it. Why are you acting crazy so early in the morning? So what if my grades are last? I'm not in the last 5, and I've never been on the roll of shame. So what if I'm in the body tempering stage? A lot of people haven't even succeeded in drawing qi. To be honest, Qing Chimo felt wronged. He knew what he was capable of and he also knew that he wasn't outstanding. However, he originally thought that his father would also know. He hadn't been outstanding for so long, so why did his father suddenly explode today? Could it be that he was provoked by something? Humph. You little bastard, you're really shameless. See if Lousy doesn't beat you to death today. When Qing Yaojin heard his son's shameful words, he, who was already angry, completely exploded. He dodged and easily caught Qing Chimo who was still trying to escape. Then, he raised the stick and greeted Qing Chimo's butt. Ouch! Mother! Save me! Qing Chimo's stick hit hard. Qing Chimo immediately cried out in pain. No, it should be crying for his mother. Stop! Sure enough, Madame Qing didn't let her son down. She came out after being called for a long time. She angrily walked over and snatched the stick from Qing Yaojin's hand. Then, she scolded, you old thing, why are you acting crazy so early in the morning? It's fine if you're crazy, but why are you venting your anger on ugly cow? Qing Yaojin snorted. I'm educating this ignorant thing. Madame Qing didn't let it go. What do you mean ignorant? Did you only know what kind of character your son has today? If you're angry, go to the backyard and move stones. Don't vent your anger on your son. Did you only know what kind of character your son has today? Qing Chimo was so touched that he almost cried. For the first time, he felt that the feeling of being looked down on was so good. Qing Yaojin was hit where it hurt, and he angrily said, humph. A loving mother is a loser. Let's not compare Xiaoxian. Look at that kid from the Dugu family. He became a master before he was 30. What about this kid? He only knows how to be lazy and idle all day long. Qing Chimo was stunned. He finally understood why his father went crazy this morning. It was because he saw someone else's outstanding child and was provoked. He chuckled and said, haha. Dad, so that's why you're angry. That kid, Dugu Xian, only became a master by luck with Xiaoshuan's help. Besides, he has a strong foundation in martial arts. Do you have to compare him to me? Qing Yaojin said angrily, oh, you still have the nerve to say that? Between you and Dugu Xian, who got to know Xiao Xian first? And in the end? In the end, Xiao Xian helped Dugu Xian to break through, and you're still sleeping at home. You don't know how to reflect on yourself. Qing Chumo was puzzled. What should I reflect on? Reflect on why Xiao Xian helped Dugu Xian to break through and not you. How would I know why? You, Qing Yaojin really wanted to say, I'm really ****** up. However, his wife was beside him, and he could not say that. He could only say angrily, isn't it because you're lazy and don't know how to improve yourself that Xiao Xian doesn't want to be with you? Qing Chumo pursed his lips and said, that's not it. Xiao Xian is much lazier than me. Qing Yaojin was speechless. Chapter 598. Achoo. Ah, achoo. Li Zishuan, who was engrossed in writing in the study, inexplicably sneezed twice. He was already under pressure from a bunch of chemical reactions, and at this moment, he was even more depressed. Damn. Which family's little girl is thinking of me? Sigh. It's also a sin to be too outstanding. As the saying goes, when you sneeze once, someone will scold you. When you sneeze twice, someone will think of you. When you sneeze thrice, someone will think of you. And when you sneeze thrice, someone will think of you. That's why Li Zishuan shamelessly muttered to himself. Ha! Who are you thinking of? Han Yushi pushed open the door at this time and quietly came to Li Zishuan's side. Li Zishuan blushed and quickly said, cough, cough. Do you still need to ask? Of course, I'm thinking of you. Han Yushi sneered and said, glib tongue, it's clearly not like that. Although that was what she said, Han Yushi didn't intend to dig into it seriously. She was mostly joking. Li Zishuan smiled embarrassedly. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of the cup of bright red juice that Han Yushi brought in. He said in surprise, ah. This is iced watermelon juice? Logically speaking, there were no juicers in the Tang dynasty. Han Yushi smiled gently and said, ah. How did you know? I smelled it. Was there anything more blissful than having a cup of iced watermelon juice in front of him on a hot summer day? Li Zishuan didn't bother to ask Han Yushi how she squeezed the juice at this time. He directly picked up the cup and enjoyed it while answering Han Yushi's question. Now it seemed that although writing books at home was a little tough, it felt good to have a considerate person by his side to take care of him. 6 days later. Haha. I'm finally freaking liberated. Damn it, I didn't expect being a rich second-generation heir to be so tough. On this day, Li Zishuan finally walked out of his western courtyard. His 1-month closed-door training had made the people of Chang'an very lonely. Without the big news that he made every now and then, the people of Chang'an felt that their lives were less interesting. Fortunately, they still had the Datong daily to pass the time. Hee hee. Young master, have you come out of seclusion? Xiao He trotted over from a distance, and said with a bright smile. That's right. What do you think? I went into seclusion for a month. Xiao He, did you miss me? Li Zishuan squinted his eyes and teased. Cough. Actually, it couldn't be said to be flirting. He had been with the 2 maidservants for so long that they couldn't be more familiar with each other. Rather than flirting, it was more like playing around. Li Zishuan would never joke about this kind of thing with an unfamiliar girl. Speaking of which, during the month of his closed-door training, not only were the people outside unable to see him, but even many people in the mansion rarely saw him. Xiao He, who spent every day in the western courtyard, could only see Li Zishuan's real body when he came out to go to the toilet every day. Hee hee. No way. Young master, aren't you afraid that young madam won't let you enter the room at night? Xiao He wasn't afraid of Li Zishuan. She stuck out her tongue and said mischievously. Li Zishuan was amused by her words. He laughed carelessly and said, "Ha! My Yushi isn't such a person. On the other hand, little girl, when you get married in the future, you might become a fierce shrew. Young master, you. Xiao He was furious. She put one hand on her waist and pointed at Li Zishuan with the other. She said angrily, young master, you're too much. Xiao He doesn't want to get married. I'm ignoring you. If the person in front of her wasn't Li Zishuan, with Xiao He's unruly temperament, she would have already verbally abused him or punched him. It was rare that the little girl could still maintain her last bit of rationality at this time. Haha. Little girl, you still want to fight with me? Li Zishuan looked at Xiao He's back and muttered to himself happily. It seemed pretty good to be able to bicker with such an unruly little girl every day. Husband, you're really too much. How can a girl like Xiao He withstand your words? Han Yushi walked in from outside the courtyard and complained to Li Zishuan slightly. Li Zishuan laughed and said, haha. It's fine, it's fine. This little girl forgets everything after a meal and a nap. Han Yushi was speechless. She looked at Xiao He's back and then turned to Li Zishuan and said, by the way, Mother just said that the villagers of the Han family manor and Plum Village have begun to urge us to collect rent. It just so happens that you've finished your work, husband, so I won't participate. Li Zishuan was stunned. Only then did he remember that he was a big landlord. Under normal circumstances, he only needed to eat at home and wait for death. However, since ancient times, when would a villager take the initiative to urge the owner to collect rent? It was really strange. Shaking his head and throwing away the messy thoughts in his mind, Li Zishuan replied, that's fine. I'll go on a trip. But wife, how's the harvest on the farm this year? With his current wealth, of course, he didn't care about the rent. The quality of the annual harvest didn't affect him much, but the impact on the villagers was too great. That was why he asked this question. Han Yushi's face darkened when she heard this. She said softly, there's little rain this year. I heard from my father that the harvest on the farm wasn't very good. Overall, it will be about 10 to 20% less than last year. The villagers of the Han family manor and Plum Village didn't have much of an impact because you gave them a discount on raising chickens. However, the villagers of the other farms probably didn't have it easy. Li Zishuan heard this and couldn't help but ask, didn't the imperial court also issue a decree to reduce the burden of raising chickens? Although it's not as strong as our families, it can at least reduce their burden. Han Yushi rolled her eyes and said helplessly, husband, aren't you asking the obvious? Although the imperial court's decree can reduce the burden of some people, that's only for the villagers who have land to enjoy. Most of the villagers farm the land of the landlords. Those landlords can't wait to collect 100% of the rent. Why would they care about the lives of the villagers? The Tang dynasty implemented a system of equalization of fields. Yongye fields and oral fields were divided. Yongye fields could be inherited and didn't need to pay taxes. Oral fields had to pay taxes and had to be returned to the country when they died. Every adult could be allocated 80 mu of oral fields and 20 mu of Yongye fields. Yongye fields could be bought and sold. When the year wasn't good, many people's oral fields weren't enough to pay taxes. They had no choice but to sell their Yongye fields. The landlords collected a lot of Yongye fields, but their oral fields were only 80 mu. They only needed to pay a small amount of taxes. What about the villagers who sold their Yongye fields? Although they received a large sum of money from selling their land, they still had 80 mu of oral fields to pay taxes. When the year wasn't good, they would still have to spend a lot of money. Therefore, many people eventually went to the landlords to rent land to make up for their income. Chapter 599. The land equalization system implemented at the beginning of the Tang dynasty was one of the means to cultivate the feudal landlord's annexation power and consolidate the foundation of the feudal regime. The law itself was to protect the landlord class, so of course, it would be more lenient to them. The reason for this situation was mainly because the era was different. The sharpest contradictions in society were also different, so the policies implemented were naturally different. At the beginning of the Tang dynasty, when the country was just established, there were many things waiting to be done. A lot of land was wasteland, so there was no need to worry about land. On the other hand, the ruler had to cultivate a group of feudal landlords to consolidate the regime. But later, with the development of land annexation, farmers lost a lot of land, and rent adjustment could not continue to be implemented. The government's land tax income was greatly reduced, and financial difficulties. Therefore, during the Tang Dizong period, the tax system was reformed and implemented two tax systems. The biggest change was to change the tax based on the number of people to the tax based on the amount of land. This increased the country's land tax income and weakened the landlord's power. Li Zishuan sighed helplessly, "Ai. If you are poor, you should take care of yourself. If you are rich, you should help the world. Now, I, Li Zishuan, can be considered to have a small fortune, but I am powerless to help the world." Logically speaking, he also felt that the current land tax system of the Tang dynasty was a trap, but what could he do? Although his rank was not low, he did not have much authority in the imperial court. With his strength alone, he could not change the situation at all. Han Yushi stepped forward and took the initiative to hold Li Zishuan's hand. She said, "Helping the world has nothing to do with one's personal wealth. No matter how rich husband is, it's impossible to support everyone in the world, right?" Laozi said, "Instead of giving a man fish, it is better to teach a man to fish. Instead of giving others money, it is better to teach them a survival skill. In fact, husband, what you are doing now, is helping the world." Yanhuang College teaches and educates people. 10 years later, or even 100 years later, people will forget how glorious and rich our family is now, but there will definitely be a lot of people who will remember that our family's Yanhuang College has cultivated a large number of talents. Although husband did not go to the battlefield to kill the enemy and expand the country's territory, what husband did is more glorious than those generals on the battlefield. This concubine feels extremely honored to have married such an outstanding person like my husband. Han Yushi's words could be said to be true. That love that came from the depths of her heart, no one doubted that it was fake. After Li Zishuan heard this, he could not help but be stunned on the spot. Right now, he felt really comfortable in his heart. Cough, cough. That's right, so comfortable. After living for 2 lifetimes, this was the first time he had a female fan, and it was a liquor. How could he not feel comfortable? Also, Han Yushi almost praised him as a saint. This made him a little smug. Such a real female fan, pink. Li Zishuan wiped his nose and said, "Cough, cough. Wife, you're praising me so much that I'm almost embarrassed. Come, come, come. Say a few more words." The words that were just about to come out of Han Yushi's mouth were immediately blocked by Li Zishuan's big turn of events. She almost choked. She was both angry and amused as she said, "I was serious just now, but you're being sarcastic again. Young master. Young master." When the husband and wife were flirting, Xiaoxi took small steps and ran in from outside. She bowed to Han Yushi and then said to Li Zishuan, "Young master. Old Mr. Li Gang sent his little grandson to pass a message. He said that there's something important for you to go to his residence for a chat." "Oh." Li Zishuan was stunned at first, then he reacted and said to Han Yushi, "Wife, looks like I have to go and get busy again. In the afternoon, let Uncle Wang go to the manor to collect the rent. Father-in-law is there to take care of it, so there shouldn't be any problems. You just rest at home." Sigh. "What's the matter, husband?" Han Yushi asked in confusion, but Li Zishuan's figure had already disappeared. This made her a little depressed. "Xiaoxi. Old Mr. Li, why are you looking for my husband?" Since the main character had run away, Han Yushi could only ask Xiaoxi, the witness. Xiaoxi's face was bitter as she shook her head and said, "Young mistress, even you don't know about this, how would I know?" When Han Yushi heard that, she felt that it made sense and felt slightly depressed. At this moment, Li Zishuan ran back in a hurry and shouted as he ran, "Hey, hey, hey. Wife, wife. Hurry. Hurry and help your husband to tie up my hair and change my clothes." Just as he ran out of the front yard, he realized that he was wearing the short-sleeved shirt and shorts that his wife had specially made for him. Moreover, his appearance was very bad. Because he had been staying at home to write his book, his long hair was messy. If it weren't for his handsome face, he would probably be treated as a beggar walking on the street at this moment. Han Yushi was speechless by Li Zishuan's actions. She followed Li Zishuan into the house and covered her mouth as she laughed. Since when did my husband care so much about his appearance? After dressing up, Li Zishuan brought Li Gang's 6 or 7-year-old grandson, Li Anren, and rushed to Jianghu Square. When he heard Xiao Shi say that Li Gang was looking for him, he immediately thought of the time when he personally visited Li Gang. Li Gang had told him that he would help him find a few respectable teachers from the academy. Among them, there were a few people who knew about mechanisms and machines. Li Zishuan had always wanted such talents. That was why he was so concerned about his appearance today. He didn't want others to look down on him because of his sloppy appearance. That would be too much of a joke. Furthermore, if he wore short-sleeved shirt and shorts over, Li Gang would probably kick him and scold him for being a disgrace. Anren, how can your grandfather be at ease and come over alone? Li Zishuan had his own way of coaxing children. After stuffing a few pieces of the Li family's exclusive delicacies, Li Anren instantly started calling out, "Brother Xian, Brother Xian." The speed of his betrayal was within Li Zishuan's expectations. An old grandpa and 2 big brothers came over. Grandfather couldn't leave, so he asked Anren to come over. Li Anren licked the syrup at the corner of his mouth and said in a childish voice. When Li Zishuan heard this, he couldn't help but feel happy. Haha. Good. Looks like Li Gang really found a teacher for me. A teacher from Yanhuang College is here. When he thought of this, Li Zishuan patted Li Anren's head and smiled. Anren, let's go. Let's go see your grandfather. When he thought of the mysterious teacher that Li Gang mentioned who was proficient in machines, Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel unusually excited. Chapter 600. His family's carriage had just been pulled to the rear courtyard for a thorough cleaning this morning, so it shouldn't be dry yet. Li Gang didn't seem to be in a hurry either. From the looks of it, he should be freeloading at Li Zishuan's house for lunch. Therefore, Li Zishuan brought Li Anren with him and rushed to Crooked River Square on foot. For nearly a month, they had not strolled outside like now. Li Zishuan looked at the people coming and going around. He felt that Chang and city seemed to be more lively than before, but this was only a guess in his heart. He was not sure. Hey! Little brother, please wait. At this moment, a young man carrying a bookcase, who looked like a scholar going to the capital to take the exam, walked over quickly and greeted Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan looked around. After making sure that the scholar was asking him, he asked curiously, Your Excellency, what's the matter? The scholar smiled shyly, then cupped his hands and said, I heard that Yanhuang College is spreading the knowledge of making mortals soar in the sky, and on the 18th of this month, they are recruiting students. Therefore, I came all the way from Bingzhou to see this grand event. I am ashamed to say that I have just arrived in Chang and am not familiar with the place. I have passed by several inns, but there are no vacant rooms. I don't know if there are any other inns where I can stay. I hope this little brother can give me some guidance. Li Zishuan was stunned. It turned out that the person in front of him had come all the way from Taiyuan to take the exam of Yanhuang College. Thinking about it, today was the 8th of September, and Yanhuang College's entrance exam would begin in 10 days. No wonder there were so many people in Chang'an City. Most of them should be candidates from other places. Thinking of this, Li Zishuan could not help but smile and said, So you are here for Yanhuang College. Sorry for the disrespect. Brother, if you want to stay in a hotel, I recommend you to go to Chongren Square. There are all kinds of inns there, and I am sure there will be vacant rooms for you. Chongren Square in the northwest of the East Market of Chang, and was a place where inns gathered. To the west of this square was the Imperial City, where the government was located. It was very convenient to go there for the examination. To the southeast was the East Market, where it was convenient to go shopping. To the south was the Peace Square, where it was convenient to talk to the prostitutes. Because of these advantages, this square became the residence of scholars from other places who came to Chang and for the selection of officials and the imperial examination. The service industry such as restaurants and restaurants that were attached to it were also very prosperous. It was noisy day and night and the lights were endless. It was just like the nightlife center of Chang'an. Of course, the cost of living in a bustling place was naturally incomparable to other places. Li Zishuan also saw that the young scholar in front of him was dressed exquisitely and had a good temperament. He reckoned that his family background was not bad, so he recommended him to Chongren Lane. Now that so many examinees had gathered in Chang'an, those cheap inns were almost full. Only high-end inns could satisfy the needs of this man in front of him. The young scholar asked, "Where is this Chongren Square?" "Little brother, please enlighten me." Li Zishuan felt his teeth ache. He thought that this scholar's speech was a little troublesome. He pointed to the north and said, "Brother, follow this road to the north. After passing through 4 residential squares, you will see Chongren Lane." The scholar's face lit up. He hurriedly cupped his hands and thanked, "Little brother, thank you for your advice. I am Di Jishuan. If fate allows us to meet again in the future, I will definitely invite you to drink and chat." Di Jishuan? Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. In his previous life, when he read Young Di Renjia, there was 4 heroes of capital city. One of them was Di Jishuan, Di Renjia's father. However, he had been here for so long and was still a native of Chang'an. He had never heard of the 4 heroes of capital city. It was obvious that the stories in the novel were all fabricated. However, he did not expect to meet the future divine minister of Tang, Di Renjia's father. He really had the halo of a main character. "Brother Di, you are too polite. I believe that we will meet again in the future." "Brother Di, don't you have any relatives in Chang'an? Why do you want to stay in an inn?" Li Zishuan smiled faintly and asked with deep meaning. If he remembered correctly, Di Renjia's grandfather, Di Jishuan's father, should be an official in the imperial court. According to historical records, Di Jishuan's father, Di Xiaoshu, had been the general manager of the army, the general, the left minister, the military envoy of Bian province, the golden-purple Guanglu Daifu, the scattered cavalry officer, and the provincial governor of Feng and Bian province. Later on, he was conferred the title of Lin Yingnan and had a prominent position in the early Tang dynasty. Di Jishuan was Di Xiaoshu's 5th son. He was a man of great talent. Since his father was a high-ranking official in the imperial court and his family was wealthy, Di Jishuan had received a good education from a young age. According to the normal course of history, Di Jishuan would have taken the imperial examination in the 4th year of Jianghu and become an official. In the same year, he would have given birth to Di Renjia, the divine minister of Tang. At this time, Di Jishuan's face turned red. He cupped his hands and said, "I do have relatives working in Chang'an. However, I don't want to cause any trouble when I come to take the examination of Yanhuang College," so, it was also because Di Jishuan saw that Li Zishuan was dressed in luxurious clothes and had an extraordinary temperament that he explained that he was definitely not the son of an ordinary family. After all, they were in Chang'an, a city where officials were as numerous as dogs. Although his father was an official, he did not want to make enemies for his father. Li Zishuan chuckled when he heard that and hurriedly waved his hand. "Haha. I know. Brother Di, you don't have to say any more. Let's go to Chongren Square." From Di Jishuan's words, he guessed that Di Xiaoshu didn't bring all his family members to Chang, and when he was an official. He also hoped that Di Jishuan would take the imperial examination and become an official. Di Jishuan was young and frivolous. He was attracted by the large number of reports about Yanhuang Academy in the newspaper. However, because of Di Xiaoshu's opinion, he could only secretly come to Chang and to take the examination. This was a rebellious young man who left the Li family without permission. Di Jishuan breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Haha. Then I will take my leave. Thank you very much, little brother." Li Zishuan smiled and cupped his hands in return. He said, "Brother Di, I wish you all the best in the examination and have a good time in Chang'an. If you are free in the next few days, you can go to Yunshan Mountain in the eastern suburbs of Chang'an and take a look at Yanhuang College. Brother Di will not be disappointed." Di Jishuan's eyes flashed. He nodded and said, "I will go and take a look." After that, the two of them cupped their hands and said goodbye. Li Zishuan took Li Anren and continued to rush to Crooked River Square. Looking at the crowded Chang'an, he muttered to himself, "It's the golden autumn of September. Talents from all over the world are gathering. I wonder how many students will pass the examination this time." Chapter 601. According to the statistics of the various branches of the Tang Dynasty daily, there were a total of 3,800 students who applied for the Yanhuang Academy. Even if they used the 50% reference rate, there would still be more than 1,900 students who came to take the exam. This number was more than the number of examinees who came to Chang'an every year. The imperial exam of the Tang Dynasty was held in January or February every year. Generally, registration would start in November of the previous year. The exam location was at the southern courtyard of the Ministry of Rites of the Shangshu province. The examiner was the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rites. Generally, the number of examinees who came to Chang'an for the exam every year was around 1,000. At its peak, it could reach 2,000 examinees. However, Li Zishuan's academy was able to attract 4,000 examinees. One had to say that his publicity work was really on point. In many people's eyes, Yanhuang College's entrance exam was second only to the imperial exam. After all, the imperial exam had a limited number of examinees. Mingjing could not exceed 100 examinees, Jinshi could not exceed 30 examinees. Yanhuang College didn't seem to have any restrictions as long as one could pass the exam. After entering Yanhuang College, one could use the Yanhuang College's mathematics to participate in the imperial exam. If one failed, one could use engineering to earn money to support his family and become a rich man. Or, one could invent a divine artifact. Like Li Zishuan, one could directly become a baron from a commoner and reach the pinnacle of life. Of course, there were fewer people who took the imperial exam than the Yanhuang College's entrance exam. Another reason was the threshold. The threshold for the imperial exam was obviously much higher than the threshold for Yanhuang College. The examinees who took the imperial exam came from two sources. The examinees who took the imperial exam came from Xingtu and Xiangong. There were many subjects in the imperial exam. According to the examinees' conditions and the content of the exam, they were divided into Xiuzai, Mingjing, Jinshi, Mingfa, Mingjing, etc. Xingtu were the examinees who passed the entrance exam of the Imperial College, Hongwen Institute, Chongwen Institute, and various institutes. Xianggong, on the other hand, was a person who had passed the capital and state examinations. They were also known as high scholars. They had to be recommended by someone. The examinees who came to the capital for the imperial examinations had to find a backer, hoping to be recognized by others. Therefore, it wasn't until the Kaiyuan age that the number of examinees participating in the imperial examination finally broke through the 2,000 mark. This number was far less than the number of examinees in the Song dynasty. In the 5th year of Zhenzong Xianping of the northern Song dynasty, there were more than 44,000 examinees in the imperial capital. In comparison, the threshold for Yanhuang College's entrance exam was much lower. As long as one had a basic understanding of the 4 books and 5 classics, and then delved into new mathematics, it was very likely that one would be admitted. There was no need to go to the top of the school, give gifts, or give red packets, and so on. Naturally, the number of people applying for the exam was much higher. After walking for about half an hour, Li Zishuan finally arrived at Sujiang Square with Li Anren. Haha. You're finally here. How rude of you to make us 2 old bones wait for a junior like you for so long. When they arrived at the Li family's house, Li Gang heard someone knocking on the door and came to open it. When he saw Li Zishuan, he couldn't help but laugh. Li Zishuan hurriedly clasped his hands and apologized. I was delayed by something on the way here. Please don't blame me for it. After saying that, he saw 3 men in brown linen clothes following behind Li Gang. One of them was slightly older, estimated to be in his 40s or 50s. His hair was faintly silver, and his face was serious. His skin was slightly dark, and there were many wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. He was tall and gave off a strong impression. However, Why did this person look like a laborer and not a teacher? Why did Li Gang invite him over? Could it be that he guessed wrong? The other two people were slightly younger, but they were a little thin, and belonged to the kind of people who were only skin and bones. At first glance, it was obvious that they were malnourished and often suffered hardships. However, the aura of these two young people was actually at the early stage of qi refining. This really surprised Li Zishuan. Sir, who are these people? Li Zishuan looked at the three of them and asked Li Gang. Although these three people didn't look like teachers from their appearance, Li Zishuan still had to ask out of politeness and respect. Moreover, he wasn't a person who cared about appearance. For men, as long as they didn't look scary and were capable, he didn't care about whether they were handsome or not. Cough cough, when it came to women, he still paid a little attention to appearance. Haha. Let's talk inside. Li Gang laughed and led them into the front hall. When they entered the room, they felt a trace of coolness. Li Zishuan smiled slightly. This was the ice that Li Gang had asked his subordinates to send to Li Gang's house every day after Li Gang agreed to work at Yanhuang College. It could be considered an exclusive benefit from the college. After they sat down, Li Gang raised his hand and laughed. Haha. Little Xian, let me introduce you. This is the 45th generation of the Mo family, Mr. Mo Huai. These two are the younger generation of Mr. Mo's family. They are Mo Zhong and Mo Yun. Brother Mo, this is Li Zishuan that this old man told you about. Don't be fooled by his young age, his ability is not small at all. After Li Gang finished speaking, Li Zishuan's eyes widened in shock. There was a huge wave in his heart. The Mo family's giant, this top school or top organization that originated from the Warring States period, its leader actually looked like this? And sat in front of him? The Mo family's giant. In the legend of Qin, the Mo family's giant, the six-fingered black warrior, wore a black cloak and held an ink plum that looked like a sword but not an attack. He had black eyebrows without a sharp edge and was all-powerful. Even the 5 elders of the Yinyang school could not take him down. There was also the third generation of the Mo family's giant, the mysterious Yen Dan. What kind of existence was that? Why did the Mo family's giant in front of him look so unsophisticated? Even if he was a low-level version of the six-fingered black warrior, he would not be so low-level. Also, the Mo family's chivalry was so strong. From the Qin dynasty to the Han dynasty, the various rulers had never stopped suppressing the Mo family. Under such an environment, how could the Mo family survive until the Tang dynasty? Li Zishuan did not read about this in his previous life. His understanding of the Mo family was still limited to the anime of the legend of Qing dynasty. As for the status of the Mo family in the Tang dynasty, he had no idea at all. Greetings to Mr. Mo and the two brothers Mo. With a stomach full of questions, Li Zishuan cupped his hands and greeted the three of them. I'm just a villager in the mountains. I can't accept the courtesy of Mr. Li. Mo Huai's cheeks moved slightly as he said with a solemn expression. There was no trace of a smile on his wrinkled old face. Li Zishuan's mouth twitched. This old man was not someone who was easy to get along with. That's right, he was the giant of the Mo family. How could he become a teacher so easily? Looks like my mission today is not easy. Ha! This is the first collision of modern and ancient scientific knowledge, right? Let's see who's stronger and who's weaker. Li Zishuan thought maliciously in his heart. His principle in life was that if others were not convinced, then he would torture them until they were convinced. Chapter 602. Cough cough. Old brother Mo, little Xian is outstanding in both martial arts and knowledge among the younger generation of our great Tang. Don't look down on him because of his age. In the main hall, Li Gang stroked his beard and said to Mo Huai with a spurious smile. He had lived a lifetime, from the emperor to the common people. What kind of person had he not seen? He had seen Mo Huai's reaction just now and remembered it in his heart, which was why he had reminded him. Of course, he was extremely dissatisfied with Mo Huai's contemptuous attitude because Li Zishuan was his superior. Mo Huai's contempt was also an insult to him, Li Gang. Mo Huai's expression froze. He looked at Li Gang and said with some dissatisfaction, Wenji, you came all the way here to send this Mo to Chang, and just to let this Mo work under a 14 or 15-year-old child? Although the Mo clan has declined and disappeared from the world today, our Mo clan has not fallen to the point of listening to the orders of a child. Mo Huai, you. Li Gang's face flushed red. Li Gang had wanted to give the dying Mo clan a chance to prolong its feeble existence and display its remaining strength. But now, not only did Mo Huai not appreciate his kindness, he was even so arrogant. Li Gang could not help but feel anger rising in his heart. Haha. A hero's background does not matter, and a man's ambition does not depend on his age. Every dog has its day. Don't bully the young for being poor. The great son of the Mo clan is actually so short-sighted. It seems like the Mo clan's decline is not without reason. Before Li Gang could finish speaking, Li Zishuan mocked him. Some people, even at the lowest point in their lives, were still unwilling to give up their lofty status and exuded an air of arrogance. This kind of person needed to be taught a lesson, and Li Zishuan would never indulge this bad habit of theirs. Mo Zhong and Mo Yun paled at these words. Mo Huai slapped the table and stood up, scolding Li Zishuan angrily, impudent. How dare an ignorant child humiliate our Mo clan? Mo Zhong drew his sword and said, Uncle. I'll go teach him a lesson. Then, he ignored Li Gang's attempt to stop him and channeled his chi into his sword to stab Li Zishuan. Tisk. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Li Zishuan sneered. With his current strength in the Grandmaster realm, Mo Zhong's sword was like a child's play, so he didn't even bother to dodge. He just stood there and stretched out two fingers in an extremely pretentious manner, accurately capturing the trajectory of Mo Zhong's sword. With a clang sound, Mo Zhong could no longer move forward. Silence. Everyone in the room, including Li Gang, widened their eyes in disbelief. Mo Zhong's face turned red. He was so ashamed that he wanted to die. In his opinion, the child in front of him was so much younger than him. How could he not be able to defeat him? However, reality was always so cruel. Right now, he only wanted to withdraw and retreat, but Li Zishuan's two fingers seemed to have infinite strength, making his sword immovable. Humph. Those who kill will die, those who injure will be punished. You call yourselves followers of the school of Mo, but have you forgotten the philosophy that your Mo clan has always pursued? Today, I'll teach you a lesson. Li Zishuan sneered. Then, everyone heard a clang. Mo Zhong's sword broke from the middle. Half of the sword fell to the ground, reflecting the sunlight from outside on Mo Zhong's face. Mo Zhong said in shock, Grandmaster? No. Impossible. How can there be such a young Grandmaster? Mo Huai's expression changed slightly. He looked straight at Li Zishuan and said, Those who kill will die, those who injure will be punished. This is the way of the school of Mo that my Mo clan has pursued for thousands of years. Where did you learn this from? Li Zishuan was stunned. He just vaguely remembered that someone in The Legend of Qin had said this before. He didn't expect that he would actually run into the main character. His luck was really unparalleled. There was a related story about those who kill will die, and those who injure will be punished. The fourth generation of the school of Mo had his abdomen in the Qin kingdom. His son had killed someone and should have been executed according to the law. However, King Qin Hui thought that his abdomen was old and only had one son, so he ordered that his son not be killed. However, his abdomen said that the way of the school of Mo stated, those who kill will die, and those who injure will be punished. This was a necessary measure to prohibit killing and injuring others. It was in line with the righteousness of the world. However, he still insisted on killing his son. This story vividly reflected the strict discipline of the school of Mo. It was precisely because of this that the followers of the school of Mo were very good at fighting. They had the spirit of walking on fire and dancing on the sword, even if death does not come. Haha. The way of the school of Mo? Do you still know that this is the way of the school of Mo? You use weapons at the slightest disagreement. Not to mention that I'm an official of the imperial court, even if I'm just a commoner. Do you people of the school of Mo have the right to draw your swords against me? Li Zishuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back. With a righteous look on his face, he spat out unforgiving words. Mo Huai's face darkened. He hesitated for a moment, then lowered his voice and ordered, Mo Zhong. You violated the way of the school of Mo. Hurry and apologize to Li Xiannan. Mo Zhong's face turned red. He said reluctantly, Uncle, go quickly. If Li Xiannan doesn't forgive you, you will no longer be a member of the school of Mo. Mo Huai waved his hand and said coldly. When Mo Zhong heard this, his body couldn't help but tremble. Bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. One had to know that there were ice cubes in this room to lower the temperature. Li Xiannan. Just now was. After struggling for a long time, Mo Zhong finally moved his feet and arrived in front of Li Zishuan. He then bowed and cupped his hands in apology. Li Zishuan shook his head and didn't let Mo Zhong continue. He said directly, no need. I, Li Zishuan, am not someone who will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Just treat today's matter as a misunderstanding. Before figuring out what these three members of the school of Mo had, Li Zishuan didn't want to offend them too much. Mo Zhong was in disbelief. He thought that Li Zishuan would definitely not let go of such a great opportunity to hit someone when they were down, but he didn't expect the outcome to be like this. Mo Zhong opened his mouth. After a long while, he finally squeezed out the words, thank you. Then, he returned to his original position gloomily. When Li Gang and Mo Huai saw this, they both looked at Li Zishuan in surprise. Li Zishuan smiled and continued the original topic. He asked, Zhizi, from what you said earlier, you feel that coming to Yanhuang College as a teacher is beneath your status, right? The corners of Mo Huai's mouth twitched when he heard this. This kid is really cunning. A moment later, he replied, earlier, Brother Wenji said that you're outstanding in both martial arts and knowledge among the younger generation of the Great Tang. You've already proved that you're indeed very talented in the path of martial arts. Now, it's time to prove your knowledge. Then, we will talk about other things. Chapter 603. Prove my knowledge. When Li Zishuan heard this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. If Kong Yingda wanted to compete with him in terms of knowledge, he might be afraid because he didn't know much about the Confucian classics. However, the person in front of him was a big shot of the school of Mo, so it was a different story. Although his engineering knowledge did not originate from the Mo family, it had a lot to do with them. The Mo family was most famous for machinery and machinery. Back then, Moz was proficient in handicraft and could be compared to the craftsmen of that time. As a modern engineering student, Li Zishuan felt that he should have a lot in common with the people of the Mo family. Haha. I can prove my knowledge, but there has to be a prize. Otherwise, if anyone doubts my knowledge, won't I have to waste my time debating with them? Li Zishuan said slowly. He was trying to lure him into a trap. If anyone else dared to treat him like this today, he would definitely fall out with them. With his current capital, there was no need for him to tolerate anyone. However, the person in front of him was from the Mo family, so it was different. He really wanted to see how capable the only school with the highest technological content of the 100 schools of thought in the pre-Qin dynasty was. Mo Huai frowned and said, haha. Do you think you have victory in your hands? You're really a newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger. Alright, to prevent others from saying that I'm bullying the weak, you can decide the rules and the prize. Mo Yun panicked and said, Uncle, you can't do that. Li Zishuan laughed loudly and said, haha. Good. Big shot, you're so bold. Since that's the case, I won't take advantage of you. Next, you and I will each come up with 5 questions in our field of expertise. The 5 questions will be limited to 1 hour. Whoever can answer the most questions will be the winner. If I win, you will have to stay in Yanhuang College to teach your knowledge. If I lose, I'm willing to take out 1,000 taels of gold as compensation. How about that? 1,000 taels of gold? Mo Zhong and Mo Yun's eyes widened and their breathing quickened. They were so shocked by this huge sum of money that they lost control of their hearts and souls. Although the Mo family was glorious for a period of time and had hundreds of thousands of disciples at its peak, after Moz, the Mo family no longer had a master of Moism. Coupled with the suppression of the ruling class, the Mo family's glory was long gone and there were fewer and fewer followers of the school of Mo in the world. Today, only the core followers of the school of Mo were still adhering to and carrying out the original intention of the school of Mo. In terms of life, they were no different from farmers and could barely afford to eat and wear. Mo Zhong and Mo Yun probably couldn't even imagine how much this 1,000 taels of gold was worth. Even Mo Huai's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. He clenched his hands behind his back and said, "Since you're so confident, how can this old man back down? If I lose, I'll go to your Yanhuang Academy to teach, and I won't ask for any salary. If you lose, I don't want your 1,000 taels of gold." The disciples of the Mahist family use rope ink for self-defense, and in case of emergencies, we wear fur as clothes and sable as uniforms. We work day and night, and suffer ourselves to the extreme. We don't need these worldly things. At this moment, Li Zixuan had a higher opinion of Mo Huai. The school of Moism in the pre-Qin era was originally a school of thought formed by workers and peasants. Unlike the Confucian school of thought, which was never tired of eating and never tired of eating, the members of the school of Moism had to endure the hardships of life and had to have a heart of universal love for everyone. They could not talk about personal feelings. The current Mo Huai had a very good character, but he was a little arrogant. Then, Jizi, please set the question first. Li Zixuan said with a smile. If Mo Huai wasn't willing to accept the 1,000 taels of gold, then he wouldn't force him. Mo Zhong and Mo Yun had a look of pity on their faces, but they didn't dare to object. Li Gang, who was watching from the side, glanced at Li Zixuan rather worriedly. He wasn't worried that Li Zixuan would lose face if he lost this competition, but he was worried that if Li Zixuan lost this competition, then it would be a blow to the current momentum of Yanhuang College. At that time, there would probably be many people who would kick Li Zixuan while he was down. Mo Huai nodded. Actually, ever since Li Zixuan took the initiative to let Mo Zhong off, he didn't have much ill will towards Li Zixuan. However, that didn't mean that he was willing to teach at Yanhuang College. These were two different things. After pondering for a while, Mo Huai said in a deep voice, "First question, what is the universe?" Li Zixuan was shocked and cursed in his heart. He didn't expect Mo Huai, a person from the Tang dynasty, to know about the universe. He just didn't know if the universe he was asking about was the same concept as the universe he knew. After hesitating for a while, he could only bite the bullet and answer, "The universe is the general name of all things. It is the unification of time and space. It is the existence of time is endless, space is boundless, and mass is infinite." This answer was the broad definition of the universe in the books of his previous life. The narrow definition of the universe referred to the space and matter outside the Earth's atmosphere. Of course, he couldn't explain the latter concept. What Li Zixuan didn't expect was that after hearing this answer, Mo Huai didn't laugh at him, nor did he have any doubts or confusion. Instead, he was a little shocked. Yes, he was shocked. At this moment, Mo Huai's heart was in turmoil. He said over and over again in his heart, "Impossible. Impossible. How could this little kid in front of me know the holy ancestors' definition of the universe?" That's right, as early as the pre-Qin era, Moz had a detailed definition of the universe. He believed that the universe was a continuous whole, and that individuals and parts were separated from this unified whole. They were all parts of this unified whole. In other words, the whole contained individuals, and the whole was made up of individuals. There was an inevitable organic connection between the whole and the individuals. Starting from this continuous view of the universe, Moz then established a theory of spacetime. He believed that spacetime was both limited and infinite. To the whole, spacetime was infinite, but to parts, spacetime was limited. He also pointed out that continuous spacetime was made up of spacetime elements. He defined spacetime elements as beginning and end. Beginning was the smallest unit in time that could not be divided again, and end was the smallest unit in space that could not be divided again. This formed the theory that spacetime was continuous and infinite. This continuous and infinite spacetime was made up of the smallest units. There was a limit in infinity, and there was a discontinuity in continuity. Although Li Zixuan's theory couldn't be said to be completely consistent with Mo's theory, it coincided with the general idea. How could Mo not be shocked? At the same time, it also showed how awesome Moz was in the field of ancient science. Correct. Please listen to this old man's next question. Mo didn't argue and directly admitted that Li Zixuan had answered correctly. Then, he continued. Chapter 604. Please ask, Juzi. Li Zixuan heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Mo's affirmative answer. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel shocked. Since Mo said so, didn't it mean that people in this era were really beginning to understand what the universe was? This made Li Zixuan feel incredulous. The second question, what is force? Li Zixuan was shocked, but how could Mo not be? He had read the definition of the universe from Mo's handwritten notes. He thought that this question alone would make Li Zixuan retreat. He didn't expect Li Zixuan, a 14 or 15-year-old kid, to be able to turn the tables. This made Mo very puzzled. After thinking for a while, Mo asked the second question. Force? Is it the force of force? Li Zixuan suspected that he had heard wrong and asked uncertainly. Mo nodded and said, yes. Li Zixuan smiled and answered, force is the interaction between several objects. Interaction refers to the movement of an object that changes due to the existence of other objects. Objects only have two attributes, mass and speed. Therefore, force can change the state of motion of an object. If the speed of increase is defined as acceleration, then for the same object, the greater the force it receives, the greater its acceleration will be. Li Zixuan talked non-stop about all the knowledge points about force in the physics books of the later generations into words that the ancients could understand. Li Gang, who was listening at the side, was confused, not knowing what the hell Li Zixuan was talking about. Mo, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes and stared at Li Zixuan with an extremely solemn expression. At this moment it was as if his heart had experienced a violent storm, and he was unable to calm down for a long time. The ancestor of the Mahist family, Moz, once had a detailed definition of force in the Mahist classics. He said, force is the reason for the movement of an object. In other words, force was the reason for the movement of an object, even if the action of the object's movement was called force. In this regard, he gave an example and said that it was like lifting a heavy object from bottom to top. It could only be done because of the action of force. At the same time, Moz pointed out that when an object was under force, it also produced a reaction force. For example, after two objects of equal mass collided, the two objects would move in opposite directions. If the difference in mass between two objects was great, although the object with greater mass would not move after the collision, the reaction force would still exist. Then, Moz gave the definitions of movement and stop. He believed that movement was due to force pushing, and stop was the end of an object's motion after a certain period of time. Although Moz didn't clearly point, he realized that the object's motion, after the external force, he realized that the object's state of motion could not exist forever after the external force disappeared. To a certain extent, Moz's research in the field of physics and mechanics was definitely more than 2,000 years ahead of the entire world. If the Mahist family could replace the Confucian family and become the orthodox school of physics, then China would very likely become the origin and prosperity of the world's physics. After a full quarter of an hour, Li Zixuan finally stopped. The two young men, Mo Zhong and Mo Yun, no longer looked at Li Zixuan with contempt. As the core disciples of the Mahist family, they certainly had a certain understanding of Mo's handwritten notes and works. However, they spent most of their time learning martial arts. In comparison, their knowledge in this area was far inferior to Li Zixuan. Mo Zhong and Mo Yun, who had always flaunted themselves as the children of reclusive masters, felt very hurt in their hearts. They couldn't win in terms of martial arts, let alone in terms of knowledge. Mo Huai closed his eyes and digested what Li Zixuan had just said in his heart, trying to find some loopholes in it. However, after a long while, he opened his eyes somewhat dispiritedly, because he found that what Li Zixuan had just said was not only impeccable, but also more detailed than what was recorded in the ancient books of the Mahist family. He even went a step further in explaining and proving some of the concepts. He had never heard of some of them, but he had to admit that Li Zixuan's words were very reasonable. Li Xiannan, you got this question right. Mo Huai looked at Li Zixuan with a complicated expression and said. Although there were rare copies of the Mahist classics circulating in the world, in the social context of Confucianism, how many people in the world would read such an obscure book? Moreover, Li Zixuan's theories had clearly surpassed the definition of force in the Mahist classics. He had expanded force into a complete and detailed knowledge on the basis of Mahist classics. Where did Li Zixuan's knowledge come from? Why did he know so many things? There were many questions buried in Mo Huai's heart, but now was obviously not the time to ask, so he could only endure it. Li Zixuan smiled slightly. He was really liking this Mahist master in front of him more and more now. Where could he find such an advanced physics teacher? Li Gang had helped him a lot this time. The person involved, Li Gang, was now dumbfounded. He really wanted to ask Mo Huai, how did he get it right? He didn't understand at all just now. Mo Huai put his hands behind his back and walked 2 steps on the spot. Then, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He turned to Li Zixuan and asked, third question, put a small hole behind an open candle. What is the phenomenon behind the small hole? With that, he stared at Li Zixuan. Although he knew the answer to this question from the Mahist classics, he only knew how and did not know why. He planned to make things difficult for Li Zixuan later. Li Zixuan widened his eyes. He now suspected that Mo Huai was a transmigrator. He even knew about the image of a small hole. He was going to ascend to the heavens. What? Mr. Li can't answer? Mo Zhong asked happily when he saw this. Li Zixuan was shocked and speechless, but in Mo Zhong's eyes, he could not answer. Li Zixuan came back to his senses and suppressed the shock in his heart. Then, he smiled and said, it's not difficult. There will be an inverted image of a candle flame behind the small hole. As the small hole in the middle moves back and forth, the size of the image will also change. Jizzy, am I right? As a modern engineering student, although Li Zixuan easily answered Mo Huai's question, he had a stomach full of questions like Mo Huai. This was because the image of a small hole involved the knowledge of geometrical optics. How could the people of the Tang dynasty know about it? However, he did not know that Mo Huai only saw this knowledge from the Mahist classics. The real person who proposed the image of a small hole was Mozi. Not only did Mozi research in mechanics, but he also had deep attainments in geometrical optics. Chapter 605. More than 1,000 years ago, Mozi had conducted an experiment on the imaging of small holes. He clearly pointed out that light traveled in a straight line, and the image formed by an object passing through a small hole was an inverted image. This was because when light passed through an object and then passed through a small hole, due to the straight line travel of light, the upper part of the object would be reflected below, and the lower part of the object would be reflected above. He also discussed the relationship between the size of the image, the object's tilt, and the distance of the light source. He pointed out that if an object was tilted or far, the shadow would be long and thin. If it was reflected light, the shadow would be formed between the object and the light source. In addition, Moz also conducted a systematic research on flat mirrors, concave mirrors, convex mirrors, and so on, and came up with a series of basic principles of geometric optics. He pointed out that flat mirrors formed images of the same size and symmetrical distance, but left and right were reversed. If 2 or more flat mirrors were to face each other and shine light, there would be repeated reflections, forming countless images. The image formed by a concave mirror was a positive image within the middle, a large image if far from the middle, a small image if near the middle, and a large image if near the middle. Outside the middle, an inverted image would be formed, a large image if near the middle, and a small image if far from the middle. A convex mirror only formed a positive image, a large image if near the middle, and a small image if far away. The middle, here, was the center of the spherical mirror. Although Moz had not been able to distinguish the difference between the center of the sphere and the focal point, and had confused the center of the sphere and the focal point together, his conclusion was basically consistent with the imaging principles of modern spherical mirrors. In the history of optics, Moz was the first scientist to conduct systematic research on geometric optics. It was not an exaggeration to say that Moz had laid the foundation of geometric optics, at least in China. As Joseph Needham said in the physics volume of The History of Science and Technology in China, Moz's research on optics was earlier than what we know of Greece, and not even India. At this moment, when Mo Huai heard Li Zishuan's answer, he was not as surprised as the previous 2 times. Instead, he continued to ask, why is there an image of an inverted object? If you don't want to explain, you can treat this as my 4th question. Li Zishuan waved his hand and smiled. No need, no need. Since you want to know why, then I'll explain it to you. It's not considered one of the 5 questions. His desire to rope Mo Huai was growing stronger and stronger. Therefore, he had changed the way he addressed himself. Although he was confident that he would win this bet, he had to give Mo Huai some face and make him accept his loss wholeheartedly. This way, Mo Huai would be willing to teach his students wholeheartedly in the future. This is not called cowardice, but the demeanor of a winner. Li Gang, on the other hand, frowned slightly. He secretly thought that Li Zishuan was a little careless. However, Mo Huai was also his old friend. He couldn't possibly jump out to stop him at this time, right? Li Zishuan asked Xiao Ren to bring a brush and ink, then gestured for Mo Huai to come over. He drew the light path diagram of the small hole imaging system and said slowly, Juzi, please look. This is a candle. The flame of the candle can be seen as composed of many small luminous dots. Each luminous dot emits light in all directions. There will always be a small beam of light that goes straight through the small hole, forming a small luminous spot behind the small hole. Therefore, each luminous dot on the candle flame will form a corresponding luminous spot on the white paper. All the luminous spots on the white paper will form the image of the candle flame on the white paper. After listening to Li Zishuan's explanation, Mo Huai suddenly understood. Now, he finally knew how and why. However, at the same time, he looked at Li Zishuan very strangely, as if he was looking at a monster. At this moment, Mo Huai was very curious about Li Zishuan's background. First of all, to be able to become a martial arts master at the age of 14 or 15 was already a special case in the world. However, Li Zishuan actually had such deep attainments in these very obscure fields. He was a dual cultivator of both literature and martial arts, and he could reach an existence that ordinary people could not reach in every aspect. Mo Huai could not imagine what kind of family, what kind of master, could teach such a monster. How is it? I wonder if this kid is right? Li Zishuan's scalp tingled under Mo Huai's gaze, so he could not help but ask. Mo Huai nodded silently and did not say a word. Li Zishuan said, then, Juzi, please continue with the 4th question. When Mo Huai heard that, he shifted his gaze away from Li Zishuan and sighed deeply. Then, he bowed to Li Zishuan and cupped his hands. There's no need for that, this old man admits defeat. From now on, this old man's old bones will be at your disposal. I don't ask for any remuneration, and I will do whatever you want. Uncle. No. Uncle. Don't. Mo Zhong and Mo Yun were shocked when they saw this, and they shouted one after another. As the Juzi of the Mo family, Mo Huai's knowledge and martial arts were all the role models that they, who adhered to the Mo school, worshipped and chased after since they were young. Now, the godlike man in their eyes actually bowed to a young man of 14 or 15 years old. How could they tolerate this? Although Li Zishuan was indeed very powerful, Mo Zhong and Mo Yun still could not accept this reality. Shut up. As the Juzi of the Mo family, how can I go back on my words? Mo Zhong, Mo Yun, the two of you can leave first. In the future, this old man will choose the next Juzi of the Mo family. When Mo Huai heard that, he hurriedly reprimanded them loudly. Then, he cupped his hands to Li Zishuan and said, Lord Li, please give this old man a month's time. After this old man returns to the Mo family's encampment and chooses the next Juzi, I will return to Cheng and to teach the students wholeheartedly. Now, Mo Huai's gentle pleading was no longer as high-spirited as he was at the beginning. Instead, he looked more like a hero at the end of his road. Li Gang looked at him and could not bear to see this. After all, this was an old friend he had known for many years. Thus, he said, Brother Mo, you don't have to do this. Your position as a Juzi does not conflict with your identity as an instructor at Yanhuang College. Xiao Xian is not an unreasonable person. He will not restrict your freedom. You can manage the Mo family's affairs while teaching at Yanhuang College. Besides, the Mo family has declined to this day. How many affairs do you still need to manage? The corner of Li Zishuan's mouth curled up. He secretly thought that his opportunity had come. He hurriedly interjected, Mr. Li is right. Juzi, if you go to Yanhuang College to teach, this young man will definitely not restrict your freedom. Furthermore, this young man will definitely not shortchange your salary by a single cent. Also, Juzi, you can move the Mo family's encampment to Chang'an. At that time, this young man will be in charge of settling all the followers of the Mo family. If there are any followers of the Mo family who are proficient in mechanics, optics, or machinery like you, this young man is also willing to hire them to Yanhuang College. As for the salary of the teachers at the college, I'm sure you already know about it, so this young man will not repeat it. What do you think? Chapter 606. It had to be said that Li Zishuan's ambition was really big. He wanted to take in all the capable people in the Mo family under his command. Of course, he couldn't be blamed for this. Mo Huai's abilities, especially in astronomy, physics, and optics, made him the perfect candidate for Li Zishuan, who had just finished building Yanhuang College. With Mo Huai's addition, his workload at Yanhuang College would be greatly reduced. After Li Zishuan said that, Mo Zhong and Mo Yun's eyes flashed, and a glimmer of hope appeared on their faces. To put it nicely, they were the core disciples of the Mo family, but their work was no different from that of farmers. They also had to do farming on a regular basis. Otherwise, what would they eat? What would they drink? They would only return to the Mo family when they were not farming to accept the organization's training or other arrangements. They were all capable, but because of their identity as followers of the school of Mo, they had to stay in a desolate place and do hard work. Originally, it wouldn't have been a big deal if they continued like this, but after seeing the prosperity of Cheng and city with Mo Huai, their hearts wavered. The suffering of the followers of the school of Mo was something that the disciples of other sects could not understand. Now that Li Zishuan had said this, they could not help but let their imagination run wild. Why couldn't they rely on their own abilities to let their families live a good life? However, although that was what they thought, they wouldn't easily say it out loud. After years of being a follower of the school of Mo, the organization's discipline was deeply engraved in their hearts. Mo Huai frowned. He straightened his body and stared at Li Zishuan seriously. This old man appreciates Lord Li's good intentions. However, as a follower of the school of Mo, I have to wear fur as my clothes and sassafras as my clothes. I have to work day and night, and I have to suffer myself to the extreme. How can I be a follower of the school of Mo if I only covet worldly pleasures? This old man has already violated the school of Mo's laws by agreeing to become an instructor at Yanhuang College. In the future, I will no longer be qualified to lead the followers of the school of Mo in the world and carry forward the school of Mo. Therefore, this old man must resign from this position. As for the other followers of the school of Mo, I advise you not to waste your efforts. As soon as Mo Huai finished speaking, Mo Zhong and Mo Yun's faces instantly became 70% ashamed and 30% regretful. They lowered their heads and didn't say a word. Li Gang frowned and said, "Younger brother Mo, you're muddle-headed. The Mo clan had hundreds of thousands of disciples during the peak of the pre-Qin dynasty, but now, there are less than 100 disciples. Have you not thought about the reason for this? Do you think that the decline of the school of Mo was only caused by the suppression of the various emperors?" Mo Huai said indignantly, "Isn't that so? If it wasn't for the martial emperor dismissing the 100 schools of thought and respecting only Confucianism, how could the Mahist school have fallen to such a state?" When Li Gang heard this, he said rather painfully, "Ridiculous. I didn't expect brother Mo to still be unable to see the true reason behind the decline of the Mo family. Fine, this old man will enlighten you. The onlooker sees more clearly than the person involved. Although this old man studies Confucianism, this old man will not help the Confucian school or your school of thought today. This old man will analyze with you as an outsider. You said that the decline of the Confucian school of thought was due to the suppression of the various emperors. However, ever since the martial emperor dismissed the 100 schools of thought and respected only Confucianism, why did the school of thought, which was known as a prominent school of thought in the world, decline so quickly while the school of thought and the school of thought could survive until now in the cracks of Confucianism? Have you ever thought about the reason behind this?" Li Gang's words directly revealed the fundamental reason for the decline of the school of thought. Mo Huai could not help but be stunned, and his face turned pale. Li Zishuan listened seriously at the side. It was obvious that Li Gang knew more about these old matters than him. It was not bad to take this opportunity to learn. Li Gang did not wait for Mo Huai to reply and continued, "In my opinion, the reason why the school of thought fell to its current state is because your school of thought's requirements for your disciples are too harsh. Why can sage Confucius not be tired of eating and not be tired of eating, but you school of thought can only wear fur as clothes, wear silk as clothes, work day and night without rest, and suffer to the extreme? Perhaps this is because you have your own beliefs, but who says that people with beliefs can't rely on their own hands to live a good life? Could it be that living in the abyss of suffering every day makes you school of thought superior to the rest of the world?" It had to be said that Li Gang's words could be said to hit the nail on the head. Li Zishuan could not help but clap and cheer when he heard it. What he said made too much sense. Among the 100 schools of thought in the pre-Qin dynasty, the ones with the greatest influence were naturally the 4 schools of Confucianism, Moism, Taoism, and legalism. However, after the unification of the Qin and Han dynasties, their fates began to diverge. Confucianism became the orthodox and mainstream of Chinese culture. Legalism, due to its special nature, dominated the politics of the imperial court for 2,000 years. Taoism, on the other hand, recruited believers and occupied civil society, becoming the spiritual home of the secluded people. Only the school of Mo, after a moment of glory, disappeared into the long river of history, whether as a school of thought or as an organization. Why did the school of thought end up so tragically? Was the school of thought not brilliant enough? Definitely not. The school of thought was filled with great humanitarianism and scientific spirit. Even from the perspective of a modern person in the 21st century, it was still so dazzling. In addition to the external reason of dismissing the 100 schools of thought and respecting only Confucianism, there was also an internal reason for the demise of the school of thought. If a person wanted to be a loyal believer of the school of thought, he must have a strong spirit of sacrifice and dedication. He must have a heart of universal love for everyone, and he could not talk about personal feelings. Therefore, Zhuangzi, the world, criticized the school of thought. His life is hard, his death is shallow, his Tao is great, he makes people worry, makes people sad, and his actions are difficult. I'm afraid that he can't be a saint and have the heart to rebel against the world. Although the school of thought alone, what can he do to the world? Apart from the world, he is also far away from the king. In contrast, being a disciple of Taoism was much better. The goal of Taoism was to become an immortal. This was a beautiful wish that could attract a large number of believers. Moreover, for Taoism, especially for Zhengyi, which had a long history, there were not many rules about abstinence. Sexual intercourse was even a secret technique of the immortals. As a religion that was born, although Buddhism required abstinence, the monks could enjoy spiritual satisfaction while abstinence. Thus, they saw all suffering as a raft that led to happiness. It was because of this chicken soup for the soul that devout Buddhist disciples could ignore the physical hardship and pursue the metaphysical Zen. However, the school of thought's love with impartiality, non-aggression, respect for the virtuous, respect for the common, non-life, non-pleasure, frugality, and frugality in funerals. These ideas were not enough to be the foundation of the school of thought's belief. If it was not based on a firm belief, that bitter and abstinent life would not attract new blood to join the school of thought. The number of followers of the school of thought in the world would only decrease. This was the internal reason for the decline of the school of thought. Chapter 607. In the main hall. Li Zixuan saw that the time was right, so he stood up and said, "Juzi, the previous causes and effects are all gone, but they will also serve as a warning. If you don't want the Mo family to continue to decline, you have to make some changes." Didn't Moz establish the Mo family to use his talent in manufacturing to let the farmers in the world live a good life? Although the Mo family is declining now, Moz's knowledge must have been passed down. You are content to stay in a corner and forget Moz's original intention to save the world. In the long run, the only thing waiting for the Mo family is complete extinction. Back then, Moz called himself a humble man and was called a commoner. He used to be a doctor in the Song Kingdom and was a scholar with considerable cultural knowledge. He was also closer to the workers and farmers. He boasted that there was no ruler above, no farmer below. He was a scholar who sympathized with farmers and workers. Moz had once studied under a Confucian scholar and learned the skills of Confucius. He was called Yao Shun the Great and learned Confucian classics such as poems, books, spring and autumn. But later, he gradually became tired of the cumbersome etiquette of Confucianism and finally abandoned Confucianism to form his own school of thought. Before the rise of legalism, which represented the interests of the new landlord class, the Mo family was the largest school of thought in opposition to Confucianism in the pre-Qin dynasty. Han Fizi, Eminent Learning, recorded, "The eminent learning of the world is Confucianism. Where Confucianism is, Confucius is, where Mo is, Mod is." At this moment, Mo Hui sighed deeply and looked at Li Zixuan with a complicated expression. He said, "After the divine ancestor passed away, the Mo family was divided into three factions: the Mo family of Xiangli, the Mo family of Xiangfu, and the Mo family of Dengling. The Xiangli family was led by the divine ancestor's chief disciple, Qin Liali. He had the Jizi's keepsake, the inky snow sword." Speaking of this, Mo Hui pulled out the inky sword at his waist and looked at the sword with a solemn and sad expression. He continued, "The inky snow sword is inscribed on the world, and only the heart is unmoved." Since ancient times, the Mo family's Jizi has always held on to this belief even if they died in battle. As the 45th generation of the Mo family, it took me until today to recognize the root cause of the Mo family's decline. I deserve to die. I, Mo Hui, have let down the holy ancestor. After saying that, 2 drops of turbid tears fell from the corners of his eyes. Li Zixuan comforted him, "Don't blame yourself, Jizi. It's never too late to mend the pen after the sheep is lost." Truth be told, the reason why I was able to answer all 3 of Jizi's questions was because my skills have a lot in common with the Mo family's Mo school. If you're willing to bring your school of Moism disciples to Yanhuang College to teach, then not only will we be able to discuss knowledge together, we'll also be able to bring engineering and Moism to greater heights, allowing the students to bring this knowledge to the people of Great Tang. Mo Hui was puzzled. Engineering? What is engineering? Li Zixuan asked with a smile. "Jizi, didn't you read the previous editions of Datong Daily?" Mo Hui said awkwardly, "I've heard of it before, but I've never seen it for myself." It wasn't that he couldn't afford newspapers, but he felt that as the Mo family's Jizi, he had to set an example and stay away from those vulgar things that only entertained the masses. Mo Zhong and Mo Yun hung their heads dejectedly, feeling that their boss had embarrassed himself greatly. Li Zixuan didn't mind and explained patiently, "Engineering is the study of engineering. Its main purpose is to serve the needs of the people and improve their lives. Its ultimate goal is to achieve prosperity for all. Civilian houses, palace pavilions, river dams, imperial tombs, and agricultural production can all be supported by engineering. In short, engineering is only for the benefit of the people of the world, not for the fight between schools. Mo Huai was stunned and muttered, engineering is only for the benefit of the people of the world. How similar is this to the Moism's purpose? The Moism's purpose was, for righteousness, while Mencius said it was, for the benefit of the world. Zhuangzi, the world, said it was, for the sake of the world. The Moism gathered disciples to teach and practice. They were the main opposition of the Confucian school. Back then, in order to realize his ideas, Moz personally led his disciples to various countries so that the Moism could bring convenience and benefits to the people of the world. After a while, Mo Huai came back to his senses and said, "Forgive me for being presumptuous, but Lord Zhu, you said that your engineering has many similarities with the Moism. Do you have any proof?" Now that things had developed to this point, Mo Huai's attitude towards Li Zishuan had changed greatly. From the initial arrogance and contempt, to the new respect after losing the bet, and now, after hearing that Li Zishuan had created his own engineering, he already regarded Li Zishuan as someone of the same generation. Since ancient times, a capable person, regardless of age, beauty, or ugliness, would be respected no matter where they went. Li Zishuan laughed and said, "What's so difficult about that? Mr. Li, can you let your servant go to my house and fetch 2 books?" Li Gang naturally agreed. After a while, a servant in Li Gang's house rode an old horse out of the back door and rushed to Yongla Lane. The people in the house were not idle either. After seeing that Li Gang had arranged for someone to fetch the books, Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said to Mo Huai, "Juzi, to be honest, I was very surprised by the 3 questions you raised just now. I originally thought that I was the only one who studied astronomy, mechanics, and engineering. I never thought that I would meet a like-minded person today. If it's convenient, can you tell me where the 3 questions came from?" There was no other reason. Li Zishuan asked this mainly because he wanted to confirm whether Mo Huai was a transmigrator or not. After all, the 3 questions Mo Huai asked just now were really shocking, and he could not help but be suspicious. Mo Huai heard this and said, "Those 3 questions were all recorded in the notes or books left behind by the divine ancestor. I originally thought that I only needed to use one of them to stump Lord Zhu, but I never thought that Lord Zhu would be so knowledgeable about these things at such a young age. I'm ashamed to say that as the Mo family's Juzi, I'm not as knowledgeable as you, Lord Zhu. I can only guard the knowledge left behind by the divine ancestor and struggle at death's door." Sigh. Not only me, but none of the previous 43 Juzi could reach the divine ancestor's achievements. It was not easy for Mo Huai to have this kind of awareness. As he said, after Moz, there was no other great thinker in the Mo family, and there was no further improvement of the Mo family's thinking to maintain its vitality. They did not keep up with the times. As for the other schools of thought, after Confucius, there was Mencius, Sun Zi, Dong Zhongshu, and so on. After Laozi, there was Zhuangzi, Luan, and so on. The legalists were even more valued by the ruling class. Especially at the beginning of the Western Han dynasty, when the country was under great rule and the ruler needed good strategies to govern the country, Dong Zhongshu of the Confucian school offered the spring and autumn dew, and the 3 strategies for heaven and man. Luan of the Taoist school offered the Huainanzi. As for the Mo family, they did nothing in terms of academics and governance at that time. This was also one of the reasons why the Mo family was on the decline. Chapter 608. It's Moz. Li Zishuan was extremely shocked when he heard Mo Huai's reply. Since when was Moz? Qin dynasty. It was more than 1,000 years since the Tang dynasty, and more than 2,000 years since the modern era. Moz had already started researching astronomy, mechanics, and optics at such an early age. Li Zishuan suddenly had an extremely absurd thought. Could it be that Moz was also a transmigrator like me? And he was also an engineering student in his previous life? Alright, after this incident, Li Zishuan expressed that he would never underestimate the ancients again. Brother Mo, don't be too harsh on yourself. Moz was also a godlike figure back then. It's extremely difficult for future generations to surpass him. Let's not talk about surpassing him. It's already very difficult to carry forward the knowledge that he left behind. And Xiao Xian's Yanhuang College's content is somewhat similar to the Mo family's teachings. Brother Mo, why don't you take this opportunity to carry forward the Mo family's teachings and benefit the world? Li Gang couldn't help but console Mo Huai when he saw his dejected expression. However, as he spoke, he took the opportunity to advertise Yanhuang College. As the saying goes, the older you get, the wiser you become. Although Li Zishuan concealed it well, how could Li Gang not see that Li Zishuan wanted to recruit Mo Huai? Li Gang admired Li Zishuan very much for this rather ambitious young man. Naturally, he would help him if he could. Mo Huai was silent for a while. He narrowed his eyes and didn't reply. No one knew what he was thinking, but Li Zishuan caught a fleeting glimpse of interest in Mo Huai's eyes. Thus, Li Zishuan struck while the iron was hot and said, "Juzi, you just said that although the Mo family's bloodline hasn't been cut off until today, the Mo family hasn't made any fundamental progress after so many years. In the long run, the Mo family will completely disappear. From the way I see it, if you want to bring the school of Mo to greater heights, you have to bring the remaining followers of the school of Mo out into the world. Any sect that was content to stay in a corner and build a cart behind closed doors would not be able to progress and develop. On the other hand, Yanhuang College is a place where the young talents of the Great Tang's 360 provinces and counties are gathered. This is the best opportunity for you to promote the Mo school." When Mo Huai heard that, he couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Didn't Lord Zhu establish Yanhuang College to spread engineering? If I go and teach, aren't you afraid that your disciples will change their allegiance to the Mo family?" Li Zishuan laughed and said, "First of all, no matter if it's you or the other followers of the school of Mo, after being hired to teach at Yanhuang College, you only have one responsibility, and that is to teach the knowledge in the textbooks to the students of Yanhuang College. You only have one identity, and that is to be the teachers of Yanhuang College. In the college, there will no longer be a hierarchy between you. You will all be colleagues who will work together. I've said a long time ago that engineering will not compete with other schools. My purpose in spreading engineering is to benefit the people of the world. Therefore, in the future, Yanhuang College will be a very clean and pure place. There will be no fighting, no deception, and only the pursuit of truth and knowledge. During the teaching period, no activities unrelated to teaching are allowed. If there are students who are interested in the school of Mo and want to join the school of Mo after class, Li Zishuan will not stop them in any way. Everyone has the freedom to choose." When Li Zishuan first had the idea of roping in Mo Huai, he was worried that this giant of the school of Mo would preach and steal his students after entering Yanhuang College. Later, when Li Gang dug up the past and analyzed the reasons for the rapid decline of the school of Mo, Li Zishuan's worries disappeared without a trace. He did not believe that the students of Yanhuang College would give up a good life and insist on becoming ascetic monks in the school of Mo. On the other hand, if Mo Huai brought the followers of the school of Mo to Yanhuang College, Li Zishuan felt that with the luxurious facilities and rich and friendly academic atmosphere of Yanhuang College, those followers of the school of Mo might be assimilated. Mo Huai did not know the evil plan in Li Zishuan's heart. When he heard these righteous and tolerant words, he praised, "Everyone has the freedom to choose. Lord Zhu is so bold, this old man is ashamed. This old man believes that in the future, Yanhuang College will definitely become my Tang Empire's academic holy land. Master, this little one has brought back the books that Lord Li wanted." At this moment, Li Gang's servant came back riding an old horse. Li Gang nodded. Li Zishuan hurriedly went forward to take the two teaching materials. One was mathematics and the other was physics. He handed the two teaching materials to Mo Huai and said with a smile, "Giant, please take a look. These two books are the teaching materials that Yanhuang College will use." Of course, Yanhuang College's curriculum is definitely more than these two. Mo Huai did not dare to be careless at this time. He solemnly took the teaching materials with both hands, then excused himself to Li Zishuan and Li Gang. He could not wait to sit on the stool and start reading seriously. Li Zishuan and Li Gang smiled to show that they understood. Then, the two of them started chatting in low voices. On the other side, Mo Huai first opened the mathematics textbook. As a giant of the Mo family, he was quite proficient in mathematics. However, after getting used to the Arabic numerals with great difficulty, his eyes could not help but widen as he read. Algebra, equations, geometry, and so on. There were many new concepts defined in the textbook. Then, Mo Huai realized that many of the problems he had encountered before became very simple after using these things. What was even more unbelievable was that he seemed to have seen many of the concepts in the mathematics textbook before in the Mo family's classics. After flipping through another 10 pages, Mo Huai put down the mathematics textbook and opened another physics textbook. Li Zishuan's physics textbook was very rich in content. It included a preliminary introduction to basic physics concepts such as motion, speed, sound, heat, light reflection, light refraction, and mechanics. There was also Newton's 3 laws. Ahem, of course, Li Zishuan shamelessly used his name here again. He called it Xiaoshuan's 3 laws. Unlike the mathematics textbook, Mo Huai flipped through the physics textbook very quickly. In less than half an hour, he had flipped through more than half of the physics textbook. Then, he closed the book and put it away. He took a few deep breaths, then suddenly stood up and went to Li Zishuan. He bowed and said excitedly, "Thank you for your help." The 45th generation of the Mo family's giant, Mo Huai, pays his respects to the divine ancestor. Li Zishuan, who was still wondering why Mo Huai would bow to him, felt that it was ridiculous when he heard Mo Huai's words. He stomped his feet and said, "Divine ancestor? How can I be your divine ancestor? Are you all right, giant?" Chapter 609. In the main hall. Li Gang, who was sitting on the couch, was so shocked that he almost pulled his beard off when he saw this absurd scene. Mo Zhong and Mo Yun, who were supposed to be guarding Mo Huai, saw that their boss actually bowed to Li Zishuan and even called him divine ancestor. Both of them looked as if they had seen a ghost. As disciples of the Mo family, no one knew better than them what the 2 words, divine ancestor, meant. In the Mo family, the giant was called a saint, and there was only one person who could be called the divine ancestor since ancient times, the founder of the Mo family, Moz. As the giant of the Mo family, would Mo Huai use the 2 words, divine ancestor, as a joke to others? Obviously not. Even if he died, it was impossible. But how was he going to explain the current situation? At this moment, Mo Zhong and Mo Yun were completely dumbfounded. Mo Huai did not let everyone wait for long. He said firmly, "You are the reincarnation of the divine ancestor. You are the Mo family's divine ancestor." Li Zishuan was speechless. Reincarnation? Jizzy, did you make a mistake? You believe in something as non-existent as reincarnation? Actually, he was more certain than anyone that he was not the reincarnation of Moz because the soul in his body had transmigrated from the modern world and had nothing to do with Moz. Yes. Brother Mo, reincarnation only exists in supernatural novels. There is no such thing as reincarnation in reality. Brother Mo, are you too tired? Why don't you go back and rest first? Li Gang could not help but frown and interrupt. If it wasn't for the fact that he knew Mo Huai well, if it were someone else like Mo Huai, he would definitely think that this person was crazy. No, no, no. Brother Wenji, I am very clear-headed. I know that no one will believe in the existence of reincarnation. I didn't believe it at first either. However, after reading those 2 books, I am convinced that Sir Li is the reincarnation of the Mo family's divine ancestor. Mo Huai first shook his head and declined Li Gang's good intentions. Then, he began to analyze, for example, in this book of arithmetic, that a multiple, midpoint, circle, decimal system, and so on are basic concepts that I have seen in the divine ancestor's handwritten notes. 1,000 years ago, the divine ancestor proposed these concepts. What shocked me the most was that the things recorded in this book of arithmetic were actually more detailed than the divine ancestor's handwritten notes. Also, this physics textbook covers the concepts of motion, speed, sound, heat, reflection of light, refraction of light, mechanics, and so on. I've read all of these things in the sacred ancestors' notes. Moreover, this physics textbook's research on these problems is obviously more in-depth. Back then, the divine ancestor was a genius and spent his entire life to have some attainments in these aspects. However, Li Xiannan, you are so young, but you can study these aspects more thoroughly than the divine ancestor. Other than the fact that you are the reincarnation of the divine ancestor and are born with the will of heaven, I really can't think of any other reason. Li Zishuan was dumbfounded. It turned out that Moz had studied the concepts written in his book before. He had to admit that Moz's interests and hobbies were really broad. His understanding of the world had been refreshed once again. However, did he count as being unjustly implicated? In fact, what Mo Huai said was not nonsense. In history, Moz was the first scientist in China's history to treat mathematical problems from a rational perspective. He gave a series of propositions and definitions of mathematical concepts. These propositions and definitions were highly abstract and rigorous. Secondly, Moz's research on physics involved the branches of mechanics, optics, acoustics, and so on. He gave many definitions of physics concepts and made many important discoveries, summarizing some important physics theorems. These included the principle of leverage, small hole imaging, light and shadow, as well as the imaging characteristics of flat, concave, and convex mirrors. Lastly, Moz himself was also an expert in mechanical manufacturing. He once spent 3 years to meticulously develop a type of wooden bird, kite, that could fly. He was also an expert at manufacturing vehicles. He could build a vehicle that could carry 30 tons in less than a day. Combined with the new horse carriage that was popular in Chang and City, Don't Touch Me, and the crane that had just appeared recently, Mo Huai was even more certain that Li Zishuan was the reincarnation of Moz. Jizzy, this kid really isn't the reincarnation of your divine ancestor. The knowledge recorded in these 2 books were all taught to me by my master, spiritual master Ling Su, when he was still alive. I call them all the knowledge. The reason I set up Yanhuang Academy is to spread my master's knowledge to the world. Li Zishuan rubbed between his eyebrows and explained helplessly. Li Zishuan felt a little uncomfortable being the reincarnation of someone else's divine ancestor for no reason. Although this divine ancestor used to be a very awesome existence, this had nothing to do with him. He just wanted to be himself. Mo Huai said in disbelief, impossible. Other than the divine ancestor, who else in the world could have such deep attainments in these aspects? Li Zishuan spread out his hands and said, you haven't seen it, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. Moreover, my abilities came from my master. There's probably no one in the Great Tang who doesn't know about this, right? Wake up. I'm definitely not the reincarnation of your divine ancestor. Li Gang also nodded and said, Brother Mo, although there are many coincidences in this matter, Xiao Xian's abilities are also open and aboveboard. He definitely isn't the reincarnation of the Mo family's divine ancestor. Hearing Li Gang's words, Mo Huai finally wavered a little. His face was filled with disappointment as he muttered, is it really not? Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel a little sympathy for this old man's disappointed look. He thought for a moment and said, Jizzy, I know what you're thinking. You're hoping that there really is the reincarnation of the Mo family's divine ancestor and then lead the Mo family to become strong again. But it's better to rely on yourself than on others. The spread of the Mo school still depends on you and the current followers of the Mo family. Mo Huai was stunned. Li Zishuan's words stabbed him in the heart. He did have such thoughts before. After a while, he cupped his hands and bowed to Li Zishuan. Thank you for your advice, Lord Li Zishuan. I've made up my mind. I'll issue an order for all followers of the Mo family to come to Chang and help Lord Zhu impart knowledge and enlighten the people. When Mo Zhong and Mo Yun heard Mo Huai's words, they couldn't help but look at each other. It seemed like they were happy with this result. Li Zishuan was overjoyed. He said excitedly, that's great, that's great. Jizzy, welcome to Yanhuang College. When the rest of the followers of the Mo family arrive in Chang, and just let me know and I'll take care of them. Chapter 610. Little Xian, although the Mo family's Juzi has agreed to lead the rest of the Mo family into Yanhuang College, you mustn't reveal their identities to others. Moreover, many of these followers of the school of Mo are skilled in martial arts. You must pay attention to management and don't let these people go out and cause trouble. You must know that there are many people watching you now. After Mo Huai, Mo Zhong, and Mo Yun left with their mission, Li Gang looked at Li Zishuan and said earnestly. Li Zishuan was stunned. He didn't understand, so he asked, "Sir, why is that? Do you know why the emperors of the past have been suppressing the Mo family ever since the Qin dynasty unified the world?" Li Gang clasped his hands behind his back and sighed deeply. Then, he turned around and stared into Li Zishuan's eyes with a burning gaze. Li Zishuan answered matter-of-factly, "Isn't it because Confucianism can better govern the people? That's why the other schools of thought can only slowly die out." This question was something that any modern person could answer, because countless historians had analyzed this problem. For the feudal rulers, Confucianism, which centered on the benevolence of hierarchy, was more suited to the needs of the ancient emperors to implement feudal autocracy. Therefore, when Confucianism became popular, other schools of thought would naturally die out. "You brat." Li Gang glared and pointed at Li Zishuan. He was old and experienced, so of course he knew that Li Zishuan was speaking the truth. However, how could the truth be said so casually? He scolded jokingly, then said, "You can talk nonsense in front of me, but don't say these words outside." Li Zishuan knew that he had misspoken and hurriedly agreed. Li Gang shook his head and continued. "Actually, other than Confucianism, there's another important reason why the emperors of the past suppressed the Mo family. Under the background of great unification, a strong organization with strict internal discipline would inevitably make the imperial court extremely wary. Although the Mo family may only be hot-blooded and have no political ambitions, the emperors of the past were not afraid of greedy villains, but sages with the ability to mobilize people. For example, Shao He. When Emperor Gaozu of Han stabilized the country, Shao He's right-hand man advised him to buy more land and dirty himself. Only then would he feel at ease. Shao He listened to the advice and forced the commoners to buy their houses and land at a low price. As expected, Emperor Gaozu was very happy. If Prime Minister Shao wanted to benefit the world like Moz, there might be another headless ghost in the Weiyang Palace. Therefore, after the first emperor, he immediately sent the secret shadow guards to kill the Mo family. In the Han dynasty, the imperial court suppressed the Mo family several times and almost wiped out the entire Mo family. Although these people are Xian, you still have to avoid suspicion to avoid to our eyes to Li's, don't give, you still avoid Araroff, you don't Araroff, you don, you, they, you to avoid Araroff, to avoid. Li Gang's words were not wrong. To a ruler, the most terrifying thing was not the ambition to rebel, but the ability to rebel. Therefore, as an organization, the Mo family could only exist in the era of the various kingdoms. At that time, there was no unification of the four kingdoms. The greatest danger that the rulers of the various kingdoms faced was the enemy countries around them. Therefore, they were much more relaxed towards the commoners under their rule. Once the 6 kings are gone, the 4 kingdoms are won, the ruler would definitely treat his subjects as his enemy. Not only would organizations like the Mo family not be able to continue existing, even those who inherited some of the Mo family's ideas and took the responsibility of eliminating violence and protecting the common people would not be tolerated by the imperial court because of using martial arts to violate the law. Li Zishuan stood to the side. As he listened, he couldn't help but think of that turbulent and bloody era. He couldn't help but feel sad that such a great school of thought like the school of Mo was born in this terrible era. After a long silence, he solemnly cupped his hands towards Li Gang and said, "Thank you for your reminder, I will be careful." He knew in his heart that if Li Gang didn't really treat him as a junior, he definitely wouldn't have said these words. Li Gang shook his head. It was obvious that he also felt pity for the Mo family's ending. At this time, he looked at the green bamboo at the corner of the door and said with a sigh, "The Mo family's motto is, words spoken by mouth must be carried out by body. The Mo family has many brave warriors, and every member of the Mo family is willing to go through fire and tread on blades without hesitation. This kind of dedication is valuable, but it can easily be expressed as a collective action, which is not beneficial to the long-term development of the school. In the past, when the Mo family's great son Meng Sheng was appointed as the lord of Yang City in the Chu Kingdom, he and his 183 disciples all died in battle. In the chaotic times at that time, such an incident was definitely not the only case for the Mo family. Although the Mo family had hundreds of thousands of disciples at its peak, no matter how many disciples there were, how many times could they withstand such a great battle? Therefore, this old man believes that the Mo family's bravery and ruthlessness are not desirable. Today, Yanhuang College is a good place for them to go. This old man hopes that they can peacefully teach and educate people in the college, and don't cause any more trouble. With lofty ideals as the goal, a strict organization as the norm, and a willingness to sacrifice themselves for their ideals, this was the overall characteristic of the Mo family. When they participated in social change and practice in a collective and group way, they could demonstrate an extremely powerful force. However, the tragic result could also happen. When this group of people suffered a strong blow, with their dedication to justice and ideals, with their spirit that would rather die than retreat, the result would not only be a collapse, but also a complete wipeout. If the group collapsed, it could still be dealt with, but a wipeout would be impossible to continue. Forget it. Forget it. Let's not talk about these old things. It's getting late, and I know that you're very particular about your food. This old man only has coarse bran and pickles at home, so I won't keep you here to eat, lest you dislike it. After a long time, perhaps Li Gang realized that these topics were too serious, so he stood up and looked at the time, half joking. Li Zishuan blushed with shame and said, "Sir, what are you saying? I'm not a spoiled rich young master who can't bear hardships. Back then, my master and I ate wild vegetables in the mountains. To be able to eat at the same table as you, even if it's coarse bran and pickles." Li Gang waved his hand in annoyance and said, "Go, go, go. This old man didn't cook for you, go home and eat by yourself." "Oh, right, in 2 days, 2 of my good friends will be coming to Chang'an, you should come and meet them." Li Zishuan was still gloomy at first, but when he heard the second half of the sentence, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he hurriedly asked, "Sir, your 2 good friends are?" "You'll know in 2 days, but you don't have to worry, they're just like me, easygoing people. I'm sure they'll be willing to stay at your college." Chapter 611. Prince of Wei's Mansion, Literature Hall. "Scholar Xiao, are you done with the proofreading?" Li Tai came in from outside and walked around the people around him. He went straight to Xiao Dian's desk and asked expectantly. Looking at Xiao Dian again, his hair was disheveled, his face was haggard, and he had 2 large dark circles under his eyes. He looked like a devil that had just come out of hell. Where was the gentleness from a few days ago? When he heard Li Tai's question, he replied without raising his head, "Soon, soon. Your Highness, please wait a moment. The last proofreading is about to be completed." When Li Tai heard this, he nodded in relief and did not rush him. This was because he knew that the people in the literature hall were already working to their limits. Therefore, he acknowledged and sat by the side to wait for the results. After about an hour, Xiao Dian slammed his brush on the inkstone and laughed loudly, The proofreading is complete. There are no mistakes. The book is done. It's finally done." Li Tai, who was lying on the desk and flipping through the manuscripts in boredom, suddenly quivered. He ran to Xiao Dian's side and said happily, "Scholar Xiao, are you done with the proofreading?" Xiao Dian nodded excitedly and said, "I'm done with the proofreading. Your Highness, after 7 days of hard work by the 13 of us, this geography textbook is finally done." Xia Yan could not help but say excitedly, "Unbelievable. It's really unbelievable." Although Li Xiannan had already completed most of the geography textbook, even the remaining content added up to quite a lot of work. "I didn't expect that we only used 7 days to complete it." Li Tai said warmly, "This is all thanks to all of you scholars who worked hard these few days. After this prince hands this book to Mr. Li, this prince will personally enter the palace to request for credit for all of you." Although Xiao Dian looked extremely tired, he could not help but laugh when he heard this. Haha. Your Highness is too serious. Even if I don't make any contributions, Xiao Dian, am still extremely happy to be able to participate in the writing of such a peerless book. Xia Yan smiled and said, Dian is right. This geography book will definitely become a masterpiece that will be handed down from generation to generation. At that time, we might even be able to leave our names in history because of it. We are still basking in the glory of your Highness and Li Xiannan. That's right. That's right. The rest of the scholars agreed with him. When little Fatty heard the praises around him, he couldn't help but feel a little proud. He secretly thought that he had the best foresight back then. He was the first one who thought highly of Li Zishuan. After everyone had quieted down, Li Tai said to them, no matter what, you have been busy these past few days. You have stayed up many nights because of this. Now, please go and rest. This prince will return the revised textbook of geography to the teacher. With that, he reached out his hand, ready to pick up the book on the table and go to Yongla Lane to find Li Zishuan. In the end, he actually couldn't pick it up. Li Tai took a closer look. It turned out that there were 4 more hands on the book. He looked at the owners of the 4 hands again. It was Xiao Dian and Xia Yan. He couldn't help but wonder, scholars, what do you mean by this? Cough, cough. Xiao Dian coughed dryly and said embarrassedly, Your Highness, please forgive me. The content of this geography book is really too brilliant. I am a little reluctant to part with it and would like to borrow it for a few days to make a copy for my collection. May I know if it's possible? Xia Yan looked at Li Tai and nodded, indicating that he also had the same intention. The rest of the people came back to their senses and couldn't help but whisper behind them. They were eager to try. Li Tai suddenly felt a lot of pressure. Logically speaking, these people had put in so much effort to perfect this book. Therefore, lending the book to them to make a copy for their collection was not an unreasonable request at all. However, Yanhuang College couldn't wait. After thinking about it, Li Tai tactfully refused. Scholars, you must also know that Yanhuang College will start school on the 18th of this month. At that time, we will need a lot of teaching materials, so we have to print them in advance. Therefore, this revised book must be sent to Mr. Li as soon as possible. If you too want to keep a copy for your collection, this prince will get the workshop to print a few more copies. When the time comes, I will give each of you a copy. How about that? Those who could get along with Li Tai for so long were definitely not the kind of people who were one-track minded. Xiao Dian nodded and said, Your Highness is right. This way, we can save a lot of effort. Xia Yan said, That's right, that's right. We have to thank Your Highness for giving us the book. Thank you, Your Highness. In the afternoon, Li Tai brought the revised geography teaching materials to the Li residence. Li Zishuan, who was taking an afternoon nap in the west courtyard, got up and went to the front hall after hearing the report. What? Could it be that the geography teaching materials on your side have been revised? Li Zishuan asked as he looked at little Fatty, who was drinking fine wine and eating fresh fruits in the front hall. It was not because he could count, but because there was an extra book on the corner of the table. Looking at the thickness of the book, it should be the geography teaching materials that he gave to Li Tai the last time. Yes, yes. Li Tai excitedly chewed the fruit in his mouth and swallowed it. Then, he said excitedly, I finished the revision yesterday afternoon. After that, all the scholars in the academy did not rest and spent the whole night proofreading this book. It was almost noon today when they confirmed that there were no mistakes in it. After that, I personally send it to you. Li Zishuan could not help but nod and say, yes. Not bad, not bad. They have all worked hard. How about this, in my own name, I will give each of the scholars who participated in the revision of this book 30 strings of cash as a reward for their hard work. Later, Qingke, help me pass it to them. Yes. Li Tai nodded. He also understood that 30 strings of cash was not a small amount. Then, he caught a glimpse of Li Zishuan sitting at the side and yawning. He immediately said unhappily, Hey. Little Xian, did you just wake up? You're really not embarrassed? All of us over there have not slept properly for 7 days because of this book. You, on the other hand, are hiding at home alone. You're really relaxed and comfortable. Li Zishuan said unhappily. Which eye of yours saw that I was relaxed and comfortable? All of you were busy these 7 days. Did you think I was idle these 7 days? Didn't I finish the 4th textbook in these 7 days? Li Tai suddenly choked and was speechless. However, after hearing that there was another textbook, he could not help but ask curiously, the 4th textbook? What's it about? Can you lend it to me? Other than mathematics and geography, he did not know anything about the other 2 books. Of course, he was curious. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, no. Now that the 4 books are done, I have to get the workshop to hurry up and print them. If you want to read them, you have to wait until school starts. Chapter 6:12. Master of the Mo clan? Junxian, are you sure? It was the middle of the night, but the Du Hall was still brightly lit. Li Er leaned back on his couch and stared at Li Junxian as he sternly asked. Li Junxian was dressed in a white robe, his face solemn. He clasped his fist and replying to your majesty, this general is extremely certain that this person is the master of the Mo clan. A few years ago, this general personally saw him in Qingzhou. Moreover, the files of the 100 Horsemen Department have detailed records of the master of the Mo clan, so there is no doubt that this person is the master of the Mo clan. Li Er nodded, his eyes narrowed in thought. Li Junxian probed, Your Majesty, should we arrest them? Arrest? Why should we arrest them? Li Er raised his eyebrows and looked at Li Junxian. Firstly, these people did not cheat or rob. Secondly, why should we arrest them? Do we have to arrest them just because they are members of the Mo clan, the sworn enemy of the Confucian school? Ha! Li Junxian pursed his lips, hesitating to speak. Li Er seemed to know what Li Junxian wanted to say and chuckled. Ha! We understand your intentions. But how can the current Mo clan be compared to the Mo clan of the past? We do not deny that Mod was an important figure, but how much ability can the current master of the Mo clan have compared to him? The people he is leading are just a bunch of stubborn disciples of the Mo clan. They can't cause any waves. Speaking up to this point, Li Er suddenly looked towards the north and sighed deeply. He recalled, in the past, the 42nd generation of the Mo family had interacted with my ancestor. Although they were not on the same side, she was still considered a heroine of her generation and was worthy of respect. The Mahist sect has many heroic and righteous people, and they are skilled in engineering. It must have been difficult for Li Zishuan to find their master. This time, Yanhuang College will be lively. Li Ying, the 42nd generation great son of the Mo clan, was the first female great son of the Mo clan. She was the daughter of the previous generation's great son Mo Chen. She was born during the Northern and Southern dynasties and was one of the valiant generals of the Southern dynasties. She had fought with the Northern Wei dynasty many times and had even fought with the Erzhu clan. She had also fought with the Li's second great ancestor, Li Hu's father, Li Yun, and defeated the Erzhu clan. Li Junxian responded with silence. Although he had learned about these matters from the files of the 100 Horsemen Department, this matter concerned the imperial household, so he had no choice but to be cautious. After Li Er sighed, he walked a few steps with his hands behind his back and instructed, Send someone to pass a message to Li Zishuan. Tell him that he can accept people from Mahist sect, but you have to be careful. If something happens, you'll have to bear the consequences. Li Junxian blushed with shame. It wasn't that he had never delivered an imperial decree for Li Zishuan, but an imperial decree in this tone could only be heard when delivered to Li Zishuan. This was a testament to just how much the emperor favored Li Zishuan. Yes. Your Majesty. Although many strange thoughts were popping up in his mind, Li Junxian didn't hesitate to respond, clasping his fists and bowing. Li Er nodded and returned to his throne. Just when Li Junxian thought that there was nothing else for him to do and was about to leave, Li Er suddenly said, That's right, Junxian, you should also work harder on your martial arts. Dugu Xian broke into the Grandmaster realm several days ago, and logically speaking, your talent shouldn't be any worse than his. Yet you're still stuck at the Qi transformation realm. This truly shouldn't have happened. Li Junxian panicked and immediately bowed. This general has sinned. I have disappointed your majesty. Li Er shook his head and softly said, we don't blame you for anything. We just want to say that while the position of 100 Horseman officer often relies on one's brain, there are also times when one needs martial arts. Only if you can reach the Grandmaster realm as soon as possible will we be able to give you more tasks. However, the path of martial arts is often dependent on luck and fortune. There's no need for you to force yourself. Li Junxian fell into thought, and after a few moments, he clasped his fists and said, this general understands. Thank you for your majesty's grace. Luck and fortune? It's said that Dugu Xian's luck came from a sword style that Li Zishuan unintentionally created. Then where's my luck? After leaving the palace, Li Junxian looked up at the bright moon in the sky and sighed. He had known long ago that Dugu Xian had broken into the Grandmaster realm, and he had also understood the various details. While he envied Dugu Xian's good fortune, Li Junxian also felt a great pressure. He and Dugu Xian were both outstanding talents of the Great Tang's younger generation. After Li Er ascended to the throne, the two of them had served at Li Er's side, one in the light and one in the shadows. They were both good partners and potential rivals. Just as a matter of fact, Li Er had used Dugu Xian to compete with him tonight. Although Li Er might not have had such intentions, it was said that with great power came great responsibility. If Li Junxian wanted to stabilize his position, he had to do both his duty and break through as quickly as possible. However, it was extremely difficult to break through to the Grandmaster realm. In the world, there were thousands of Qi transformation realm martial artists, but only a few dozen Grandmaster realm martial artists. This proved the value of Grandmaster realm martial artists. Li Junxian had been born into a poor family, and he did not have Dugu Xian's profound family background. In his early years, he had served under Li Mi and later became Wang Shichong's general. But because he loathed Wang Shichong's conduct, he had led his men to defect to Li Yuan and was made a light carriage commandant. He had followed Li Er to the Central Plains. During the battle, he rode out alone, charging and breaking through enemy lines, fighting bravely. In the third year of Wuda, Li Junxian had followed Li Er to defeat Song Jingang in Jieshou. He had been made the general of agile cavalry and given palace servants and silk. In the fourth year of Wuda, Li Junxian had gone to Luoyang to attack Wang Shichong and was made the deputy commander of the cavalry. Wang Shichong's son, Wang Xianying, had transported grain into Luoyang from martial prison. Li Junxian had captured his army, and Wang Xianying had fled. He had followed the army to defeat Dou Jianda and Lu Haida. After Li Er ascended the throne, he had been made the Left Guard Residence's assistant commander. In the 8th month of the 9th year of Wuda, the Great Tang dynasty, which had just undergone a coup less than a month ago, had been invaded by the Turks. At that time, the Turks had attacked Jingyang, which was only 40 li away from Chang'an, and the capital had been shaken. Li Junxian and Yuqi Jingda had been ordered to meet the enemy and resolve the crisis in Chang'an. Li Er sighed, Junxian is so valiant. What is there to worry about? He had been made the general of the Left Guard, in charge of the Xuanwu Gates Guards, and had been made the County Duke of Wulian. Li Junxian had been very diligent in his work during the war, and he had often been rewarded by Li Er. This year, Li Er had formed the 100 Cavalry, and the brave and intelligent Li Junxian had been made the commander of the 100 Cavalry Department. It could be said that he had been blessed by the emperor for a long time. Sigh. I can only take one step at a time. Nothing can be forced. Let the heavens decide everything. Li Junxian shook his head and sighed. Then, he mounted his horse and rode off into the distance. However, he was not the only one who was troubled by the martial Tao. Chapter 613. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Bad news. Butler Zhao. Butler Zhao, he. Not long after his conversation with Li Junxian, Li Er was preparing to leave Ganlu Palace to rest in the rear palace when a young eunuch came running over, shouting at him as he ran. Li Er stopped in his tracks, looked at the young eunuch, and asked in a deep voice, "Zhao Song? What happened to him?" The eunuch panted and quickly replied, "Your Majesty, Eunuch Zhao, he seems to have gone berserk due to improper training. Right now, his room is like a furnace and no one dares to go near it." Li Er was shocked and said, "There's such a thing? Quickly summon Wang Jian and Wang Gang to the Minister of Internal Affairs." If something had happened to other eunuchs, Li Er would not be so concerned. But Zhao Song was different. Putting aside his martial arts, Zhao Song was an old man by his side. He had been by his side ever since he was still the king of Qin. It had been almost 5 to 6 years. It was said that the emperor was heartless, but that also depended on the person and the time. Right now, Li Er was not willing to see something happen to Zhao Song. "Yes. Your Majesty." The eunuch had the ability to observe people's expressions. He could see Li Er's anxiety and quickly bowed in response before going to pass on the decree. Li Er frowned and ordered the eunuch beside him, "Prepare the carriage for the Minister of Internal Affairs." In the west of the palace, there was a short building complex. That was the Yeding Palace. It was where the palace maids and the family members of the officials who committed crimes lived. To the north of the Yeding Palace was Taizong and to the south was the Minister of Internal Affairs, where all the eunuchs lived. When Li Er hurried over from Taiji Palace, the 2 eunuchs he summoned were already there. They were middle-aged men in their 40s and 50s and wore loose white robes. They had an elegant demeanor and stood out from the crowd. When the 2 of them saw Li Er, they quickly walked over and bowed, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Although the 2 of them were highly skilled in martial arts, but no matter how powerful they were, they could not surpass the secular imperial power. Especially in the face of Li Er, this powerful and iron-blooded emperor, they did not dare to have a trace of neglect. Li Er nodded and asked directly, "How is Zhao Song now? Why don't the 2 of you go in and help?" One of the men with slightly darker skin cupped his hands and smiled bitterly. "Your Majesty, before you came, the 2 of us had already checked on Steward Zhao's situation. It's not that we don't want to help, it's just that our abilities are limited and we can't help." Li Er was shocked when he heard that. He said in surprise, "Even the 2 of you can't help?" The other consecrator shook his head helplessly and said, "Your Majesty, Head Steward Zhao's martial cultivation is already slightly higher than both of us. Now that the vital energy in his body is rampaging wildly, if we want to use external forces to help, we must find a martial arts expert who can completely suppress the vital energy in Head Steward Zhao's body. However, only a great grandmaster can do this. With the strength of both of us, if we rashly intervene, we will only harm Head Steward Zhao. The only thing we can do now is to see if Manager Zhao can make it through." "Great Grandmaster?" When Li Er heard that, he couldn't help but frown deeper. There were only 3 recognized Great Grandmaster experts in the world: Spiritual Master Ling Su of the Celestial Master Sect of Longhu Mountain, Abbot Xian Kong of the Shaolin Temple, and Tujuan Nation Master Wuxia. Now, one of the 2 Great Grandmasters in the Central Plains was gone, leaving only Abbot Xian Kong of the Shaolin Temple. If Li Er gave an order, Xian Kong would definitely do him a favor. However, was there really enough time? Li Er, who sat on the world and had hundreds of thousands of soldiers in his hands, was at a loss at this moment. Wang Jian. Zhao Song was fine before. How did he suddenly become like this? After thinking for a while, Li Er frowned and asked. The 2 consecrators of the imperial family looked at each other. Finally, the slightly darker and older consecrator stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Your Majesty, Manager Zhao's meridians are full of genuine qi. At first glance, it seems to be a sign of a breakthrough. However, the total amount of genuine qi in Manager Zhao's body is definitely not enough for him to break through to the Great Grandmaster realm. After thinking about it, I feel that the violent genuine qi in Manager Zhao's body seems to have been formed after being forcibly compressed before suddenly going out of control." Li Er was stunned. He suddenly remembered the lie Li Zishuan told in the imperial court after he destroyed the 7 cultivators of virtue sect. Seeing Li Er's gloomy face, Wang Jian thought that he had said something wrong and hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, it was just my humble opinion. I don't think Manager Zhao would do such a thing without common sense." Li Er's face darkened and he said in a deep voice, "No, you're right. Zhao Song really did do such a thing without common sense." Previously, Li Zishuan mentioned the genuine qi bomb in the imperial court and told a big lie to deceive everyone. Later, only the two of them knew about the gunpowder. Zhao Song didn't know about it, which led to the current situation. Li Er was really anxious and annoyed now. Wang Jian and Wang Gang were dumbfounded. They never thought that this unreliable guess would become the truth. "I'll go in and take a look." Li Er thought for a while and was about to enter the house. Wang Jian was shocked and hurriedly stopped him. "Your Majesty, you can't. Manager Zhao is not conscious at the moment and his genuine qi is still in a violent state. It's very likely that he will accidentally hurt your Majesty. Besides, this house is very hot at the moment. Your Majesty shouldn't go in. Your Majesty's body is priceless. Please think twice." The accompanying eunuchs and maids stopped him in unison. Li Er was helpless. He sighed and said, "Then you two stay here and take good care of him. You must protect Zhao Song's life. When he wakes up, inform me as soon as possible." Wang Jian and Wang Gang naturally cupped their hands and said yes. Qin Mansion. Although it was late at night, it was still brightly lit. "Zhuangqi, why hasn't Master come out yet? He's been in there for almost a day." Outside a house in the backyard of Qin Mansion, a group of anxious people gathered. There was Madame Qin, Qin Huayu, and the maids, servants, and guards in the mansion. At this moment, Madame Qin glanced at the tightly shut door and asked the burly man beside her with a worried expression. Zhuangqi was not sure himself, but he still forced himself to be calm and said, "Madame Qin, don't worry. Master's body has been getting better day by day for the past few months. Ever since he started practicing Tai Chi, his old injuries have been recovering faster and faster. It must be a good thing that he suddenly went into seclusion today. Who knows, maybe Master will be able to recover to his peak strength this time." Madame Qin wiped the sweat on her forehead and sighed, "I only hope that Master can be healthy. As for the strength of his martial arts, I don't care about it." At this moment, Qin Huayu came over and patted Madame Qin's shoulder, comforting her. "Mother. Father will be fine. Go back to your room and rest. I'll stay here and guard." Chapter 614. The next morning, Li Zishuan had just woken up when he heard a piece of big news. "What? Uncle Qin's injuries are completely healed? And he even broke through?" Li Zishuan was eating breakfast in the main hall when Han Yushi suddenly came in and told him the news. Li Zishuan couldn't help but exclaim, "That's right. I heard that after practicing Tai Chi yesterday, Godfather suddenly felt something and locked himself up. Last night, Godfather broke out of seclusion. Not only were his old injuries completely healed, but his strength had also improved and reached the peak of the master stage. This way, Godfather doesn't have to suffer any more pain." Han Yushi happily shared the news she had heard with Li Zishuan. After saying that, she seemed to have thought of some unhappy things. She immediately wrinkled her nose and said, "Previously, some imperial physicians said that Godfather's body could only hold on for another 10 years at most. Humph. Let's see if they still dare to say that now. A bunch of quacks." Li Zishuan couldn't help sweating. He really wanted to say, "Wife, those imperial physicians were right. If it weren't for me, Qin Xiong wouldn't have lived for more than 10 years. Of course, he couldn't say that he had foresight. Transmigration was his biggest secret. Ahem. Wife is right. Those are all quacks." Li Zishuan coughed dryly and agreed. Han Yushi smiled and walked to Li Zishuan's side. "Husband, let's go to Qin Manor to visit Godfather later, okay? You were busy with the matters of the academy previously and alienated some of the elders who are close to our family. Li Zishuan was stunned. He didn't expect Han Yushi to think so thoroughly, so he praised, "Yes. Wife is right. Let's go and visit Uncle Qin after dinner." Although they were married, they still addressed Qin Xiong by their own names. Anyway, Li Zishuan couldn't call Qin Xiong godfather like Han Yushi. "Okay. Young master, General Zhuo Wuwei is here with an imperial edict." After breakfast, Li Zishuan asked the servants to prepare some gifts and prepared to go to the Qin family. After all, Qin Xiong's recovery and breakthrough this time could be considered a joyous occasion. It was necessary to bring some gifts to congratulate him. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the gatekeeper, Ah Fu, rushed in to report. Li Zishuan asked in confusion, "General Zhuo Wuwei? Who is it?" He already knew that there was one general and two generals in each of the 16 guards of the Tang dynasty. He also knew that the general of the Zhuo Wuwei was Qin Xiong. However, he really did not know who the general of the Zhuo Wuwei was. However, he could not be blamed for this. Ah Fu was dumbfounded by the question. There was no one else like this wastrel young master. He replied, "Young master, it's General Li Junxian." "Oh. Li Junxian. Hurry up and invite him in," Li Zishuan said hurriedly with a look of sudden realization. "There's no need for that. This general is already here." "Mr. Li, you won't blame this general for being rude, right?" Li Zishuan had just finished speaking when a white-robed man walked in. He stared at Li Zishuan and said half-jokingly. It was Li Junxian. Just from appearance alone, Li Junxian had a tall and straight figure and an awe-inspiring demeanor. His sharp eyebrows and handsome face made him look even more heroic. TSK. It's actually a pretty boy. No wonder there were rumors about him and Wu Meinyang in the future. Li Zishuan muttered to himself. Then, he stepped forward and clasped his hands with a smile. "General Li, what are you saying? You have the divine mandate on you. Please come in and have some tea." While Li Zishuan was sizing up Li Zishuan, Li Junxian was also sizing up Li Zishuan. He had met Li Zishuan before. When Li Zishuan had challenged Mount Beimeng in order to save Han Yushi, Li Er had sent him to investigate the situation. Although the situation had already been decided by the time he found Li Zishuan, he had still met Li Zishuan before. But today was his first time meeting Li Zishuan face to face. As he looked at this youth who was about the same height as him but still somewhat childish, he couldn't help but sigh. If not for Li Zishuan, he and Dugu Xian would have been considered outstanding talents of the great Tang's younger generation. But there were no ifs in reality. Although he held an important position at such a young age and was even a second-rank county duke, he was still a little dim compared to Li Zishuan. The other party wasn't even 15 yet, but he was already able to climb to such a high position. Who knew what he would be like when he was in his 20s or 30s? Besides, how could a martial arts grandmaster who wasn't even 15 years old compare to him? This general is only here to pass on an imperial decree. "I won't impose on you. County Duke Li, listen to the decree." Li Zishuan snapped out of his thoughts and sternly said to Li Zishuan. When Li Zishuan heard that it was a verbal decree from Li Er and not an official imperial decree, he immediately dismissed the idea of having someone set up the incense table. He stood to the side and bent his body slightly, pretending to listen attentively. "His Majesty wants this general to inform you that Yanhuang College can accept people from the Mahist sect, but you have to know the limits. If something happens, you will have to bear the consequences." In the end, Li Junxian had to polish Li Er's words a little. Otherwise, he would have been too embarrassed to say it out loud. Even so, this imperial decree was still very straightforward. However, Li Zishuan really liked this kind of straightforward imperial decree. After hearing this, he hurriedly clasped his hands and said, "This subject receives the decree. Thank you for your grace." Li Zishuan's gratitude was sincere. Yesterday, after Li Gang analyzed the pros and cons of the Mahist sect joining Yanhuang College, he knew that the greatest power preventing the Mahist sect from entering the world wasn't the Confucians, but the imperial court and the emperor. Although the Confucians were powerful, their snobbishness couldn't be compared to Li Er's. Otherwise, how could there be a situation where Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism coexisted? Thus, Li Zishuan didn't really care about the attitudes of others. However, he had to care about Li Er's attitude. After all, Li Er was his immediate superior. After returning from Li Gang's house yesterday, Li Zishuan had been thinking about how to get Li Er to lower his guard against the Mahist sect. What he didn't expect was that he didn't do anything and Li Er took the initiative to deliver himself to his doorstep. This solved a huge worry in his heart. As for how Li Er knew that the head of the Mahist sect was going to join Yanhuang College, Li Zishuan could figure it out even with his eyes closed. Although he felt a little uncomfortable, in this feudal society, wasn't it easy for an emperor to know the movements of others? For Li Zishuan, it was fine as long as it didn't affect his life. Besides, even in modern society, did you really have privacy? When he thought of this, Li Zishuan felt a little better. Chapter 6:15. Husband, is His Majesty angry at you? After Li Junxian left with Li Er's decree, Han Yushi pulled on Li Zishuan's arm and asked. Those who didn't know the situation would immediately think that Li Er was reprimanding Li Zishuan, which was why Han Yushi was so worried. Haha. Of course not. There are times when one can't just look at things from the surface. This imperial decree is a good thing for our family. Wife, there's no need to worry. Li Zishuan stroked Han Yushi's coiled hair and comforted her gently. Then, he said, oh right, aren't you going to visit Uncle Qin? Sanbao and the others are just about done packing, so let's set off. Han Yushi naturally agreed. The husband and wife went out hand in hand. They rode a carriage with gifts and headed towards the Qin manor. When they arrived at the Qin residence, Li Zishuan realized that the place was already packed with carriages. 4 or 5 carriages were parked by the side of the road, and each carriage had a manservant who was giving the horses water to prevent them from getting heatstroke. It seems like it's going to be rather lively here. Li Zishuan jumped down from the carriage and helped Han Yushi down as well. He couldn't help but chuckle as he looked at the situation by the road. Han Yushi steadied herself and smiled. Adoptive father's recovery from his illness is a major event for all of the Great Tang. Many people will definitely come to congratulate him. Li Zishuan nodded and pulled Han Yushi inside. The gatekeepers of the Qin residence naturally wouldn't stop them. One of them was their patriarch's savior while the other was their patriarch's adopted daughter. Even if they had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to stop them. Haha. Second brother can finally ride a horse and hunt with me and go to the battlefield to kill enemies. How delightful, how delightful. Today, we brothers must not return until we're drunk. Cough. Needless to say, only Qing Yaojin could have such a loud voice and speak in such a bold and unrestrained manner. Pa. You idiot, Shubao has just recovered from his illness. How could he drink so much with a fool like you? It was obvious that this voice belonged to Yu Qigong. He was the only one who would go against Qing Yaojin like this. Hey. Yuchi old hey, what are you talking about? Not only has second brother recovered from his old injuries, but he is also more powerful than you and I. Why can't he drink? I think it's you, Yuchi old black, who can't hold your liquor well and doesn't dare to drink with us, right? Ha ha ha. Bullshit. I don't dare to drink with you. Come, come, come. Today, whoever falls first will be the grandson. Haha. So be it. Do you think I, old Sheng, am afraid of you? Hearing this, Li Zishuan couldn't help but shake his head and walk towards the main hall. He thought to himself, these 2 old fellows can really fight anywhere. They are simply enemies from the previous life. No, it should be enemies from the previous life, because even enemies are not as fierce as these 2. It was originally a celebratory banquet for Qin Xiong's recovery, but these 2 people turned it into a catfight. Uncle Qin. I heard that you've recovered. Congratulations. From now on, you can continue to carry your spear and gallop on the battlefield. Li Zishuan stepped forward and cupped his hands to Qin Xiong before congratulating him. As for Han Yushi, she had already been led to the backyard by the Qin Manor's servants to talk to Mrs. Qin. After all, there were so many men in the main hall, and she had nothing in common to talk about here. Only then did everyone notice that Li Zishuan had arrived. Qin Xiong was the first to stand up and smiled kindly. Haha. This is all thanks to you, little Xian. Come and sit first. Hey. That's the result of your own perseverance, Uncle Qin. Li Zishuan said humbly. Then, after greeting some of the elders present, Li Jing, Qing Yao Jin, Yuqi Jingda, Niu Jinda, Li Daozong, etc., he sat at the last seat on Qin Xiong's right. There was no choice. Who asked him to be the last to arrive and be the youngest person? Ha! This is your credit. No one can take it away. If it weren't for your unique medicinal wine, little Xian, and that blood-snatching method to prolong my life, this old man could only lie in bed for the next few years and wait for death. How can I still sit here and chat with all of you? Qin Xiong stroked his beard and looked at Li Zishuan with admiration. Qing Yao Jin said with a faint smile, we're all family. Second brother Qin, what are you thanking us for? Besides, even if you want to thank us, this is not a complete thank you. Did you forget to tell us something? Qin Xiong was stunned and asked in bewilderment, what is it? Qing Yao Jin pursed his lips and said, it's that Taiji fist. Second brother Qin, didn't you break through to the peak of Grandmaster because of Taiji fist? A while ago, I heard that Dugu Xian broke through to Grandmaster with a few sword moves that little Xian helped him deduce. Now, second brother Qin, you've reached the peak of Grandmaster because of little Xian's Taiji fist. This is enough to show that if a martial artist wants to break through, it's best to look for little Xian. That's right. Now, little Xian has a small reputation in the martial arts world. Li Jing stroked his beard and smiled. However, Yu Qigong said, second brother Qin has just recovered from a serious illness this time, and his strength has increased by another level. It can be said that he has left us behind again. The reason why Yu Qigong said this was mainly because among them, when they were young, Qin Xiong's martial strength was the first to reach its peak. And according to the development of things, Qin Xiong's martial strength should be the first to decline. At the beginning, it was indeed like this. At that time, they were chasing after Qin Xiong's footsteps, but Qin Xiong's martial strength kept declining because of his body. Everyone thought that it would end like this. Who knew that Qin Xiong would be reborn today? Not only did he wash away his old injuries, but he also took another step forward in martial arts and once again pulled away from these generals. He. Second brother Qin, can I practice Taiji fist? I've been stuck at Grandmaster middle stage for a long time. If I can practice Taiji fist, I might be able to break through. Qing Yao Jin asked shamelessly. At this moment, the rest of the people stopped talking to each other and turned their attention to this side. For martial artists, there was nothing more comfortable than improving their realm. Qin Xiong glanced at Qing Yao Jin and said, I don't have any objections, but you have to ask little Xian. After all, Taiji fist is from him. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Li Zishuan hurriedly said, I don't have any objections either. If you want to learn Taiji fist, you can all learn it. However, Taiji fist emphasizes the word understanding. If you don't use your heart to understand it, in the end, even if you do make the final move, you can only make the shape look like the spirit but not the spirit. It won't be beneficial for breaking through the realm. Chapter 6:16. Zhao Song is in trouble because of you, and you still have the time to show off here. In the front hall of Qin Mansion, everyone was discussing the magical functions of Tai Chi. Suddenly, a loud voice came from outside the door. Then, Li Er stepped into the main hall in his regular clothes. Everyone in the room was shocked. They quickly got up and bowed. Greetings, Your Majesty. Li Er waved his hand and said, I'm here today to congratulate Xu Bao on his recovery. There's no need for formalities. Qin Xiong heard this and said gratefully, Your Majesty, thank you for your concern. Li Er stepped forward and helped Qin Xiong up. He smiled and said, Xu Bao is the pillar of the country. Shouldn't I be concerned about him? Qin Xiong's lips moved slightly and he said in a trembling voice, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Li Er smiled. Then, he did not greet the other officials in the room. He looked directly at Li Zishuan and paused before saying, "Zhao Song tried to force a breakthrough last night. He used the method of compressing his vital energy that you mentioned last time. As a result, 30% of his meridians were damaged. If it were not for the help of the two imperial consecrators at the last moment, he would not have survived. Even so, his strength has fallen from Guru peak to Guru early stage." Li Zishuan's jaw dropped in shock. He never thought that Zhao Song, that lunatic, would dare to do something like this, and play it so big. It was as if he wanted to go to the heavens. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, he did not know if it was cold or hot, and said, "Your Majesty, this. Why is Steward Zhao in such a hurry to break through?" Logically speaking, the Tang Empire was at peace now. Although the Turks in the north were eyeing them covetously, these national affairs should not be rushed by a eunuch, right? So, what reason did Zhao Song have to be in such a hurry to break through? Putting aside the self-blame in his heart, Li Zishuan was very curious about the reason why Zhao Song was in such a hurry to break through. Li Er was obviously speechless about this. He looked away and was silent for a long time, as if he was considering his words. Then, he said unhappily, "From what I've heard, he must have noticed that Dugu Xian had broken through to the Grandmaster realm at such a young age. Including you, there are now 2 Grandmasters in the younger generation. He felt the pressure and felt that if he didn't take the risk now, he wouldn't have a chance when he was old. That's why he took the risk last night. In the end, if it weren't for the presence of the 2 imperial consecrators, he would have lost his life." Li Zishuan broke out in a cold sweat as he thought about the entire situation. If Zhao Song had really lost his life because he had compressed his vital energy to practice martial arts, then even if he was not punished by Li Er, Li Zishuan would not be able to rest easy. He thought for a moment, then stepped forward and bowed. "This is all my fault. I misspoke in the imperial court that day and misled head steward Zhao. I even caused him to almost lose his life. Your Majesty, please punish me." This apology contained 30% of Li Zishuan's guilt and 70% of his retreating in order to advance. This was because when Li Er had just entered, his tone was obviously unfriendly. Old Li had come with a temper today. Seeing this, Qin Xiong stepped forward and bowed. "Your Majesty, this matter can't be blamed on Xiao Xian. When eunuch Zhao used the method of compressing his vital energy to break through to the next realm, he must have known the danger, but he still did it. This can't be blamed on Xiao Xian." Qing Yaojin then echoed in a rough voice, "Your Majesty, this really can't be blamed on Xiao Xian. That day, there were so many ministers and generals in the imperial court. Eunuch Zhao was not the only one who knew the method of compressing his vital energy. In the end, nothing happened to the others except for eunuch Zhao. Can this be blamed on Xiao Xian?" It was rare for Li Jing to speak. He said, "Your Majesty, Xu Bao and Ji Jia are right. Eunuch Zhao is over 40 years old. He is not a 3-year-old child. There is no reason to blame others for his own decision. I think eunuch Zhao himself has never blamed Xiao Xian." Seeing that everyone in the room was speaking up for Li Zishuan, Li Er's face was calm. No one could tell whether he was happy or angry. He paused and said, "I haven't convicted this boy yet. Why are you all so anxious?" Then he turned to Li Zishuan and said, "Although Zhao Song's matter can't be blamed on you, it was more or less caused by you. However, today Xu Bao recovered from his injury and broke through to the next realm because of you. You can be considered to have brought back another tiger general for the Tang Empire. This is something that can't be exchanged for anything. At least your merit outweighs your fault. I bestow upon your wife the title of rank 6 noble lady as your reward this time. Do you have any complaints?" Li Zishuan said happily, "Thank you, Your Majesty. I have no complaints." The more time he spent with Han Yushi, the more Li Zishuan knew about the inferiority complex in Han Yushi's bones. He was now a higher and higher official, but the pressure on Han Yushi was getting greater and greater. Sometimes, he was also very troubled. He only wanted to live a simple and happy life without any external interference. However, in Han Yushi's heart, she still could not get rid of the secular concept of a well-matched family. Perhaps she agreed to marry him because she was moved by his persistent pursuit. However, ever since she married into the Li family, she didn't have a moment of rest. She learned this and that every day, and even learned poetry. Li Zishuan once told her that she didn't need it. However, she said that she wanted to improve and she wanted to be worthy of him. Humble love, humble self. Many people felt that this kind of humble love was not worth cherishing, but Li Zishuan did not think so. In love, if someone loved more, naturally, there would be someone who loved less. It couldn't be equal. People who loved more would give more, and naturally, they would be hurt more. This wasn't because she was cheap. It was because she loved him and didn't want to lose him. After understanding this, Li Zishuan wouldn't not cherish this relationship. He would only feel that this woman really made people feel sorry for her. And the 6th rank title that Li Er gave to Han Yushi today could be said to be timely reign. In this era, the title of a noble was very rare. If a 6th rank noble was placed in a place, even the county magistrate would have to greet them with the courtesy of an official. Li Er nodded. Qin Xiong and the others quickly cupped their fists and said, "Your Majesty is wise." Li Er laughed and said, "That's enough. Let's not talk about this anymore. Today, Shu Bao's body has recovered. I am really happy in my heart. Jijia, pharmacist, Jingda, since you guys are here, don't leave. Today, we are here to celebrate with wine. We won't go back until we are drunk." Speaking of drinking, Qing Yaojin suddenly became excited. He didn't care about the etiquette of a monarch and minister. He patted his arm and laughed loudly. "Okay. We originally planned to eat wine at Second Brother's place at noon. It's good that your Majesty is here. Speaking of which, we brothers haven't eaten at the same table with your Majesty for a year, right? Haha. Yes. Today, Xiao Xian is here. This kid's culinary skills are excellent. He can cook a few dishes for us to eat with wine. Wouldn't that be wonderful?" Chapter 617. When it came to cooking, many people would subconsciously think of the phrase, "A gentleman should stay away from the kitchen." It was clearly inappropriate for Li Zishuan, the founding baron of the country, to personally cook. However, the elders in the backyard clearly didn't think so. Qing Yaojin, Qin Xiong, Niu Jinda, and Yuqi Jingda had always treated Li Zishuan as their own junior. If something happened to Li Zishuan, the 4 of them would definitely be the first to act. As for Li Zishuan, because of Han Tianhu's Han family, he was considered relatives of Li Zishuan. Needless to say, Li Zishuan himself also wanted to try the dishes personally cooked by Li Zishuan. After all, in the entire Tang dynasty, who didn't know that Li Zishuan was the best at eating? Therefore, Li Zishuan was unquestionably sent to cook for these elders and big shots to go with the wine. As the emperor, if he wanted to eat lunch at the Qin residence, Li Zishuan obviously wouldn't be the only one busy. When Madame Qin, who was chatting with Han Yushi in the backyard, heard that Li Zishuan was going to eat at the Qin residence, she quickly ordered the servants to prepare the ingredients. Then, she personally went to the kitchen. Han Yushi followed behind her. "Xiao Xian. Why are you here? Why aren't you in the front room with His Majesty? They all say that a gentleman should stay away from the kitchen. Why are you, a man, in the kitchen? Go out and let Auntie." Madame Qin originally planned to personally cook lunch. After all, it was for the emperor. However, she couldn't be careless. If the servants didn't pay attention or had any evil intentions and something happened to Li Zishuan while he was eating at the Qin residence, then the hundreds of people in the Qin residence would be finished. After entering the kitchen, Madame Qin saw Li Zishuan cutting the pork and couldn't help but reprimand him. Han Yushi, who was following behind, also couldn't help but open her mouth in shock when she saw this scene. When Li Zishuan heard this, he smiled as he cut the pork. What gentleman should stay away from the kitchen? That was just a bunch of hypocrites who pretended to be righteous and hypocritical to cover up their hypocrisy. Today, Uncle Qin has just recovered from a serious illness, and this little one's cooking skills are just right. I'll conveniently make a few side dishes for Uncle Qin, the elders, and His Majesty to show my sincerity. What's wrong with that? Mencius had a famous saying, a gentleman is like a beast. Seeing it alive, he cannot bear to see it dead, hearing its voice, he cannot bear to eat its flesh. Therefore, a gentleman stays away from the kitchen. In the traditional etiquette system, it was simply established as a code of conduct, a gentleman should stay away from the kitchen. If there is blood and qi, he should not be humiliated. Li Zishuan felt that the person who said this was simply asking for trouble. Since you can't bear to kill, then don't eat meat. Not only did he have to satisfy his desire for good food, but he also couldn't bear to see the pain of animals dying. He had to stay away from the scene of the killing so that he could eat with a clear conscience. If this wasn't hypocrisy, then what was? Therefore, when he heard Mrs. Qin say that, a gentleman stays away from the kitchen, Li Zishuan thought that it was just a bunch of hypocrites who pretended to be righteous and hypocritical to cover up their hypocrisy. Mrs. Qin saw this and anxiously said, "That's all nonsense. No matter what you say, Auntie has never seen a man personally cook in the kitchen. Xiao Xian, hurry up and come out." Li Zishuan saw that he couldn't persuade Mrs. Qin and felt helpless. He could only bring out the flag and say, "Auntie, this is what His Majesty asked me to do. I have no choice." "What? His Majesty asked you to do it?" Mrs. Qin frowned when she heard this and didn't try to persuade him anymore. She thought for a while and said, Then Auntie will help you." "Husband. I'll help you too." Li Zishuan knew that if he still didn't agree, Mrs. Qin would probably go to the backyard to talk to Li Er personally. Therefore, he nodded and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Auntie and wife." "Hey! You child, why are you being so polite with Auntie? Besides, this is what Auntie should do." Mrs. Qin laughed and went into the kitchen. She began to instruct the maids to help Li Zishuan wash the vegetables. Han Yushi walked to Li Zishuan's side and said softly, "Husband, what are you going to cook? Can I help you?" Li Zishuan smiled and said softly, "I'm going to cook a few new dishes. Vinegar radish skin, big bowl of steamed pork, steamed chicken, fried fish pieces, and fried chicken cubes. Wife, you can just watch from the side and cook for me in the future. How about?" Han Yushi carefully memorized the names of these dishes and said, "Okay, that's good. I'll learn seriously." Seeing the serious expression on the woman's face, Li Zishuan couldn't help but flick her flawless forehead with his clean hand that was holding the kitchen knife and said, "Don't worry. Why are you so serious? If you can't learn it today, I'll teach you in the future." "Oh right, wife, I have good news here. I'll tell you when we get home." Han Yushi hurriedly covered her forehead as if she had been electrocuted. Then, she guiltily glanced in Mrs. Qin's direction. She didn't even dare to ask about the surprise Li Zishuan said. She hurriedly stood to the side and lowered her head like an ostrich. Mrs. Qin, who wasn't far away, noticed the couple's small movements, but she didn't say anything. She just smiled with great comfort. It was obvious that she was happy from the bottom of her heart. Li Zishuan was slightly embarrassed. Then, he pretended that nothing had happened and began to cook. The first dish was a big bowl of steamed pork. Northerners like to eat meat in big bites. Naturally, the wine was like a large piece of meat going through the intestines. They wanted a refreshing taste. Qing Yaojin and the others would definitely like this big bowl of steamed pork. First, cut the streaky pork into pieces, blanch them in boiling water, soak them in wine, and then deep fry them. Finally, add some preserved vegetables. These vegetables are produced in the Guangdong area. During the Tang dynasty, there were a lot of them in Lingnan. As the base, steam them for half an hour, and the bright red and tender steamed pork in a big bowl will be ready to be served. Of course, during this time, Li Zishuan also made the vinegar-choked radish skin. This dish couldn't be easier. Then, he made the diced chicken. He chose a piece of chicken breast meat and cut it into small cubes. Then, he tore up some orange peel, pepper, cloves, fennel, and other spices. He turned on the fire and heated up a little bit of oil. Then, he put the meat and the seasonings into the pot and stir-fried it. The flavor of the spices permeated into the meat. He ate a bite of the diced chicken with a sip of wine. It was so refreshing. There were also fried fish pieces. He cut a whole fat black carp into big chunks and marinated it with salt and white wine grains for an hour. The fish pieces would show a light pink color, which was very tempting. Then, he mixed eggs and flour and fried the fish pieces with hot oil. The fish pieces were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. When it was time to eat, he made a hot sauce with garlic and soy sauce and poured it over it to go with wine. The taste was so good that even an immortal wouldn't exchange it for it. The more Li Zishuan cooked, the more proficient he became. Han Yushi and Mrs. Qin, who were next to him, were more and more dumbfounded. The more they looked, the more they were hungry. This color, this aroma, they almost couldn't help but want to eat it first. Madame Qin gulped and thought to herself, no wonder His Majesty allowed Xiao Xian to come over and cook. Sigh, I don't know where this child learned to cook these dishes, but they're even more delicious than mine, someone who's been cooking for decades. Chapter 618. After working in the Qin family's kitchen for more than 2 hours, Li Zishuan finally finished preparing lunch for the big shots in the backyard. There weren't many types of dishes, only 5 dishes and 1 soup in total. However, the portions of each dish were large and were all placed in small bowls. After all, the big shots sitting in the house were all martial artists and their appetites were extraordinarily large. After the dishes were done, Li Zishuan naturally didn't have anything to do. Madame Qin ordered the maids to bring the bowls of dishes to the front hall. Li Zishuan didn't care about this. After washing his hands, he pulled his wife out of the kitchen. Unexpectedly, as soon as he came out, he saw Qin Huayu and Qing Chimo walking towards him. Li Zishuan was stunned and asked, "Hey, Huayu, Chonyo, you two are back?" Qin Huayu went to Yunshan to participate in labor as early as a month ago. Qing Chimo liked to slack off, and it had only been half a month since he went to Yunshan. Under normal circumstances, the two of them should be at Yunshan now because Yunshan was a little far from Chang'an. The students of the School of Mathematics would usually eat together in the cafeteria of Yunshan at noon. Oh! What meat is this? It smells so good. Hey! Wait! Don't go. Let me try a piece. Qing Chimo was about to answer when he smelled an extremely rich fragrance of meat. His attention was immediately attracted by the little maid holding the bowls of dishes. What was worse was that this guy was not only talking, but also stretching out his black dog paw. Stop! Madame Qin, who was standing behind him, quickly caught up to him and scolded, "Ugly bull, stop fooling around. This food was prepared for His Majesty. If you really want to eat, then go wash your hands and eat at the table." "What are you doing now?" Qing Chimo immediately stopped. He widened his eyes and said, "Huh? Is Her Majesty here too?" He had just brought Qin Huayu home. After learning that Qin Xiong had recovered from his old injuries and had unexpectedly broken through to the next realm, and that Qing Chimo was freeloading at the Qin family today, Qing Chimo rolled his eyes and followed Qin Huayu over. However, he only came over to freeload a meal. He really didn't know that Li Er was here. If he had known earlier, he definitely wouldn't have come. His Majesty, your Uncle Yuchi, and the others are all here. Since you're here, Cho Ox, go wash your hands and accompany them to drink later. After saying that, Madame Qin led the maids into the room, leaving behind a dumbfounded Qing Chimo. "Ha! Who told you to be so smug?" Li Zishuan stepped forward and teased Qing Chimo. Then, he looked at Qin Huayu and asked, "Huayu, how are things at Cloud Mountain?" Qin Huayu said, "The construction of the academy has been completed. All that's left are some non-urgent buildings. The students of the School of Mathematics have all returned home today to prepare for the entrance exam." Everything was completed just like that? Li Zishuan was shocked when he heard that. He said in surprise, "That's fast." Then, Huayu, you guys have worked hard. At this moment, he just remembered that the entrance exam of Yanhuang College was about to begin, and he hadn't even started writing the exam papers. It seemed like he couldn't wander around anymore. Ha! Of course, we've worked hard. Xiao Xian, you have to compensate us well. Qing Chimo laughed shamelessly. Li Zishuan said in annoyance, compensate? Isn't this lunch compensation for you? Cho Ox, you can't eat these dishes anywhere else even if you want to. What meat is this? Why is it so fragrant? I, Old Cheng, want to try it and see what it tastes like. After the dishes were served, Qing Chimo couldn't help but salivate when he smelled the fragrance of the meat with preserved vegetables. He was eager to try it. Cough, cough. Qin Xiong coughed heavily and signaled Qing Chimo to notice that Li Er was still at the table. Qing Chimo came back to his senses and blushed. He put down his chopsticks and said awkwardly, cough, cough. Your Majesty, please try this first. Li Er smiled and said, what? We haven't eaten together for so long, and now we're becoming distant. Thinking back to when Jijia was at the table, he didn't give in no matter who the other party was. Qing Chimo touched his nose and didn't say anything, but he thought to himself, you were still the king of Qin, and we were all good brothers. Now that you're the emperor, how can I, Old Cheng, not be more careful? Haha. Jijia, are you trying to say that today is different from the past? I'm already the emperor of a country, and you can't laugh and scold me like before? Also, Shu Bao, pharmacist, Jinda, do you all think the same? What kind of person was Li Er? How could he not guess what Sheng Yao Jin was thinking? He glanced at the people in the room and said with a meaningful smile. Qing Chimo hurriedly cupped his fists and said, this official doesn't dare. Qin Xiong and the others also bowed slightly and said, this official doesn't dare. Don't dare? Li Er's mood suddenly became agitated. He stood up straight and looked at everyone at the table. He said with a face full of resentment, you all just don't dare? This means that you all really thought so in your hearts. Ha! To put it bluntly, you all are afraid. You all are afraid that I will punish you because of your words and actions. You all are afraid that I will be the emperor now, and my temperament will change greatly compared to before. You all are afraid that I will be like Liu Bang, who just ascended the throne and then killed a meritorious official. You all are afraid, aren't you? At the end of his words, Li Er was almost shouting. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became heavy. Everyone lowered their heads and didn't say a word. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Qing Chimo was even grumbling in his heart about why he came to freeload today. In the end, he didn't even freeload the meal, but first freeload the tiger's butt. He was really unlucky. Seeing that no one responded, Li Er was even more depressed. He continued, today, I will tell you clearly. Although I am the emperor, Shu Bao, Jijia, and the rest of you have been with me through life and death on the battlefield, I will always treat you as my brothers. Today, I swear to the heavens that in my lifetime, I will never be like Liu Bang, and you will never be like Han Xian. Liu Bang was already more than 50 years old when he became the emperor. In his later years, he became increasingly suspicious of the meritorious officials who fought with him, especially those with different surnames. In the end, Zhang Tu, Zhang Ao, Han Wang Xian, Peng Yu, Han Xian, Ingbu, and the others were killed one after another. Ingbu even rebelled. Liu Bang personally led an army when he was ill and defeated him. After that, the country was handed over to the descendants of the Liu family. Not only that, but he also became suspicious of Xiao He. He forced him to think of ways to tarnish his reputation to arouse Emperor Yi's suspicion. In the end, he almost died. At this time, after Li Er finished speaking, he slammed the wine bowl heavily and said heroically, serve the wine. Li Zishuan, Qin Huayu, and Qing Chimo looked at each other and went to serve the wine obediently. After all, they were the only ones in the room who could be ordered. Chapter 619. Zhen has already said what needs to be said. Today, all of you, bring out the heroic spirit you had when you fought with Zhen on the battlefield. Xu Bao's old injuries have healed and he unexpectedly broke through. Aren't you all happy? Come. There are no monarchs and ministers on the table today. Let's not go home until we're drunk. After Li Zishuan filled the empty wine bowl in front of him, Li Er picked it up and raised it in front of his chin. He said loudly to Qin Xiong, Qing Yao Jin, and the others. Cough cough. Qing Chumo and Qin Huayu, these two idiots, didn't dare to come over and pour wine for Li Zishuan, so this tough job naturally fell on Li Zishuan's head. Come. Let's do it. When it comes to drinking, Qing Yao Jin, have never been afraid of anyone. Since your majesty said that there are no monarchs and ministers on the table today, then don't blame me when you get drunk by me. Qing Yao Jin was the most careless. He held the wine bowl and stood up as he spoke in a rough voice. Li Er laughed loudly. Haha. Do you think Jin doesn't know your alcohol tolerance? If you can get Jin drunk today, Jin will give a daughter to your Qing family. After Li Er's sincere words, Qing Yaojin's heart had already relaxed. His eyes lit up and he said, Your Majesty, are you serious? Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel moved. According to the official history, Qing Yaojin's second son, Qing Chuliang, did marry Li Er's daughter, Princess Qinghe. History was always shockingly similar. A monarch doesn't joke. Although Li Er's body didn't look as sturdy as Qing Yaojin's, he still had some skills in alcohol tolerance. After all, how many emperors hadn't been baptized by alcohol? After the two of them messed around, the previous tense atmosphere instantly dissipated. Yuqi Jingde joined in the fun and said, Your Majesty, you can only believe half of Qing Jijia's words. The older this old guy gets, the less reliable his mouth. Niu Jinda smiled and said, That's right, that's right. Jijia's alcohol tolerance can't even compare to me, old Niu. He only knows how to boast. Qing Yaojin immediately panicked. He glared at Zhao Yu and said, Hey. I say, the two of you are starting to collude, right? Come, come, come. Watch me, old Qing, beat the both of you up. I'll drink first to show my respect. After saying that, he picked up the wine bowl and was about to drink it all. Niu Jinda hurriedly said, Wait, wait. What's wrong? Hey, old Niu, are you scared? Qing Yaojin was puzzled at first, but then he said proudly. Niu Jinda spat, Bullshit. Why would I be afraid of you, madman Qing? What I want to say is, how boring is it for you to drink one bowl after another? It wouldn't be easy to determine the winner. Why don't we compete in drinking with finger-guessing games? Your Majesty, Xu Bao, what do you think? Li Er nodded. Sure. Qin Xiong nodded and said, Yes. When Qing Yaojin saw this, he could only straighten his neck and say, Let's play the finger-guessing game. Come, come, come. Everyone quickly reached an agreement and prepared to start the finger-guessing game. At this moment, a discordant voice suddenly came from the field. How boring is this finger-guessing game? I know a more interesting game that's most suitable for drinking. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice and saw that it was Qing Chumo who was eagerly making the suggestion. Go, go, go. We are drinking. You little brat, take 2 pieces of meat and scram to the side to eat. Qing Yaojin didn't waste any time. He came up and slapped Qing Chumo twice on the back of his head. Qing Chumo was hit hard, and he instantly grimaced in pain. When he heard Qing Yaojin's heartless words, he was furious. He didn't know if this guy had eaten a bear's heart or a leopard's guts, but he actually said, Io. What the heck, Dad, am I still your biological son? You can really bear to hit me and say that. Pfft. Li Zishuan was the first one who couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. The rest of the people, including Li Er, also laughed out loud. Qing Yaojin's face darkened, and he was about to hit again when Li Er hurriedly stopped him. All right, Jijia, stop hitting. Let Chou Niu speak. Who knows, this kid might really have some good ideas. Only then did Qing Yaojin stop. However, he still glared fiercely at Qing Chumo and said, "Speak. You little rascal, if you can't say anything, I'll break your legs when we get back." Qing Chumo shrunk his neck and then began to introduce to the big bosses in the field. This game is called Every 7 Passes. The rules are very simple. You can first randomly choose a person and say any number. For example, Her Majesty says 5, Uncle Lee, you have to immediately say 6, and so on. However, whenever you encounter a number that is a multiple of 7 or a number that contains 7, that person can't say it out loud. He has to say, pass. Those who don't say, pass, or those who hesitate for more than 2 breaths will all be considered to have failed. The person who fails will be punished with a glass of wine, and then the next round of the game will start from this person again. I wonder what Her Majesty and the rest of the uncles think. Li Zishuan couldn't help but cover his face. This fellow had completely copied the rules of the game that he had mentioned the other day. It was really hard on him. However, copying the game itself wasn't a problem. The problem was, no. How can this game be as simple as finger guessing? You little rascal, you're just adding to the trouble. As expected, before Li Er could say anything, Qing Yaojin was the first to jump out and reprimand him. Actually, at this moment, Qing Yaojin was also sweating in his heart. Was this son really his biological son? Why did he keep tricking him? Because if they were to follow the rules of the game, the ones who would suffer the most would be him and Yuqi Jingda. Although the rest of the people were generals, they weren't like the 2 of them who only knew martial arts and didn't know literature. Qing Chumo had come up with such a bad idea. Wasn't this asking for his old life? Li Er thought for a moment and understood the essence of this game. He suddenly found it interesting and said, "Jijia, it's not right to say that. Compared to finger guessing, this game is obviously much more fun. Let's do this today." Apart from Yuqi Jingda, the rest of the old generals all agreed. These 2 miserable brothers glared hatefully at Qing Chumo. They could only obey the majority. Next, without a doubt. Qin Xiong, 19. Li Jing, 20. Qing Yaojin, 20. 1. No. Yuqi Jingda, who was below Qing Yaojin, heaved a sigh of relief and then laughed loudly. Haha. Qing Jijia, you lost. Drink first. Let's talk about other things. Yes. Drink first. Li Er picked a large piece of braised meat for himself and said to Qing Yaojin. Qing Yaojin was helpless. He could only admit defeat and drink first. Then, the burning alcohol directly penetrated his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Qing Yaojin hurriedly picked up a piece of braised meat with his chopsticks and stuffed it into his mouth, wanting to use it to ease his pain. In the end, he was instantly stunned by the taste. As he stuffed himself, he shouted excitedly. This meat is really delicious. It looks greasy on the outside, but it's not greasy at all when eaten. TSK. Little Xian's culinary skills are really good. With these things to go with wine, I won't get drunk no matter how much I drink. Li Er couldn't help but say, this is called fat but not greasy. Qing Jijia, why are you talking so much? Qing Yaojin laughed dryly and said, Heh. How can my knowledge compare to His Majesty? This fried fish is also very delicious. With these dishes to go with wine today, I can definitely not get drunk after 1,000 cups. Let's continue. It's my turn. I say 13. Yuqi Jingda hurriedly said, pass. It was naturally impossible to not get drunk after 1,000 cups. After all, his strength was there. After failing again and again, old Qing finally became cold and collapsed under the table. Li Zishuan and Qing Chumo hurriedly apologized to Li Er. The 2 of them dragged Qing Yaojin and prepared to send him back to the Qing family. Little Xian, if I do this, won't we lose our Qing family's princess daughter-in-law? If His Majesty grants a marriage to Chu Liang, won't I be trapping my brother? Ching Chimo thought for a long time and finally realized that something was wrong. He patted his head and said with regret. Li Zishuan pursed his lips and said, "Not only did you trick your brother, but you also tricked your father." Enigmatic Shadow Empress. Chapter 620. Ah. Oh right, husband. When we were at the Qin Manor, you once said that you wanted to give me a surprise. Can you tell me now? After carrying Qing Yaojin into the Qing Manor's carriage, Li Zishuan directly brought his wife home. In the study, Li Zishuan was thinking about the students' entrance exam papers when he heard Han Yushi's gentle and slightly expectant voice. Li Zishuan put away his thoughts, turned his head, and pretended to say, "Yes. That seems to be the case. But as for what the surprise is, I also forgot." Husband, you. When Han Yushi heard that, she glared at Li Zishuan and said, "Haha. Wife, do you really want to know what the surprise is?" Li Zishuan pulled Han Yushi to his side and asked with a smile. "Didn't you forget, husband? Even if I want to know, what's the use?" Han Yushi pouted and turned her head to the side. The summer breeze blew in through the window and happened to blow a strand of hair by her ear to Li Zishuan's nose. Smelling the fragrance of the hair, Li Zishuan felt a little itchy. He turned Han Yushi's body around and pretended to be serious. "Although I've forgotten, there's a way for me to remember it immediately." "Yes, come. Wife, you just need to use your lips to leave a mark of love on it. After I feel your love, I will have a flash of inspiration, and I will be able to remember everything." As Li Zishuan spoke, he pointed to the right side of his face. However, this fellow's expression was not vulgar at all. Instead, he looked bright and upright. However, how could Han Yushi, who had been with Li Zishuan for so long, not know that this was Li Zishuan's little trick? She twisted her body and rolled her eyes at Li Zishuan. "Humph. Husband can even lie with his eyes open now. I don't believe it. Hey. You little girl." Li Zishuan's lie was exposed, so he angrily scratched Han Yushi's nose. Then, he walked to the side of the bed, put his hands behind his head, and lay down. He said shamelessly, "Sigh. Regardless of whether you believe it or not, your husband has intermittent amnesia. If you don't give me a kiss today, your husband's amnesia won't be cured. Naturally, you won't know what the surprise is." Han Yushi was furious. She walked over and pinched Li Zishuan's arm. "Husband, you're cheating." "Shameless? Did I? I'm just telling the truth. How am I cheating?" "Humph. If that's the case, then forget it. I don't want to know what the surprise is now." Han Yushi got up and stomped her feet. She turned around and was about to leave. She loved Li Zishuan, but she didn't want Li Zishuan to succeed so easily. Moreover, it was still daytime. As soon as she turned around, Li Zishuan's slightly bewitching voice came from behind. I suddenly remembered something. It seems that this surprise is very, very important to you. Do you really not want to know?" Han Yushi stopped in her tracks and said hesitantly, "I don't want to know. I'll know when I feel that it's time. But this surprise is related to your future life." "Really? Will not want to do. Really?" This fellow said it so clearly. He had completely revealed his true colors. Han Yushi looked conflicted. After a while, she stomped her feet, turned around, and returned to the bed. She leaned over and poked Li Zishuan's face. Then, she quickly tried to straighten up. Li Zishuan only felt a blur in front of his eyes. Then, a fragrant wind seeped into his nostrils. Then, he felt something soft, warm, and water-like on his face. This beautiful feeling disappeared in a flash. Seeing that Han Yushi was about to get up, he quickly reached out and pulled her into his arms. "Ah!" Han Yushi exclaimed. She wanted to break free, but she realized that it was all in vain. She couldn't help but be anxious and angry. "Hubby, didn't you just say that a kiss would be enough?" Let go of me and tell me the surprise. Li Zishuan leaned over to Han Yushi's ear and whispered, that was the condition 15 minutes ago. Now, it's time to collect interest. Han Yushi was shocked and instantly understood what this fellow was going to do. She hurriedly said, don't. Hubby, it's still daytime. If mother and Lan come to the west courtyard later, everything will be over. Oh. Wife, don't worry. Lan won't come. Let's hurry up. At this moment, Li Zishuan, who was obsessed with sex, couldn't care less about that. He mumbled as he snuggled into Han Yushi's arms. Logically speaking, they were newlyweds. What was wrong with being a little passionate about this? Unfortunately, this fellow was busy with various matters in the academy and didn't have time to be distracted. After holding it in for so long, he was suffocated. Now that there was such an opportunity, how could he let it go? After a while, there was a suppressed gasp in the room, but the volume was very, very low. Oh. Xiao Shi, young madam has been in there for so long. Why hasn't she come out? The sun is going to set soon. According to the usual practice, young madam should be in the kitchen cooking delicious food for young master. Outside the door, Xiao He looked at the tightly shut door and asked Xiao Shi, who was sitting in the corridor. Xiao Shi rolled her eyes and said, I think you're the one who's craving for food again. Every time young madam cooks for young master, you would secretly eat it. Luckily, young madam is kind and didn't argue with you. Otherwise, she would definitely sell you out. Xiao He stuck out her tongue and blushed, young madam wouldn't do that. Besides, young master wouldn't be so heartless. Then, she looked at the door and whispered, Hey, Xiao Shi, do you think young master and young madam are doing that in the room? That's why they haven't come out. Xiao Shi's face instantly turned red. She used her finger to point at Xiao He's forehead and scolded, Stupid Xiao He. You. Why are you thinking about these things every day? Young master and young madam. They wouldn't. Ah. 6th grade noble title? Husband, is what you said true? Before Xiao Shi finished speaking, there was a scream in the room. It was obvious that the owner of the voice was very excited. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost control of his voice. In the room, the two of them were lying side by side on the bed and had already put on their clothes. However, from their messy hair and messy bedsheets, it was obvious that they had a fierce battle just now. Shoo! Lower your voice. Wife, you are trying to invite someone else in. Li Zishuan hurriedly covered his wife's mouth and then glanced at the door with a guilty conscience. If someone else came in now, it wouldn't be a big deal for him as a man. However, he was afraid that Han Yushi would be blamed because of this and be afraid of intimacy in the future. That wouldn't be worth it. Chapter 621. Inside the house, Han Yushi motioned for Li Zishuan to let go of her hand. Then, she took a deep breath. Although she looked excited, she tried her best to lower her voice and said, Husband, I haven't even seen His Majesty today. Why would he give me the title of nobility? Li Zishuan smiled and said, What's so strange about that? Although you haven't seen His Majesty, you have trained your husband well and cultivated such an outstanding talent like me. Of course, His Majesty will reward you. Li Zishuan shamelessly praised himself as he combed Han Yushi's long hair. In his previous life, he liked girls with long black hair very much. However, many modern girls found it too troublesome to take care of long hair. It was too hot in the summer and too cold in the winter when they washed their hair, so they usually couldn't keep it. Now that he was back in ancient times, he could finally fulfill this small wish of his. Han Yushi's was the standard long hair that reached her waist. She was extremely beautiful. Trained your husband well? Han Yushi's expression froze. After she reacted, she said angrily, Husband, you're talking nonsense again. You're already very outstanding. What does it have to do with me? After saying that, her mood inexplicably became a little depressed. When Li Zishuan saw this, he quickly turned sideways and caressed Han Yushi's little face with his hand. He said softly, I'm not talking nonsense. If it weren't for my wife urging me, I might be walking around with a group of rich playboys in Jianghu city right now, or hanging around in brothels. How would I have the perseverance and willpower to go to that Yanhuang college? Husband, don't go to that kind of place. The women there are not worthy of you. When Han Yushi heard about brothels, her nerves immediately became sensitive. She said anxiously. Li Zishuan smiled and said, yes. I'm not going. In this world, only my wife is worthy of me. I only want to be intimate with my wife. Han Yushi's ears turned red. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito as she sighed, this concubine is also not worthy of my husband. Li Zishuan's eyes widened and he suddenly shouted excitedly, you are worthy. Who dares to say that my wife is not worthy of him? Even if you're from a commoner's family, even if you don't understand poetry, even if you're not from a noble family, you're still worthy. If I say you're worthy, then you're worthy. You don't need to learn poetry, you don't need to learn accounting, and you don't need to worry about other people's gossip. Do you understand? Husband, Han Yushi's eyes were filled with tears as she stared blankly at Li Zishuan. She wanted to say something, but nothing came out of her mouth. Li Zishuan held Han Yushi in his arms and rested his chin on her forehead. He said softly, remember, my wife, from now on, you only need to accompany me and grow old together. I will help you solve other things. If others feel that your status is low and you're not worthy of me, then I will find an official position for you. Let's see who dares to gossip behind my back in the future. Wife, it's fine if you don't know how to do accounting and manage the family. I will earn mountains of gold and silver for you. Even if our children and grandchildren are all prodigals, they will never be able to squander the family fortune. Wife, it's even more fine if you don't know poetry. When you want to write poems, tell me, and I will write them for you. You can write whatever you want. Actually, our life doesn't need to be so complicated. I love you, you love me. It's that simple. We will love simply in the future and live together simply, okay? Wah. These ordinary and touching words of love, which seemed to be a reprimand on the surface but were actually full of concern, made Han Yushi unable to hold it in anymore. She burst into tears and buried her head in Li Zishuan's arms as she sobbed, husband. Sob. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I won't have those messy thoughts in the future. I'll accompany you well in the future. I won't study poetry anymore. At this moment, she realized that Li Zishuan wasn't lying to her when he said that this surprise was related to her future life. In the past, in order to make herself worthy of Li Zishuan, she had been working hard to learn this and that. She originally thought that he couldn't tell, but she didn't expect that the man beside her had long noticed all of this and kept it in his heart. He even put in a lot of effort to untie the knot in her heart. When she thought of this, self-reproach, sweetness, happiness, and gratitude instantly surged into her heart. Han Yushi's tears flowed endlessly like a flood breaking through a dam. In just a short while, Li Zishuan's chest was already wet. Li Zishuan quickly patted Han Yushi's back and comforted her gently, all right. Wife, don't cry. Now that you have an official position, even the county magistrate will have to bow to you when you see him in the future. This is a joyous occasion. Wife, don't cry. Stand, cough. In the modern era, there were all kinds of nonsense. Li Zishuan almost said, wife, don't cry, stand up and masturbate. Fortunately, the old driver drove steadily and braked in time. Otherwise, there would definitely be a car accident. Han Yushi, who was in a complicated mood, didn't notice the abnormality. She sobbed twice and then wiped her tears, cough. She used Li Zishuan's clothes to wipe her tears. She raised her head and said, you're right, husband. This is a joyous occasion. I won't cry. Ah. It's so late. Oh no, since His Majesty has given me an imperial edict, then there should be an imperial edict in the afternoon. But husband, did we miss the imperial edict? Han Yushi looked at the sky and only then did she notice that the sun was about to set. She suddenly thought of the 6th-rank title and couldn't help but exclaim with a panicked expression. Li Zishuan patted Han Yushi's shoulder and said with a smile, Wife, you're thinking too much. His Majesty drank a lot in the afternoon. He's probably still in the land of tenderness. Where would he have the time to get someone to draft an imperial edict? The imperial edict bestowing the title of wife will probably only be sent tomorrow. Han Yushi heard that and couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. She patted her chest and said, "Oh, that's good, that's good. It's all your fault, husband. Xiao He and the others must have noticed something. Forget it, let's not care about this. I have to go to the kitchen and arrange for someone to cook. Otherwise, father and mother will be anxious from waiting." After that, she left Li Zishuan and got up in a hurry to go out. Li Zishuan was speechless. He thought to himself, is it my fault for lasting too long? He looked at Han Yushi's back and added, "Wife, remember to make a plate of scrambled eggs with chives and roast a plate of pork kidney tonight." Han Yushi's tender face turned red when she heard that. She said unhappily, "Stinky husband, you haven't been serious all day. I'm ignoring you." After she finished speaking, she really didn't bother with Li Zishuan and directly fled. Chapter 622. The next day, Li Zishuan slept in, which was rare. On one hand, it was because he had been in seclusion for the past month to compile teaching materials. He would work overtime every night, which exhausted a lot of his physical and mental strength. On the other hand, it was because this guy had another wave last night and worked overtime in bed. Under such circumstances, he could not get up in the morning. But as the person involved, Han Yushi didn't feel sleepy at all. She didn't feel sleepy at all. She knew that Li Zishuan was very tired during this period of time, so she didn't wake him up. Instead, she walked out of the room alone and brought Xiao He, Xiao Shi, and the others to practice Tai Chi. Today, Han Yushi felt more and more that Tai Chi was very beneficial to the body. Not to mention that her husband and her adoptive father had broken through because of Tai Chi. After practicing Tai Chi for more than 2 months, the most direct feeling was that she was very energetic every day. Secondly, she could barely cope with Li Zishuan's various torments at night. The 3 beauties were practicing Tai Chi outside. The scenery was very beautiful, but Li Zishuan had no time to care about it. He lay in bed and slept soundly, going on a date with Zhou Gong. "Hubby. Get up quickly, Mr. Li Gang is here." After an unknown period of time, Li Zishuan faintly heard a melodious voice ringing in his ears. He muttered somewhat unwillingly, "Oh. Who's here?" Han Yushi had no choice but to repeat, "Hubby, Mr. Li Gang is here. He's waiting in the front yard. Get up quickly." Li Zishuan heard it clearly this time. He immediately turned over and jumped off the bed, saying, "Mr. Li is here? How long has he been here?" This guy looked at the sunlight outside and knew that it was not early. As he spoke, he hurriedly put on his clothes and buttoned a button wrong in his hurry. Seeing this, Han Yushi sighed helplessly. Without any hesitation, she stepped forward to help Li Zishuan put on his clothes. She said, "Husband, don't worry. Mr. Li Gang has just arrived. There are 2 other people who came with him. They look quite old. Father is accompanying them in the front hall." Li Zishuan asked, "Oh? Dad, didn't you go out to play chess with someone today?" The chess he was talking about was Go. Of course, it didn't mean that there was only Go in the Tang dynasty and no Chinese chess. In fact, there were both types of chess in the Tang dynasty. Go had been circulating in China's upper class since the spring and autumn period. Chinese chess was relatively late and only became popular during the Warring States period. A few months ago, after Li Jingma handed over the family business to Li Zishuan, he happily became a rich man. In the morning, he usually played chess with others in the tea house, and in the afternoon, he usually went shopping with Mrs. Li or went sightseeing in the suburbs of Chang'an. He was really comfortable. Not yet. Mother said that the imperial edict might come to our house today. She asked father not to go out. After Han Yushi helped Li Zixuan put on his clothes, she began to pull Li Zixuan to the dressing table to help him comb his hair. At this time, when she heard Li Zixuan's question, she answered softly. "Oh." Li Zixuan responded. Then, he complained in his heart, "I don't know if old Li has recovered today after drinking so much yesterday. He's not like me, who can sleep in the morning." Li Er, who had dark circles under his eyes and was in low spirits, yawned inexplicably on the dragon throne. Wei Zheng, who was standing below, couldn't help but frown. "Mr. Li, you're here. We're honored by your presence. Please forgive us for not going out to meet you." After washing up, Li Zixuan came to the main hall in the front yard. When he saw Li Gang and two unfamiliar old men, he quickly went forward and greeted them politely. Li Gang didn't buy it. He pointed at Li Zixuan and scolded, "What do you mean by not going out to meet you? I think you just woke up, right?" He had been with Li Zixuan for so long and had long regarded Li Zixuan as his own junior. When he saw this situation, he couldn't help but say a few more words. Cough, cough. Li Zixuan blushed and said awkwardly, "Well, I've been too tired to compile teaching materials for the academy recently, so I woke up a little late today. I didn't expect Mr. Li to come in person. Otherwise, I wouldn't have woken up so late." Li Gang glanced at Li Zixuan's legs and wanted to say, "Young people should pay attention to self-control." But when he considered that it would embarrass Li Zixuan in front of others, he could only change his words and say, "Diligence is the key to success. Yanhuang College will soon be on the right track. Little Xian, don't slack off at this time." Li Zixuan cupped his hands and said, "I understand." At this time, Li Jingma finally had a chance to interrupt. He stood up and said to Li Zixuan, "Little Xian, Mr. Li Gang has come to our house. You have to treat him well and don't neglect him. Father will go and order people to prepare lunch. You stay here and accompany these gentlemen." The people who came today were all influential figures. He felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. When Li Gang reprimanded his son, he could only listen. He couldn't say that Li Gang's reprimand was wrong. After all, Li Gang's name was so famous. Li Zixuan knew that his father wanted to sneak away, but he didn't expose him. He replied, "Father, go do what you need to do. I'll stay here." Li Jingma nodded and cupped his hands to everyone. Then, he hurried out. Haha. This kid is in a high position, but he can still accept criticism. His temperament is not bad. After Li Gang left, an old man with half-white hair sitting on Li Gang's right stroked his beard and laughed. "Sir, you flatter me." Although Li Zixuan didn't know who this person was, he still cupped his hands and thanked him. This was because he understood that the person who was brought here by Li Gang must have an extraordinary identity and ability. Li Gang pointed at the old man and introduced him to Li Zixuan. "Little Xian, let me introduce you. This is Dragon Gate's Wang Ji, Wang Wugong. People call him Dong Gaozi. You must have read his biography of Mr. Wu Dou, right? Mr. Wang is a true literary figure. This old man spent a lot of effort to invite him over. You mustn't neglect him." Li Zixuan was confused. Wang Wugong, Dong Gaozi, biography of Mr. Wu Dou. He had never heard of any of these before. He was a complete engineering guy in his previous life. If you were talking about awesome people like Li Bai, Du Fu, Bai Ji, he would definitely know them. However, he had never heard of Wang Ji. But it didn't matter because this guy knew how to act. "Ah. So it's you, Mr. Wang. I'm sorry for the disrespect. After I read your biography of Mr. Wu Dou, I admired your noble character very much. I'm really lucky to be able to see you in person today." Li Zixuan silently gave Li Gang 32 likes. Old Li was really a good friend. He even mentioned Wang Ji's representative work. This teammate was really 66666. Chapter 623. Wang Ji, courtesy name Wugong, also known as Donggaozi, was from Jiangzhou Longmen, a Tang dynasty doctor and famous poet. Many people might not know the name Wang Ji, but this person had a very powerful grandnephew, Wang Bo, the head of the 4 heroes of the Tang dynasty. Wang Bo was the grandson of Wang Ji's brother, Wang Tong. Speaking of Wang Tong, he was also a famous doctor and a very famous scholar. In the 3rd year of Emperor Wen's life, Wang Tong once traveled west to Chang'an, met Emperor Wen, and presented the 12 strategies for Taiping, respected the way of the king, and analyzed the past and the present. But he was not used. Probably because of the recommendation of his hometown friend, Shui Daoheng, he was given the position of Assistant Secretary of Shu County and Assistant Minister of Shu King. But Wang Tong was not satisfied, so he resigned and became a private educator in his hometown. Later on he devoted himself to the study of Confucius's 6 classics. It is said that he once studied under Li Yu of the Eastern Sea, studied poetry under Xia Dian of the Huiji, and inquired about etiquette under Guan Ziming of the River East. After studying, Wang Tong felt that he had learned something, so he imitated Confucius and wrote Wang's 6 classics, or continued 6 classics. He began to gather disciples and give lectures at Bainyoshi in his hometown. The number of disciples is often in the hundreds. Only Hunan Donghang, Nanyang Qingyuan, Zhongshan Jia Qiong, Hedong Shueshou, Taishan Yao Yi, Taiyuan Wen Yanba, Jing Zhao Du Yan, and a dozen others are outstanding. Yao Yi is generous, so Zhongyu, Shueshou is knowledgeable, so Zhuangzhou. Other than that, it was said that Tang dynasty officials like Fang Xianling and Wei Zhang were also Wang Tong's disciples, but there was no direct evidence to prove it. As for Wang Ji, he was promoted to the position of secretary during the end of the Sui dynasty. But he was not happy in the court, so he resigned on the pretext of illness and returned to being Yangzhou's 6 harmonies minister. When the world was in chaos, he resigned and returned to his hometown. In the Tang dynasty, he ordered the court officials to wait for the imperial decree. At the beginning of the Tang dynasty, he resigned and returned to Hezhou to farm in Donggaozi, calling himself Donggaozi. He was arrogant, addicted to alcohol, and could drink wudo. He wrote Biography of Mr. Wudo, Wine Classic, Wine, and Zhuang. In history, this person's literary achievements were quite high. Later generations evaluated him as follows: his poetry is close but not shallow. His quality is not ordinary. He is frank and unrestrained. He is open-minded and lofty. He chases after the high winds of Wei and Jin. The body of laws originated from the 6 dynasties, and took shape between the Sui and Tang dynasties. Wang Ji was depressed all his life. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, he was an official and retired 3 times. His heart was set on an official career, but he knew that it would be difficult for him to achieve great things. Therefore, he retired to the mountains and the countryside, entertaining himself with music, wine, and poetry. After he abandoned his official position and lived in seclusion in his hometown, Donghao village, he indulged himself in alcohol and indulged himself. His thinking was deeply influenced by Taoism. Most of his poems were based on the love of wine, praising Ji Kong and Wan Ji, and praising Tao Yuanming with the content of the idyllic and leisurely life. Later generations compiled it into the collection of Donggaozi. At this time, in the main hall, Wang Ji heard Li Zishuan's sincere praise, and a smile appeared on his old face. He said humbly, "Ah, you really know how to talk, but I'm just a country bumpkin. I don't deserve your praise. I heard that you've set up an academy. I'd like to see it for myself." Actually, Wang Ji couldn't be blamed for not being able to see that Li Zishuan was acting. It was just that Li Zishuan's acting was too realistic. The admiration and praise on his face were just right. If it was more, it would appear hypocritical, and if it was less, it would appear insincere. If he was in modern times, he could be an Oscar winner. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Since ancient times, learning has always been the most important thing in every dynasty. However, it is harder for the poor to enter the academy than to ascend to the heavens. Therefore, I founded Yanhuang Academy to establish my heart for the world and life for the people. I want everyone who is interested in learning to be able to learn useful things." Good. What a good heart for the world. What a good life for the people. The Li family's boy is really bold. When Wang Ji heard these two sentences, he couldn't help but slap the table and praise. He laughed and said, just based on these two sentences, I'll drink to the heavens. After saying that, he picked up the teacup beside him and tilted his head back to pour it into his mouth. As a result, ba ba ba. It's actually tea. You're not honest. Why didn't you serve me wine when I came here? Wang Ji complained as he spat out the sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty tea in his mouth. Li Zishuan blushed with shame. He hurriedly asked someone to bring the iced wine from home and said, cough, cough. Mr. Wugong, please wait a moment. The wine will be here soon. Another old man on the side pointed at Wang Ji and scolded jokingly, Wugong, Wugong, after so many years, you're still so addicted to wine. Wang Ji didn't feel ashamed. Instead, he felt proud and said, so what? If a person lives a lifetime without wine, what's the point of living? It's better to die. Everyone was shocked by these words. What did he mean by addicted to wine? This was what it meant to be addicted to wine. In comparison, those drunkards in other people's mouths were simply too weak. Fragrant. 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 So fragrant. At this moment, a maid from the Li residence brought in a pot of wine. The spout of the wine pot was emitting cold air, and at the same time, it also brought out bursts of wine fragrance. Wang Ji's nose twitched like a pug as he greedily sniffed the wine fragrance in the air. The image of an otherworldly expert from before instantly disappeared without a trace. Li Zishuan's jaw dropped to the ground. Wang Ji didn't care about these things, or rather, he didn't care about these things at all. At this moment, he closed his eyes and was deeply intoxicated. Soft and mellow, mixed with the fragrance of mountain fruits. The ratio of each is just right. The fruit borrows the strength of the wine, but the wine dissolves the fragrance of the wine. Wonderful. 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 It's really wonderful. This winemaker can be called a master. Li Zishuan was speechless. Wasn't this the most ordinary of warm and gentle wine? Why did Wang Ji's words make it sound like the nectar of heaven? With the expansion of the winery and the improvement of the technology, although the current drunken immortal and warm and gentle wine were not cheap goods that could be found on the streets, the daily production capacity was already 2 to 3 times higher than before. At the very least, there was no need to line up everywhere to drink drunken immortal now. As long as you had the money, you could drink it. Therefore, Li Zishuan was very puzzled by Wang Ji's current behavior. Li Gang's old face turned red. He secretly thought that his old friend was really embarrassing. He coughed dryly and said, cough, cough. Wugong, this is warm and gentle wine. It's sold in all the major restaurants in Chang'an City. If you like it, I'll ask Xiaoxian to give you some later. The expression on Wang Ji's face suddenly froze. However, this guy was also a clever person. Seeing his frozen old face, he immediately changed into an expression of reminiscence and said, oh. So it's warm and gentle wine. I drank it a few times in the past, but I didn't drink it after that. After such a long time, I almost forgot the taste. Li Zishuan was stunned for 2 seconds. He thought to himself, I don't believe you. Warm and gentle wine and drunken immortal only appeared this year. You still have the nerve to say that you haven't drunk it for so long and have forgotten the taste? He never expected this old guy to start acting with him. Life is really like a play, and it all depends on acting. Chapter 624. Ha! You old thing. In the main hall of the Li residence, after Wang Ji finished speaking, Li Zishuan did not expose the lie in front of him in order to give him some face. However, another old man sitting opposite him pointed at Wang Ji and scolded him with a smile. However, that old man only scolded him jokingly and didn't probe further. He probably knew that Wang Ji was living in seclusion in the remote Donghao village, and his family wasn't well off. It was normal that he hadn't heard of the gentle village. Li Zishuan stood up and said, I haven't asked for this gentleman's name yet. Li Gang patted his head and said, oh. I forgot to introduce you, this is. Hee hee. Wenji, why do you have to go through so much trouble? That old man saw that Li Gang was going to introduce himself like how he introduced Wang Ji. He quickly waved his hand and interrupted him. Then, he looked at Li Zishuan and said casually, I'm Yen Silu. I don't have as much fame as Wang Wugong. I'm just a scholar who relied on my late father's shadow. Oh, right, my late father, Yen Jitue. I'm sure you've heard of it before. Li Zishuan was stunned for a moment. He only felt that the name Yen Jitue sounded very familiar. After searching his mind carefully, he was suddenly shocked. Yen Jitue. It was actually Yen Jitue. The man who wrote Yen Family Teachings. Yen Jitue lived his life and served 4 dynasties. 3 times, he was a man of a fallen country. He suffered the pain of separation and was deeply worried. Throughout his life, he didn't have any outstanding achievements, nor was he a prominent official. However, because of Yen Family Teachings, he enjoyed 1,000 years of fame. From this, one could see the far-reaching influence of his family teachings. Yen Family Teachings was written by Yen Jitue during the northern and southern dynasties. It influenced China's ancient family teachings for more than 2,000 years. It had the reputation of ancient and modern family teachings, with this as the ancestor. It was the most famous family teachings in China's history. Back then, Lu Sun's younger brother, Zhou greatly respected and admired Yen Jitue and the Yen family teachings. He specially wrote a note on the Yen family teachings in the night reading. Moreover, throughout history, the descendants of the Yen family had astonishing performances in terms of integrity and talent. Just in the Tang dynasty alone, people like Yen Shirgu, Yen Silu's eldest son, who annotated the Book of Han, Yen Jinxing whose calligraphy was a model for the world, and Yen Gaoqing whose awe-inspiring integrity shook the world for thousands of years, and Yen Gaoqing who died for the country, and so on, all gave people an extraordinary and deep impression of the Yen family, and also proved the effectiveness of the family teachings set by their ancestors. Even in the Song and Yuan dynasties, the Yen clan members continued to be officials, making the people of the Ming and Qing dynasties extremely envious. So you're a descendant of Master Yen. Sorry for the disrespect. Sir, you must be joking. If you are a sour Confucian, then there is no real Confucian in this world. Li Zishuan came back to his senses and cupped his hands solemnly at Yen Silu. His solemnity was not fake, but sincere. In that moment just now, he had already recalled some of Yen Jitue's deeds. If he remembered correctly, Yen Jitue had an extremely famous descendant, and that was Yen Jinxing, the man who was known as the 4 great families of regular calligraphy, along with Zhao Mengfu, Lu Gongquan, and Ouyang Sun. Later generations said that Yen Jinxing's status in the history of calligraphy in China was very high. Other than Wang Shiji, no one could be compared to him. Since Yen Jinxing was a descendant of Yen Jitue, then wasn't he also a descendant of Yen Silu in front of him? Yen Jinxing was Yen Silu's 6th grandson. Phew. You changed your mind so quickly. You were just praising this old man. Now you're praising this sour old man. Wang Ji, who was drinking at the side, couldn't help but say sourly when he saw Li Zishuan's appearance. Li Zishuan couldn't help but sweat. What do you mean by changing my mind so quickly? You're not AF * King Beauty, so why would I change my mind? Eating and sitting without manners, Wang Wugong, you really don't act like an elder at all. As soon as Wang Ji finished speaking, Yen Silu beat him to it and mocked him. Li Zishuan could see that these 2 old men were completely different from the old-fashioned scholars he usually saw. One had a carefree personality, and the other was easygoing and didn't put on airs. No matter what, Li Zishuan felt that it was a pleasant thing to get along with these 2 old men, so he couldn't help but give Li Gang 32 likes in his heart. Hee hee. Both of you are people of virtue and prestige. No matter who it is, I have admired you for a long time. There's no need to quarrel over such a small matter. Li Zishuan smiled and tried to smooth things over. Yen Silu's eyes flashed, and he said with a smile, Li family's boy, don't beat around the bush. Tell me the truth, do you want to invite the 2 of us to teach at your college? Li Zishuan was slightly speechless. He originally planned to chat a bit more, then have a meal and drink together later, and then invite them to join Yanhuang College. After all, in modern times, wasn't this the process of inviting people to do things? He didn't expect Yan Silu to be so direct, but since things had already come to this, he had nothing to hide, so he cupped his hands and said to the two of them, "To be honest, I have the same intention. I hope the two of you can come to Yanhuang College to teach and educate people." Yanhuang College has just been built, and other than Mr. Li Gang, there is no one else of virtue and prestige. If the two of you can join, Yanhuang College will definitely be able to reach a higher level. Among them, Li Zishuan didn't know what other skills Wang Ji had other than writing good essays. However, Yan Silu was different. First, he had scholarly prestige, and second, he had personal cultivation. If he could come to Yanhuang College to help manage the students, Li Zishuan felt that he would be able to save a lot of trouble. As for Wang Ji, Li Zishuan felt that his personality was good, and he was pleasing to the eye. In addition, he was recommended by Li Gang, so Li Zishuan felt that he might as well hire both of them. Wang Ji, who was enjoying the warmth of a woman while listening to the compliments, had no idea that he had become a buy one get one free gift in someone's heart. Hee. I have nothing to do at home. If it weren't for Li Wenji's multiple invitations, I wouldn't have come here today. You are also a famous person in Chang and this year, and I've heard a lot of rumors about you. But today, you said, set your heart for heaven and earth, and set your life for the people, which made me see you and Yanhuang College in a new light. I'm even a little glad that I came here today. Yan Sila shook his head and sighed. Li Zishuan saw this and was delighted. He asked, "So, Mr. Yan, you agree?" "Yes. You, a young man, can set your heart for heaven and earth, and set your life for the people. How can an old man like me, who is about to know his destiny, shrink back?" Yan Silu stroked his beard and nodded with a smile. Chapter 625. Oh. This old man also agreed. How about it? Kid, don't you feel honored? You must know that over the years, many people have wanted to invite this old man to come out of retirement, but this old man rejected them all. Seeing Li Zishuan and Yan Sila chatting passionately, Wang Ji felt that he was being neglected, so he interrupted somewhat unwillingly. Li Zishuan almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Sure enough, some people couldn't be judged by their appearance. When he first saw Wang Ji, he thought that this old man was an otherworldly expert, but now, let's not talk about it anymore. Mr. Wang also agreed. That's really great. To be able to invite the two of you is this kid's honor, and it's also the honor of the thousands of students of Yanhuang College. Li Zishuan was still a very polite and good young man. He didn't slap Wang Ji's face, but instead put on a happy expression and cooperated with him. Sure enough, Wang Ji stroked his beard with a comforted look on his face. Li Zishuan's hands were itching when he saw this. Oh. That's right. This old man isn't that easy to invite. If you want this old man to help you teach students, you have to agree to one condition. Wang Ji stroked his beard for a while and suddenly said seriously. Li Zishuan's cheeks twitched imperceptibly. He restrained his emotions and said, "What condition?" "Sir, just say it." But in his heart, he secretly thought, when did a free gift become so troublesome? This old man doesn't have any self-awareness. Li Gang and Yan Silu immediately cast a contemptuous look over. Wang Ji's old face turned red, and he hurriedly coughed twice to hide his embarrassment, but he still insisted and said, "Cough, cough. Kid, if this old man goes to your college to teach, will there be good wine for me?" Just this kind of gentle village will do. How about 5 buckets a month? 5 buckets a month? Li Zishuan almost fell to the ground when he heard this. What kind of concept was 5 dough? 1 bucket of wine in the Tang dynasty was about 6,000 milliliters in modern times, which was about 12 caddies. 5 buckets was 60 caddies. Drinking 60 caddies of wine in 1 month, Li Zishuan only wanted to say one sentence at this moment. Furthermore, according to the current market price of 2 strings of coins per liter, these 5 buckets of gentle village would be 100 strings of coins. 100 strings of coins. Even though Li Zishuan wasn't lacking in money, the salary of a Yanhuang College teacher was still there. Previously, Yanhuang College's salary was 10 strings of cash per month for teaching assistants, 20 strings of cash per month for lecturers, 50 strings of cash per month for associate professors, and 100 strings of cash per month for professors, and 100 strings of cash per month for professors, and 100 strings of cash per month for Yanhuang College. Wang Wugong, you old man, do you really think you're Mr. Wu Dou? You want 5 buckets of wine as soon as you open your mouth. Yen Silu was a native of Chang'an. He was very clear about the current market price of gentle village. At this time, after hearing Wang Ji's request, he spoke out with some dissatisfaction. Speaking of Wang Ji's title of Mr. Wu Dou, it could be said that there was a lot of history behind it. First of all, Wang Ji himself wasn't as bad as Li Zishuan thought. Someone who treated him as a gift was a bit ignorant. Actually, Wang Ji was a very talented person. In the 20th year of Sui Kai Huang, Wang Ji, who was only 15 years old, traveled to the capital and Chang'an to visit the powerful minister Yang Su. He was called the child prodigy fairy by the ministers present. In the first year of the Dai dynasty, Wang Ji was a filial and honest official. But this guy was smart, but he was a bit lazy. Moreover, he was addicted to alcohol. At first, because of his arrogant nature, he didn't want to serve in the imperial court, so he was appointed as the deputy county magistrate of Yangzhou. But because he was addicted to alcohol, he was impeached and dismissed. Actually, he didn't care about the official position. He sighed and said, "The net is in the sky, I'll settle down." At this time, the Sui dynasty was in chaos. He and the hermit Zhong Zongguang were drinking wine, composing poems and raising birds for fun. In the 8th year of Tang Wuda, the imperial court recruited the officials of the previous dynasty. Wang Ji was appointed as an official under the imperial court. According to the rules of the imperial court, he was given 3 liters of good wine every day. His brother Wang Jing asked, "Are you happy waiting for the imperial court?" He replied, "Waiting for the imperial court's salary is low and lonely. Only the 3 liters of good wine makes people reluctant to part with it." When Chen Shuda heard about it, he increased the wine from 3 liters to 1 dou. At the end of the 9th year of Wuda, Li Er killed his brother and imprisoned his father. Wang Ji was once again recruited by the imperial court and appointed as a minister. At that time, Shi Jiaoge of the Tai Lu department was good at brewing wine. After Wang Ji heard about it, he was a bit restless. He hesitated for a long time and finally made up his mind. He told the big boss of the Ministry of Personnel that he requested to be transferred to the Tai Lu department to be the Tai Lu minister. At that time, the Minister of Personnel should have been Zhangsun Wuji. When the old fox heard Wang Ji's strange request, his old face turned black. He then refuted it with the reason that it did not match the rank. Minister of Personnel is a concubine of the 4th rank, while the Tai Lu minister is a concubine of the 8th rank. I have to say, for the sake of drinking wine, this guy is really capable of doing anything. After Wang Ji received Zhangsun Wuji's reply, he did not give up. He sent Zhangsun Wuji a request again and again, stating that he had to go to the Tai Lu department. At first, Zhangsun Wuji did not take it to heart. However, he could not stand this guy's daily harassment and finally appointed him according to his request. When Wang Ji received the appointment, he was naturally overjoyed. He felt that he could finally drink good wine every day. However, the good times did not last long. At the beginning of the Zhongguan period, Jiao Ge passed away. However, Jiao Ji's wife continued to send wine to Wang Ji. However, not long after, Jiao Ji's wife also passed away. Wang Ji could not help but look up to the sky and sigh, "The heavens do not want me to indulge in good wine? Is it because the heavens do not want me to indulge in good wine?" After a few days, this guy felt that there was no point in continuing to stay in Chang'an. Thus, he gave up his position and left. After that, he wrote the biography of Mr. Wu Dou, in the Donghao village where he lived in seclusion. It was unintentionally spread by others and he instantly became famous. That was how the title of Mr. Wu Dou came to be. At this moment, when Wang Ji heard Yen Silu's dissatisfied words, he glared at him and said, "Heh. I, Wang Wugong, dare to ask for 5 dou of wine because I am worth the price. Can you, Yen Silu, do you think you can do it?" Yen Silu said angrily, "What do you mean? You, Wang Wugong, other than drinking wine and writing a few lines of poetry, what else can you do? Why are you worthy of 5 dou of gentle wine? Do you know that these 5 dou of gentle wine are worth 100 strings of coins? Worth 100 strings of coins?" When Wang Ji heard this, he immediately panicked. If Yen Silu did not mention it, he really would not know that the wine he was drinking now was actually so expensive. Oh my God. The price of 1 dou of wine is enough for this old man to drink for half a year. Oh no, oh no. Am I going to let Yen Silu see this old man as a joke? Wang Ji's heart was a little bitter at this moment, but he could not say it out loud. Chapter 626. Hey. So what if it's worth 100 strings of coins? Seeing Yen Shilu looking at him provocatively, the temper buried in Wang Ji's heart surged. He straightened his neck and said indignantly, "Who said this old man only knows how to write poems and drink wine? The best thing about me is that no matter what I learn, I'm faster than you, Yen Kong." Yen Shilu glared at him and said, "Heh. You're really a toad yawning. What big words." Wang Ji seemed to have recovered by now. He raised his chin slightly and said proudly, "Ah. I'm telling the truth. Don't doubt me when you return, Yen Kong. Let's talk about playing the zither first. I learned it for less than half a month and mastered it thoroughly. Can you do it? There's also bird training. I learned how to raise birds from others in my early years, and I mastered the knack of it in just a month. I even tamed 2 owls. Can you do it?" "Oh, right, Anne. Stop." Yen Shilu, whose face was as black as the bottom of a pot because of Wang Ji's repeated questions of, "Can you do it if you're in my place?" hurriedly interrupted him. "Are you flaunting your idleness as capital? I only found out today that you, Wang Wugong, are so thick-skinned." Wang Ji wasn't annoyed by Yen Shilu's sarcasm. Instead, he smiled meaningfully and said, "What is a proper occupation? What is a side occupation? I, Wang Wugong, don't have a proper occupation to begin with. Or rather, everything is my proper occupation. The world is big, but life is short. Why don't I do what I want to do while I'm alive? Why do I have to work so hard?" Li Zishuan's eyes flickered slightly. He thought to himself, this Wang Ji's personality is really open-minded. Yen Shilu didn't buy it. He said directly, "Then why do you still go to Yanhuang College to teach? Aren't you afraid of being troubled by your work?" Wang Ji seemed to be prepared for this question. He didn't even think about it and answered, "Haha. I'm going to the Yanhuang Academy because I'm interested, not because I'm working on a case." Speaking of which, the Yanhuang Academy that Xiao Xian built was probably built to teach the 4 books and 5 classics, right? Right now, he is in need of a talented person like me who has an extraordinary learning ability. Do you think this old man is worth his monthly salary of 5 buckets of wine? Yen Shilu said with a straight face, "Nonsense. Don't tell me you think that with your talent in playing with chickens and dogs, you can be like a fish in water in little Xian's engineering? You're just being arrogant. Sooner or later, you'll harm others and yourself." Wang Jimmy took a sip of wine and said nonchalantly, "I, Wang Jimmy, have never tried it before. How do you know it won't work? Could it be that you're feeling guilty?" Humph. Yen Shilu was so angry that he rolled his eyes. He simply couldn't be bothered with this egomaniac. Li Zishuan saw that the atmosphere was a little awkward. He thought for a while and said, "I am deeply honored that the 3 of you could come to my humble abode today. Moreover, we will be colleagues soon. There's no need to be angry over such a small matter. To show my sincerity, I will personally cook a few dishes for all of you. I will also send someone to invite Elder Mo over. The academy is about to start, so let's have a gathering today. Li Gang clapped and laughed. Good. I've long heard that your skills in food are at the peak of perfection. You must have cooked lunch at Qin Manor yesterday, right? I heard that even His Majesty was full of praise for your culinary skills. Today, us old fellows are in for a treat. When Wang Ji heard Li Gang's words, he suddenly felt a little saliva in his mouth. He licked his lips and said excitedly, very good. Very good. Only good dishes are worthy of good wine. Today, let's see if your culinary skills are worthy of this wine-making skill. Li Zishuan couldn't be bothered to bicker with this old fellow. He stood up and prepared to leave. Hey! Kid, wait! As Li Zishuan stood up, Wang Ji's voice came from behind him. Kid, let me take a look at the knowledge that Yanhuang College is going to impart to you in the future. Firstly, it's so that you know what to do. Secondly, as the host, you abandoned your guests and ran away. You should at least leave a few books for us old fellows to relieve our boredom. Li Zishuan thought that it made sense. He thought to himself that this old fellow had finally said something serious. Thus, he called a servant girl over and whispered a few words to her. After the servant girl received his orders and left, Li Zishuan cupped his fists and said to the three old men sitting in the main hall, please wait for a moment. Sirs, please wait here for a moment. In a while, the servants will send over the 4 teaching materials compiled by this kid. Please feel free to take a look. I'm going to arrange for lunch. Li Gang waved his hand and said, go. Li Zishuan cupped his fists and left. When he arrived at the back kitchen, he didn't see Li Jingma. Li Zishuan thought to himself that it was as expected. He knew that his father was just declining when he said that he was going to the back kitchen to arrange lunch. Now that the Li family had a young mistress, how could Li Jingma be the one to worry about cooking? Not only did he not have to worry about it, but the food had also improved a lot. As a matter of fact, Li Jingma had started to put on weight recently. Husband, why don't you let me do it? You can help me watch from the side. You? But. Perhaps this was telepathy. As soon as Li Zishuan walked into the kitchen, Han Yushi seemed to have guessed the purpose of Li Zishuan's visit before he said anything. Thus, the two of them had a conversation. Husband, you should still be cooking the 5 dishes from yesterday, right? Han Yushi asked with a faint smile. Li Zishuan nodded and said, yes, that's right. Look at how confident you are. Could it be that you know how to cook? He indeed didn't intend to develop new dishes. With his abnormal mental strength, he could recall the cooking methods of many dishes. However, good things had to be developed slowly, right? If he took them all out at once, how boring would that be? Han Yushi wrung her hands and thought seriously. She replied, I can try, but it would be great if husband could watch from the side. Li Zishuan was slightly surprised. Han Yushi had only seen the entire cooking process of the 5 dishes at the Qin residence yesterday. She could cook by herself after seeing it once? With curiosity and doubt, Li Zishuan replied, yes. No problem. Han Yushi smiled happily. Then, she turned around and began to get busy with the Li family's chef, Aunt Zhao, and the 2 maids. Cutting the meat, blanching it, drying it, frying it, and steaming it. Next, Han Yushi skillfully followed the steps of Li Zishuan making braised pork with preserved vegetables yesterday. Li Zishuan, who was watching from the side, only thought that he was cooking. As time slowly passed, the new dishes that Li Zishuan made yesterday, vinegar-spiced radish skin, big bowl of braised pork, white-cut chicken, fried fish pieces, and fried chicken cubes were all perfectly replicated by Han Yushi. Husband, try the taste? Han Yushi knew that Li Zishuan didn't like to eat fatty meat, so she picked up a piece of fried chicken cubes and handed it to Li Zishuan's mouth. Then, she asked. Oh. Genius. Genius. Wife, you are actually a genius. Chapter 627. Li Zishuan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration when the fragrant and refreshing fried chicken cubes that were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside entered his mouth. The tenderness of the chicken breast mixed with the aroma of various spices instantly exploded in his mouth and flooded his taste buds. Logically speaking, the standard of Han Yushi's fried chicken was about the same as his. There was even a trace of her own unique style in it. Li Zishuan tasted the taste of home from it, so when he said, "Wife, you're actually a genius," just now, he was sincere. "So, I'm considered qualified?" Han Yushi blinked her eyes and said expectantly. She couldn't help Li Zishuan with the matters of Yanhuang College, so she could only hope to be able to share Li Zishuan's worries on these small matters. Therefore, she now looked like an obedient child who had done a good deed and was waiting for her parents to praise her. Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. Hee hee. Wife, you're not only qualified, you're even better than your master. The Li family's kitchen maid, Auntie Zhao, also laughed at this moment. I've lived for so long, but I've never seen a young lady with such good culinary skills as young madam. In comparison, this old woman's craftsmanship is somewhat unpresentable. At this moment, she sighed and said, I plan to tell old madam that I'm going back to my hometown at the end of this month. The Li family has such a virtuous mistress like young madam who can cook so well, why would they need me? Although old master and old madam didn't fire me, but... Hey. Auntie Zhao, don't say such things. Li Zishuan saw that she was getting more and more wrong, so he quickly interrupted, Auntie Zhao. It's true that Yushi's culinary skills are good, but your culinary skills aren't bad either. Otherwise, my father and mother wouldn't have kept you in the residence for so many years. Also, Yushi usually has her own things to do. She can't cook for every meal, right? Even if she's willing, I don't want her to be tired. Don't you think so? When Aunt Zhao heard Li Zishuan's words, she couldn't help but reveal a hint of joy on her face. She hurriedly bowed and said, Hey, young master, you're right. Young madam is Lord Ju's wife. Of course, she can't personally cook every day. She was inexplicably deprived of the right to cook. Han Yushi opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but when she felt her hand being pinched, she quickly shut her mouth. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Yes. So, Auntie Zhao, you shouldn't talk about going back to your hometown in the future. If you want to go back to your hometown, you can take a few days off. My mother isn't an unreasonable person. Why wouldn't she let you go home? Aunt Zhao hurriedly waved her hands and said, No. Young master, you're exaggerating. Old master and old madam are good people. Young master, young madam, someone from the palace is here. Old master and old madam want you to go to the front yard. As they were talking, Sanbao ran to the back kitchen and told Li Zishuan and Han Yushi. Hearing this, the husband and wife looked at each other. Almost at the same time, they guessed why the people from the palace had come at this time. Han Yushi's breathing quickened a bit, and her face showed some excitement. It could be seen that she was forcefully suppressing her excitement because Li Zishuan felt that the beauty's small hand was still trembling. Hee. Wife, let's go quickly then. Don't let the angel wait too long. Li Zishuan squeezed Han Yushi's little hand and chuckled softly. Han Yushi bit her lip and replied with an yes. Then, she let Li Zishuan drag her away. The Tang Empire's emperor decrees that Li Zishuan's wife, Han Yushi, has adhered to her principles ever since she entered the Li family. She is neither arrogant nor rash. She takes care of her husband and herself. She is virtuous and has a pure heart. She is a role model for women in the Tang Empire. This time, the imperial edict was very short. Li Zishuan felt very comfortable listening to it. Even the little eunuch reading the imperial edict was much more pleasing to the eye. Of course, the eunuch reading the imperial edict was not Zhao Song. Our chief steward Zhao is probably still recuperating from his injuries. Han Yushi also felt very comfortable listening to it. As for the reason, it was obviously different from Li Zishuan's. After she married into the Li family, she had accompanied Li Zishuan to listen to many imperial edicts. However, in the past, she was happy because Li Zishuan was rewarded and put in an important position. Today, she was truly happy for herself. I accept the imperial edict. Thank you, Your Majesty. Han Yushi suppressed the excitement in her heart and walked to the eunuch with dignified steps. She took the imperial edict with both hands. A palace maid next to her saw this and took the opportunity to send the neatly folded noble dress to Han Yushi. Xiao He saw that Han Yushi was holding the imperial edict with both hands and it was not easy to receive the dress. She was very perceptive and helped Han Yushi to receive it. Li Zixuan smiled and waved at San Bao. This matter was originally under his father's care. However, his father had completely abandoned all responsibilities and no longer cared about matters outside the family. Li Zixuan had no choice but to come personally. San Bao brought over the prepared gift tray. Li Zixuan chuckled and said, "Little eunuch, it must have been hard on you to come all the way here. Please come in and have a cup of tea." The little eunuch was flattered and said, "Lord Zhu, you are too courteous. You can just call me Little Un. Mr. Zhao, Zhao Song, is so close to you. I dare not accept your gift. We still have matters to attend to in the palace, so we will take our leave first. Lord Zhu, please wait." After that, he cupped his hands and excused himself from the crowd. Then, he left with his men. Li Zixuan was stunned and couldn't help but wonder, do I look that scary? Well, since they don't want money, I can save some for myself. In just a short while, Madame Li Jingma, and the two little maidservants had already begun to look at the imperial edict. This imperial edict was of great significance. From now on, the Li family had another official position besides Li Zixuan. Although it was just an empty title, it was a title that all women in the world wanted. Li Gang, Wang Ji, Yen Silu, Mo Huai, and the others who came to the Li family as guests also came out to watch the ceremony when the imperial edict arrived. At this moment, when they saw how happy the family was, they couldn't help but feel happy for Li Zixuan. Haha. Looking at the time, it's time for lunch. Today is a joyous occasion. Father, why don't you accompany the gentleman for a drink or two? Li Zixuan looked at the time and laughed loudly at Li Jingma and the few old men beside him. Li Jingma and Madame Li only then realized that there were guests in the house today. The two of them quickly restrained their expressions. Li Jingma coughed lightly and said with a flushed face, "Okay. Old misters are all people of virtue and prestige. How can this old man not accompany you? Serve the dishes. Gentlemen, please come in and have a seat." Chapter 628. Wang Ji couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when he saw that there were only 5 dishes and 1 soup on the table. However, when he heard Li Zixuan say that these were the dishes that Li Er and the others ate at Qin's mansion yesterday, the disappointment in his heart disappeared without a trace. The rest of the people were also flattered. After all, the dishes on the table could be considered a sacred feast to some extent. Li Zixuan laughed secretly when he saw this. He thought to himself, although these dishes are the same as what Li Er ate yesterday, the person who cooked them is different. However, this doesn't affect much. Han Yushi's culinary skills can completely pass off as genuine. Hey! Let this old man try your cooking first and see if it's as good as what they say. Wang Ji couldn't wait to pick up a piece of braised pork with preserved vegetables and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Li Zixuan frowned and muttered to himself, "This old man is already so old. He better not choke himself to death from eating fatty meat." If Wang Ji knew what Li Zixuan was thinking, he would definitely roll up his sleeves and fight it out with Li Zixuan. However, he was destined not to know. Tisk, tisk. It's fatty but not greasy. The taste is excellent. To be able to make pork taste so good, this is the first time this old man has seen such a thing in my life. Old man Wang's mouth was full of oil, but he didn't forget to exclaim. At the side, Yen Silu didn't have the time to reprimand Wang Ji for not eating properly because he was also enjoying his meal at the moment. Mo Huai didn't come alone today. When they heard that the Li family had come to the inn to invite Mo Huai for a meal, Mo Zhong and Mo Yun's eyes rolled around. They had been in Chang'an for a few days and had heard a lot about Li Zixuan, the man of the hour in Chang'an city this year. The Li family's banquet was almost the most delicious in Chang'an city. Of course, they wanted to experience it very much. The two of them spoke up almost at the same time and requested to go together under the pretext of protecting the tycoon. Mo Huai's heart was as clear as a mirror. He originally didn't want to bring the two of them over, but when he saw their eager looks, his heart softened. At this moment, Mo Zhong and Mo Yun could not help but swallow their saliva when they heard Wang Ji's praise. The two brothers guiltily looked at Mo Huai beside them. Seeing that there was no displeasure on Mo Huai's face, they were slightly relieved. Then, they picked up their chopsticks and started attacking the large plate of braised meat on the table. Ugh! As soon as the braised meat entered his mouth, a burst of rich fragrance immediately exploded. The preserved vegetables absorbed the juices of the meat, and the meat also brought out the fragrance of the preserved vegetables. The combination of the two was really incomparable. Mo Zhong and Mo Yun widened their eyes in disbelief. Why is pork so delicious? It was fatty but not greasy, melted in the mouth, and was salty and fresh. How is this pork made? As the last descendants of the Mo family, they had lived in a bitter and cold place for a long time. The high-ranking officials and dignitaries ate beef and mutton, while they could only eat pork during festivals. At that time, they thought that they were eating the best pork in the world, but now, the two brothers stared blankly at the remaining half of the braised pork in their bowls. Their feelings were very complicated. At this moment, they completely understood why people said that no place in Jianghu city could compete with the Li family in terms of food. As they ate the delicious food, a certain persistence in their hearts began to waver slightly. It's rare for us to gather together today. How can there be meat but no wine? Come, three sirs, let me give you a toast. After hearing Wang Ji's exclamation, Li Zishuan picked up a glass of wine, stood up, and said with a smile. At this time, there were naturally servants who poured wine for them. Of course, it was the best immortal drunken wine. As for the reaction of the two Mo brothers, Li Zishuan naturally saw it and was very satisfied. This was because Mo Huai still had some misgivings about the Mo family entering the world. Since that was the case, Li Zishuan would dispel Mo Huai's misgivings through the other members of the Mo family. It had to be said that Mo Zhong and Mo Yun came at the right time today. Good. Well said. Little Xian. This old man is completely convinced by your culinary skills. There's not a single dish on this table that this old man can find fault with. What wine is this? Why is the wine aroma so strong? Wang Ji first praised the dishes on the table sincerely. In just a short while, the old man had already tasted every dish. As he spoke, the maids had already poured the wine. The rich aroma of the immortal drunken wine instantly wafted out. Wang Ji couldn't help but take a deep breath and ask. Wang Wugong, this is the immortal drunken wine. And it's the best immortal drunken wine. The most famous wine in Jianghu city this year is none other than this. Yan Silu was also a wine lover. He could tell that the wine in the cup was the immortal drunken wine. However, his love of wine was not the same as Wang Ji's love of wine. The two were fundamentally different. At this moment, he smiled slightly and explained to Wang Ji. Immortal drunken wine, this name is good. This old man wants to see if it lives up to its name. Come, brother Jingma, thank you and your son for your hospitality today. Sitting beside Wang Ji was Li Jingma. It was rare for him to think of old man Li at this moment, so he spoke politely. Old man Li's face was flushed red, and he said happily, You're too kind. Gentlemen, you're all full of wisdom. Since you're here to help my son, this old man should be the one toasting you. Come, let this old man drink first. Brother Jingma, you're too kind. Li Gang, Yan Silu, and Mo Huai smiled slightly and also raised their wine cups. However, they didn't dare to drink it in one go because they knew that the wine in the cup was abnormally strong just by smelling it. They couldn't bear it. Cough, cough. This wine is really strong. This old man has also studied the art of winemaking, but I don't know how to make such strong wine. I'll have to ask Xiao Xian for advice later. Wang Ji drank a cup of drunken immortal in one go and almost choked to death. When he recovered, his first reaction was to be concerned about the winemaking method of drunken immortal. Well, if Mr. Wang is interested, we'll talk about it in detail later. Li Zishuan replied. While they were chatting happily, Mo Zhong and Mo Yun didn't have time to pay attention to them. The two of them ate happily. At first, they were afraid of Mo Huai's power and didn't dare to go overboard. However, once they started eating, how could they resist the temptation of delicious food? They opened their stomachs and started eating. Vinegar choking radish skin. Crispy and refreshing, delicious. Big bowl of braised pork, fatty but not greasy, salty and just right, delicious. White cut chicken, fragrant meat, delicious. Fried fish, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, fresh and delicious. Fried chicken cubes, crispy and tender, also delicious. At first, they felt that there were too few dishes, but now they didn't know which dish to eat. Every dish was the best taste, how could they choose? They could only eat whatever they picked up randomly. Chapter 629. Little Xian, how much of the content in this chemistry book is true? Why do I feel like it's a little mysterious? After the meal, they didn't leave. Instead, they stayed in the main hall and chatted while drinking tea. Wang Ji picked up a book from the table next to him, pointed at the book and asked Li Zishuan. It's worth mentioning that Wang Ji drank a lot of drunken immortal at noon. At this moment, only his cheeks were red and he wasn't drunk. Li Zishuan admired his alcohol tolerance from the bottom of his heart. This chemistry book, I can guarantee that it's 100% true. Chemistry is about the study of transformations. If you just look at the book, you'll feel that it's a little mysterious. Li Zishuan laughed when he heard this. He was still very confident in the course of chemistry. In his previous life, he had been a chemistry class representative and was always at the top of the class in every exam. In this life, he had an abnormal spiritual force, so he was even more confident that he would not make any mistakes. Wang Ji nodded thoughtfully. After a while, he asked tentatively, "This book's structure is really big. It's really rare in the world. Although I didn't have time to read it, based on the first half of the book, doesn't it mean that all substances in the world can be transformed into each other?" Li Zishuan was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that Wang Ji, this old urchin, would be interested in chemistry. He thought for a while and replied, "If it's based on the transformation between elements, Mr. Wang's theory is correct. But sometimes we have to consider reality because many chemical reactions have very strict requirements for external conditions. For example, temperature, catalyst, etc. If you don't meet certain conditions, even if you put two substances together, they won't have a chemical reaction, let alone complete the transformation between substances." Wang Ji frowned and said in surprise, "This little chemistry actually has so many tricks." Li Zishuan laughed and said, "Of course. Strictly speaking, the content of this class covers everything in the world. You have to know that there are millions of substances in the world and there are even more chemical reactions between them. So there's a lot of knowledge in this." As Wang Ji listened, he pinched his chin and pondered seriously. After a while, he opened the book and pointed to a page. "You used chemical symbols to represent many substances according to their elemental composition. Of course, I don't know if your representation is right or wrong, so I'll follow your thinking first. For example, in this chapter, you said that hydrogen can be burned in oxygen to produce water. According to what you said earlier, doesn't it mean that water can also be converted into hydrogen and oxygen under certain special conditions?" Li Zishuan was really surprised this time. Wang Ji's way of thinking and his ability to draw inferences was really different from the capable people of this era. Moreover, how long had he been reading this book? How could he reach such a level? He had to admit that geniuses were geniuses. They learned things very quickly. Perhaps this person could really do it. Thinking of this, Li Zishuan explained seriously, "Sir, you are right. Water can indeed be decomposed into oxygen and hydrogen. If you read further, you will see this in the later chapters. But now, I can also explain it to you seriously. The so-called chemical change is the process of molecules being divided into atoms, and the atoms being recombined into new molecules. If you read the previous chapters, you will have a general understanding of the concept of molecules and atoms. Hydrogen and oxygen are both diatomic molecules. A water molecule is composed of 3 atoms. In comparison, hydrogen is more active chemically. It can be burned in oxygen. While releasing heat, it can produce more chemically stable water. You can calculate their ratio to be 2:1:2 according to the number of atoms between the 3. In the process of the reaction, the number of atoms is conserved. Just now, you asked how water can be converted into hydrogen and oxygen. This kid will also explain it to you. Previously, I said that when hydrogen is burned in oxygen, it releases heat and produces more chemically stable water. Now, if you want to turn chemically stable water into chemically active hydrogen and oxygen, we have to pay a certain amount of energy to promote this chemical reaction to proceed normally. What I want to tell you is that no matter when, energy is conserved. Wang Ji was startled. He seemed to have thought of something and muttered involuntarily, energy conservation, matter conservation, all things engender each other. This little chemistry actually contains the heavenly Tao. In Wang Ji's life, he was an official and retired man. In order to achieve spiritual satisfaction, he studied Taoist culture very much. Moreover, his thoughts and some of his later works were deeply influenced by Taoist culture. At this moment, after listening to Li Zishuan's explanation, he suddenly thought of the Taoist ideology that all things were related to each other and the conservation of yin and yang. Wang Ji, who was originally very interested in chemistry, felt that the door to a new world was opening to him. He wanted to understand this knowledge even more. Then, what kind of energy is needed to turn water into hydrogen and oxygen? Does it need to be heated? No, when we boil water, we don't see water turning into hydrogen and oxygen. After secretly sighing for a while, Wang Ji couldn't help but ask. Li Zishuan was about to explain, but Yan Silu interrupted at this time. Wang Wugong, you've just read the book for less than 2 hours, and you're already starting to have ideas? Don't pretend to know when you don't and make a fool of yourself in front of the juniors. Li Zishuan talked about chemistry with Wang Ji, but he, Li Gang, and Mo Huai were confused and didn't understand half of it. After being depressed for a long time, he finally couldn't help but ask. Pfft. Wang Ji curled his lips and sneered. You, Yan Konggui, can't do it, but it doesn't mean that I, Wang Ji, can't do it. I've long said that I, Wang Ji, am better than you. I'm better at learning everything fast, but you didn't believe it. Wang Wugong. How arrogant of you. You only know some superficial knowledge, how can you brag here? Do you have any shame? How could Yan Silu stand such humiliation? So he said angrily. Wang Ji retorted, a little. It's indeed a little, but I can understand a little in less than 2 hours. Doesn't this mean that I'm a faster learner than you? Now, Yan Konggui, do you dare to say that I, Wang Ji, am not worth a monthly salary of 5 buckets of wine? Yan Silu said indignantly, Yanhuang College is going to be the elite college of the Tang dynasty in the future. How can I ask you, a teacher who only knows a little, to mislead the students? Not to mention 5 buckets of wine, in my opinion, even 1 bucket of wine is too much for you. Humph. I only know a little now, but it doesn't mean that I'll be like this when school starts. Yan Konggui, do you dare to make a bet with me? Chapter 630. Bet? What bet? What kind of bet? In the main hall, Yan Silu heard that Wang Ji wanted to bet with him. He raised his eyebrows and asked in a deep voice. Wang Ji thought about it and didn't answer directly. Instead, he looked at Li Zishuan and asked, Xiao Xian, how much longer until Yanhuang College starts school? When Li Zishuan heard this, he could roughly guess what Wang Ji wanted to do. He thought for a while and replied, the academy will officially open on the 18th of September. Counting the days, there are only 8 days left. However, I don't plan to let the students attend classes in the first month of their enrollment. I have other plans for this month. So, if Mr. Wang wants to read chemistry in this period of time, I can give you 40 days. Wang Ji's heart tightened when he heard that there were still 10 days left. However, when he heard the second half of the sentence, he couldn't help but smile. He laughed and said, "Okay. I don't need 40 days. 30 days is enough." Then, he looked at Yen Silu and said, "Konggui, let's set a limit of 1 month. After a month, Xiao Xian can choose from this book. At that time, if I can't answer all of them correctly, I won't be able to bring up the matter of teaching at the academy anymore. If I can pass Xiao Xian's test, then it should be worth the salary of 5 buckets of wine a month, right? At that time, I don't need you to apologize to me. You just need to treat me to wine for a month. How about that?" Yen Silu's face darkened. He wasn't an idiot. How could he not see the loophole in this bet? Old man Yan's face darkened. He said unhappily, "No matter if I win or lose, it doesn't benefit me at all. Why should I bet?" Wang Ji defended himself. "Hey! Brother Yen, you can't say that. If you don't accept this bet, what if I really have an undeserved reputation like you said? When I enter the academy to teach, won't I lead the students astray? And aren't those students also your students, Brother Yen? So, if Brother Yen is really thinking about the future of your future students, then you must accept this bet. Don't you think so?" Speaking of this, Wang Ji couldn't help but despise himself in his heart. Shameless, really too shameless, but what can I do? He used to be a hermit. Not only did he not have a way to earn money, but he also had to drink every meal. In this way, he was really penniless now. What could he use to gamble with Yen Silu? He couldn't possibly ask his brother Wang Jing for it, right? In any case, Wang Ji couldn't bring himself to do it. Thus, he could only use his mouth to gain something without risking anything. Encountering such a shameless old rogue, everyone in the room was a little embarrassed. They all wanted to cover their faces to show that they didn't know this person. Yen Silu was even more speechless. He pursed his lips and resisted the urge to curse. Finally, he said gloomily, "All right. This old man will accept this bet. I hope you remember what I said today. If you can't pass little Xian's test after 30 days, please leave the Yanhuang Academy. Little Xian, you can't take extra care of him when the time comes." He wasn't deliberately targeting Wang Ji. In terms of personal relationships, he and Wang Ji could be considered good friends. The reason why he was acting like this was because he felt that Wang Ji's personality wasn't suitable to be a teacher at all. That was why he was strongly against it. Li Zishuan quickly replied, "I understand." Wang Ji was very dissatisfied and snorted, "Humph. What kind of person do you think I am? Even if I lose, I will lose fair and square." Then, he said to Li Zishuan, "Little Xian, how about this old man also make a bet with you?" Li Zishuan's face was full of black lines. After this old guy tricked Wan Yen Silu, he wanted to trick him too. However, Li Zishuan was also very curious as to whether Wang Ji could thoroughly study the first volume of chemistry within a month. Thus, he said, "Mr. Wang, feel free to say it." Wang Ji squinted his eyes and smiled, "Little Xian, as the Yamacho of the college, if this old man can pass the test in 30 days, then this old man's salary will be set at 5 buckets of tenderness. If this old man can't pass the test, then this old man won't disturb you and will go back to my hometown." At this moment, Wang Ji was ruthless in his heart and thought to himself, "This old man is going all out for this 1 month. Last year, this old man was willing to drop 8 levels in order to drink at the Tai Le department. Now, in order to drink more delicious tenderness, this old man is willing to study hard for a month. Sure enough, this is another cunning bet." The corner of Li Zishuan's mouth twitched. After a moment, he stretched out a finger and said, "Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. This old man has already stated clearly on the newspaper about the treatment that you will receive from the college. How about this, a bucket of immortal drunken wine and 5 buckets of money? This is the most this old man can do for you. What do you think?" Li Zishuan did this to uphold the rules of the college. Secondly, he was afraid that Wang Ji would really give him 5 buckets of wine every month. At that time, Wang Ji would probably be so poor that he would have no food to eat and would have to drink every day. Wang Ji was slightly disappointed. However, when he thought that Li Zishuan had promised that the wine was immortal drunken wine, he felt somewhat better. After all, immortal drunken wine was much stronger than tenderness. If he drank every day sparingly, a bucket of wine would be enough to last him a month. This old man was actually afraid that 12 buckets of highly concentrated white wine would not be enough for a month. If Li Zishuan knew what this old man was thinking, he would definitely vomit blood. Thus, he nodded and said, "That's good. This old man is not an unreasonable person. It's settled then. In the following days, this old man will often look for you to teach me. You brat, don't think that this old man is annoying." Li Zishuan had already said this. How could he refuse? He could only say, "Sir, feel free to come. This old man will definitely not have any complaints." After hearing this, Wang Ji happily hugged the chemistry textbook, stood up and said, "Haha. That's good. Kong Gui, Wen Ji, brother Mo, this old man will go back to study first. Goodbye." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man actually slipped away nimbly. His speed was so fast that it did not seem like a person of his age. Li Zishuan could not help but shout from behind, "Hey, Mr. Wang, wait. Do you have a place to stay in Chang'an?" From the conversation between Li Gang, Yan Silu, and the others, he vaguely understood Wang Ji's current situation. That was why he asked this question. Old man Wang's reply came from outside the door. "Oh. Little Xian, you don't have to worry. This old man has a younger brother in Chang'an. I can stay with him for a few days. When Yanhuang College reopens, this old man will move to the college to live. There should be a place for this old man to stay." Li Zishuan said, "Of course there is. But in a while, I plan to bring all of you to visit Yanhuang College. Why don't Mr. Wang come along?" I'm not going. No matter how luxurious it is, it's just a pile of dead things. There will be opportunities to meet in the future. Don't delay this old man's studies." After saying this, the sound of the mansion door opening could be heard. After that, Wang Ji's movements could no longer be heard. Chapter 631. Li Zishuan disagreed with Wang Ji's remark that the academy was just a bunch of dead things. He felt that a school's environment was still beneficial to the students' studies. Therefore, in the afternoon, he brought Li Gang, Yan Silu, Mo Huai, and the others to Yun Mountain to visit Yanhuang College. Speaking of which, he also wanted to see how Yanhuang College would look like after it was completed. Li Zishuan, Li Gang, and Yan Silu were in one, while Mo Huai, Mo Zhong, and Mo Yun were in the other. Li Gang had ridden in this new carriage a few months ago when he participated in the compilation of the Tang Dynasty Dictionary, so he was not surprised at all. Although Yan Silu was a local of Chang'an, he had heard about the comfort of the new carriages from the Wonderful Taste Pavilion. However, this thing was too expensive, and there was no market for it. In Yan Silu's opinion, this was just a toy for the rich kids to compare with each other. It was not practical, so the Yan family naturally did not buy this kind of carriage. However, when he sat on the soft sofa and looked at the rapidly passing street outside the window, he could not help but sigh in his heart. This carriage is a little expensive, but it's really worth it. No wonder so many people are fighting to buy it. "Uncle, this carriage." In the other carriage, Mo Zhong looked at the luxurious interior decoration and felt the stable posture of the carriage. He could not help but widen his eyes and murmur in disbelief. In fact, Mo Huai was also in shock. Their Mo family had always had a deep understanding of the art of making carriages. However, judging from the current carriage, the craftsmanship of the carriage was already above their Mo families. Furthermore, these sofas and other things that they didn't recognize were simply an eye-opener for him. Perhaps, this is engineering. After staying silent for a long time, Mo Huai sighed with slight disappointment. Seeing this, Mo Zhong and Mo Yun did not dare to say anything more. The two of them sat quietly on the sofa in the carriage. Feeling the unusual softness of the seat under them, the two brothers were shocked again. After carefully counting the number of times they had been shocked when they followed Imo to the banquet today, they had already lost count. So this is the life of the rich. That's great. Mo Zhong leaned on the back of the sofa and looked at the endless stream of people outside the window. He couldn't help but think. At this moment, for some reason, Mo Zhong suddenly felt a little lucky that their magnate had been defeated by Li Zishuan that day. However, after realizing his thoughts, Mo Zhong's heart was instantly filled with shame. He glanced at Mo Huai with a slightly guilty conscience, and he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he noticed that Mo Huai wasn't paying attention to him. He hurriedly moved his gaze away. However, during the process of moving his gaze away, he seemed to have sensed something and noticed that Mo Yun was actually doing the same thing as him. Their gazes met in the air for a moment before they moved their gazes away, and then they both lowered their heads with tacit understanding. Haha. Little Xian, you really know how to pick a place. The environment here is serene and beautiful, with verdant hills and limpid waters. It makes one feel relaxed and happy. It's really a good place to study and cultivate. After stopping the carriage at the foot of the mountain, the few of them alighted and walked up the newly built stairs. Looking at the dense forest around them, mixed with the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers, Li Gang smiled and said with his hands behind his back. Yen Silu raised his head and looked at the top of the mountain. He stroked his beard and said, "It's indeed a good place to study. Compared to the directorate, it's too noisy. However, isn't this cloud mountain a little too high?" Li Zishuan smiled and said, "It's good to be a little higher. A little higher can allow the students to train their bodies more. This is what they mean by, suffering makes one's spirit grow, and toiling makes one's muscles and bones grow. A little higher can allow one to stand at the top and see how small the mountains are. It also means that our Yanhuang disciples will definitely stand at the top in the future." "Good. You're ambitious, kid." Yen Silu patted Li Zishuan's shoulder and laughed heartily. The few of them chatted and laughed as they walked up the stairs. Soon, they arrived at the top of the mountain. Everyone's eyes lit up at once. Reflecting the evening sun, the rows of glass windows on the majestic cathedral of Yanhuang College reflected the sunlight into everyone's eyes. The group of people couldn't help but squint their eyes. After getting used to the strong light, everyone finally saw the true appearance of Yanhuang College. Then, inevitably, they were all shocked. The wide and flat cement roads, the tall and majestic buildings made of cement bricks, the rather different architectural styles, and the extravagant glass windows and glass walls made Li Gang, Yen Silu, Mo Huai, and the others freeze on the spot. Oh my goodness. This is heaven, right? Mo Zhong's eyes widened, and his heart trembled violently. Just the corner of the college that he saw from here had already subverted his understanding of the world. He couldn't imagine how unexpected the full picture of the college would be. Gulp. Mo Yun couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. His eyes stared straight at the cathedral of Yanhuang College, Guanghua Building. This guy was probably still wondering how much it would cost to buy so much glass, right? Ha! Previously, Wang Wugong said that Yanhuang College was just a pile of dead things and not worth looking at. He'll probably be shocked when he sees what Yanhuang College looks like in the future. Li Gang was, after all, someone who had seen the world. He was the first to come back to his senses. At this moment, he smiled meaningfully. Yes. I have to say, little Xian, this college of yours is really beyond this old man's expectations. Yen Silu stroked his beard and sighed. Mo Huai glanced at the structure of Guanghua Building, and surprise flashed across his eyes. Then, he looked at the road and couldn't help but exclaim, "Lord Li, what material is this road made of? Why haven't I seen it before?" Because of the previous bet, Mo Huai had always addressed Li Zishuan by his title. He didn't dare to address him as Little Xian like Li Gang and Yen Silu. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Mr. Mo, there's no need to be so formal. You can just call me Little Xian." The material used for the road is a new material that this kid's workshop invented. It's called cement. This material is extremely sticky. Not only is it incomparably hard to build roads, but it's also abnormally flat. It won't be affected at all on a rainy day. Other than that, cement can also be used to build houses. Its firmness is even stronger than glutinous rice mortar. Yanhuang College's buildings are all made of cement and bricks. Mo Huai raised his brows and seemed to be lost in thought. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "It's boring to just stand here and look. Gentlemen, let's go in and take a look." Li Gang, Yen Silu, Mo Huai, and the others naturally agreed, and the group walked toward the gate of the college. What Li Zishuan didn't expect was that he would meet someone he didn't expect to see here. Young man, what a coincidence. We meet again. Chapter 632. This voice sounded familiar to Li Zishuan. He turned around and looked in the direction of the voice. It was indeed someone he knew, the candidate from the Yanhuang Academy, Di Zhishuan, whom he had met on the way. Yo! Brother Di. What a coincidence. You also came to Cloud Mountain today? Li Zishuan smiled as he walked in Di Zhishuan's direction. Di Zhishuan stepped forward and cupped his hands. I've been in Chang'an City for a few days. After finishing my homework today, I remembered what you said the other day. I suddenly wanted to visit Cloud Mountain on a whim. First, I wanted to familiarize myself with the environment in advance. Second, I wanted to see if Yanhuang College was really as amazing as you said it was. Li Zishuan felt that what he had said the other day had indeed worked. Thus, he asked with a smile, Brother Di, did you see anything special? Di Zhishuan answered, from the outside, Yanhuang College can indeed be called the most luxurious school in Tang Dynasty. Although I've never seen the style of its buildings before, I can feel its magnificence from afar. Moreover, there are many novel things in the college, such as the road surface and the walls of the buildings. I've never seen the materials used on them before. It's really incredible. Previously, I might have had some doubts about applying for Yanhuang College. However, after seeing the true face of Yanhuang College, I'm even more determined to get into Yanhuang College. If I can't study in such a magical academy, it will be my life's regret. Moreover, I may fall behind an era because of this. Oh. Why will you fall behind if you don't study in Yanhuang College? Li Gang, who had been following them for a while, suddenly interrupted. Di Zhishuan glanced at Li Gang and asked Li Zishuan, Brother, who is this old gentleman? He saw that Li Gang had an elegant temperament and didn't seem like an ordinary person, so he called him old gentleman. Cough. They are the elders of this little brother's clan. They heard that the Yanhuang College on Yunshan has been completed, so we came to visit together. I didn't expect to meet you here, little brother. Li Gang was about to introduce himself, but Li Zishuan quickly took over and said. The main reason was that each of the three old men he brought here had a great background. He was afraid that he would scare Di Zhishuan. On the other hand, if Di Zhishuan knew his identity, there would be nothing to talk about. After all, he was equivalent to the headmaster. Oh. Greetings to all of you, gentlemen. Di Zhishuan's eyes flashed. He seemed to have realized something, but also seemed to have not. He cupped his fists at Li Gang, Yen Silu, and Mo Huai and said. The three of them nodded in greeting. Di Zhishuan continued. This old gentleman just asked why not go to Yanhuang College to study and why we will fall behind the times. I have some shallow opinions. From the introduction of Yanhuang College on Datang Daily, it can be seen that the engineering taught by Yanhuang College is very likely to contain some technologies that have never appeared in this world. Today, after seeing the real Yanhuang College, I am even more certain of this point. Think about it, 3 years later, or 5 years later, thousands of students from the Yanhuang Academy will enter the various departments of the Tang Empire. It can be foreseen that at that time, all kinds of new technologies will emerge like bamboo shoots after the rain. No one can predict what kind of huge changes the Academy of Engineering will bring to the Tang Empire. At that time, those who don't know engineering will fall behind the times. Li Zishuan couldn't help but think highly of Di Jixuan when he heard this. In his original plan, he wanted to rely on the talents cultivated by Yanhuang College in the next 3 years to quickly form a group of top technical teams and develop some new technologies that were now qualified to be launched. He really didn't expect that there would be someone who could see so far ahead. Li Gang didn't understand this, so he just nodded reservedly and didn't make any comments. Li Zishuan praised him when he saw this. I agree with Brother D's judgment very much. In terms of the foresight of engineering alone, I think many people can't compare to Brother D. I'm looking forward to Brother D's brilliant future with your engineering skills. Di Jixuan's eyes flashed imperceptibly. He smiled and said, Little brother, you think too highly of me. I'm not good at engineering. I want to enter Yanhuang College because I don't want to fall behind the times. Li Zishuan seemed to understand something. He looked at the sky and said, It's getting late. Brother D, why don't you go to the academy with us now? Di Jixuan laughed and said, Haha. If I could go in, I would have gone in long ago. I'm afraid you and I won't be able to go in today. Li Zishuan asked curiously, Why is that? As far as he could remember, ever since Yanhuang College had been built until the last time he came to Cloud Mountain, the academy had never stopped outsiders from visiting. Why did Di Jixuan say that? Di Jixuan pointed at the entrance of the academy. Li Zishuan looked in the direction he was pointing at and noticed 2 guards with bright armor and sabers standing there. Di Jixuan said, Don't worry. Di Jixuan said, I've come at the wrong time. I've never heard from my classmates that Yanhuang College doesn't allow strangers to visit. However, looking at the situation today, I guess some big shot has come to Yanhuang College. Therefore, I can only watch from afar. Forget it, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Besides, didn't I meet an acquaintance like you, little brother? This trip was not in vain. It's getting late, so I have to return to Chang'an. Little brother, do you want to go down the mountain with me? Li Zishuan looked away from the 2 guards at the entrance of the academy and said, No, even if I can't go in, it's good for me to take a look outside. Speaking of which, after Yanhuang College was built, I, a native of Chang'an, haven't even seen the whole picture. Then, I'll take my leave first. Di Jixuan cupped his hands and said goodbye to everyone. Then, he went down the mountain alone. After Di Jixuan left, Li Gang stroked his beard and said, Those are the Imperial Guards. Could it be that His Majesty has come to the academy? Li Zishuan recognized the 2 guards just now, so he deliberately let Di Jixuan go first. At this moment, he nodded and said, Yes, it's very likely. Since we're here, let's go in and take a look. At this time, it was obvious that they couldn't escape. Li Zishuan didn't believe that the 2 guards at the entrance didn't see them. Li Gang and Yen Silu naturally agreed. However, Mo Huai hesitated and said, Well, why don't I go down the mountain first? The Mo family's big son was the target of the emperors in the previous dynasties. Now that he was going to see Li Heir, this. Chapter 633. Mr. Mo, you worry too much. On Cloud Mountain, Li Zishuan heard Mo Huai's hesitant words. He turned around and said, Actually, His Majesty already knew your identities the moment you entered Chang'an City. However, His Majesty didn't do anything to you after such a long time. This means that His Majesty doesn't intend to exterminate the Mo family. Naturally, he doesn't have any evil intentions. But, even so, Mo Huai couldn't help but worry. Li Zishuan said bluntly, His Majesty is the saint of this generation. Moreover, the Tang Empire has been peaceful for many years. The Mo family is no longer the Mo family in its heyday. His Majesty won't punish the current followers of the school of Mo for what happened in the past. Moreover, His Majesty sent me a verbal order a few days ago regarding your matter. Mo Huai's expression changed. He asked, Oh? Lord Zhu, what did His Majesty say? Li Zishuan organized his words and said, His Majesty's general meaning is that although he won't find trouble with you, your identities are sensitive. When you enter Yanhuang College, you have to hide your identities well and don't cause trouble. As long as you do these 2 things, you can live in peace. Mo Huai's eyes widened. He exclaimed, "Are you serious, Lord Zhu?" He couldn't be blamed for making a fuss. The imperial court had suppressed the Mo family too harshly for thousands of years. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, although the emperors didn't openly pursue the followers of the school of Mo, as members of the Mo family, they usually tried their best to avoid the imperial court. Now that Li Er had sent such an imperial order, didn't it mean that they could live in peace with the ruler? Li Zishuan nodded and said affirmatively, "It's absolutely true. I'm not lying." Li Gang smiled and said, "In that case, Brother Mo, come in with us." Mo Huai nodded, and the few of them walked to the entrance of the college. "Father. Brother Xiao Xian's college is so beautiful. Chang'e wants to live in it." In the conference room, in the middle of Yanhuang College's main building, Li Er brought his wife and children to sit on the sofa. Their ancient costume, coupled with the modern decoration in the room, looked very strange. However, old Li obviously didn't think so. Today, he brought his family here for a vacation. At this moment, when he heard Chang'e's laughter, Li Er couldn't help but laugh. This academy is indeed well built. But if Chang'e lives here, what will father and mother do when they miss you? Chang'e blinked and thought for a while before replying, "Oh. Forget it. Chang'e can't bear to part with father and mother." Haha. Chang'e was extremely adorable to begin with. When she said this, Li Er immediately laughed heartily. At this moment, he was no longer the ruler of a nation, but a gratified father. Li Qingxian, Li Tai, Empress Zhangsun, concubine Yang, Li Ku, and the others also burst into laughter. It looked like a happy and harmonious family. However, no one noticed the flash of disappointment in the corner of Chang Li's eyes. "Your Majesty, Li Xiannan is here. Should I let him in?" At this moment, a chamberlain walked in quietly from outside the door and bowed. Li Er was a little surprised. He didn't expect Li Zishuan to be willing to leave the house today after staying at home for more than a month. Thus, he said, "Let him in." Logically speaking, if Li Er had come to the college alone today, he definitely wouldn't have arranged guards at the entrance of the college. As an emperor who was about to go to war, Li Er had never been particular about ostentation. He also didn't like to have people clear the place in advance wherever he went. However, he had brought his family here today. In order to avoid being offended by outsiders, he had to make an exception. "Your Majesty, there are 5 people who came with Lord Li. There is the former Grand Scholar Li Gang, the former Army Adjutant Yen Silu, an old man, and 2 young people. Your Majesty, should I let them in?" the chamberlain asked cautiously. Li Er thought for a moment and guessed the origins of the other 3 people. Thus, he ordered, "Let Li Zishuan, Li Gang, Yen Silu, and Mo Huai in. The other 2 wait outside the courtyard." "Yes." The chamberlain received the order and left. A trace of joy flashed in Chang Li's eyes, but it was quickly concealed. She came in front of Li Er and said half-jokingly, "Hee. This college originally belonged to Brother Xiao Xian. Now that he wants to enter the college, he needs to report. Father, are we considered as a dove occupying a magpie's nest?" Among Li Er's many children, only Chang Lu dared to speak to Li Er like this. It could be seen that this little girl was greatly favored by the emperor. As expected, Li Er wasn't angry. Instead, he pretended to pinch his chin and think. After thinking about it, he also felt that Chang Li's words made some sense. He couldn't help but find it interesting and laughed. Haha. This way of saying it is interesting. We are occupying a magpie's nest. Who asked that kid to not return after building the nest for so long? He has harmed official Yan's beloved son. As they chatted and laughed, Li Zishuan and the others had already walked in under the lead of the chamberlain. Official Li Zishuan, Official Li Gang, Official Yen Silu, Official Mo Huai, greets Your Majesty and the Empress. Li Gang and Yen Silu were both high-ranking officials of the imperial court during the era of martial virtue, so it was understandable that they called themselves officials at this moment. Other than his identity as the Mo family's son, Mo Huai was just a commoner. Of course, he wasn't qualified to call himself a minister, but he wouldn't call himself a commoner like in some television dramas. He could just say his name or call himself someone. Although the term commoner originally originated from Confucius's Analects of Confucius, the virtue of a gentleman is the wind, and the virtue of a villain is the grass. The wind on the grass will bend. However, it only started to be called by commoners when they met officials during the Ming and Qing dynasties. Besides, in order to avoid using Li Er's name in the Zhongguan dynasty, there were very few titles such as commoner or commoner's daughter. You may dispense with the formalities. Officially, it's really been a long time. Is your health well? Li Er nodded, then looked at Li Gang and said with a pleasant expression. During the era of martial virtue, although Li Gang had been the teacher of the hidden crown prince Li Gang, this didn't affect Li Er's respect for the old man's character and knowledge. After he ascended the throne, he also thought about reviving Li Gang, but the latter always used the excuse of being too old to refuse. Li Er could only stare at him helplessly. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. This old official's health has always been good. Although this cloud mountain is high, this old official walked up step by step just now and didn't feel tired. Li Gang cupped his hands and smiled. He was already 81 years old this year, but he could still go out and walk around. It was really rare to see someone as healthy as him. Haha. That's good. Official Li's health is the blessing of the Tang dynasty. I originally wanted you to go out and teach Qingxian, but now it seems that Li Zishuan has beaten me to it. Chapter 634. As expected, this little brother's identity is also extraordinary. Li Zishuan, who was talking to Li Er in Yanhuang College, didn't know that when he entered the gate of the college, a sigh came from behind a big tree not far away. It was Di Zhishuan. This guy just told Li Zishuan that he would go down the mountain first, but he secretly came back halfway because he didn't believe that Li Zishuan and the others would only look at the college from the outside. In the end, it was just as he expected. Di Zhishuan shook his head and walked down the mountain. He murmured to himself on the mountain path. That guard's armor is bright, and his lower body is very stable. His martial arts must be extraordinary. This kind of soldier is the best of the best among the 16 guards of Tang. The capital is an important place, and someone who dares to bring soldiers to block Yanhuang College must be extraordinary. Could it be Duke Yi and Duke Lu? No, although they have a close relationship with the founder of Yanhuang College, Li Zishuan, and it's understandable that they came to visit Yanhuang College, with the temperament of the two dukes, they wouldn't let the guards block the gate of the college. Then, who was the person inside? Could it be the Crown Prince or Prince Wei? Father once said in the letter that the Crown Prince and Prince Wei are close friends with Li Zishuan. They have the conditions and the ability to do such a thing. But isn't this considered a disturbance to the people? Aren't they afraid of being impeached by the imperial censor? Also, if the person in the college is really the Crown Prince or Prince Wei, then what is the identity of that little brother? He looks to be at most 15 years old, and he seems to be skilled in martial arts. In addition, his speech and temperament are not like that of an ordinary person, and he can easily pass the guards at the gate. Could he be the descendant of a famous minister or general? Sigh. My bad habit flared up again. If that little brother wants me to know his identity, he will naturally tell me. Why do I have to spend so much effort and guess here and there? In the end, a sigh was left on the mountain path, and then Di Zhishuan's figure disappeared. Ha! Wen Ji. Kong Gui, the two of you used old age as an excuse to resign from your positions. Now, you've both entered Yanhuang College. Oh, I heard that there's also that Mr. Wu Do, Wang Ji. Is that right? In the meeting room. Li Er leaned against the soft back of the chair and asked with a smile. Li Gang and Yen Silu looked at each other. Li Er's question was not easy to answer. Li Gang pursed his lips and pondered for a moment. He then cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, Wang Wugong will indeed enter Yanhuang College. Li Er narrowed his eyes and said, Then Wen Ji, Kong Gui, why are you unwilling to serve me? With your talents, there will definitely be a place for you in my court. Li Gang had already expected Li Er to say this. He quickly bowed and replied, Your Majesty, it's not that I don't want to, but I can't. Most of us are already old. If we still hold important positions, it's inevitable that we won't be able to do as we wish and delay Your Majesty's important matters. We only wish to pass down our lifelong knowledge to others while we're at Yanhuang College. It's our last contribution to Tang Empire. Yen Silu also bowed and said, I also have the same intention. I hope Your Majesty can understand. Li Er quickly got up and helped the two of them up. He comforted them and said, My two beloved subjects, you're overthinking. I don't mean to blame you. I just feel a little regretful. Empress Zhongsun also added, Both of you are people of virtue and prestige. His Majesty is just thirsty for talents. Don't misunderstand. Li Gang straightened his body and said, Your Majesty, you're too serious. I can't bear such great favor. Now that the court is filled with civil and military talents, and all the talents of Tang Empire have been recruited by Your Majesty, I'd better use my old bones in the academy to nurture some young people for Tang Empire. Li Er pondered for a moment and nodded. All right. I just hope that Wen Ji will take care of yourself. Then, he looked at Li Zishuan and said in a deep voice, Mr. Li Gang is not young anymore, but he's still teaching students for you. You have to take good care of him in the future. Don't let any accidents happen. Li Zishuan quickly replied, Don't worry, Your Majesty. I won't let Mr. Li tire himself out. At this moment, Li Er shot his gaze towards Mo Huai. Mo Huai's heart instantly tightened, and his clenched fists couldn't help but sweat. At the same time, he was secretly calculating how confident he was in escaping if Li Er suddenly attacked. Mo Huai. Li Er looked at Mo Huai for a long time, and only spoke when Mo Huai's forehead was sweating. Mo Huai's eyebrows twitched. He stepped forward and bowed. Mo Huai is here. There was no joy or anger on Li Er's face. He said calmly, I don't object to the Mo school. Of course, as long as it's beneficial to the people of Tang Empire, I won't object. So you don't have to worry that I will harm your Mo family. Although he had already known Li Er's attitude from Li Zishuan, Mo Huai couldn't help but say excitedly now that he had personally confirmed it from Li Er's mouth. Mo Huai thanks Your Majesty on behalf of the Mo school. Li Er waved his hand and said, Don't be happy too early. I'm not done yet. As for the school of Mo entering the Yanhuang Academy, I need to make 3 rules with you. First, the followers of the school of Mo are proficient in martial arts. As a magnate, you must control them well and prevent them from using their martial arts to break the law. Otherwise, when the time comes, the Supreme Court will personally come and demand an explanation from the offenders. Mo Huai didn't even think about it and replied, That's how it should be. Your Majesty, don't worry. I, Mo Huai, will do my best to restrain the people of the Mo school. Li Er nodded and continued, Second, now that Confucianism has become the orthodox school of thought in the world, I don't want the Mo family to stir up disputes between the schools again. You have to hide your identity as a member of the Mo school in Yanhuang College. You are not allowed to leak secrets without permission. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences. Although Mo Huai was unwilling to accept this request, there was nothing he could do. With the few remaining followers of the Mo school, fighting with the established Confucianism was tantamount to a moth flying into a flame. Even if Li Er didn't mention it, they didn't have the strength to do so. Mo Huai understands. Third, after every one of the Mo family comes to Chang'an, their household registration will be transferred to Li Zishuan's fief, Plum Village. Someone will naturally allocate farmland and houses for you. From now on, you don't have to hide from the imperial court. However, in Yanhuang College, you must fulfill your responsibilities. As a teacher, you must take on the responsibility of a teacher. Do you understand? Li Er stared at Mo Huai with bright eyes and said the third request. In other words, he was reminding Mo Huai to teach well in Yanhuang College and not have any crooked thoughts. Mo Huai obviously understood the meaning behind his words. He couldn't help but feel a little wary of Li Er. Then, he bowed deeply and said, Mo Huai obeys. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace. Chapter 635. All right. You guys must be here today to visit Yanhuang College, right? Go. I won't keep you guys here. After greeting Li Gang, Yen Silu, and beating Mo Huai, Li Er had achieved his goal. He smiled and said to everyone. Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel elated. He thought to himself that it was fortunate that old Li didn't find trouble with him. Thus, he cupped his hands together with Li Gang and the others and left. However, he heard a gentle female voice coming from inside the room. Li Zishuan, you stay. I have something to tell you. Li Zishuan's face darkened, and he stopped in his tracks. Li Gang threw him a helpless look and left with Yen Silu and Mo Huai. What orders does Your Majesty have? Li Zishuan turned around and cupped his hands to Empress Jiangsun. The person who just asked him to stay was Empress Jiangsun. Li Er also looked at Empress Jiangsun curiously at this moment. It seemed that he also didn't know what Jiangsun wanted to tell Li Zishuan. Jiangsun stood up from the sofa beside Li Er, then waved to the side and said, Ku-er, come here. Yes, mother. Li Zishuan looked in the direction of the voice and saw a 7 or 8-year-old boy who looked 70% similar to Li Er. He was simply a miniature version of Li Er. When the little boy heard Jiangsun calling him, he quickly responded and walked over. Greetings, Your Highness. Li Zishuan was helpless. Although he didn't know why Empress Jiangsun did this, he couldn't pretend that he didn't see Li Ku standing in front of him, right? So he could only salute. At the same time, he muttered in his heart, isn't this Li Ku the son of concubine Yang? Why is he so close to Jiangsun? Li Ku, 3rd year and 6th month of Wuda, was conferred the title of Prince of Changsha, 8th year of Wuda, was conferred the title of Prince of Hanzhong. In the 1st year of Jingguan, he was conferred the title of Prince of Hanzhong. In the 2nd year of Jingguan, he was conferred the title of Prince of Shu and was conferred the title of Governor of Izhou. In the 11th year of Jingguan, he was conferred the title of King of Wu and was given the title of Governor of an province. What was slightly gratifying was that Li Ku was not the kind of arrogant prince with his nose in the air. When he saw Li Zishuan salute him, he also hurriedly bowed in return and said, It should be Li Ku greeting, sir. Sir is a talent that transcends the heavens and earth. Li Ku has long admired you. As the saying goes, don't slap a smiling face. Li Zishuan smiled modestly and said, Your Highness is too kind. At this time, Empress Jiangsun patted Li Zishuan's shoulder, then looked at Li Zishuan and said, Mr. Li, I told you before that I would give you a few students. Do you remember? Li Ku, who was next to Empress Jiangsun, had a hint of excitement on his face. Li Zishuan's eyes flashed. Could it be that Jiangsun wanted to send Li Ku to Yanhuang College? Of Li Er's 14 sons, the most outstanding one was not the intelligent and quick-witted eldest son Li Qingqian, the 4th son Li Tai, who had outstanding literary talent and could write well. It was also not the brave and brave 8th son Li Zhen or the honest and honest 10th son Li Shen. Of course, it was definitely not the cowardly 9th son Li Ji, but rather the 3rd son Li Ku. Not only was Li Ku proficient in horseback archery, but he was also well versed in literature and history. His reputation was also high, and he was well versed in both literature and martial arts. His reputation was very high, so Li Er had praised Li Ku more than once in front of all the officials that he was, like me. However, it was also this, Li Ku is similar to me, that led to Li Ku's final tragedy. Now, Jiangsun wanted to send Li Ku to Yanhuang College. Could it be that she wanted Li Ku to leave the center of the power struggle? If that was really the case, then Empress Jiangsun's move was really clever. However, Li Zishuan did not like to be someone else's chess piece, even if that person was Empress Jiangsun. Thus, he said seriously, I remember. Could it be that Your Majesty wants to send His Highness the King of Han to the college? Empress Jiangsun nodded and said, That's right. Does Li Xiannan agree? Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and said, Since it is Your Majesty's order, how can I not agree? However, I want to know if His Highness the King of Han really likes engineering? Zhang Sun was a very clever person. She raised her eyebrows and said somewhat angrily, "What do you mean? Do you think that because doesn't like engineering, I will force him to go to Yanhuang College?" Li Zishuan was joking with Chang'e and Li Tai on the side and did not pay attention to what was going on. At this time, when he heard Zhang Suan's angry words, he could not help but turn his head and stare unkindly at Li Zishuan. "Sister, don't be angry. Li Xiannan, don't misunderstand the Empress." Just as Li Zishuan was feeling pressured, a voice as gentle as water came from the side. Then, he saw a woman with a slightly plump figure, exuding a graceful and seductive aura, walking over. "Li Xiannan, was born and raised by me. How can I, as his mother, not know what this child likes and dislikes? Previously, I wanted to ask Sister Empress to help me and let you accept as a student, but I did not expect that it would cause a misunderstanding. This is my fault. I hope Sister Empress and Li Xiannan will not take it to heart." After such a commotion, Li Ku, who was still a little confused, seemed to have understood something at this time. He looked at Li Zishuan with an inexplicable look in his eyes. After Yang Fei finished speaking, he cupped his hands and said, "Sir, Ku's yearning for engineering is absolutely sincere, there is not a bit of falsehood." Li Zishuan felt a little better. Just as he was about to speak, Li Er's dissatisfied voice came from the side. "What? Is my son not worthy of entering your Yanhuang College?" Li Zishuan did not know whether to laugh or cry. He thought to himself, "I didn't say anything. It was all your husband and wife's blind guesses. How can you blame me for this? Your Majesty, this subject has never said that I would not let the King of Han enter Yanhuang College." Li Zishuan turned around gloomily and cupped his hands. This subject only wanted to confirm the King of Han's interest. There is no other meaning. Yanhuang College also welcomes His Highness the King of Han. On September 20th, Your Highness can directly report to the college. Since Li Ku voluntarily left the palace to study, and it was Li Er's two wives who begged him, Li Zishuan naturally had to open the back door for Li Ku. Li Er nodded and no longer paid attention to this side. However, Li Ku asked, "Sir, doesn't the college start on September 18th? Why did you let Ku go on September 20th? Li Zishuan smiled and explained, "September 18th is the entrance exam for Yanhuang College. Since the King of Han was personally entrusted to this subject by the Empress, he naturally does not need to participate in this exam." The reason why he opened this back door was not only to give face to Empress Zhangsun, but more importantly, when he thought that this clever child in front of him would be framed to death by Zhangsun Wuji in the future, he could not help but feel a trace of sympathy in his heart. Perhaps putting Li Ku in Yanhuang College could be considered a form of protection for this child. This was originally just a normal process of going through the back door. Unexpectedly, when Li Ku heard this, it was as if he had been greatly insulted. He stubbornly raised his small face and said, "No. Sir. The rules cannot be broken." Previously, Ku did not know that there was an entrance exam. Now that I know, Ku must participate in this exam. If Ku does not pass, Ku will not talk about going to Yanhuang College. Li Zishuan's face suddenly darkened. He really did want to curse Li Ku, but he did not know if he should say it. Chapter 636. Li Zishuan was confused by Li Er and his family. After figuring out Li Ku's logical thinking and confirming that Li Ku's foundation in mathematics was enough to pass the entrance exam of Yanhuang Academy, Li Zishuan resentfully took the four little guys out of the bishop's office and left the conference room to Li Er and his two wives. "I hope old Li won't do such shameless things in my conference room," Li Zishuan thought to himself in an indecent manner. "Brother Xiao, where are we going to play?" Chang'e hadn't left the palace for a long time and hadn't seen Li Zishuan for a long time. She happily followed Li Zishuan and looked up at him with her blushing face. Li Zishuan had always been very patient with Chang'e, a girl with bright eyes and white teeth. He smiled and replied, "Let's go and see where Mr. Li and the others are first. Then I'll take you around for a stroll. Oh, by the way, Chang'e, didn't you look around earlier?" Chang'e shook her head and said, "Not yet. Father thought that the building we saw earlier was very grand, so he brought us in to wander around. Who knew that it would be so big inside? Later on, when we were tired from walking around, Father brought us to that room to rest. Not long after, Brother Xiaoxian, you came. Oh. So that's how it is. Then I'll take you to see some interesting things in the library. Li Zishuan thought for a while and smiled. Yes, yes. Oh right, Brother Xiaoxian, why didn't Sister Lan come with you today? Oh, her. She's not familiar with old Mr. Li and the rest, so she didn't come with us. Here, this is Yanhuang College's library. What do you think? Isn't it grand? After finding Li Gang and the others who were enjoying the cool air under a pavilion in the academy, Li Zishuan informed a few of the old gentlemen before bringing the 4 second generations to tour the academy. At this moment, he was a bit like a tour guide in his previous life. Little Xian, why is the shape of this library so weird? Li Qingxian complained after looking at it for a while. Li Tai immediately retorted, Tai doesn't agree with Big Brother's words. This is clearly grand, not weird. I think that among all the buildings in the academy, only this library is similar to the style of our Central Plains. Li Zishuan couldn't help but nod secretly. Li Tai was right. Yanhuang College's library, the red building, used a lot of China's traditional multi-eave roofs, China's ancient auspicious patterns, and China's traditional red beams and pillars. Compared to the other high-rise buildings in the academy that were purely made of cement, this library contained a lot of ancient style. But I still feel that the overall shape of this building is very weird. Li Qingxian muttered to himself. This is the academy's cafeteria. In the future, all students will line up here to eat after class. Li Zishuan didn't bring them into the library. In fact, every building in Yanhuang College was quite large. If they went into every building, they wouldn't be able to finish it even by nightfall. Wow! This place is so big. Brother Xiaoxian, how many people can eat here at the same time? Looking at the spacious and bright cafeteria with large glass doors and windows, Chang'e couldn't help but exclaim. Before Li Zishuan could answer, Li Tai said, if every table is full, this floor can seat 800 people, and there's another floor above. So, this building can completely satisfy the needs of the entire academy's teachers and students. The little fatty obviously didn't work for nothing in Yunshan for the past 2 months. What he said was reasonable and methodical. Wow! It can actually accommodate so many people. How many students will the academy recruit this time? Chang'e's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she asked again. Li Tai didn't know this, so the little fatty decisively shut up. Li Zishuan saw this and replied, there's no conclusion on how many students will be recruited, and there won't be a fixed number. This will completely depend on the abilities of this batch of students. If they all do well in the exams, then what's wrong with me recruiting all of them? If only a few people's answers are passable, then I'll only recruit those few people. Oh. Brother Xiaoxian, does your academy recruit female students? Chang'e suddenly blinked and asked. When everyone heard this strange question, they couldn't help but be stunned. Li Zishuan thought for a while before answering, Chang'e, this isn't a question of whether I'm willing to recruit or not. It's a question of whether the officials in the imperial court will allow women to enroll or not. The current Yanhuang College is still too weak. Perhaps one day, when Yanhuang College is strong enough to dominate the secular etiquette, then a female branch of Yanhuang College may appear on Yunshan. Oh. Chang'e nodded as if she understood. Li Ku, on the other hand, looked at Li Zishuan in surprise. He thought to himself, Sir, you're really daring. Allowing women to enroll is simply too crazy. Ugh. At this moment, Li Qingxian suddenly let out a muffled groan. Li Zishuan's hearing was amazing, and he was the first to detect the abnormality. He hurriedly asked, Qingxian, what's wrong? Li Qingxian's expression was extremely awkward. He clutched his stomach and said with a bitter face, No, nothing. I just felt uncomfortable in my stomach and wanted to go to the toilet. Xiaoxian, where is your academy? Ah. When Li Tai heard this, he almost wanted to curse. He immediately jumped away and kept a distance from Li Qingxian, which made Li Qingxian so embarrassed that he wanted to die. Chang'e and Li Ke's actions weren't as obvious as Li Tai's. The two of them moved imperceptibly, wanting to get away from that troublesome place. Li Zishuan didn't immediately understand what Li Qingxian meant. He was stunned for a while, and combined with Li Tai's reaction and Li Qingxian's action of clutching his stomach, he finally understood what this unlucky child meant by going to the toilet. He pointed at the library that they had just passed and said, "There's one in that building. Qingxian, go quickly." Li Qingxian glanced at the library and said anxiously, "No. This building is so big. How do I know which one is the toilet?" Chang'e couldn't help but cover her little face, feeling that her brother Crown Prince had lost a lot of face today. Li Zishuan said, "Qingke, quickly take Qingxian there." Li Tai said gloomily, "Why don't you go?" Li Zishuan thought to himself, "This is your brother, not mine. Why should I go?" However, he could only say this in his heart. At this moment, he glared at Li Tai and said, "Qingxian definitely didn't bring toilet paper. I have to find Xiaoning to get some. Quickly take Qingxian there." "Oh." Li Tai grunted in response and obediently went to lead the way for Li Qingxian. Other people didn't know what toilet paper was, but he obviously knew after hanging out with Li Zishuan for so long. Li Zishuan looked at the two brothers walking away and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Did he meet someone who didn't bring toilet paper to the toilet today? The unlucky thing was that he had to help deliver toilet paper. Fate really made fools of people. "Brother Xiaoxian. What is the toilet paper you were talking about?" As expected, when Chang'e started asking, Li Ke's eyes also stared at him without blinking. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, "It's a very sanitary type of paper. I don't have time to explain now. You two wait here. I'll be right back." With that, Li Zishuan used cloud-piercing steps and instantly disappeared from the spot.
Chapter 1306. Clap, clap, clap. Little brother, you're smart. In the tunnel, the man in black clapped his hands and exclaimed, "That wild cat in the provincial governor's mansion not only saved you but also saved me. So you and I can be considered brothers in distress now." Yi Fashion was just testing the waters. He didn't expect that he wasn't the only one who sneaked into the provincial governor's mansion tonight. He was shocked and asked, "Who are you? Why did you sneak into the provincial governor's mansion?" The man in black chuckled and said, all right. Now isn't the time to talk about this. Let's get out of here first. But, little brother, you should know my identity very soon. Oh, it's just ahead. Little brother, follow me up." They had already reached the other end of the tunnel. There was a rope hanging over their heads. The man in black pulled the hemp rope and climbed up easily. "Little brother, hold the rope. I'll pull you up." The man in black stood on top and shouted at Yi Fashion in the tunnel. Yi Fashion hesitated at this time because the identity of the black-clothed man was too mysterious. He didn't know what the situation was like above. Would he be surrounded by a group of people as soon as he went up? Since this person also sneaked into the provincial governor's mansion, it means that he isn't from the Chui family. He can't be that bad. After struggling for a moment, Yi Fashion gritted his teeth and reached out to pull the hemp rope. He shouted, "Done." Then, a huge force came from the other end of the hemp rope and Yi Fashion was gradually lifted to the ground. This was an ordinary small courtyard. Beside him was a dry well. They had just come out from the bottom of this dry well. "Sir, you're back?" At this moment, a few big men appeared in the courtyard. They walked over and bowed to the man in black. "Sir?" Yi Fashion was shocked and quickly held the hilt of the sword at his waist. He looked at the man in black warily and said, "You're from the army?" The man in black chuckled and took off the black sand on his face. Under the reflection of the candlelight in the room, his facial features could be vaguely seen. His eyes were bright like a nighthawk. "That's right. I'm from the military. However, little brother, there's no need to be nervous. Just because I'm in the military doesn't mean that I'm on Governor Pan's side. We might even become friends. Men, invite this little brother into the house to have a seat." After the black-clothed man finished speaking, he turned around and walked into the house. Immediately, a few of the soldiers in the courtyard walked towards Yi Fashion, obviously to prevent him from escaping. Yi Fashion frowned and said, "I don't need your invitation. I can walk on my own. Although the identity of the black-clothed men was indeed beyond his expectations, it was fine as long as they were not from the Chui family or the provincial governor's office. Yi Fashion thought to himself. In order to avoid any accidents, I would like to ask little brother to hand over your weapon first. A burly man stood in front of Yi Fashion and said in a low voice. Yi Fashion frowned, but he did not refuse. He handed over the sword at his waist and walked into the house. Ah, our servants have offended you just now. I hope little brother can forgive us. After Yi Fashion walked into the house, he saw that the black-clothed man had changed into a gray unlined garment. He cupped his fists and apologized to Yi Fashion. It's fine. Yi Fashion waved his hand and then took off the black veil on his face. When the man saw this, he was immediately surprised and said, I didn't expect little brother to be so young. You're really a hero from the younger generation. Ah. Yi Fashion was unmoved. He said directly, Sir, can you tell me your true identity now? The man stopped smiling and nodded. Since little brother wants to know, I won't beat around the bush with you. My name is Lu Rengui, and I am the Bian Province Army officer. Bian Province Army officer? Then what are you doing in Guan County? Yi Fashion asked curiously. Ah. Little brother, why don't you tell me what you heard on the roof of the main hall of the provincial governor's mansion? Lu Rengui said with a faint smile. Yi Fashion said in a low voice, Why should I tell you? Because we have a common enemy. I think that is enough, right? Lu Rengui's eyes flashed and he said meaningfully. Yi Fashion was silent for a while. Then he looked outside the house and said, If I don't tell you, will I not be able to get out of this house? Lu Rengui laughed and said, Little brother, what are you talking about? I have always treated you as a friend. If you don't want to tell me, I won't force you. Wait until tomorrow morning and you can leave by yourself. Yi Fashion didn't know how sincere this man's words were, but he could conclude that Lu Rengui was definitely not with Pan Jinhua. After pondering for a moment, he looked at Lu Rengui and said, No matter what, I have to thank Lu Rengui for saving my life tonight. As for what I heard in the provincial governor's office, I can also tell Lu Rengui that the people in the main hall should be Chui Junchuo and Jianghu provincial governor Pan Jinhua. From their words, I can roughly tell that Chui Junchuo has joined forces with Xinjiang's Jing family and Boling's Chui family to start a rebellion. In Guangqing County, it was very lively at this time. A large group of soldiers held torches and ran through the streets of the city. They didn't miss any corner, as if they were searching for something. West of the city, Chui Mansion. The conversation between me and Jinhua must have been heard by that thief. Qili, take Wangjin and Xuanxiu and immediately go to the city to search for this thief. Now all the doors of the houses in the city are closed. I think he can't escape anywhere. Chui Junchuo said with a gloomy face. At the same time, a bad premonition rose in his heart. As time passed, the premonition became stronger and stronger. Yes, grandfather. Qili's eyes and nose were red. He was probably scalded by the lime and spicy mustard powder. He cupped his fists and turned to leave. Grandfather, could that person be sent by Wei Zheng? Chui Xuanji, who was serving Chui Junchuo, asked at this time. At that time, he spread rumors and encouraged the widows of the soldiers who died in Snake Spirit Mountain to go to Li Zishuan's house to make trouble. In the end, Chui Yunhan took the blame for him and was exiled to Cheongzhou. He himself was scared back to Jiangzhou. Now that Chui Junchuo was going to start a rebellion as a junior, of course he had to come out and help. Chui Junchuo thought for a moment and said, Impossible. All the people Wei Xuanqing brought have been killed. Even if he is not dead, there is no one we can use now. Chui Xuanji wondered, then who could it be? Chui Junchuo sighed worriedly and said, It's not Wei Zheng's people, nor is it our people. It means that there is a third hand in Guangqing County now. This is what I am most worried about. Chapter 1307. That's all I heard. Since Lu Kenjun is so interested in the information of the provincial governor's mansion, I wonder if you can tell me why you came to Guangqing County? Or are you going to carry out a mission? In a house in the south of Guangqing County, Yi Fashion and Lu Rengui sat opposite each other. Yi Fashion told Lu Rengui about the information he had obtained from the provincial governor's mansion. Then he asked Lu Rengui tentatively. Lu Rengui's eyes flashed and he suddenly looked at Yi Fashion with a smile that wasn't a smile. After looking at him for a long time, he smiled and said, Little brother, I have already told you my identity, but I still don't know anything about you. If you recognize me as a friend, shouldn't you also introduce yourself? Yi Fashion was silent. Although Lu Rengui was not a member of Pan Jinhua and the Chui family, he came to Guangqing County as a Bian provincial governor. His purpose and mission were also unknown, so the impact this person brought to the situation was uncontrollable. If he told Lu Ringgui his true identity and if there was an accident, then his second uncle's family and little Yu would all be exposed. But if Lu Ringui's purpose was the same as his, maybe he could help him out. This was a dilemma. Yi Fashion hesitated for a long time, gritted his teeth and said, Lu Qinjun, I'm Yi Fashion from Nanyang Yi clan. Yi Fashion? Nanyang Yi clan? Lu Ringgui frowned. He had never heard of Yi Fashion, but he had heard of Nanyang Yi clan because his ancestral home was Bian province, not far from Nanyang. Are you really Yi Fashion? Why are you in Guangxing County? At this moment, a dull voice suddenly came from the side of the main hall. Even though Yi Fashion was always calm, he couldn't help but jump in fright at this moment. He turned his head to look and saw a thin old man in a black robe walking out from the right side of the side hall. After seeing the person's face clearly, Yi Fashion was really surprised and delighted. Wei Zhuqing? Why are you here? Who else could it be but Wei Zheng, who had disappeared for half a month and the provincial governor's mansion was looking for him? It was because of this that Yi Fashion was both surprised and happy. Yi Fashion had stayed in Chang'an City for almost half a year and had met Wei Zheng a few times. For example, on New Year's Eve last year, Li Er had brought his family and many civil and military officials to Yun Mountain to watch the fireworks. Yi Fashion had met Wei Zheng once. Although Yi Fashion had met Wei Zheng before, Wei Zheng had never paid any attention to him. However, he had heard about the Nanyang Yi family's visit to the capital last year. Therefore, when he heard Yi Fashion's introduction, Wei Zheng came out from the side hall. Seeing Wei Zheng come out, Lu Ringui's face didn't have the slightest bit of surprise. He stood up and respectfully cupped his fists towards Wei Zheng. Greetings, Left Minister Wei. Obviously, he knew that Wei Zheng was eavesdropping from the side. Or rather, this interrogation was arranged in advance. Wei Zheng nodded and looked at Yi Fashion. So you know this old man. Then let me ask you, why did you come to Guangxing County? Seeing that Wei Zheng and Lu Ringgui were obviously in cahoots, Yi Fashion no longer had any scruples in his heart. He answered truthfully, this time Fashion came alone. There is another person, Liu, a reporter from Datong Daily. I came with her. She was asked by my cousin to come to Jianghu to investigate the matter of the bandits causing trouble some time ago. Chang, and has received the news? Wei Zheng's eyes flashed and there was a hint of joy in his tone. Yi Fashion shook his head and said, at that time, it was just some hearsay. There was a rumor from the peddlers that there have been a lot of bandits around Jianghu recently. Liu and my cousin were worried about your safety, so Liu and I came here. I see. Wei Zheng nodded, then sighed and said, sigh. But now Guangxing County only allows entry and not exit. You are already in deep trouble and can't extricate yourselves. Speaking of which, this old man has implicated you. Yi Fashion hurriedly said, Lord Wei, you are a pillar of the country. Saving you can save millions of people. Although Fashion and Liu are in danger now, we have never regretted it. Lu Ringgui couldn't help but laugh. Brother Yi is really a bosom friend. Who in the Tang Empire doesn't know that Wei Zhuqing is a rare good official? If it weren't for this, I wouldn't have brought my men and risked my life to save Wei Zhuqing. Wei Zheng shook his head and said, saving me can save millions of people? This old man can't afford it. Looking at the whole world, other than the current emperor, I'm afraid only your cousin Duke Yong and has the ability to save millions of people. Yi Fashion was speechless. He was quite convinced of his cousin's abilities. After a long pause, Yi Fashion looked at Wei Zheng and asked, Wei Zhuqing? Fashion heard from Lu Qinjun that when the bandits caused trouble in the city, he was the one who led the troops to save you? What exactly happened? Can you tell me? Wei Zheng smiled and looked at Lu Ringgui. This question you should ask Lu Qinjun yourself. After Lu Ringgui heard about Yi Fashion's background, he let his guard down. He grinned and said, hee. Actually, this is nothing. At the beginning of last month, I suddenly received a transfer order from the provincial governor of Bian province. He asked me to bring 200 elite troops and sneak into Guangxing County. There was only one purpose, and that was to secretly protect Wei Zhuqing. At that time I was still doubtful about this transfer order. However, the provincial governor told me that this was the order of the pacification commissioner. I didn't dare to disobey. So, I chose the elite troops and sneaked into Guangxing County. On the 15th day of the previous month, hundreds of bandits entered the city in batches and suddenly went on a rampage, injuring thousands of people and charging into the magistrate's office. Although the imperial guards brought by Wei Zhuqing were well trained, they were outnumbered and all died. While the bandits and the imperial guards were fighting, I knocked Wei Wuxia unconscious and secretly hid in the tunnel of the Xinguang temple. After a few days the storm calmed down. Then, we quietly returned to the surface and stayed in the house that we had previously bought. However, just in case Wei Wuxia still hides in the tunnel during the day. Yi Fashion listened and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Then he asked doubtfully, Lu Qinjun, how did you find out about the tunnel in the Xinguang temple? Lu Ringgui smiled and said, this tunnel wasn't originally there. As the saying goes, dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, and mice give birth to children. Among my subordinates there are 2 brothers. Their ancestors were very famous tomb raiders, so it's naturally easy for them to dig a section of the tunnel. Chapter 1308. In China's ancient times there were 4 main schools of tomb raiding. The main ones were Fuqiu Hang Seal, Fuqiu Dai Fuqiu, Fuqiu de 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 Fuqiu. The Tomb Raider Commandant was a tomb raider from the Tomb Raider sect. Yi Fashion nodded in realization and said, Lu Sanjuan's subordinates are really capable. Fashion is impressed. Lu Ringgui thanked him profusely. At this moment, Wei Jing said worriedly, although Lu Qinjun saved me, the current crisis is not over yet. Over the past month, the Chui family and Pan Jinyue's actions have become more and more frequent. Although I'm not in the government office, Lu Qinjun and his men have been spying in the city. I didn't expect to meet you tonight. Just now, Lu Qinjun only wanted to fish out the information you have, so he didn't tell you that this old man was here. From the recently popular Zhengzhou Daily, this old man can also see that Chui Junchuo and Pan Jinyue's intentions to rebel are as clear as day. Furthermore, according to what you just said, Chui Junchuo has not only joined forces with the Zheng family, but also the Chui family of Bowling. With this, the power of these traitors will only grow. Through a swift attack, it is not impossible to take down Luoyang. If that happens, the imperial court will be in big trouble. Yi Fashion didn't hide it anymore. He cupped his hands and said, Left Deputy Wei Fashion's second uncle is the county governor of Guangqing County. He might be able to help us at a crucial moment. Liu, who came to Jiangzhou with the monk, is also at my second uncle's house. Now that we've found you and investigated the situation in Jiangzhou clearly, we can send the information here back to Chang'an tomorrow. After my cousin learns of it, he will definitely report it to His Majesty and have His Majesty dispatch an army to eliminate the rebels. Wei Zheng frowned and said, Now that the city gates are closed, you can only enter and not leave. How are you going to send the information back to the capital? Besides, according to what you said just now, Chui Junchuo and Pan Jinyue are going to start an uprising in 2 days. Even if we can send the news back to Chang, and I'm afraid there won't be enough time. Once they take over Luoyang, the imperial court will definitely fall into a passive position. Yi Fashion glanced in the direction of the door. After confirming that no one was eavesdropping, he cupped his hands and said, Left Prime Minister Wei, to tell you the truth, we brought a telegraph machine with us when we came to Jiangzhou. We can use this to quickly send information back to Chang'an. Once His Majesty receives the news, if he sends an urgent message, he will be able to mobilize the surrounding troops to hold them back for a while. Furthermore, he can inform Luoyang in advance to reinforce the city defenses. In this way, there shouldn't be any problems holding them back until the imperial court's army arrives. Telegraph? Wei Jing finally lost his composure. When the telegraph machine was first introduced, very few people knew about it. However, when the Yanhuang Academy opened, Li Zishuan gave a public lecture to all the students and demonstrated the magic of the telegraph machine. Later, the Tang Dynasty Daily even published it. Although Wei Jing didn't see it with his own eyes, he still knew a little about the magical functions of the telegraph machine. At this moment he excitedly said, Jiangzhou is more than 400 miles away from Chang'an. The telegraph machine made by the Marquis of Yong, and can transmit information from such a distance? In the past 6 months in Chang'an, Yi Fashion had spent time studying engineering. He replied, although the distance between Jiangzhou and Chang'an is more than 400 miles, the distance in a straight line is no more than 200 to 300 miles. Furthermore, Fashion remembered that my cousin once said that in theory, without interference, the telegraph machine can transmit information from a distance of a few hundred miles. Wei Jing exclaimed, This telegraph machine is so magical? That's great. There's no time to lose. After the gate opens, Fashion, you will meet up with Liu. Of course, for safety reasons, you can also bring her and your second uncle here. After that, you will immediately send the news back to Chang, and through the telegraph machine. Luoyang must not fall into the hands of the rebels. Yes. Yi Fashion cupped his hands and agreed. Lu Ringgui, who was beside him, was dumbfounded. What kind of telegraph machine could transmit information from 100 miles away? He didn't pay much attention to Datong daily. These things were simply unheard of. However, when he saw that Wei Zheng, a cultured person, didn't question his words, he didn't interrupt. After hearing Wei Zheng's instructions, he looked at Yi Fashion and said, "Brother Yi, if you want to bring Li Yu and the others here, I can bring some men to escort you secretly. Otherwise, if you are followed by someone, it will be troublesome." Yi Fashion thought that when he found a place to send the telegram tomorrow, he would have to arrange for people to protect him. Hence, he nodded and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you, Lu Ringue." Lu Ringue laughed and said, "No matter what, I have gone through thick and thin with Brother Yi. If Brother Yi doesn't mind, you can call me Big Brother Lu. Previously, I didn't know your identity and offended many of my subordinates. However, I was also protecting left Prime Minister Wei's safety. Was my duty. I believe Brother Yi won't mind, right?" Yi Fashion wasn't an unreasonable person. When Wei Zheng appeared, all the doubts in his heart were cleared. At this time he cupped his hands and said, "Big Brother Lu, what are you talking about? No matter what, if it weren't for Big Brother Lu's help tonight, I would probably be in prison by now. How can I be blamed?" Lu Ringue laughed and said, Good. Fashion, you are my brother." This guy didn't know that his brother would become an awesome existence in the future. He would become the leader of the world's Taoist sects and a true Taoist master. Yi Fashion also didn't expect that his unintentional friend would become a famous general of the Tang Empire in the future. The night passed very quickly. This night, many people didn't sleep at all. For example, Cui Junchuo, Cui Xuanji, Qi Li, Little Yu and Yi Minglei. Uncle Yi Fashion didn't return last night. Something must have happened. I'll go out and look for him now. Little Yu didn't know how many times she had cried that night. At this moment, her eyes were red as she looked at Yi Minglei and said, "Sigh. Miss Li Yu, your identity is special. It's inconvenient for you to appear in public. Let me go. At least, I'm still the deputy county magistrate. Eat some porridge and rest for a while." How could Yi Minglei not be anxious? Yi Fashion didn't return last night. He was so worried that his hair was turning white. He pointed at the breakfast that the servants had just brought over and said to Li Yu, "Oh, Uncle Yi." Little Yu also stood up and said stubbornly, "This time I came to Jianghu on my own initiative. It has nothing to do with Fashion. He didn't have to come here to take the risk. It's all because of me that he got involved in this dispute. Now that he's in trouble, I can't just stand by and do nothing. I have to go and look for him." Chapter 1309. Yi Minglei couldn't persuade Little Yu. The two of them rested for a while and prepared to go out to find Yi Fashion. "I'm back." What they didn't expect was that as soon as they left the backyard, they saw Yi Fashion standing there with his back straight, looking at them with a smile. Little Yu was stunned. She was already in despair, but her heart was suddenly filled with joy. "Fashion, you're okay? That's great. I thought you were caught by the provincial governor's mansion. Uncle Yi and I were going to the provincial governor's mansion to get some information." Little Yu rubbed her eyes to make sure it wasn't a dream. She took 2 steps forward and grabbed Yi Fashion's arm and said excitedly, That's great. That's great." Yi Minglei was in tears. Yi Fashion didn't return last night. The pressure he was under was no less than Li Yu's. Yi Fashion looked at the 2 people in front of him. Their eyes were red with dark circles and they looked haggard. He knew that Li Yu and Yi Minglei must have been worried and didn't sleep last night. He said apologetically, "Second uncle, Miss Li Yu, I'm sorry. I made you worry. There was an accident last night, so I came back now." Yi Minglei smiled and said, "That's great. That's great. Let's talk inside." Li Yu quickly shook her head and said, "That's great." Yi Fashion stepped aside and said, "Li Yu's second uncle went to the provincial governor's mansion last night. Not only did he get some information, but he also brought us some reinforcements. This is Brother Lu from the Bian Province Army. The other 2 are Brother Lu's subordinates." Yi Minglei and Li Yu were shocked. Their attention was on Yi Fashion just now, so they didn't notice the 3 people behind Yi Fashion. Of course, what surprised them more was Lu Ringue's identity, the Bian Province Army Adjutant. How could the Bian Province Army Adjutant be in Guangxing County? Could it be that the army sent by the imperial court had started to sneak in? "I'm Yi Minglei. Greetings to Army Officer Lu." Yi Minglei bowed to Lu Ringue and said. The position of Deputy County Magistrate was lower than Grade 8. Bianzhou was the administrative center of Hunan Province and belonged to the Upper Province. The military officer in Bianzhou was lower than Grade 7. Therefore, in terms of rank, Lu Ringue was indeed his superior. "Deputy Yi, you don't have to be so courteous. This is not a good place to talk. Please find a quiet room. What we are going to talk about next is top secret. It is about life and death. Lu Rengue was not arrogant. He cupped his fists and returned the greeting. Yi Minglei hurriedly said, Okay. This he understands. Adjunct Lu, come with me. Then he brought Lu Rengue, Yi Fashion, Li Yu and the others to a side room in the backyard. The few of them went in to discuss matters. The 2 guards that Lu Rengue brought along stood guard outside to prevent anyone from eavesdropping. Jing family ancestral home. Bastard. For an entire night they had sent out so many people, but none of them were able to catch a single thief. What a bunch of trash. Cough cough. Cui Junchuo shakily stood up and pointed at the 3 black-clothed warriors kneeling below and angrily said. Before he finished speaking he coughed violently. At the end of the day he was still old. In addition he didn't sleep at all last night. How could he bear it? Grandfather. Please don't be angry. Your health is more important. Cui Xuanji hurriedly stepped forward to support Cui Junchuo and comforted him. Grandfather, please calm down. Qi Li and his 2 brothers quickly said in unison. Cui Junchuo panted violently. After a while he said angrily, What are you waiting for? Hurry up and continue to search. Yes, Grandfather. The 3 of them cupped their fists and took their leave. Cui Xuanji carefully helped Cui Junchuo to sit down on the couch. Then he asked tentatively, Grandfather, now that our plan has been heard, do we still need to hold the morale-raising ceremony the day after tomorrow? Cui Junchuo sighed faintly. Then he looked at Cui Xuanji and asked, Xuanji, do you want to be the master of the world? Cui Xuanji was stunned. Master of the world? He had never thought about this position before. However, ever since Cui Junchuo told him about the plan to overthrow the regime a few months ago, he couldn't help but fantasize about it. If the Cui family could really gain power, then as the eldest grandson of the Cui family, he would be able to ascend to the throne one day. By then, thinking of this, Cui Xuanji couldn't help but breathe heavily. After a while, he noticed that Cui Junchuo was staring at him. Cui Xuanji shuddered and quickly said, Grandfather, I believe that the Cui family will be able to defeat the Li family of Longxi. By then you will be the master of the world. All I want is to kill Li Zishuan and Li Shimin to avenge my mother. Back then, Li Zishuan used public opinion to incite the people to break into the Cui family in the capital, causing his mother to commit suicide out of fear. After that, the Cui family was severely punished. Moreover, Li Zishuan didn't allow his mother to be buried in the Cui family's ancestral grave. To Cui Xuanji, this was the greatest humiliation in his life. He hated Li Zishuan and Li Shimin even more. Cui Junchuo nodded happily. He patted Cui Xuanji's shoulder and said, Good boy. Good boy. Since Li Shimin was heartless to our Cui family, don't blame us for being unjust. Xuanji, go and inform Jinyue that the plan is as usual, but ask him to send more soldiers to guard the city gate. From today onwards, the entire Guangqing County will be locked down. No one is allowed to enter or leave. Equip the city wall with archers. Don't even let a bird out. In this way, even if the thief finds out about our plan, he won't be able to spread the news. Cui Xuanji said happily, Grandfather is wise. I'll go to the provincial governor's mansion now. Grandfather, you didn't sleep last night. You'd better rest well. You can go now. Cui Junchuo waved his hand and Cui Xuanji left. What? Is Wei Zhuqing really fine? That's great. Guangqing County might be saved now. In the side room of the Yi family's backyard, Yi Fashion told Yi Minglei and Li Yu everything that happened yesterday. Yi Minglei was overjoyed. At this moment, his mood could only be described with a poem. Mountains and rivers, there is no road, but there is light at the end of the tunnel. Li Yu's eyes lit up. She looked at Lu Rengue and asked, Adjunct Lu, I heard from Fashion that you have soldiers who are good at digging tunnels? Lu Rengue knew that Li Yu and Li Zishuan had a close relationship. He did not dare to be negligent. He cupped his fist and said, That's right. What can I do for you, Miss Li Yu? Li Yu quickly said, I don't dare. I want to ask if you can let your soldiers dig a tunnel out of the city? As long as Wei Zhuqing is sent out of the city, he will be able to mobilize soldiers from other prefectures to encircle the rebels in Guangqing County. This girl's dreams were pretty good, but, Miss Li Yu, you don't know this, but Guangqing County is the capital of Jianghu. The foundation of the city wall is more than 10 feet deep, and there is a moat outside the city. It is impossible to dig a tunnel out of the city in a short time. Lu Rengue smiled bitterly when he heard this. I see. I'm so sorry, I'm so ignorant. Li Yu was a little embarrassed as she repeatedly apologized. Lu Rengue waved his hand and said, Ha, it's okay. In fact, if I had anticipated today's situation, I would have ordered them to dig a tunnel in advance. Perhaps they would have been able to dig a tunnel out of the city. But now it's obviously too late. Yi Fashion then said, there's no point in talking about this now. Second uncle, according to Cui Junshuo, they will gather the people's will and lead the soldiers to revolt. When that happens, the city will be in chaos. What Fashion means is that Miss Liu, you and second aunt will follow me to the south of the city to meet with Wei Wuxia. Miss Liu and I will find a place to send a message to my cousin. Yi Minglei was a decisive person. He nodded and said, okay. Fashion will do as you say. I'll send someone to the county office to ask for leave. Just say that I'm not feeling well and need to rest at home. At this juncture, the county magistrate will not have time to deal with this. Then I'll bring your second aunt and the rest to meet with Wei Wuxia. Yi Fashion nodded and looked at Liu. Miss Liu, shall we send a telegram to Chang'an now? Liu nodded and said, I'll go back to my room to get the telegram machine. Lu Rengue was worried that something might go wrong. He quickly stood up and said, I'll go with you. Liu nodded and did not refuse. After a while, the two of them carried the telegram machine and pushed the door open. Liu skillfully connected the telegraph machine. This was the first time that Lu Rengue and Yi Minglei had seen this legendary item that could transmit sound from 1,000 miles away. The two of them opened their eyes wide and curiously looked at the telegraph machine. Liu smiled and then said, you're right. Sir once said that in theory the transmission distance of this telegraph machine can reach up to 100 miles, but we have never tried such a long distance. In order to avoid any accidents, I will first send a code to Chang, and then see if they can answer me. Yi Fashion nodded and said, that's how it should be. Therefore Liu opened the password book and searched for a while. Then she began to press the telegram machine's transmission handle. Everyone could only hear a series of DDD sounds. After a while Liu said softly, I sent, sir, are you there? Now we're waiting for a response. If we don't receive a response, it means that the telegram machine can't transmit messages that far. Hearing this, everyone was nervous. Although Wei Zheng was not dead and could take charge of the situation, the most important thing to do now was to use the telegram machine to inform Chang, and to send troops as soon as possible. If the telegram machine could not work, they were finished. Miss Liu, according to the telegram machine speed, how long will it take for us to receive a response? After waiting for a while, there was still no response. Lu Rengue could not help but ask softly. Liu's face turned pale. She shook her head and said, it's enough. According to the time we waited was enough for them to send a message back. But this means that our telegram machine can't transmit messages that far. Everyone was shocked. Yi Minglei said anxiously, what should we do? The Cui family is going to revolt the day after tomorrow. Even if they didn't lock down the county, it would be too late for us to send a message back to Chang'an. Lu Rengue said in annoyance, Miss Liu, didn't Marquis Yong and say that the telegram machine can transmit messages from 100 miles away? Why can't it work now? Liu shook his head and said, like I said, that's only in theory. In reality, when this thing is in the process of transmitting a message, it can easily be damaged due to some other factors. Alright, I have an idea. Uncle Yi, is there a particularly tall pagoda or attic in Guangqing County? Yi Minglei asked curiously, Miss Liu, why are you asking this? Liu said excitedly, I remember Mr. once told me that the telegraphic machine's transmission can be understood as a formless energy. When this energy encounters an obstacle and passes through it, it will be damaged to a certain extent. Now that we're surrounded by houses, the damage will naturally be greater. Therefore, if there is a very tall pagoda or attic in the city, sending a telegram from there can greatly reduce the damage to the building. At that time, Chang and might be able to receive the telegram from us. In ancient times, ordinary houses were usually 1 to 2 stories high. There were very few that exceeded 3 stories. Pagoda was an exception. Normally, pagoda would have 10 to dozens of stories. In ancient cities, pagoda was equivalent to a crane and a flock of chickens. Yi Minglei did not fully understand, but he understood the general idea. Hearing this, he quickly said, yes. There is a relatively tall pagoda in the city. It is located in the Songyue Temple in the south of the city. It was built in the 2nd year of Emperor Xuanwu's Yongping. It was originally Emperor Xuanwu's Li Palace, but it was later changed into a Buddhist temple. There is a pagoda in it called the Songyue Temple Pagoda. It has a total of 15 stories and is about 100 feet high. It should meet Miss Liu's needs. Hearing this, Liu was overjoyed. That's great. Without further ado, I will bring the telegram machine to the Songyue temple. Hey. Miss Liu, please don't be impatient. Yi Minglei quickly stopped him and said, to avoid suspicion, I will let my wife and monk accompany you. Coincidentally, the abbot of Songyue temple has some friendship with me. After you go, just say that I have caught a cold and am bedridden. You want to go to the pagoda to pray for me? I am sure that the abbot will agree to it. Also, this way no one will be suspicious. Before Liu agreed, Lu Ringgui smiled and said, that's great. Then I will act as the Yi family's guards and escort Miss Liu along the way. Liu thought for a moment and nodded, all right. Then we will do as Uncle Yi and Brother Lu said. We will make our own preparations and leave in a while. Half an hour later, a horse carriage drove out of the Yi family and went straight to the Songyue temple in the north of the city. After a while, a servant came out of the Yi residence, holding a handwritten letter written by Yi Minglei, and went to the county office to apply for leave. Abbot Hui Guang, my master has unfortunately been infected with an illness and is bedridden. This old woman has specially brought 2 juniors to pray for my master at the Songyue temple pagoda. I hope that Abbot can help us out on account of our past friendship. Yi Minglei's wife, Madame Li, was also a lady from a wealthy family back then. She was quite sensible. After learning that her husband was trapped, she did not hesitate to accompany Liu and Yi Fashion to Songyue temple to act out this show. The abbot did not agree immediately. Instead, he looked at Yi Fashion deeply. After a long time, he looked at Madame Yi and said, Amit Bang, District Deputy Yi treats the people well and is honest. He is a rare good official. Now that I heard that he is sick, I am worried. Since Madame Yi wants to pray for District Deputy Yi in the temple, I have no reason to refuse. Huiyan, quickly bring Madame Yi and the others to the Buddhist pagoda. At this moment, a young monk stood out from the side. He put his palms together and said, Yes, Abbot. Then he said to Madame Yi, Benefactors, please follow me. Chapter 13:10. Thank you for leading the way, little Master Huiyan. This is a token of my appreciation for the temple. Madame Yi, Yi Fashion, Liu, and the others ascended to the top floor of Songyue temple under Huiyan's lead. Madame Yi chuckled as she took out a small stack of tang yuan from her sleeve and passed it to the little monk. The little monk stole a glance at the tang yuan in Madame Yi's hand and was stunned. All of them were in the denomination of 10 tang yuan. Adding them all together, it was at least 100 tang yuan. This was really a big deal. His eyes could not help but reveal a look of greed. Amit Ba. Madame Yi, I don't dare to accept such a huge sum of money. The little monk quickly hid the greed in his eyes and clasped his hands together. Madame Yi smiled and said, Money is just a worldly possession. This old woman only wants my master to be able to recover quickly. This money is firstly to add some incense money to the temple and accumulate some merit for my master. Secondly, I want Master Huiyan to help me look after the temple and not let anyone come up to disturb this old woman praying for my master. After all, if this praying is interrupted, then it would seem that my heart is not sincere, and Buddha will definitely blame me. Little master, don't you think so? A trace of excitement flashed through the little monk's eyes and then he said, Amit Ba. Madame Yi's true feelings for County Deputy Yi will definitely move the Buddha. I'll help Madame Yi guard below to prevent outsiders from disturbing Madame Yi's prayer. After saying that, he took the tang yuan from Madame Yi and hid it in his sleeve quietly. Madame Yi clasped her hands together and said, Thank you, little Master Huiyan. The little monk nodded and left. Fashion, Miss Liu, let's go in. After the little monk left, Madame Yi said softly. Liu nodded and said gratefully as she walked, Thank you for helping us. If it wasn't for you, little you, would have to spend a lot of effort to come here. She was right. Songyue temple was usually not open to ordinary pilgrims, let alone the top floor. Madame Yi smiled and said, It's okay. As long as it can solve this crisis, I am willing to do anything. Miss Liu, now that no one is disturbing you, quickly try to see if your telegraph works. Okay, alright. Liu nodded and walked to an incense table. She began to fiddle with the telegraph. Yi Fashion, who was standing at the side, finally couldn't help but say, These Buddhists are hypocrites. They are greedy for money and profit. They eat the fat of the people and don't do anything productive. They are indeed the scourge of our Tang dynasty. As a Taoist, he didn't like Buddhists. Just now, the little monk Huiyan's little trick made him very angry. However, he also knew that the situation was urgent, so he had been holding it in. Now that there was no one on the entire 15th floor of the pagoda, he expressed his dissatisfaction. Just now, the abbot of the temple had been staring at him because he had felt the pure Taoist aura on him. A Taoist priest came to a monk's temple to pray for blessings. Presumably, the abbot was in a state of confusion for a moment. Madame Yi smiled and said, "Monk, what's the point of saying all this now? As long as Miss Li Yu can achieve her goal here and send the news back to Chang, and my money will be well spent." "Yes, second aunt is right." Yi Fashion nodded. At this moment he finally turned his attention to Li Yu. "Miss Li Yu, how is it?" Li Yu heaved a sigh of relief and said, "I just sent it. I'm just waiting for a reply." Then she clasped her hands together and bowed to the Buddha statue. "Buddha, please bless Mr. He will definitely receive the news." This was the last method she could think of. If it still didn't work, she would be completely out of ideas. Actually, sending a telegraph from a high tower could indeed send it further. The principle was similar to the early television towers in modern society. Back then, television towers were usually built very high to expand the range of electromagnetic waves that could receive and transmit signals. This was because electromagnetic waves were easily affected by obstacles near the ground. They would weaken or change. This was not conducive to signal transmission. However, there were no obstacles at high altitudes. In addition, the electromagnetic waves could be transmitted further from high altitudes. Perhaps Buddha had heard Li Yu's request, or perhaps Li Yu's method had played a key role. Wantian County, Yunshan. Yinhuang College Dormitory 007. Suddenly there was a DDD sound. Meng Wenhao, who was reading on the bed, suddenly sat up and ran to the telegraph machine. He quickly picked up a pen and started to record the code. "Mr. Are you there?" This string of code was very short. Meng Wenhao quickly recorded and translated it. Looking at the 4 words on the paper, he was indescribably excited. "It's little fishy. It's little you." She had finally replied to the letter. "That's great. Oh, maybe she's in an emergency. I have to reply to her quickly." Meng Wenhao forcibly suppressed his excitement and sat down to reply to the telegram. "Little fishy, I'm here. I'm Meng Wenhao. I'm helping Yamacho look after the telegraph machine." Without flipping through the password book, Meng Wenhao sent the telegram directly. Ever since he received the telegraph machine and password book yesterday, he had already memorized the password in the password book by heart. He knew in his heart that once he encountered such an emergency, time waits for no one. If he replied quickly and translated the code quickly, he could buy Li Yu a moment more. This was a matter of life and death. DDD. On the top floor of Songyue Temple, more than 400 miles away, everyone was quietly waiting for the telegraph machine to ring again. At this moment they all felt that time was passing very slowly. It was like a year. Finally, after much anticipation, the telegraph machine finally emitted a series of DD sounds. Little Fishy immediately moved. She bent over the table and quickly recorded the code. After a moment, she stood up and said with a face full of ecstasy, "We did it! We did it! There's a reply from Chang and it's Wenhao. He said that he's helping Mr. look after the telegraph machine." She was really happy. Firstly, it was because she had been rescued from a hopeless situation. Secondly, it was Meng Wenhao who received the telegram. That's great. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. Now that they had witnessed the miraculous function of the telegraph machine, Lu Ringue and Madame Yi were completely convinced. Yi Fashion quickly took out a piece of paper from his sleeve and said, "Little Fishy, quickly send the information over. This is the current situation in Guangxing County that I've organized. It's already the most concise sentence. Quickly send it over." Okay. Li Yu took it. Then she compared it to the password book while manipulating the handle of the telegraph machine to send the telegram. For a moment, only the sound of DDD could be heard in the room. Fortunately, Madame Yi had asked the little monk to guard downstairs to prevent anyone from going up to the 15th floor. Otherwise, if someone came up and heard the strange sound, they would definitely push the door open and investigate. Chapter 1311. Yamacho. Little Yu has sent a letter. Zhengzhou's Chui family is going to revolt. Luoyang will be in danger. When it was close to noon, Meng Wenhao arrived at Yunshan's first courtyard with the translated message in his hand. He rushed to Li Zishuan in the courtyard and hurriedly shouted. He didn't notice that other than Li Zishuan, Li Gang was also in the courtyard. "What? You said the Chui family is going to rebel against the imperial court? How is that possible?" Li Zishuan was stunned. Just as he was about to speak, Li Gang stood up and said in shock, "Oh, greetings, Mr. Li." Meng Wenhao finally noticed Li Gang in the courtyard and quickly went forward to greet him. Li Gang waved his hand and asked with a serious face, "Wenhao, is what you said just now true?" Meng Wenhao quickly handed the message in his hand to Li Gang and said, Mr. Li, it is absolutely true. This is the message sent by Li Yu in Jianghu through the telegraph. Please take a look at it with Yamacho. Li Gang took the message and read it seriously. Li Zishuan was already standing behind Li Gang and also read it. In the second month of the second year of Jingguan, Guangxing County was attacked by bandits. Wei Zhuqing's whereabouts are unknown. In the third month of the second year of Jingguan, Jiangzhou Daily appeared in Jiangzhou. The content criticized the imperial court and His Majesty. The Cui family's intention to rebel is clear as day. Last night, Yi Fashion risked his life to sneak into the provincial governor's mansion and found out that the provincial governor of Jiangzhou had colluded with Cui Zhenchuo. Furthermore, the Cui family has joined forces with the Zheng family of Xinjiang and the Cui family of Bowling to launch a rebellion the day after tomorrow. They are going to attack Luoyang directly. The Cui family wants to take down Luoyang and rule the world with the imperial court. The situation is urgent. Please make a decision and send an army to eliminate the rebels. The message wasn't long, only about 300 words in total. It could be seen that the message had been condensed before it was sent out. However, the amount of information contained in the message was far more than 300 words. Jiangzhou was about to undergo a great change. Hunan province is going to change. If this matter wasn't handled properly, the Great Tang would undergo a major change. How would the Cui family dare? This is treason and heresy, destroying the integrity of my court. Yamacho, we must report this to His Majesty as soon as possible. After Li Gang finished reading, his face was full of anger. If it wasn't for the urgency of time, he would have scolded these traitors. Li Zishuan took the report from Li Gang, then cupped his hands and said, Teacher Wenji is right. I will enter the palace now. Non-base fast. Prepare the horses. Yes, Marquis. After a while, Li Zishuan and Pang Feiji rode down the Cloud Mountain and headed straight for Chang'an City. In the imperial palace, the morning court session had just ended. Li Er was resting in the Suite du Hall. After all, the morning court session every day was extremely exhausting for an emperor like him. Your Majesty. The Marquis of Yong and is requesting an audience outside the hall, saying that it's an extremely urgent matter. At this moment, an attendant came in from outside the hall and reported with a bow. An extremely urgent matter? Li Er, who was leaning on the couch, narrowed his eyes and said, Send it in quickly. Yes. The chamberlain retreated and not long after, Li Zishuan walked in. Without waiting for him to bow, Li Er asked, Speak. What exactly is so urgent that you're willing to leave the Cloud Mountain? Li Zishuan took out the report, raised it above his head and said, Your Majesty, there is an urgent report from Jiangzhou. The Cui family wants to post them. What? As soon as the last three words were spoken, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly stagnated. Even Zhao Song, who was standing below Li Er, could not help but reveal a trace of shock in his eyes. After being stunned for a moment, Zhao Song hurriedly came down, took the report from Li Zishuan, and handed it to Li Er. After Li Er scanned the contents of the report with a serious expression, he ordered, Quickly summon Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhue, Li Jing, Qing Jijie, Qin Qiong, Yuqi Jingda, Niu Jinda, and Duan Zhishuan for a meeting. Zhao Song's expression turned serious as he bowed and said, Yes, Your Majesty. Speaking of which, the officials were probably still on their way home after court. If he wanted to summon them back, he would probably have to send someone to look for them on the road. Marquis of Yong, and where did this report come from? How many days has it been since the time in this report? After Zhao Song left, Li Er stood up from the dragon couch and looked at Li Zishuan and asked. This was the question he was most concerned about. After all, the report said that the Cui family would start an uprising the day after tomorrow, but who knew if the day after tomorrow had already passed? This was the problem of the timeliness of information that the ancient people often encountered. Your Majesty, this report was just sent from Jiangzhou through the telegraph. It was less than 2 hours ago, and the Cui family's uprising date is the day after tomorrow. Li Zishuan bowed and said. Li Er raised his eyebrows. After thinking for a while, he understood and said, Previously when your cousin Yi Fashion and Li Yu went to Jiangzhou, they must have brought a telegraph machine with them, right? Back when Yi Fashion and Li Yu went south to Jiangzhou, Li Er had warned Li Zishuan not to act rashly in Jiangzhou and ruin his plans. Now that Li Zishuan mentioned the origin of this report, he could roughly guess the cause and effect. Your Majesty is wise. I was worried that they would meet with an accident in Hunan, so I gave them a telegraph machine. Li Zishuan replied. Li Er nodded. Seeing that Li Zishuan was still frowning and looking worried, he couldn't help but say, This time the report that Li Yu and Yi Fashion sent back was considered timely. The imperial court had enough time to react and make corresponding arrangements. The safety of Minister Wei and the rest should not be a concern. Besides, I already knew about the chaos in Jianghu last month. How could I not have made any preparations? Li Zishuan's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to ask, he suddenly heard footsteps outside the hall. It was Zhao Song. Your Majesty, Duke Zhao, Prime Minister Fang, and the rest are all waiting outside the hall. Li Er nodded and said, let them in quickly. After a while, Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling and the rest all came in. After a round of greetings, Zhang Sun Wuji glanced at Li Zishuan in the hall, then looked at Li Er and asked, may I know why your Majesty has summoned us here? Li Er looked at the officials in the hall and said in a deep voice, last month, the Cui family connived with the bandits and attacked the magistrate's office. They wanted to use this opportunity to assassinate Wei Zheng. After that, they arbitrarily published the Jianghu Daily to attack me in the imperial court. They wanted to use this to bewitch the people and plot a rebellion. Also, I have received news that Cui Zhenshuo has already joined forces with Jianghu provincial governor Pan Jinyue, Xinjiang's Jing family and Boling's Cui family. They will gather the people's opinions and start a rebellion the day after tomorrow. Their first target is Luoyang. My beloved officials, what do you think I should do? Zhang Sun Wuji and the rest were instantly shocked. They were summoned right after the court. Before they came, they had thought of thousands of possibilities, but they didn't expect such a big thing to happen. Your Majesty, give me 20,000 men and horses. I will go to Jiangzhou and destroy these rebels. While everyone was still in shock, Qing Yaojin had already jumped out excitedly and shouted anxiously. He was indeed excited. Speaking of which, the world had been peaceful for so long. This old fellow had long been bored to death at home. Now that there was finally a war to fight, how could he not be excited? Your Majesty, as long as you give me 10,000 troops, I will be able to exterminate the rebels. Yuqi Jingda reacted and hurriedly said, Bah! Yuqi old hey, what do you mean? Qing Yaojin immediately lost it. He was the one who said it first, but wasn't Yuqi Jingda trying to cut him off? What do you mean, what do I mean? I want to share His Majesty's worries. What does it have to do with you, lunatic Qing? Yuqi Jingda retorted without a trace of fear. Yuqi old hey, do you want to fight again? Then let's fight. Silence. These two people were enemies in the previous life. They fought as soon as they met. Li Er's face turned darker and darker as he watched. Finally he couldn't hold it in and shouted. As expected, Qing Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda immediately quieted down. In the court, the military situation is extremely urgent. As important officials of the court, you two are actually quarreling. Where is the propriety? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the younger generation? Li Er criticized in annoyance. Then he looked at Li Jing and said, Apothecary, what do you think of the Cui family's rebellion? In the end, there were many people in the court who were suitable to be generals. However, there was only one person who was most suitable to be the commander of an army, and that was Li Jing. In terms of foresight, military strategy and strategy, almost no one could compare to him. Li Jing cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, I think that the most important thing right now is to send people 800 li to inform Luoyang's magistrate to strengthen the city's defense. Luoyang has Hanjiat Song, and there is enough food for 500,000 soldiers to eat for a year. We must not let Luoyang fall into the hands of the rebels. Luoyang's Hanjiat Song was the world's largest granary. At its peak, the amount of food stored was close to 6 million dan. This was also the main reason why Cui Zhenshuo wanted to take down Luoyang as soon as possible. In addition, I think that Your Majesty should issue an edict to mobilize the available provincial troops around Jiangzhou to first resist the rebel army. Then from Chang'an, we will mobilize the army to Hunan province. Jiangzhou is only 400 li away from Chang'an. If we rush, we can reach it in 5 days. In other words, as long as Luoyang's guards and the other provincial troops can delay it for 3 to 4 days, Luoyang will not fall into the hands of the enemy. Only then can the court deal with the rebel army with the least loss. In addition, before the army sets off, we have to figure out the number of rebels so that we can deal with them. Qinghe Cui clan, Xinjiang Jiangzhou clan, and Boling Cui clan are all large clans that have existed for thousands of years. They have tens of thousands of disciples and countless scholars, officials and generals that rely on them. This time, Cui Zhenshuo used Jiangzhou Daily to criticize Your Majesty and incite the people to join the rebel army. Therefore, according to my estimation, the number of rebels is definitely not less than 200,000. No matter who Your Majesty sends to quell the rebellion, I hope that he will not underestimate the enemy. Li Jing was indeed Li Jing. Once he said this, the officials in the hall stopped arguing. Li Er nodded and said, Zhao Song, immediately issue an edict. Order Luozhou's governor Chu Tutong to strengthen the city's defenses. Prepare rolling stones, crossbows and other defensive tools in advance. We must defend the city. Order Hunan Province's Anfu ambassador Ren Kan to immediately mobilize the troops of Qinzhou, Shuzhou, Songzhou, Chaozhou, Haozhou, Qizhou, Qingzhou, Bianzhou, and Suzhou to quell the rebellion in Jianghu. Also, order Wang Yu, who is hiding in Dengzhou, to immediately lead the army to Jiangzhou. Li Er's arrangement at the beginning was still considered normal, but the last sentence was earth-shattering. Chapter 13:12. On the 13th day of the 6th month of the 9th year of Wuda, Li Shimin abolished the Xingtai system and set up a governor's office in Luozhou, Luoyang. In the first year of Jingguan, Li Shimin appointed Chu Tutong as the governor of Luozhou. In the same year, Li Er divided the world into 10 daos. Luoyang and Jiangzhou both belonged to Hunan daos. At that time, the imperial court did not set up fixed officials and offices in each daos. They only temporarily sent officials and ambassadors to patrol. At first they were called pacifiers. It was not until the second year of Ruizong Jingyun that the imperial court set up Jidushi in each daos. The Anlushan rebellion at the end of the Tang dynasty was caused by the military power of the Jidushi. Speaking of the current pacifier of Hunan daos, Ren Kan, his brother Rengue was also the pacifier of Hunan daos in the first year of Wuda. Lu Rengue was indebted to him. At that time, Rengue was drafting memorials to discuss state affairs. Lu Rengue saw the draft and helped him edit a few lines. Rengue was amazed by his talent and learning, and as a result she appointed him as the Shi province army commander. In the Suite du Hall, Zhao Song received the order and left. He had to draft the imperial edict and send it out. After all, time waits for no one. At the same time, Li Er's last sentence attracted the attention of everyone. Fang Xuanling's eyes flashed and he cupped his hands and asked, Your Majesty, Provincial Governor Wang should be in Suizhou. Why is he in Dengzhou? According to the Tang dynasty's laws, the governors of each province should be in charge of their own affairs. They were not allowed to leave the province unless the emperor ordered them to do so. Now that Wang Yu suddenly appeared in Dengzhou, and from what Li Er said, Wang Yu even brought an army with him. Li Zishuan's heart stirred and he also looked towards Li Er. Li Er smiled faintly and said, A month ago, I received news that there were bandits in Jiangzhou causing trouble. I thought that Wei Zheng would face the retaliation of the local officials and the fierce retaliation of the Cui family. To prevent some people from acting out of desperation, I ordered Ren Kan to choose 200 elites to sneak into Guangqing County to protect Wei Zheng in the dark. I also ordered Sui Province's governor Wang Yu to lead 20,000 troops to hide in Dengzhou and be ready to assist Wei Zheng. Now, it seems that some people will always take risks and commit treacherous acts. Therefore, Wang Yu's troops can also be put to use. When the officials heard this, they couldn't help but exclaim, Your Majesty is wise. Li Zishuan, on the other hand, secretly curled his lips. He thought to himself that old Li was indeed a sly old fox. No wonder he wasn't worried at all. It turned out that he had already prepared a backup plan. Qin Xiong cupped his fists and said, Your Majesty, Governor Wang's 20,000 troops will not be able to stop the Cui family's rebel army. Even if Ren Kan gathers 10 states troops, he will not be their match. The imperial court must send elites to Jiangzhou. Li Er nodded and said, What Xu Bao said is also what I was thinking. In that case, who do you think I should send to Jiangzhou to quell the rebellion? Qing Yaojin was immediately energized. He stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, this old subject requests permission to lead the right guard to Jiangzhou. Your Majesty, this old subject requests battle. I am willing to lead the right Marshal Marquis to Jiangzhou. Your Majesty, this old subject is willing to lead Zhuo Wei to Jiangzhou. Yuqi Jingda and Yo Jinda did not want to be left behind. They also stepped forward and asked for battle. Li Zishuan was not interested in war. However, when he saw this scene, he could not help but feel his blood boil. He was fascinated. This was the prosperous Tang dynasty. This was the prosperous Tang dynasty that countless people of the Yin Huang dynasty were proud of. In the face of war, no one was afraid. Everyone was filled with fighting spirit. The Yellow Sand wore golden armor after 100 battles. They would not return until they had conquered Lulan. This was the belief that every Tang dynasty general had. They would press forward without stopping until they reached their goal. What a great era this was. Your Majesty, this subject requests battle too. This subject is willing to lead the black armored army to Jiangzhou. Although Chang, and is a few hundred miles away from Jianghu. The black armored army can reach it in 2 days. As long as the rebel army dares to leave the city, this subject will lead the black armored army to wipe them all out. At this moment, a middle-aged general in his 30s saluted Li Er. This was Duan Zhishuan. Among the people that Li Zishuan had asked Zhao Song to summon, only Duan Zhishuan was someone that Li Zishuan had never seen before. Thus, when this person appeared, Li Zishuan guessed his identity. Good. Seeing the emotions of the officials below, Li Er shouted, "Everyone listen to the decree." The faces of the officials in the hall turned serious as they saluted. This subject awaits the decree. Li Er said, Cui Junchuo from the Cui family of Qinghe ignored the grace of the emperor and did not repent. She actually assassinated an important official of the imperial court, bewitched the people and disrespected the emperor. I hereby order Li Jing to be the general in charge of the military of Hunan province. He will lead the left, middle and right armies into Jianghu to wipe out the rebellion. Qin Xiong will be the deputy general in charge of the military. He will lead 20,000 troops from the middle army to Jianghu through Luoyang. Cheng Jijia will lead 20,000 troops from the right army to surround Jianghu and prevent the rebels from escaping to other provinces. Niu Jinda will lead 20,000 troops from the left army from Shuzhou to prevent the rebel army from attacking Luoyang. At that time, if the rebel army has already left Jianghu or Luoyang has already fallen, the three armies will combine their forces to wipe out the rebel army. Duan Zhishuan, I order you to lead 3,000 black armored troops to Jianghu. If you meet enemies in the wilderness, go all out to wipe them out. For this rebellion, all of you must exterminate the rebels. Since the Cui clan of Bowling and the Zheng clan of Xingyang are accomplices and have committed such treacherous acts, they must be exterminated without leaving a single one alive. When the emperor was angry, millions of corpses would fall, and blood would flow for 1,000 miles. When these cold words came out of Li Er's mouth, it meant that many people would die in the following period of time. This subject obeys the decree. Li Jing, Qin Xiong, Qing Yaojin, Niu Jinda, and Duan Zhishuan stepped forward and cupped their fists solemnly. The hearts of the other officials turned cold. Li Er actually sent out the black armored troops to wipe out the rebellion. This was the most elite heavy cavalry in the world. Even the wolf cavalry of the Turks had to flee when they saw them. 3,000 black armored troops was not a small number. When Li Shimin defeated Wang Shichong at Hulao Pass, he had only used 1,000 of the black armored troops. In the end, he had captured and beheaded more than 6,000 people. Later on, Wang Shichong was unwilling to admit defeat and sent 100,000 men. Li Shimin had used 3,500 black armored troops to lead the charge and ultimately defeated these people. From this, one could see the strength of this heavy cavalry force. Of course, one could also see that old Li was determined to kill the Cui family of Qinghe, the Zheng family of Xingyang, and the Cui family of Bowling. Time is of the essence. My beloved subjects, gather the troops. Tomorrow morning the three armies will set out for Jianghu. Li Er nodded. There was a saying that a cannon shot was worth 10,000 taels of gold. Although there were no cannons in this era, fighting wars was still rather expensive. However, the Great Tang's treasury was filled with grain and fodder, so Li Er had the confidence to start this rebellion. Yes. The officials cupped their fists and left. Marquillon, and you stay. Li Zishuan also wanted to take the opportunity to slip away, but Li Er's words forced him to face this cruel reality. Chapter 13:13. Marquillon, and we will have official Fong, official Du, and the others write a few articles and send them to the editorial department of the Great Tang Daily. We will use this opportunity to let the people of the world see the true colors of the Cui clan and Zheng clan. They were the ones who were unjust, so they can't blame us for being ruthless. In the Sweet Du Hall. After Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and Qing Yaojin left, Li Er looked at Li Zishuan and instructed. Li Zishuan was slightly stunned. He didn't expect old Li to know how to make use of public opinion. This time, the Cui family used public opinion to attack Li Er to incite the people to rebel against the imperial court. Now, old Li wanted to use the same method to gain the people's trust and support. Only a ruler who valued the people's trust would be a successful ruler. Yes, Your Majesty. In the next few days, the Tang Daily will cooperate with the imperial court to announce the Cui family's rebellion to the world. As the saying goes, those who are righteous get more support while those who are unrighteous get little support. Cui Junqiao has no regard for the emperor's grace and is not a subject. He will definitely be despised by the people. I will also list out all the good deeds and benevolence Your Majesty has done to the people since you took over the throne. People's hearts are made of flesh. I don't believe that the people can't differentiate between good and bad, Li Zixuan cupped his hands and replied. Yes. Li Er nodded and said, the Cui and Jing family have thousands of scholars in their hands. Actually, I am not afraid of how many soldiers they have. I am only afraid that they will use these scholars to bewitch the people and attack the imperial court. After all, the people are innocent. Li Zixuan smiled and said, Your Majesty is so considerate of the people. It is the blessing of the people. Li Er smiled and didn't deny it. After a while he said, I have an idea. Listen to it and see if it is feasible. Li Zixuan's expression turned solemn as he listened attentively. Li Er paused for a moment before continuing. Since ancient times when a general was away from the capital, he would not obey military orders. The reason was that the battlefield was quite far from the capital, and the situation on the battlefield was constantly changing. Therefore, the previous emperors would not interfere with the generals away from the capital and give orders. But this time, when Liu used a telegraph to send information to Chang and from Jianghu, I had an idea. That is it possible for me to understand the situation on the battlefield immediately through the telegraph? Then, if I or any other officials in the imperial court have any good ideas about military formations, I can also send them to the front line through the telegraph at the very first moment. What do you think? Li Zixuan was shocked. He thought to himself that old Li's thinking was quite advanced. He even knew how to engage in information warfare. Your Majesty, our telegraph is not mature yet. This kind of ultra-long distance communication is not stable. This time, the reason why little Yuo was able to send the information from Jianghu to Chang, and was because she sent the telegram from a Buddhist pagoda that was more than 100 feet high. When the army goes out, how can there be such a high altitude everywhere? In addition, the power supply of the telegraph is also a problem. Therefore, I think that it is still too early for Your Majesty to use the telegraph to command the battle formation this time. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Li Er couldn't help but frown. He asked doubtfully, what does the telegram sent by the telegraph have to do with the height of the terrain? Li Zixuan cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, if I may be so bold as to ask you, if this person stood on a high mountain and shouted to the foot of the mountain, would his voice travel far? Or if he stood on the street and shouted, would his voice travel far? Li Er thought for a moment and replied, Of course, if he stood on a mountain and shouted, his voice would travel far. Li Zixuan smiled and said, That's right. Your Majesty, in fact, the telegram sent by the telegraph is just like shouting. If you stand high and the position is spacious, it will naturally travel far. There are many houses in the city, which will block the telegram sent by the telegraph, so it won't travel far. He definitely couldn't tell Li Er about the transmission loss of electromagnetic waves. Otherwise, if he wanted to explain it clearly, he would have to talk for a long time. After thinking about it, Li Zixuan could only give an example to explain to Li Er. I see. Li Er nodded thoughtfully. Then his eyes suddenly lit up and he said, I still have a plan. This time we can let the pharmacist bring 2 celestial lamps. On one hand, it can be used to scout the enemy from the sky. On the other hand, we can use the celestial lamps to send information to Chang and from the sky. What do you think? Li Zixuan didn't object this time. In fact, he had thought of using the celestial lamps to carry the telegraph when he came here. The reason why he didn't tell Li Er at the first moment was because he was worried that this kind of technology that was ahead of its time would cause uncontrollable variables in the future if it was used on the battlefield too early before it matured. The Tang dynasty's biggest enemy was still the Turks. Li Zixuan felt that using the celestial lamps and the telegraph to deal with the Jianghu rebels was a little overkill. Your Majesty's wisdom is as vast as the sea. This subject admires you. This subject feels that this method is feasible, as long as you pay attention to the power supply of the telegraph. Li Zixuan cupped his hands and said. Li Er's face finally revealed a victorious smile. At this time, he looked at Li Zixuan meaningfully and asked, You must be wondering why I am so insistent on using the telegraph in this rebellion, right? Li Zixuan was silent. Seeing this, Li Er continued, 5 families and 7 hopes. Just 3 families working together to deal with me? What a joke. I don't put Cui Zhenchuo in my eyes. However, using the blood of the Cui family and the Zheng family to sharpen the blades of my army seems to be a good choice. I won't hide it from you, I long for war. In the 9th year of Wuda, the Turks attacked the city and I was forced to sign the treaty. This is the greatest shame of my life. At the latest next year, I will send troops to the Turks and fight it out with Shelly. I can't wait to go to the battlefield and kill them with my own hands. However, as the emperor of the Tang dynasty, how can I casually go to the battlefield? And the telegraph that you, Marquis Yong, and built just happens to solve this worry of mine. Although I can't go to the battlefield, I can control the situation through the telegraph. And now the Chui family's rebellion can be used to train my troops. Your telegraph must be used this time. Even if there are problems along the way, I don't care." Li Zishuan was silent. Although Li Er was just over 30 years old, he had been on the battlefield for more than 10 years. He was a real emperor on horseback. Such a strong Li Er was attacked by the Turks back then. How could he not be angry? However, Li Er was now the emperor of a country. Even if he wanted to take revenge, he couldn't personally go to the battlefield. For a former world hero, this was also a kind of grievance and suffering. "This subject obeys your majesty. Currently, this subject has a total of 3 telegraph machines. One of them was given to Li Yu. Since your majesty wants to arrange it this way, then when the army sets out tomorrow, this subject will send a student from the academy who knows how to use the telegraph to bring 1 telegraph machine and 2 celestial lamps with the army. This subject will send the last telegraph machine to the palace. At that time, your majesty can let His Highness, Prince of Wei, teach the people in the palace how to use the telegraph machine." Since Li Er had put it this way, Li Zishuan naturally had no reason to refuse. After thinking for a moment, he cupped his hands and said. Li Er was finally satisfied and said, "So kind. Haha, after this rebellion is quelled, I will remember your merit. This subject does not ask for a reward. If there is merit, it should be the contribution of the student from the academy who went to Jianghu." In the afternoon, Chang and city suddenly became busy. In the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue, officials went in and out, all of them in a hurry. They were all busy. In the city, teams of soldiers were constantly escorting carts of grain and fodder out of the city. Since ancient times, grain and fodder had always been the first to move. This time, the imperial court's army of more than 60,000 was going to Hunan province. The amount of grain and fodder they needed was not a small amount. However, they would not bring all the grain and fodder at once. They only needed to bring about 10 days' worth of rations. When they arrived at Hunan province, they could either exchange the grain from the local government or transfer it directly from Luoyang. In Chang and city, the old people who had experienced the great chaos in the early years were all worried when they saw this scene. Where did this war break out? There is going to be a war. The imperial court is going to war. I just don't know where it will be this time. Did the Turks start to harass the border of the Tang Empire again? At present, the imperial court had not officially issued a notice, so even if the people felt that something was wrong, they could only make wild guesses in private. However, those in the officialdom basically knew the cause and effect. The Chui family had rebelled and the world was going to change. When how Iron Egg, I won't force you. In fact, I don't want you to take risks. So whether you go or not, it's all up to you. On the way back to Cloud Mountain, Li Zishuan had been considering the candidates from the academy who would go south with the army. First of all, he definitely could not go. It was not that he was afraid of death and did not dare to go on the battlefield. With his current martial arts cultivation, as long as he was not alone on the battlefield and was not surrounded by thousands of people, he would not die. The main reason why he could not go was that the construction of the dam at Ba River had reached the most critical stage. Recently, Yen Xiaoning and Mo Huai had often encountered this and that kind of problems. He had to find a way to solve the problems. If he really could not leave, then the dam would really be ruined. He had spent too much money and effort on this dam. He really could not bear to give it up halfway. Moreover, in his eyes, although the Chui family and the Zheng family had a strong foundation and a lot of people, they were still vulnerable in the face of the Tang army. The reason why Cui Junchuo felt that he had a chance was that he wanted to take Luoyang and strengthen himself before the imperial court reacted. However, the telegram sent by Li Yu had completely destroyed the Cui family's painstaking plan. In this way, Cui Junchuo was even less of a threat. Therefore, Li Zishuan felt that it was not worth it for him to go, and there was no need for him to go. Since he was not going, he could only let his students go. Among his students, only Li Tai, Meng Wenhao, and Iron Egg were proficient in using the telegraph. Although Cheng Chumo was the first to come into contact with the telegraph, this idiot had never learned how to use it. Therefore, after returning to Yunshan, Li Zishuan sent someone to call Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg to the side yard. He briefly told them about the imperial court's intention to send an army to Jiangzhou to quell the rebellion, and then began to ask for their opinions. "Sir, I'm willing to go. I'm willing to follow the army to Jiangzhou," Meng Wenhao said without hesitation as soon as Li Zishuan finished speaking. Speaking of which, he was still worried about how to help Li Zishuan resolve the crisis. Now that Li Zishuan had made this request, it was exactly what he wanted. Instead of worrying in Chang, it was better to go directly to Jiangzhou to help resolve the crisis. "Master, Iron Egg is also willing to go. Not long after Meng Wenhao finished speaking, Iron Egg also spoke up. Li Zixuan looked at the two of them with a solemn expression saying, "Both of you should think carefully. This is going to the battlefield, not a game. Although you will be staying in the main tent at that time, and the danger will be much smaller, but on the battlefield, there will never be an absolutely safe place. Wenhao, your life doesn't belong to you alone. You still have your parents and sister. If anything happens to you on the battlefield, what will you do to them? And Iron Egg, you are the only son of the Han family. If your father knew that you were going to the battlefield, what would he think?" To be honest, Li Zixuan was quite conflicted. Strictly speaking, following the army to the south was a good opportunity for the students of the academy to gain experience. There was little danger, and if they won the battle, they might even be able to gain military merits which would benefit them for life. But he was also worried that something would happen to his students in Jianghu. After listening to Li Zixuan's earnest words, Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg both lowered their heads. But after a while Meng Wenhao raised his head and said, "Yamacho, I have made up my mind. This trip to Jianghu I must go. If I don't go, I will regret it for the rest of my life. As for my parents, I will persuade them." Iron Egg also raised his head and said with red eyes, "Master, Iron Egg also wants to go. My father went to the north to kill the Turks. Iron Egg also wants to become a hero like my father." Iron Egg. Suddenly, a complicated female voice came from the door. It was Han Yushi. "Wife." Li Zixuan hurriedly got up and greeted her with a guilty conscience. Because he didn't have time to discuss this matter with his wife. "Sister, can you not stop Iron Egg?" Iron Egg stood up and looked at Han Yushi, his eyes full of persistence. Han Yushi stared at Iron Egg in front of her in a daze, looking at her brother who she had personally raised. After a long while, she walked forward and patted Iron Egg's shoulder, saying with a complicated tone, "Iron Egg, you have grown up. I don't have the right to make decisions for you anymore. If you've decided on something, then go ahead and do it. Sister only wants you to be safe." Seeing Han Yushi like this, Iron Egg felt an inexplicable sadness in his heart. He held back his tears and said, "Sister, don't worry. Iron Egg will definitely make himself safe. Iron Egg will definitely become a hero like my father. Husband, you two continue to talk. I will go out and see Lan." Han Yushi quickly turned around and gently wiped the corner of her eyes with her sleeve. She said to Li Zixuan and hurriedly went out. The room was silent. After a while, Li Zixuan forced himself to be spirited and asked, "Both of you want to go?" "Yes." "Yes." Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg nodded solemnly at the same time. Li Zixuan sighed softly and said, "That's good. Since that's the case, then let's both go. We can take care of each other on the way. Go back and pack up immediately. Tomorrow morning I will send you to Uncle Li. In the future you will listen to his orders. As for the academy, you don't have to worry. I will ask for leave for you first. When you come back, I will arrange for someone to make up lessons for you." "Yes, Yamacho." "Yes, Master." Chapter 13-14. "Oh, isn't this Madame Yi? Are you here to pray for blessings at Songhua Temple? I heard this morning that County Deputy Yi was sick. Could it be true?" Guanqing County, at the entrance of Songhua Temple. Madame Yi brought Liu Yi Fashion and a few others out of the temple. She was stopped by a fat, shifty-eyed, greasy middle-aged man. Behind the man were 4 or 5 bailiffs. At this moment, he was staring at Madame Yi maliciously and said with a smile, "Registrar Wang, what do you mean by this? My husband is sick in bed. As a colleague, it's fine if you don't care about him, but you're actually making sarcastic remarks here. Has your sense of propriety been eaten by dogs?" Hearing this, Madame Wang's face was filled with anger and she scolded mercilessly. She looked exactly like a wife who was eager to protect her husband. Registrar Wang saw this and his eyes flashed. Then he said with a smile, "Hee. Madame Yi, please don't be angry. Who said that I don't care about County Deputy Yi? I even sent people to send County Deputy Yi a lot of ginseng, bird's nest, and other precious tonics. As a person, what I value the most is the righteousness between friends and colleagues." Madame Yi glared at Registrar Wang coldly and didn't continue to say anything. Registrar Wang rolled his eyes and pretended to be depressed. He patted his head and said, "Aya, look at this official's memory. I brought people here to catch the rebels. Why did I mention this to Madame Yi?" "Rebels?" Madame Yi Fashion, Liu, and the others were all shocked. Finally, Madame Yi forced herself to look calmly at Registrar Wang and said, "What rebels? When did Guanqing County have rebels? Moreover, Registrar Wang, why did you catch the rebels at Songhua Temple?" Registrar Wang didn't answer. He turned his gaze to Yi Fashion and Li Yu behind Madame Yi. Then he went forward and asked, Madame Yi, who are this young master and this young lady? I've known County Deputy Yi for many years. How come I've never seen them before? Don't tell me they're your long-lost children. Shut up. Upon hearing this, Madame Ye's eyes were filled with anger as she said, Don't talk nonsense, Registrar Wang. They are my master's niece and nephew. They entered the city a few days ago. If Registrar Wang continues to talk nonsense, don't blame me for being rude. Yi Fashion and Li Yu were also furious. If it weren't for the special situation, they would have beaten Registrar Wang up a long time ago. Don't be angry. Madame Yi, please don't be angry. Registrar Wang waved his hand fearfully, and said, I'm just asking casually, there's no need for Madame Yi to be angry. All right. Were this young master and this young lady at home last night? Yi Fashion's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, what should come has finally come. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Madame Yi standing in front of him. With a look of disdain she said, Nonsense. If they're not at home, where else could they have gone? Registrar Wang crossed his arms and asked lightly, Is there anyone who can testify? Madame Yi panicked, but she knew that she couldn't panic at this moment. She took 2 deep breaths and glared at him. What? Registrar Wang wants to testify? Fine, when we return to the Yi residence, I'll ask all the servants and maids to testify. Our Yi family has never done anything wrong, why would we be afraid of your investigation? But you, Registrar Wang, without any evidence, what right do you have to interrogate our Yi family members? You're offending your superiors. When my master recovers, I'll go to the county office to find the county magistrate to judge. Registrar Wang's eyes flashed with an unnatural look. Then he smiled and said, Ha! I'm the one who's joking, there's no need for Madame Yi to be angry. As for Deputy Yi going to find the county magistrate to judge, he can do as he pleases. I'm afraid he won't make it in time. Ah! After saying that, Registrar Wang laughed proudly. Won't make it in time? What do you mean? Madame Yi frowned and asked. Ah, nothing. Registrar Wang shook his head and looked at Madame Yi. He whispered, Li Lanju, 10 years ago why didn't you choose me Wang Cheng but Yi Minglei? Ah, what's the result? In a few days Yi Minglei will die and you'll be a widow. TSK. What a pity. What a pity. Wang Cheng, you've gone too far. Madame Yi was shocked and angry. She pointed at Registrar Wang and said while gritting her teeth, You're asking for death. Yi Fashion looked at Registrar Wang with a gloomy look. His heart was filled with murderous intent. Although Wang Cheng's voice was low, Yi Fashion heard every word. From his point of view, he had brought trouble to his second uncle's family when he accompanied Li Yu to manage the city. Now, someone had insulted his second aunt, whom he had respected since he was young, in front of him. How could he tolerate this? Moreover, after Wang He, the servant of the Yi residence, found out about Li Yu's identity, he secretly went to inform on Wang Cheng. Kill. Although Yi Fashion was a Taoist, when he met someone who deserved to be killed, he would not show any mercy. However, there were too many people here. If he killed Wang Cheng, none of them would be able to escape. I'll let this bastard live for another 2 days. Yi Fashion thought to himself. Ah, all right. Since there are no traitors here, I'll take my leave. However, I still have to give Madame Yi a piece of advice. For the next 2 days, you and Deputy Yi should not go out as you wish. Wang Cheng smiled and then left with his men as if nothing had happened. Brother Yi, this bastard is evil. If there's a chance, I'll cut off his head for you. After Wang Cheng had left, Lu Ringue patted Yi Fashion's shoulder and said, Thank you. After returning to the Yi residence, Yi Minglei asked Madame Yi, Li Yu and Yi Fashion to change into the coarse clothes of the commoners. He also instructed the housekeeper to close the door and decline all visitors for the next 2 days. When the sky was about to turn dark, Lu Ringue led the Yi family out of the residence and headed towards the south of the county. At this time, the commoners were in a hurry to go home. There were quite a lot of people on the streets. Moreover, the sky was dark and it was not easy for others to recognize them. 3/4 of an hour later, they finally arrived at Lu Ringue's rented courtyard without any mishap. How is it? Has the information been sent out? As soon as they entered the house, Wei Jing impatiently went up to them and asked before they could even greet each other. Little Yu clasped her hands and smiled. Deputy Wei, fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. When it was close to noon, I had sent everything here to the Yamacho. The Yamacho said that he will go to the palace immediately to meet the emperor. He estimated that the army from the imperial court will be here soon. Wei Zheng was overjoyed. It's done? It's really done? The Duke of Yong'an's telegraph machine has done a great job. Next, we should think about how to get out of here and help the imperial court to suppress the rebellion. Chapter 13:15. The officials of Chang'an were busy, and the people panicked at the news of the war. The soldiers of the three armies were mobilized to reinforce Luoyang. The war decree signed by Li Er, the ruler of the Great Tang Empire, had instantly placed Chang'an in a state of war. Mobilizing 60 to 70,000 soldiers to quell the rebellion in Jianghu was no small matter. The mobilization of soldiers, the allocation of weapons, and the allocation of rations were all coordinated by the officials of the various departments of the imperial court. Moreover, the military situation was urgent. The army was about to set out tomorrow, so the officials were even busier. The officials of the 6 ministries of the imperial court all wished they had 8 legs. Those officials who had applied for leave at home were all called back. Unless they were so sick that they couldn't get out of bed even if the sky fell down, they had to return to their yamen. The last time the 6 ministries of the imperial court were as busy as they were today was back in the 9th year of Wuda, when the Turkic army had besieged the city. This emergency war was an enormous test for all the departments of the Great Tang imperial court, and it was also a good opportunity to test the efficiency of the officials of the 6 ministries. Within Ganlu Palace, Li Er was not idle for even a moment. For the entire afternoon, there were constantly courtiers coming in and out of this place, reporting to him on the progress of the various preparations for the army's expedition. At this time, a special person who rarely appeared in the sweet nectar hall. Your Majesty, all the officials in Chang'an who are related to the Chui family of Qinghe, the Chui family of Bowling, and the Zheng family of Xinjiang have been monitored by the cavalry. Once they act rashly, they will be arrested immediately. This person was Li Junxian, the man who was in charge of 100 cavalry for Li Er. Well, Junxian, you've done well. In addition, you must have people on guard against these officials sending pigeons to Jianghu. Li Er's eyes flashed with cold light as he sternly said. The Chui clan of Qinghe, the Zheng clan of Xinjiang, and the Zheng clan of Bowling were all 1,000-year-old clans. Many of the officials of the Great Tang imperial court had once been scholars from these 3 clans. After all, although the imperial court had opened the imperial examinations, scholars relying on the great clans was still the norm. In this situation, Li Er had no choice but to guard against the officials related to the Chui clan and the Zheng clan secretly leaking information. At this time, Li Er had to be grateful to his old man Li Yuan. Back then, after Li Yuan established the Tang dynasty and pacified the world, he had already begun to intentionally exclude the officials from aristocratic families from the center of power. Although there were still a large number of officials in the court who came from aristocratic families, there were very few who held important positions. At present, the rising nobles of Great Tang were gradually gaining the strength to contend against the established noble clans. This subject obeys the decree. Li Junxian clasped his fist and left. Cloud Mountain Villa. Wife, are you blaming your husband for letting Iron Egg go to Jianghu? After finishing all the work in the afternoon, Li Zishuan saw Han Yushi sitting alone in the courtyard in a daze. He walked quietly behind her, bent down, and held Han Yushi's slender waist as he whispered in her ear. Husband. Suddenly being hugged by someone, Han Yushi was startled. When she turned her head and saw that it was Li Zishuan, she leaned her head on Li Zishuan's shoulder and whispered, Husband, this concubine doesn't blame you. This concubine knows that you are doing this for the good of Iron Egg. If he can earn a military merit this time, he will be able to enjoy glory and splendor for the rest of his life. However, this concubine only has this one younger brother. For him to suddenly go to such a faraway place by himself, this concubine is very worried. Seeing his wife frown, Li Zishuan stroked her cheeks with some heartache. Then he said, Wife, there is no need to worry. This trip to Jianghu is not for him to charge at the front lines. He should only be managing the intelligence in the central tent. Besides, Iron Egg now also has martial arts. Even if he encounters an accident, he will be able to protect himself. Don't you think so? Han Yushi turned around and pressed her forehead against Li Zishuan's forehead. Her clear eyes looked into Li Zishuan's eyes. After a while, she whispered, This concubine will listen to you, husband. You are our Han family's benefactor and also our Han family's lucky star. If you say that Iron Egg will be fine, then he will definitely be fine. Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh. I didn't know that your husband had this ability. After making a joke, Li Zishuan's face became serious. He said, All right, wife, don't be unhappy. This husband has to go and see grandfather and grandmother, especially grandmother. After she heard that Fa Shan was trapped in the city, she couldn't even eat lunch. I have to go and see him. Han Yushi nodded and said, "All right. This concubine will go with you, husband." All right. The sky was getting dark, but the city of Chang and did not become quiet because of the curfew. The 6 government offices near the imperial city were still brightly lit. There were still troops and grain carts passing by on the streets. All these signs indicated that a war was about to break out. Correspondingly, the city of Guangqing was not peaceful tonight because the state government's army was catching the thieves. The cause of the incident started when Registrar Wang returned to the county office in the afternoon. County Magistrate Old Master Chui will start a rebellion the day after tomorrow. Before that, we have to get rid of the spies in the county office. Otherwise, if we ruin Old Master Chui's plan, I'm afraid we will lose our lives. Registrar Wang came to the back office and found Chui Yong, the county magistrate of Guangqing County, who was drinking tea and listening to music. He was a distant relative of the Chui family. Hearing this, Chui Yong narrowed his eyes and said, What does Registrar Wang mean? There is a spy in the county office? Who is it? Registrar Wang looked around. Chui Yong waved his hand impatiently and said, all right. You can all leave now. The maids and servants around, as well as the girl who was playing the song, all left as instructed. Registrar Wang then said carefully, County Magistrate, Deputy Yi is the spy hiding in our county office. Chui Yong was shocked. He stared and swallowed his saliva, saying, Registrar Wang, you can't say this casually. Do you have any evidence? County Magistrate, of course I don't have any evidence. Yi Minglei will be very careful when doing this kind of thing. How can he leave any evidence? But County Magistrate, think about it carefully. Yi Minglei has an inexplicable relationship with the Yi family in Nanyang. And I heard from a friend in Chang, and last month that old Master Yi went to Chang, and last year to recognize his relatives, and he recognized Marquis Yong-an. Do you think Yi Minglei will help old Master Chui or His Majesty in the future? And several times before, when old Master Chui asked us to recruit people into the army, Deputy Yi has always been a yes man and refused again and again. Do you think he has an ulterior motive? County Magistrate, forgive me for being blunt. At this critical moment, we would rather kill 1,000 by mistake than miss one. Otherwise, you and I will be doomed eternally. Finally, County Magistrate Chui was persuaded by Registrar Wang. He immediately asked the constable of the county office to go to the Yi family and invite Yi Minglei to the county office for a talk. The Yi family was now closed to visitors, so the constable of the county office couldn't enter. Later, Registrar Wang personally led the Yamen runners and forced their way into the Yi family's mansion, only to find that Yi Minglei and his family were all gone. So, after reporting to the higher authorities, the provincial governor's office was alerted. The soldiers of the provincial government and the Yamen runners began to search the whole city for Yi Minglei. Chapter 13:16. Brother Daniel? Are you at home? In front of a house in the south of Guangqing County. Yes. Su Fangjing, why are you here? The door of the house opened and Lu Ringgui walked out. Since he sneaked into Guangqing County last month, he even changed his name. Now he was called Rin Daniel. Alas! Aren't the officers and soldiers of the county government looking for Deputy Yi everywhere? They even said that he is a traitor. But Deputy Yi is so nice to the people. How can he be a traitor? I don't understand the world anymore. Oh Daniel, after a while the officers and soldiers will find our workshop. I will go to each house in advance to see if anyone has hidden Deputy District Magistrate Yi. Su Fangjing was an old man in his 60s. He looked honest and kind. He looked at Lu Ringgui and talked for a long time before he told him the real purpose of his visit. There was a market system in the Tang dynasty. Naturally, there was a Fangjing. The Fangjing was not only in charge of the opening and closing of the gate, but also in charge of maintaining the public order in the district. Lu Ringgui was a little surprised, but he pretended to be depressed and complained, Fangjing, why is Guangqing County getting more and more chaotic recently? The deputy magistrate of the county Yamen was actually mistaken as a spy and even locked the city gates every day to prevent people from going out. Sai, we were originally here to help people purchase goods from the county. But because of this delay it has been almost a month. What a loss, what a loss. Su Fangjing couldn't bear it. He had heard about Lu Ringui's experience before. Now he was trapped in Guangqing County. He sympathized with him. So Su Fangjing comforted him, Daniel, it's all because of the government. I don't want to see you lose money. For now all of you can rest assured and stay here. When the city gates open, this old man will come over to inform you. Lu Ringui said gratefully, alas. Thank you, Su Fangjing. Oh Fangjing, since you are here to find a spy, come in and have a look. Su Fangjing nodded slightly and said, "Okay, I will go in and have a look." Then he walked into the yard with his hands behind his back. Alas! Su Fangjing is here? Su Fangjing. In the courtyard, Lu Ringue's brothers saw Su Fangjing come in and quickly came over to greet him. Su Fangjing nodded and then walked straight into the inner room. In the end, he didn't even see a single outsider. "Su Fangjing, have you finished your investigation? Other than us rough men, who else would come here?" A quarter of an hour later, Lu Ringue saw Su Fang coming out of the courtyard. He hurriedly went up to him and asked, "Yes, there are no outsiders in the house. Then little brother Daniu, this old man will not disturb you any further. Goodbye." Su Fangjing cupped his hands and took his leave. "Su Fangjing, take care." Lu Ringue watched him leave. Then he turned to the several big men behind him and said, "Old Feng, later when the people from the county government come, you help to deal with them. During the day I met Registrar Wang. If he leads a team to search tonight, he may recognize me. I will go to the underground tunnel to accompany Minister Wei and the others tonight." "All right. Don't worry, General. Old Feng will be careful." A slightly older middle-aged man cupped his fists and replied. Lu Ringue nodded and went into the house to tidy up. Then he jumped into the well. Half an hour later, the house was slapped once again. Bang bang bang. "Open the door, the government is investigating." Old Feng, who had promised Lu Ringue to deal with the soldiers, hurriedly went to open the door. Coming. "Hey officers, come in and have some tea," Old Feng said with a big smile. Because he saw that among this group of people, there were all constables from the county government. No one was wearing an official's uniform, which meant that Registrar Wang didn't come in person. Since the King of Hell didn't come, these little devils could be dealt with some benefits. "I heard from Su Fangjing that you are not locals. Tell me, where are you from? Are there any other unidentified people staying here today?" The head of the constables said arrogantly. Speaking of which, as low-level officials, if they didn't think of ways to plunder the wealth of the people, how would they live their lives? Old Feng was very perceptive. He stuffed a few notes of Tang Yuan and said, "Officer, we came to Guangqing County to buy goods for a boss in Shuzhou. We didn't expect that Guangqing County didn't allow people to go out of the city. So we temporarily live here. This house has always belonged to us, and there has never been an outsider coming here." The constable nodded with satisfaction and said, "Well, whether there are outsiders or not, we will know after checking. Go in and search. Be gentle, don't break other people's things. As the saying goes, if you eat someone's food, you have to be soft-hearted." The constable was also a smart person. Yes. 5 constables entered the house, and the constable was invited to the front hall to drink tea. Half an hour later, a group of people went out and left. Naturally, they didn't find Yi Minglei inside. It was a close call but not dangerous. Chang and Lantian County, Yunshan No. 1 courtyard. It was late at night, but the light in the study was still on. Lu Ringue. I wonder if this Lu Ringue is the same Lu Ringue from history. Li Zixuan leaned on the chair and looked at the information sent by Li Yu in the morning. He was in a daze. During the day, he focused on the Cui family's rebellion and didn't pay attention to the other key person in this matter, Lu Ringue. If he remembered correctly, Lu Ringue was an extremely famous general in Tang dynasty. In the 3rd year of Gaozong Longshua's reign, when Neon became stronger and stronger. At that time, Emperor Tenzi of Japan wanted to occupy the Korean peninsula and then the mainland. Therefore he supported Beech to fight against Silla. He sent nearly 50,000 soldiers and thousands of warships to fight against Tang dynasty. At that time, Lu Ringue of the Tang dynasty only brought 7,000 soldiers and encountered the main force of Jianghu at Jianghu. After a big battle, the Jianghu army was almost completely wiped out. In the Battle of Jianghu, the Tang dynasty navy fully utilized their advantage and defeated the Jianghu navy, which had several times more soldiers and warships. It could be said to be a classic naval battle where the few won against the many. This battle was also the first battle between China and Japan as national entities. It was also one of the earliest known international battles in Northeast Asia. The final result of the victory of the Tang dynasty and the Xinhua Alliance army basically established the political, economic, and cultural structure of Northeast Asia for more than 1,000 years. At the same time, this battle taught Jianghu how to behave and made them realize the huge gap between them and Tang dynasty. Thus, until Toyotomi Hideyoshi invaded Korea in 1592, Japan didn't dare to fight against China for nearly 1,000 years. Feiji, tomorrow you will go with the army to Jiangzhou. After you go, follow Iron Egg or be Uncle Li's personal guard. If you meet someone called Lu Ringue and he's in danger, do your best to help him. After destroying the rebels, bring Lu Ringue back to Chang'an. This marquis wants to see him. Li Zishuan came to the door and instructed Pang Feiji, who was outside. He was a nationalistic youth, and Lu Ringue, to a modern person like him, was an out-and-out national hero. Not only did he raise the prestige of the country, but he also ensured that China wouldn't be invaded by Wanian for nearly 1,000 years. He really wanted to see such a person with his own eyes. Marquis, but if I go to Jianghu, who will protect you? Pang Feiji said reluctantly. Li Zishuan glared at him and said grumpily, I'm the one protecting you? Or you protect me? Do I need you to protect me? If I tell you to go, then go. This matter is very important to me. Go and pack. After saying that, he went straight to his room to sleep. Yes, Marquis. Pang Feiji scratched his head and could only go back to pack his luggage pitifully. Chapter 13-17. The next day the morning court was adjourned. Li Er led the officials out of the imperial city. They passed through the Vermilion Bird Avenue and headed straight for the south gate of Chang'an. The citizens who had noticed the chaos in Chang, and yesterday saw Li Er leading the officials out of the city. They were even more certain that the imperial court was preparing for war. The Tang dynasty, which had unified the world and enjoyed peace for many years, finally welcomed another war. However, most of the citizens did not know where the war was going to take place this time. However, they would know everything in an hour. That was because the latest issue of Datang Daily would be released in an hour. Outside Chang, and in the southern suburbs. At this time, the soldiers of the three armies had already gathered. More than 60,000 soldiers stood neatly on the drill ground with their heads held high and their chests puffed out. They formed a line horizontally, a line vertically, and a line diagonally. Speaking of which, such a neat formation was all thanks to Li Zishuan. Last year, when Yanhuang College held its opening military drill, Li Er led the officials and envoys from various countries to watch it. The neat formation and running movements of the students shocked Li Er, the officials, and the envoys from various countries. After that, Li Er announced that he would patrol the barracks. Hence, the daily training of the various barracks in the capital was more or less influenced by the military drill of Yanhuang College. Therefore, it was not surprising that these 60,000 soldiers were in such a neat formation. Li Er led the officials out of Chang An's Mingda Gate and went straight to the drill ground. The officials stood on the left side of the drill ground while Li Er went up to the stage to call out the generals. In addition, Li Zishuan had also arrived. He had arrived earlier than the others. He had handed Meng Wenhao, Iron Egg, Pang Feiji, a telegraph machine, and 2 fairy lamps to Li Jing and waited there. Now that Li Er had arrived, he slipped into the crowd of the officials. Greetings, Your Majesty. After Li Er ascended the stage, the civil and military officials, as well as the 60,000 soldiers below the stage, bowed and saluted him. Their voices were like a great bell and their auras were majestic. Rise. Looking at the mighty and majestic army in front of him, Li Er could not help but feel agitated. The battlefield was the place he, Li Shimin, yearned for. After a moment of silence, Li Erhong said, Ever since I ascended the throne, I have worked hard every day and night. I have only one goal, and that is to let the people of the Tang Empire live and work in peace and contentment. After more than a year of hard work, I have almost achieved it. Especially last winter, no one in Chang and froze to death. I believe all of you know this. However, there are some people who have evil intentions and want to overturn my country. Let the people, let your family, elders and fellow villagers live a bitter life again, and let the world become chaotic again. I ask you, do you agree or not? No? I don't agree. As soon as Li Er's words fell, the 60,000 soldiers on the drill ground all roared at the top of their lungs. Their shouts shook the sky, and the clouds above everyone's heads disappeared at this moment. It was as if they were scattered by this earth-shattering roar. After a few breaths, Li Er pressed his hand down, and the soldiers of the three armies immediately became quiet. Then he said, Good. Today, Cui Junchuo of the Cui family of Qinghe disregarded the emperor's grace and cooperated with the Cui family of Bowling, the Zheng family of Xinjiang, and the provincial governor of Jianghu to rebel against the emperor, destroy our country and subvert the country. I order you to go to Jianghu immediately to suppress the rebellion. Where is Li Jing, the general officer of the army of Hunan province? Li Jing, dressed in armor, stepped forward and saluted, I am here. Li Er raised the long sword in his hand and said, This is my sword and also the emperor's sword. When you go to Jianghu, the 28 states of Hunan province will be under your control. If anyone dares to disobey, you can directly kill him with this sword. I give you the right to kill first and report later. Come forward and receive the sword. After that, all the officials looked sideways. Li Jing's body and mind were shocked. Li Er gave him such a heavy right in front of everyone's eyes, which all showed Li Er's deep trust in him. This made Li Jing, who had been hiding at home in recent years, very moved in his heart. Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty. Li Jing will go and eliminate the rebels for the imperial court. Li Jing saluted and said solemnly, Yes, I believe you. Li Er nodded and gestured for Li Jing to go on stage to accept the emperor's sword. Li Jing went on stage and respectfully received it with both hands. Right at this moment, a red sun rose from the east and instantly, it shone brightly onto the drill ground. Li Er suddenly had a feeling of lofty ambition and he shouted, Beat the drums, soldiers of the three armies, set out. Destroy the rebels and reinforce Luoyang. Dong 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 dong. The four bare-chested strongmen on the stage began to beat the drums at the same time. The drumbeats went from slow to fast, as if they were beating on everyone's hearts. Everyone on the drill ground couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Li Jing, who was on the stage, hurriedly cupped his hands and stepped down to command the army to set off. What was interesting was that the Tang army's turning and running movements were very similar to the military training of Yanhuang College's students. Their movements were very uniform. However, in comparison, the movements of these soldiers had more iron and blood. One could feel the killing intent emitted by the army from afar. Bang bang bang. More than 60,000 soldiers, led by their generals, left the drill ground in an orderly manner. Only the sound of their neat footsteps and shouts could be heard in the world. Destroy the rebels and reinforce Luoyang. Destroy the rebels and reinforce Luoyang. The army gradually moved away. The civil and military officials on the drill ground looked in the direction of the army and could not help but feel agitated. At this moment, Fang Xianling stood behind Li Er and said with emotion, Your Majesty, with such a powerful army, there is no need to worry about the rebels and the Tang Empire not prospering. Li Er turned to the officials and faintly smiled. If the great Tang wants to prosper, it still has a long way to go. Now that the internal problems have arisen, there are still external problems. In the future, my beloved officials, only by working diligently can you help us build a prosperous great Tang. Your subjects will definitely do our best until the day we die. The officials heard this and bowed in unison. Ah, good. Prepare the carriage and return to the city. Li Er waved his sleeves and turned to leave. The mobilization meeting before the war finally came to an end. Li Zishuan looked to the south again. Among the 60,000 soldiers, there were his personal guards, students, and apprentices. You would not believe it if he said that he was not worried. However, the army of the imperial court this time was unprecedentedly strong. With Li Zishuan as the commander, Qing Yaojin, Niu Jinda, and Qin Xiong as the generals, not to mention the rebels of the Cui family, they could even fight against the Turks. It was because of this that Li Zishuan dared to let Iron Egg and Meng Wenhao go south with the army. The officials returned to the city while Li Zishuan returned to Yunshan. The people of Chang and only heard the sound of drums and deafening shouts from outside the city. However, for them, a lively day had just begun. Chapter 13:18. Newspapers are being sold. Newspapers are being sold. The freshly printed Datang Daily. Today's headline, Shui family of Qinghe rebelled against the imperial court. Li Jing, the minister of war, led troops into Jianghu to quell the rebellion. The commotion outside the city had just subsided. Inside Chang and city and the surrounding counties began to bustle with noise and excitement. The manservants at the newsstands and the paperboys on the streets were hawking as usual. However, the content that came out of their mouths today was earth-shattering. What? The Cui family rebelled? Quick, give me a copy of the newspaper. Give me one too. When the people heard this, combined with yesterday's rumors and the commotion outside the city this morning, they instantly believed 90% of it. Everyone rushed to the newsstands or the paperboys, wanting to buy a copy of Datang Daily to find out what was going on. In today's Datang Daily, the articles on the interaction of literati and current news sections were all talking about the same thing, the Cui family's rebellion. Many of the authors of the articles were big shots in the imperial court, such as Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and so on. These big shots had never appeared in Datang Daily before. Now, because of the Cui family's rebellion, all of them appeared at once. It was really a feast for the eyes of the literati. Under the condemnation of the big shots in the imperial court and the reporters in the editorial department of Tang Daily, the numerous crimes committed by the Cui family in the early years, the conspiracy to rebel in Jianghu this year, and the instigation of the people to rebel, were all exposed in front of everyone's eyes. Ghastly, it could only be described as ghastly. Last year, Li Zishuan had used the unjustly dead maid Ninyu to ignite the anger of the people in Chang'an City. He had directly flattened the Cui family's stronghold in Chang'an City. Therefore, the people did not have a good impression of the Cui family. Now that this matter had happened, the people did not have a good impression of the Cui family of Qinghe that had existed for thousands of years. How dare they? The Cui family actually dared to privately recruit soldiers and rebel against the imperial court? To think that they are from the 5 surnames and 7 nobles. How dare they do such a disgraceful thing? What? The Cui family colluded with bandits to assassinate Minister Wei in Jianghu? Who gave them the guts? Tisk. Isn't it because Wei Zhuqing found out too much about the Cui family's illegal activities in Jianghu that they became anxious? What? Wei Zhuqing was assassinated? How is he now? This is not clear. Datang Daily only said that last month Jianghu Guangxing County was attacked by a group of bandits. This group of bandits also collided with the provincial government office. Wei Zhuqing's whereabouts are unknown. Datang Daily's reporters suspect that all of this is the Cui family's doing. Wei Zhuqing was harmed by the Cui clan? Damn the Cui family. Left Minister Wei is a rare good official in our great Tang. Nothing must happen to him. After a few years of peace, the Cui family wants to start a war again. The ones who will suffer are the local people. The Cui family has committed all kinds of evil deeds and should be punished by both humans and gods. I want to join the army and quell the rebellion for His Majesty. Although the aristocratic families of today had won over many scholars, there was still a considerable number of scholars from humble backgrounds who were biased towards the imperial court. Once they heard that the Cui family had plotted against Wei Zhang and plotted a rebellion, many scholars rolled up their sleeves and prepared to give up their brushes to join the army and rush to the battlefield. Perhaps this was the spirit of a scholar. Scholar Zhang, you should save your breath. With your delicate skin and tender flesh, how can you endure the hardships of the battlefield? You should study hard and obtain scholarly honors. Uncle Hu, you're wrong to say that. If I can endure the hardships of studying, why can't I endure the hardships of the battlefield? Say whatever you want. Even if you want to join the army to quell the rebellion, it's already too late. Because when this old man entered the city this morning, I saw that the army outside the city had already set off. What? The army has already set off? So soon? Of course. If it were any later, wouldn't the Cui family have done even more evil? Yunshan Yanhuang College. The news of the Cui family's rebellion caused a huge uproar among the students. Of course, what shocked the students even more was that Iron Egg and Meng Wenhao had also set off with the army this time. This was quite incredible to them. Since ancient times, the dreams of scholars were nothing more than self-cultivation, ruling the country and pacifying the world. Now, Iron Egg and Meng Wenhao were leading everyone on the path of pacifying the world. This made the students very envious and yearn for it. Damn. Why can Iron Egg and Meng Wenhao go, but Bao Lin and I can't? With our martial arts skills, if we go to Jianghu, won't we be able to kill 7 times in and 7 times out of the rebel army? When Cheng Chumo heard the news, he couldn't help but pat his thigh and gloomily said, speaking of this rebellion, his father Qing Yaojin directly led the army. He should be the one who went the most. In the end, the people who went were Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg. It would be strange if he wasn't depressed. Chumo, I want to go too, but my father definitely won't let me go. You too. Yuchi Baolin thought about it and shook his head. What? My martial arts skills are so good, I can definitely make a name for myself if I go. Cheng Chumo stared at him and shamelessly said. Yuchi Baolin pursed his lips and hesitated. After a while he said, Shonyo, I think Yamacho is right. Next year on Arbor Day I should plant a tree in your heart. Damn Baolin, are you asking for a beating? Cheng Chumo almost choked to death. Just as he was about to hit him, a light cough came from behind him. Ahem. Cheng Chumo turned around and saw Li Zishuan. He quickly stopped. Li Zishuan glanced at him, then ignored him and went straight to the podium. In Class 1 the students suddenly quieted down. The 2 empty seats were a bit conspicuous at this time. The Cui family is rebelling. Wenhao and Iron Egg are going south with the army. They are both Yanhuang College's heroes. I know that some of you want to be heroes, but before you do, please learn the knowledge that the teachers from the school have taught you. Do you know why I chose them to go to Jianghu? It is because they know how to use a telegraph. The transmission of information from Jianghu to Chang and requires a telegraph. In the future war, it is not enough to just rely on martial arts. When the time comes, the wisdom of Yanhuang College's students will be used more and more. So, if you want to serve the country you have to learn well. Do you all understand? Li Zishuan looked at the pairs of eager eyes below the podium and nodded with satisfaction. He then spoke to all the students. Understood. After the students heard the reason why Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg joined the army, they felt energized. In the past, they only thought that engineering could allow them to become a small official or a wealthy person. Now they realized that engineering had a more important role, and that was to protect the country. Chapter 13-19. How many soldiers do we have now? Do we have enough provisions? Jianghu, Guangxing County, Chui Family Courtyard. Chui Junchuo looked at Pan Jinyue who came to report, and asked. Pan Jinyue cupped his hands and replied, in the past 2 months, we have secretly and openly recruited a total of 200,000 soldiers. All the youths inside and outside the city have been taken away by us. In addition to the 20,000 soldiers and the 30,000 secret guards of the Chui family, we have a total of 250,000 soldiers. As for the provisions, the Chui family of Bowling and the Zheng family of Xinjiang are not willing to provide manpower. They are only willing to provide material and financial resources. Therefore, we have enough provisions to feed the 250,000 soldiers for 3 months. Chui family of Bowling? Zheng family of Xinjiang? They are all old foxes. Chui Junchuo heard this and snorted with dissatisfaction. He thought for a while and said, let's not care about them for now. They are all people who sail according to the wind. After we take down Luoyang, they will bring their soldiers and deliver themselves to us. Great-grandfather is wise. Pan Jinyue cupped his hands and agreed. The aristocratic families valued benefits. The Chui family of Bowling and the Zheng family of Xinjiang were only tied to the same boat because of benefits. They were far from being able to live and die together. Try to recruit more people for tomorrow's pledge ceremony. As long as they are under 40 years old, you can recruit them. Some of them are weak, so let them charge and break through the enemy lines. Luoyang is big and strong, so it needs to be filled with human lives. Remember, the soldiers of the provincial governor's office and the secret guards of the Chui family must not be used as vanguards. Chui Junchuo's eyes flashed coldly and said coldly. Pan Jinyue felt a chill in his heart. He quickly cupped his hands and said, yes. Great-grandfather. Chui Junchuo nodded and said, however, the Jianghu experts that the Chui family has raised over the years can be transferred to you. Although these people are strong in martial arts, they are simple-minded and far from being generals. However, if they are used for assassination or as the vanguard to attack the enemy's formation or kill the enemy's generals, they should be competent. Pan Jinyue was excited. Most of his subordinates were mediocre, so he needed those experts. Therefore, he cupped his hands and said, Great-grandfather, thank you for your trust. Have you found Yi Minglei and Wei Zheng? After a moment of silence, Chui Junchuo suddenly asked. Wei Zheng had always been a thorn in his heart, but Yi Minglei, who had mysteriously disappeared yesterday, had planted another thorn in his heart, making him unable to eat or sleep in peace. Pan Jinyue cupped his hands in embarrassment and replying to Grand Duke, this student has sent people to search the entire Guangxing County, but we couldn't find Wei Zheng and Yi Minglei. Lost in thought for a long time, Chui Junchuo sighed helplessly and said, it's fine if we can't find them. They should be hiding in some unknown corner, struggling at death's door. Anyway, it won't affect the overall situation. Let's prepare for tomorrow's morale-raising ceremony. His words sounded like he was comforting others, but only Chui Junchuo knew that he was comforting himself. Yes. Wenhao, how is it? Are you not used to it? On the official road from Chang'an to Zhengzhou, tens of thousands of soldiers stretched for several li and were advancing rapidly. The soldiers ran for a while and walked for a while without resting in between. This was the rapid march of the ancient times. Because of Li Zishuan, Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg received some preferential treatment. They didn't have to walk but rode horses instead. Iron Egg was as agile as a monkey, so riding a horse was not a problem for him. However, Meng Wenhao had never ridden a horse before, so he had to ride with Pang Feiji. At this time, Iron Egg looked at Meng Wenhao's pale face and asked worriedly. Riding a horse was not like riding a carriage. Riding a horse would only be more bumpy. The army had only advanced for more than 30 li, but Meng Wenhao was already a little dizzy from the bumpy ride. At this moment, when he heard Iron Egg's concern, he forced a smile on his face and said, I'm fine. Iron Egg, how many li have we traveled? About 20 or 30 li. Wenhao, if you persist for a while, the army will probably stop to rest and cook in a while. Iron Egg looked at the sun that was about to reach the top of their heads and said. Meng Wenhao heard and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then he asked curiously, Iron Egg, Why do I feel that you are very familiar with marching and fighting? Iron Egg smiled and said, I heard it from my father. He often told me about his battles in the north a few years ago. Oh, I see. The Grand General has ordered the 3 armies to rest and reorganize. All the cooks in the barracks will cook. After 2 hours the army will set off and continue to march. The Grand General has ordered the 3 armies to rest and reorganize. All the cooks in the barracks will cook. After 2 hours the army will set off and continue to march. Coincidentally, as the two were talking, a messenger came from the front of the army, riding a horse and shouting at the same time. Jianghu's second year, the 30th of March. Henan Province, Jianghu, Guangxing County. Early in the morning, the soldiers of the government office knocked on every door and asked all the people to gather at the drill ground in the east. No matter men or women, old or young, everyone must go. Adjunct Lu, are we really all going? In the south of the city, in the house rented by Lu Ringgui and the others, a big man asked Lu Ringgui. Just now, Su Fangjing came to tell them that the soldiers were coming to urge them to go to the drill ground. Lu Ringgui frowned and hesitated for a moment. Then he gritted his teeth and said, Go. If we don't go, this place will probably be surrounded by the state capital's troops when the time comes. But Deputy Wei and Deputy Yi can't go. I will talk to them later and ask them to hide in the tunnel. Oh, Old Feng, I heard that you know how to disguise yourself. Can you help me? Registrar Wang of the county government has seen me before. We can't let him see through it. Old Feng's real name was Feng Wu. He used to be a lieutenant in the Bianzhou provincial governor's mansion. He was almost the second in command in this army. Hearing this, he was a little embarrassed and said, Hey, Adjunct Lu, I used to brag about it to others. To put it nicely, it's called a disguise. In fact, it's just putting a few mustaches on the face and making a few wrinkles. It's not a disguise. Lu Ringgui choked. After a while, he said helplessly, Just put on the mustaches. It's fine as long as Registrar Wang doesn't recognize me. Old Feng, hurry up. Feng Wu was suddenly energized. He said excitedly, Okay. Adjunct Lu, just wait and see. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Ringgui returned with a basin of water. Looking at the ferocious-looking man with an unshaven beard and a hideous scar on his face reflected in the water, Lu Ringgui suddenly had the urge to chop him up with a knife. He used to be a handsome Confucian general, okay? How could he meet people like this? Adjunct Lu? Adjunct Lu? How's my skill? Look, this scar looks like a real one. I'm sure your mother won't recognize you. Old Feng didn't have good eyesight. He was still complacent. Get out. Lu Ringgui was furious. He suddenly raised his head and roared. Old Feng was so scared that he immediately ran away. This Registrar Wang is really a hindrance. If it wasn't for him, would it be so troublesome? I have to find a chance to get rid of him. Lu Ringgui pinched his big beard and muttered softly. East of the city, on a drill ground. Tens of thousands of people came to the drill ground. These people not only included the people in the city, but also many people from the villages outside the city. In the past month, people were only allowed to enter the city, but not allowed to leave the city. Those farmers who didn't know the truth, once they entered the city they couldn't leave. Today they were also sent to the drill ground. Stand in line. Men stand on the left, women stand on the right. Children under 10 years old and people above 40 years old stand at the back. On the drill ground, there were thousands of armored soldiers patrolling and maintaining order. You stop? Suddenly, a soldier stopped a middle-aged man. The man trembled and said, Sir, you called me? The soldier said coldly, Where are you going? How old are you? I'm 45 years old this year. The man said with a panicked look. The soldier said angrily, Bullshit. Men, take him to the secretary for verification. If he lied about his age, cut off his head and feed it to the dogs. Immediately, the two soldiers behind him rushed forward and grabbed the middle-aged man. Spare me, sir. I don't dare to lie anymore. I'll stand in front now. The middle-aged man's face was full of fear and he repeatedly begged for mercy. Sure enough, he lied to me. Drag him down and behead him. The soldier said coldly and mercilessly. When Lu Ringgui arrived at the drill ground, he saw this scene. Similar situations had happened more than once today. Under such deterrence, the commoners were much more well-behaved. There were very few people who lied about their age and secretly snuck to the back. You guys? Which village do you live in? Why don't you go to the front and line up? After the soldier finished showing off, he noticed Lu Ringgui and the others and shouted again. Lu Ringgui hurriedly went forward and said, General, we are not locals. We came to Guan County last month to help Boss Zhou of Bianzhou escort a batch of goods. Later we couldn't leave the city, so we have been living in Wuning village. From another place? The soldier rolled his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. He said again, I seem to have heard about you guys. How many people are there in total? Lu Ringue had a bad premonition, but he still braced himself and answered, we have a total of 200 people. 200 people? Good. You guys just stand here. After the provincial governor finishes speaking, all of you come and find me. Do you hear me? My surname is Huang, and I'm an adjunct of the provincial governor's mansion. The soldier clapped his hands and laughed. Lu Ringue didn't know what this guy was up to, but he didn't want to cause trouble here, so he could only say, yes. Adjunct Huang. That's more like it. The soldier nodded his head in satisfaction and then walked away. On the other side, a few people with noble auras appeared on the stage in front of the drill ground. Chapter 1320. Guangxing County, on the drill ground in the east of the city. Jianghu Provincial Governor Pan Jinyue, Chui Junshuo of the Chui clan of Qinghe, Chui Wenji of the Chui clan of Bowling, and Jing Shuwu, Chui Shuwu of the Chui clan of Xingyang, the four of them led the officials of the state government up the stage. The soldiers below quickly maintained order and calmed the commoners down. Pan Jinyue looked at the hundreds of thousands of people in front of him, and a sense of heroism rose in his heart. The speech he had carefully prepared last night floated through his mind word by word. At this moment Pan Jinyue took a deep breath and loudly said, the current emperor killed his brother and imprisoned his father. He obtained the position unjustly. He is tyrannical and oppressive. He is licentious and is worse than a beast. He is a completely incapable ruler. The commoners of Jiangzhou, ever since the imperial court sent Wei Xuanqing to Jiangzhou, countless good officials have been dismissed, causing the people's livelihood to wither and local law and order to fall into chaos. Last month, bandits even entered the city to burn and rob. This is the imperial court that you worship. Do you think it is worth it? Not worth it. Not worth it. Not worth it. As Pan Jinyue's voice fell, the state government soldiers on the drill ground took the lead to shout loudly. Slowly some commoners also began to shout. After all, in the past half a month, those reactionary articles in the Jiangzhou Daily had brainwashed many commoners, making them feel that Li Er was an incapable ruler. They felt that if they wanted to live a good life, they could only rely on Pan Jinyue, this great and honest official. Those commoners who were not brainwashed, although they did not believe Pan Jinyue's nonsense, the state government soldiers were watching them from the side. They had no choice but to follow suit. Pan Jinyue was very satisfied with the enthusiastic response given by the commoners. After the commoners quieted down, he continued to shout at the top of his voice. The Chui clan has been entrenched in Jiangzhou for hundreds of years. In these hundreds of years, how many poor commoners have the Chui clan raised in Jiangzhou? How many talents have they cultivated? Chui Junshuo wholeheartedly served the people. Last year in Chang'an City, he was harmed by scoundrels and was demoted back to Jiangzhou. He, Li Shimin, was known as a wise ruler, but he appointed traitorous officials and killed the loyal. Such an incapable ruler, yet he seized the country's important weapon. As long as he is alive, the commoners of Tang will not have a good life. This official is the Jiangzhou provincial governor, Pan Jinyue. In order to let all of you live a good life, this official has decided to rise up today and lead all of you to overthrow the tyrant. I hereby promise that as long as Li Shimin can be overthrown, all the common people in the world will be given a share of the hereditary Yongye fields, and all the gentry will not have to pay taxes. I will take out all the treasures in the Chang and Imperial Palace and distribute them to the generals and soldiers who have rendered meritorious service. From today onwards, all the males in Jiangzhou who were above the age of 10 and below the age of 40 would have to join the army. They wouldn't be joining the army for free. Every soldier would receive a monthly salary of 200 copper coins. If they were able to kill the enemy, the reward would be even greater. Other than monetary rewards, they will also be rewarded with official positions. As for the soldiers who have rendered great service, they will be rewarded with official positions according to their discretion. After we overthrow Li Shimin, these people will become the founding ministers of the country. Being conferred the title of Marquis and Prime Minister will not be a problem. Of course, with rewards comes punishment. As for those traitors who fled and secretly colluded with the imperial court, once discovered, they were all killed without mercy. Their family members were also implicated in the crime. Therefore, fellow villagers, if you want to live a good life in the future, then let the men in your family join the army. Together, we will destroy the tyrant and enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Disgraceful? Pan Jinyue's words could only be described as disgraceful. Lu Ringue frowned as he listened to what Pan Jinyue had said. If there were no guards on the drill ground, he would have rushed up to the stage and killed Pan Jinyue. Destroy the tyrant and enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Destroy the tyrant and enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. The soldiers on the drill ground were elated. Many common people also followed and shouted crazily. Especially the scholars and gentry who were standing at the front. They shouted the most fiercely because according to what Pan Jinyue had said, if they could overthrow Li Er, then they, the top people in Jianghu, would be the biggest beneficiaries. The gentry did not need to pay taxes. The country had just been established, so there would be many vacancies. The scholars and gentry would undoubtedly have the greatest opportunity. After a full quarter of an hour, the drill ground finally quieted down. Pan Jinyue's eyes darkened as he said, "As for the old, weak, women and children, although you cannot participate in the war, the logistics of the army such as cooking, transporting rations and tailoring will be your responsibility in the future. Where is the provincial governor's commandant Cui Quan?" A middle-aged soldier stepped out from the crowd and cupped his fists. "This general is here." Pan Jinyue ordered, "These men of suitable age will all be handed over to you. From today onwards, everything will follow the rules of the military camp and manage them. Now send someone to record their names and addresses and assign them to various camps. Give them half a day to go home and pack up. Before the sky turns dark in the afternoon, they must all report to the military camp. Those who do not arrive in time will be executed immediately." This general receives the order. Cui Quan cupped his fists and said loudly, "Bus." The people below the stage immediately became a little restless. Many of them had their sons conscripted to the state capital to serve as soldiers. The men standing in the front left were usually the pillars of their families. The women all panicked. Pan Jinyue was conscripting not only their sons, but also their husbands. Ancient people married early. Their sons were in their teens and their fathers were in their 30s. "What are you making so much noise for? Everyone be quiet. Whoever makes any more noise will be thrown into prison." Cui Quan saw the situation and let out a loud roar. His voice reverberated throughout the drill ground. The thousands of soldiers from the state capital quickly scattered into the crowd of commoners and arrested a few dozen who were the fiercest. The rest of the commoners immediately quieted down. "Generals of all camps, listen to my order. Bring your men and horses and register these men. Whichever camp they are registered in, that will be where they will be placed in the end. Before the sky turns dark today, all generals of all camps must report all the deserters. Tomorrow I will send people to arrest them." Cui Quan ordered loudly. This general receives the order. A few dozen soldiers below the drill ground shouted in unison. "F***ck. Mother f***ker, the thing that I was most worried about still happened. This is great. I have to serve the rebel army." Lu Ringue felt a little bitter. When he came he had this worry. After all, according to the information that Yi Fashion received, the Cui family would be holding a pledge ceremony today. Therefore he estimated that if he went he would be kept as a strong man. But could he not go? Of course not. If he did not go he could only hide in the tunnel. After all, Guangxing County was only so big. There was nowhere else to hide. However, if so many of them suddenly disappeared, it would definitely arouse suspicion. When the time came, the soldiers of the provincial governor's office would search inside and out of their rented residence. It would be very easy for them to find the secret passage under the house. Not only would they be arrested, but Wei Zheng, Yi Minglei, Liu and Yi Fashion would also be implicated. Therefore Lu Ringue and his 200 men knew that there was a tiger in the mountain, but they still chose to go there. "All of you will follow me from now on." At this moment, the Jianghu provincial governor's office's army that Lu Ringue met earlier came over and said to him, "Yes, Adjunct Huang. Thank you so much for your support." After hesitating for a moment, Lu Ringue clenched his teeth and pretended to be touched. "Ah, don't worry. Follow me and work hard. When you have enough merits in the future, I will naturally let you go back to Bianzhou. Don't think about escaping because once you are caught, the consequences are not something that you can bear." Adjunct Huang patted Lu Ringue's shoulder and smiled meaningfully. His full name was Huang Cheng. Now that Pan Jinyue had raised the flag of rebellion, as an adjunct of the provincial governor's office, he naturally wanted to follow behind and make contributions. Lu Ringue and his men were all strong men, and they seemed to have good combat strength. If these people were placed under his command, they would definitely help him make a lot of contributions. Therefore, he took advantage of the fact that the other officers were not paying attention to him and came to snatch them away. Yes. Adjunct Huang is right. I understand. People under the eaves had to bow their heads. Lu Ringgui completely acted like a grandson. Huang Qing nodded with satisfaction and said, "Good. What's your name?" Adjunct Huang, my name is Rendanio. Good. Rendanio, you will help me take care of these people around you in the future. Now take them to my adjunct officer to register. After registration, go back and pack some luggage and come to the barracks. Don't run away or be late, understand? Huang Qing said with a serious face. The reason why he chose Lu Ringgui to be the small leader of this team was probably because he thought Lu Ringgui looked more fierce. When Lu Ringgui heard that Huang Qing did not scatter his men into the barracks, he was immediately happy. As for whether he was the leader or not, he did not care. Yes. Thank you for your guidance, Adjunct Huang. I will kill the enemy well in the future and repay Adjunct Huang. Lu Ringgui had turned into a bootlicker, at this moment, nodding and bowing with joy. At this time, the joy on his face was somewhat real. Good. Go quickly. Adjunct Lu, this is bad. Are we betraying the country and defecting to the enemy? When the army of the imperial court arrives, what are we going to do? After registration, Lu Ringgui and his men hurried to Wuning Square in the south of the city. On the way, Feng Wu said with a sad face, "What do you mean what to do? How do I know what to do? We can only take one step at a time." Okay, don't cry. Let's go back and ask Wei Zhuqing later. He has a lot of ideas. Maybe he can find a way. Lu Ringgui waved his hand impatiently and said gloomily, "Oh, yes. Let's go and ask Wei Zhuqing. Hurry, let's go back." When Feng Wu heard this, his expression immediately changed and he quickened his pace. Squeak. Everyone returned to the rented house. Old Feng took the lead and jumped into the dry well in the courtyard. Wei Zhuqing, this is bad. Adjunct Lu and I have joined the enemy. P.S. Recently the subscriptions and ticket sales have not been very good. It's too bad to look at. I almost don't have the motivation to continue writing. Please support the original version and give the swordsman more motivation to continue writing. The swordsman will definitely update more to repay everyone. Chapter 1321. Speaking of which, Wei Zheng was quite pitiful recently. A while ago he could still stay in the underground tunnel during the day and return to the surface at night. However, in recent days the situation in the city had become more and more tense. He had to stay in the underground tunnel 24 hours a day, living a life without seeing the light of day. It was really depressing. What was worse was that Yi Fashion, Liu and Yi Minglei's family also stayed in the underground tunnel yesterday. Wei Zheng suddenly felt that the air down there was more suffocating. At this moment, Wei Zheng felt a little dizzy. This old man was short of oxygen. Suddenly he heard Feng Wu yelling at the entrance of the underground tunnel, which was the dry well in the yard. Wei Zheng was shocked at first, then he was furious. He walked to the well angrily and said righteously, "How dare you? You are greatly indebted to the country. How can you betray the country and join the enemy?" When he heard that Feng Wu had betrayed the country, the first thing that came to his mind was not to run for his life, but to persuade Feng Wu to change his ways. Lu Ringgui, who was still on the surface, couldn't help but cover his face when he heard the terrible conversation. It was really shameful to have such a one-track mind as a subordinate. Helplessly, in order to prevent Feng Wu from making things worse, he had to quickly walk to the well and jump into it. Left Minister Wei, don't misunderstand. Don't listen to old Feng's nonsense. I will tell you the whole story. Before Feng Wu could continue, Lu Ringgui came over and interrupted him. If old Feng was allowed to continue, wouldn't Wei Zheng treat his allies as his enemies? Are you Army Officer Lu? Wei Zheng's face was filled with shock because the person in front of him had a full beard and a hideous scar on his face. It was truly frightening. However, he still recognized Lu Ringui's voice and asked in surprise. Well, yes, I am. I was worried that Registrar Wang would recognize me, so I disguised myself. Only then did Lu Ringui remember that his current face had been processed, so he quickly explained. Haha. Xiao Yue walked over and looked at him from head to toe. She couldn't help but laugh. Brother Lu, you don't look like a soldier at all. You look like a bandit. Ah. Old Feng couldn't hold back his laughter and laughed out loud. Lu Ringui turned his head and stared at Old Feng. Old Feng was scared and covered his mouth. Lu Ringui glared at Old Feng and then turned to look at Wei Zheng. He told Wei Zheng everything that happened in the drill ground and how they were forced to join Huang Cheng's force. Big brother Lu, wouldn't you all be in danger if your identities are exposed? Yi Fashion, who also lived in the tunnel, asked worriedly after hearing Lu Ringui's explanation. Lu Ringue gave a relaxed smile and said, Brother Yi, don't worry. Although the names we use are fake, the documents we carry are all signed by our provincial governor personally. No one will be able to see any flaws. Ancient travel permits and customs documents were similar to modern travel permits, not tourist visas. In different dynasties they had different names. In the Han and Tang dynasties, they were called Guesua. In the Yuan dynasty they were called Wenyin. In the Ming dynasty they were called Lu. According to the ancient laws, residents who went out for business, travel, or visit relatives needed to check the pass. If they didn't have the pass they would be arrested and punished. Even travelers who wanted to stay in hotels and other places needed to check the pass. During the Tang dynasty the application process was very complicated. First of all, the applicant had to find a good guarantor and explain the purpose and time limit of the trip to the county government. After the county government received the application, they had to examine the applicant. Those who had not completed their term of service or had committed a crime were not allowed to apply for a transfer. After the county government checked and approved the application, it would be sent to the prefectural government for approval. After the prefectural government verified the application, the applicant could be granted the pass. Lu Ringue and his men lied that they were helping a boss in Bianzhou transport goods to Guancheng County. Naturally they had to show their pass. But they were backed by the Bianzhou provincial governor's manor. They had already prepared fake passes and identities before they came. How could the officials in Guancheng County find out? The problem now is, if we work for Pan Jingyue, won't we be helping the evildoer? What's more, Pan Jingyue might lead his troops to attack Luoyang tomorrow. Do we really have to help him attack the city? Lu Ringue looked at Wei Zheng worriedly and said, Ah, God bless Tang. God bless Tang. To everyone's surprise, Wei Zheng suddenly threw his head back and roared with laughter, completely out of character. Wei Zhuqing? Wei Zhuqing? Are you okay? Lu Ringue thought that Wei Zheng had lost his mind after hearing the bad news. He quickly shook Wei Zheng's arm, trying to wake him up. Ah, I'm fine. I'm fine. Wei Zheng looked at Lu Ringue with joy and said, Adjunct Lu, now it's time for you to serve the imperial court in Tang. Now that County Deputy Yi is wanted by the entire city, we have one less channel to get information from the county government. But I never thought that you would have such an opportunity. This is a good opportunity, a great opportunity to sneak into the rebel army. Adjunct Lu, you and your men can not only pass on the rebel army's movements to me, but you can also unite the people in the rebel army who don't want to rebel against the imperial court. When the imperial court's army arrives, we can work together from the inside and outside. Even if the rebel army has a lot of people, they can be defeated in an instant. It had to be said that Wei Zheng was indeed a famous official. Other than being good at scolding people, he was also better than anyone in this underground tunnel in terms of strategy and calculation. A moment ago it was still a dead end for them. But after he said that, he immediately revived the dead end. I see Wei Zhuqing is wise. I admire you. Lu Ringue's eyes lit up, but then he asked worriedly, if Pan Jingyue sends troops to attack Luoyang tomorrow, what should we do? Wei Zheng stroked his beard and suddenly smiled mysteriously. Humph. They can't attack Luoyang tomorrow. Don't worry, Adjunct Lu. Now you have to hurry up and prepare, and then report to the state capital camp directly. Remember, you must be careful and don't expose yourselves. Lu Ringue was confused. He thought, why can't Pan Jingyue attack Luoyang tomorrow? But seeing that Wei Zheng didn't want to talk about it, he didn't ask further. He clasped his fist and bowed, I'll be careful. Goodbye. After that, he left the underground tunnel with Feng Wu. Adjunct Lu, why is Wei Zhuqing so sure that Pan Jingyue can't attack Luoyang tomorrow? Old Feng climbed out of the dry well and asked with a confused face. You're asking me? Who should I ask? And Old Feng, why were you laughing just now? Lu Ringue turned to look at Feng Wu and said in an unfriendly tone. Well, Adjunct Lu, why don't I go down and stay for a while? It's cooler down there. Feng Wu swallowed his saliva and couldn't help but sneak his feet towards the mouth of the well. Get back here. Go back to your room and pack up. We're going to the camp in a while. Lu Ringue knew that now wasn't the time to make a fuss. He said in a bad mood and then left. Oh. Old Feng was relieved and quickly followed him. We're Adjunct Huang soldiers. We're here to report. Although there was still a long time before the sky turned dark, Lu Ringue had already brought 200 men to report to the camp. The guards at the gate stopped them and Lu Ringue explained to them. What's your name? A guard asked expressionlessly. Sir, my name is Ren Dainyu. These people all came with me. Lu Ringue said with a flattering smile. Another guard next to him flipped open a booklet. After searching for a moment he said, Rendainu, I've heard Adjunct Huang mention you guys. All of you belong to the 9th camp. Quickly go in and report to Lieutenant G of the 9th camp. Yes. Thank you. Lu Ringgui cupped his fists and thanked him. Then he led Old Feng and the others into the camp. In the early days of the Tang dynasty, the army used the Fu army system. Based on the peasant households who used the equal field system, there were 634 military manors set up in the various Daoists, prefectures and counties under the heavens, collectively known as the Zhichong manors. According to the size of the organization, they were divided into 3 ranks: upper, middle, and lower. The head of the manors was the Zhichong Duwei, primary 4th rank. The deputy heads were the Zhua and Yugui Duwei. Below the Duwei were the Jianghu. Under the government there were regiments, also known as battalions, with officers and captains. Under the regiments there were squads with captains. Under the squads there were squads with captains. Each battalion had 5 squads, and each squad led 3 groups. Cui Quan, who was at the pledging ceremony, was the commandant of the Zhichong house in Jianghu. He was the highest military officer in this camp. Greetings, Officer G. After coming to the 9th camp, Lu Ringgui finally saw the captain of the 9th camp, Ji Zhongxing, a middle-aged man with a small mustache and a cunning look. Oh, you are Rendainu? Not bad. Looks like you guys can fight. Not bad. In the future you guys will be the 5th group of the 9th camp. You will be the commander of the 5th group. When you fight in the future, be brave. That will be good for you and good for me. Do you understand? Ji Zhongxing stood up and walked in front of Lu Ringgui. He looked at him from head to toe and then shouted. Lu Ringgui frowned inwardly. This Officer Ji in front of him reeked of alcohol. It was obvious that he had drunk a lot before Lu Ringgui arrived. Drinking was prohibited in the army. However, this person was an officer and yet he dared to be so unscrupulous. From this, it could be seen how lax the military discipline of the Zhichong house was. Thank you, officer, for your support. This lowly one knows many rich merchants in Bianzhou. In the future, I will definitely offer you 2 jars of pure immortal drunken wine as repayment for your support. Since this fellow liked to drink, Lu Ringgui naturally had to cater to his taste. As for whether the military discipline was lax or not, what did it have to do with him? He couldn't wait for the entire camp to be lax and unorganized. Chapter 1322. Good. You're very good. When our army passes by Bian province in the future, you have to send your 2 jars of immortal drunken wine to me. Jiangzhou's Zhitsong Residence's camp. Lieutenant G of the 9th camp was immediately energized when he heard Lu Ringgui mention immortal drunken wine. His eyes lit up as he looked at Lu Ringgui with admiration. Although the immortal drunken wine was commonly seen in Chang and city, it was priceless in the local counties. Generally, only high-ranking officials and wealthy families had the right to enjoy it. Therefore, Officer G couldn't help but be tempted by it. Of course. I only hope that Lieutenant G can let us take a look at it when the time comes. I'm not afraid that you'll laugh at me, but I haven't seen my wife for almost 2 months after the curfew in Guan County. Lu Ringgui said with a hoarse voice. This was where he was smart. If he blindly flattered Ji Zhongxing without asking for anything, it would be easy for Ji Zhongxing to feel that he had a bigger scheme in mind. Now that he made such a reasonable request, Ji Zhongxing felt that he could only flatter Ji Zhongxing because of Gu Nianji's family, but it wouldn't make things too difficult for Ji Zhongxing. Small matter. Rendainu, I've heard about your matter from the military governor. As long as the army passes by Bian province in the future, I'll give you half a day off to visit your family. Once you've made enough contributions, the military governor will let you go back. Ji Zhongxing patted Lu Ringui's shoulder and laughed. Lu Ringui cupped his hands and said, Hee. Thank you, Lieutenant Ji. However, my brothers and I have changed our minds. We won't leave even if we make great contributions. We want to follow behind the provincial governor to make contributions and be conferred the title of Marquis. We hope that Lieutenant Ji can guide us in the future. Ji Zhongxing burped and then gave a thumbs up. Good job. You have the same thoughts as me. Why can't we be conferred the title of Marquis and enter the imperial court? Burp. Yes, Lieutenant Ji. Lu Ringui cupped his fists in response, then left the room. Just like that, they settled down in the camp of the House of Subjugation. But when he thought of Ji Zhongxing's words, we should be leaving the city tomorrow morning, Lu Ringui couldn't help but worry. Leaving the city meant going to war, and war meant going to war with allies. This was something he didn't want to see. After all, he was only pretending to surrender, not really. Dong dong dong. The next morning, at the first glimmer of dawn, the sound of drums could be heard in the camp of the House of Surrender. Then the soldiers of the various camps began to shout, "All soldiers, get up immediately and gather at the drill ground. Those who are not there in 15 minutes will be flogged 30 times. All soldiers, get up immediately and gather at the drill ground. Those who don't arrive within a quarter of an hour will be flogged 30 times." The soldiers in the tent immediately moved when they heard the sound. "Old Feng, go and wake the brothers up. Don't get beaten up later." Lu Ringgui got up from the bed and quickly put on the armor that was given to him yesterday. Then he shouted to Feng Wu, who was next to him. This was the quality of a soldier. Compared to the people who had just joined the camp, Lu Ringui's group was undoubtedly much stronger. A quarter of an hour later, at the drill ground on the east side of the camp, the 50,000 new recruits who joined yesterday and the 20,000 veterans who were in the camp before this gathered here. Of course, there were also many who came late and were being beaten at the side. Since you are in the camp, all of you have to follow the rules. Whatever the higher-ups tell you to do, you have to do it. The next time there is someone who is late, the punishment will be doubled. The House of Subjugation's Lieutenant Chui Quan stood on the podium and said with a gloomy face. The new soldiers were hard to lead. This was within his expectations. Although he didn't expect the new soldiers to have much fighting power, as soldiers they had to listen to orders. The 70,000 soldiers on the drill ground suddenly became silent. Chui Quan paused for a moment and then said, "Generals of the various camps, today we are going to march into Luoyang. Let all your soldiers take their weapons and dry rations and immediately leave the city. Gather with the other two armies and go straight to Luoyang." "Yes, Lord Lieutenant." The entire camp immediately became lively. The sounds of weapons clashing, the shouts of the generals and the noisy footsteps entered the ears. Half an hour later, all the soldiers were ready and the army headed straight for the south gate of Guanqing County. On the way they happened to meet the other armies that Chui Quan had mentioned. The Chui family originally had 250,000 soldiers. Yesterday they had forcefully recruited a few middle-aged men. In total they had 300,000 soldiers. Lu Ringgui, who was advancing with the army, was secretly complaining. He thought to himself, didn't Wei Jing say that the battle wouldn't start yesterday? Why is the army leaving the city now? The city gates opened and the 300,000 soldiers left the city in succession. The villagers outside the city all made way when they saw them. But at this moment the ground began to tremble. Outside the city, on both sides of the official road, countless black-armored cavalry suddenly rushed out. All of them were covered in thick armor, even their heads were covered, only revealing pairs of cold eyes. They were like killing gods from the abyss of hell, holding Modeo in their hands as they rushed towards the army that had just left the city. Kill. The leading cavalry raised the Modeo in his hand and roared. Immediately the cavalry rushed over at an even faster speed. It's the Imperial Court's army. The Imperial Court's army is here. Quickly run. The Imperial Court's army is here. Quickly run. This cavalry formation was too powerful. Even from afar one could feel the murderous aura emitted from their bodies. As for Zhengzhou's Jichong residence's troops, the ones who were walking in front as cannon fodder were all new recruits. When had they ever seen such a terrifying cavalry in their lives? Their survival instinct did not allow them to have the courage to raise their swords to fight. Instead they directly ran away. Initially, Chui Zhenchuo's original intention was to use these new recruits who had no combat power as cannon fodder. After all, since ancient times, attacking a city required the sacrifice of human lives. However, Chui Zhenchuo did not expect that once the battle went south, the first to collapse and flee would be these new recruits with weak willpower and low military literacy. And their collapse would not only disrupt their formation, it would also greatly affect the morale of the army. Do not flee. Those who flee before battle will be killed without mercy. The generals of the various battalions were all veterans. When they saw the situation, they drew their swords from their waists and cut down a few fleeing soldiers as they roared loudly. But this did not stop the soldiers in front from fleeing. This was because the black-armored cavalry brought even greater fear to them. If they were asked to fight, they would rather die. This was not an army of the human world. In the blink of an eye, the black-armored cavalry had already charged into the midst of Jichong Residence's army. Puff puff puff. When wolves entered a flock of sheep, their warhorses first sent countless soldiers flying. Then with a swing of their swords, heads fell from the sky. To the black-armored cavalry, no one was a match for them. It was like chopping vegetables. They only needed to charge forward, swing their swords and reap the lives. Spare me. Don't kill me. I don't want to rebel. Run, run. The soldiers in front of the troops turned around and desperately ran towards the city gate. They did not want to face this group of evil spirits. Zhicheng Residence's army was instantly thrown into chaos. Black Armored Army? This is the Black Armored Army? Lu Ringue belonged to the 9th Battalion. His position was not very close to the front. When he saw the formation of the Black Armored Cavalry, he suddenly thought of something. His face was filled with disbelief. Old Feng, tell our men to retreat in the chaos. Don't fight with the Black Armored Army. Lu Ringue pulled Feng Wu over and whispered. Yes. Old Feng replied and quickly went to pass down the order. Zhicheng's commandant, Cui Quan, happened to be 30 feet away from the city gate. He sat on his warhorse and looked up. He could tell that the cavalry in front of him was the unparalleled Black Armored Army. He quickly exclaimed, Quick! Adjunct Huang, order all the soldiers to retreat immediately. Retreat into the city. Commandant, although these cavalrymen are fierce, there are at most 3,000 to 5,000 of them. We have more than 300,000 soldiers. What is there to be afraid of? Huang Qing had never left Jianghu in his life. He did not know that they were facing the Black Armored Army. Therefore, he was very confused by Cui Quan's order. What do you know? They are the Black Armored Army. Retreat now. Cui Quan was not stupid. He knew that Li Shimin was able to defeat Wang Shicheng's army of 100,000 with his 3,500 Black Armored Army. Even though he had 300,000 soldiers with him now, they were just small fries. The strength of these 300,000 soldiers was far inferior to Wang Shicheng's army. How could they defeat the Black Armored Army? Therefore, after Cui Quan explained, he turned his horse around and galloped back into the city. Black Armored Army. They are the Black Armored Army. Huang Cheng's heart skipped a beat. Although he had never seen the Black Armored Army with his own eyes, how could he not have heard of them? At this moment he was scared out of his wits. How would he dare to fight them? He quickly shouted at the messenger, Retreat, and took the lead to escape. Retreat. Retreat. The Zhe Residence's army outside the city gate changed from the rear to the front and ran into the city. Not good. The city gate is about to close. Brothers, quick. When they were about 4 to 5 feet away from the city gate, Lu Ringue saw 2 soldiers starting to push the gate open. He quickly shouted at his brothers. Bang, bang, bang. More than 200 men used all their strength and ran towards the city gate. At the last moment, they finally managed to rush into the city before the gate closed. The 1,000 soldiers who had not entered the city in time put down their weapons and knelt down to surrender when they saw that the city gate was closed. Chapter 1323. As soon as they left the city gates, they were chased back. Cui Quan ran back to the provincial governor's manor and reported the situation outside the city to Pan Jinyue. Pan Jinyue, Cui Junchuo, Zheng Shiwu, and Cui Wenji were drinking tea and discussing matters in the front hall of the provincial governor's manor. Although the 4 powers had formed an alliance, the follow-up plan still needed to be discussed. Hearing the shocking news, everyone in the front hall could not sit still. What? There are 3,000 black armored troops outside the city? How is that possible? Why would the black armored troops come to Jianghu? Could it be that Chang and knows that we have mobilized? The old man next to Cui Junchuo, Zheng Shiwu, the great-grandfather of the Zheng family, exclaimed in surprise. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Guangqing County has been sealed for more than a month. Not even a bird has flown out, let alone a person. How could Chang and have received the news? Cui Junchuo's face was as white as a sheet of paper as he spoke with a trembling voice. Since Chang and doesn't know that we have mobilized, why would Li Shimin send the black armored troops to Jianghu? Junchuo, when you persuaded our Zheng family to join you, you promised me that we would be able to take down Luoyang before the imperial court could react. What about now? Zheng Shiwu said with an unfriendly expression. Cui Junchuo was instantly speechless. Cui Wenji could not stand it anymore, so he said, all right. Since it has already happened, what's the point of arguing about it? Now that our 3 families are in the same boat, once we are caught by the imperial court, none of us will be spared. Instead of arguing here, why don't we think of a plan to retreat? Cui Junchuo nodded. He looked at Zheng Shiwu and said, Wenji is right. Shiwu, it was indeed this old man who didn't consider this matter thoroughly. But the urgent matter at hand is that we should work together to defeat the enemy. Zheng Shiwu said with a dissatisfied expression, work together to retreat? What can we use to retreat? The black armored troops' combat power is unparalleled. How can we defend against them with just those newly recruited soldiers? Even if we are lucky enough to win, we will definitely suffer heavy casualties. When the time comes, how can we attack Luoyang with these defeated soldiers? A trace of anger flashed across Cui Zhenchuo's eyes as she said, "The urgent matter at hand is to solve the problem, not to blame each other. If the Cui family is defeated, your Zheng family can forget about getting any benefits. Shu Wu, if you really want to defeat the enemy, then send out your Cui family's 30,000 secret guards as well. Our three families together have a total of 80,000 secret guards. Only then can we have the power to fight against the imperial court." Cui Zhenchuo, what do you mean? Are you blaming my Zheng family for not doing our best? Aren't the provisions and armors of 300,000 soldiers supported by our Zheng family? If you're thinking about my Zheng family's shadow guards, then why are your Cui family's shadow guards cowering in the back and not daring to make a move? Everyone is well aware of what you're planning. Stop pretending to be selfless. Hearing the hidden meaning in Cui Zhenchuo's words, Zheng Shuwu was instantly enraged. His Zheng family had been living well in Guan City, but after Cui Zhenchuo returned to Jianghu, the Zheng family was dragged into this mess. Now, if things went wrong, the entire Zheng family would be wiped out. How could Zheng Shuwu not be angry? "Three Grand Dukes, we can't go through the south gate. Can we go to the other gates?" Pan Jinyue interrupted. "Yes. Then let's go to the east gate. They only have 3,000 cavalrymen. It's impossible for them to set up an ambush at every gate." Cui Zhenchuo suppressed her anger and ordered. When the other two old men heard this, they did not express any objections. Seeing this, Cui Quan bowed and said, "Yes, Grand Duke. This general will lead the army out of the east gate and take a detour to attack Luoyang." With that, he cupped his fists and turned to leave. He was truly convinced by the quarrel between the three old men in the room. At this time, he felt a trace of regret for choosing to rebel with Pan Jinyue. The aristocratic families were already rotten. Half an hour later, Cui Quan reorganized the army and went out of the east gate of Guan City. However, as soon as he went out of the gate, he was stunned. He saw at least tens of thousands of soldiers waiting outside the city. "Cui Quan, where are you? Quickly get off your horse and surrender." At this time, in the army camp outside the city, an old general came out and shouted at the army outside the city gate. "So it's the pacifier. Sir, you are really fast." Cui Quan came out and was shocked when he saw the person. The person opposite him was the pacifier of Hunan province. Rinken. Cui Quan's heart sank. Rinken laughed and said, "He Cui Quan, His Majesty already knows that you want to rebel. He ordered this old man to lead the troops of 10 provinces to encircle and suppress you. Now that things have come to this, if you can put down your weapons and turn to the light, perhaps His Majesty will spare your lives. If you continue to follow behind the Cui family and do treacherous things, only death will await you. This official hopes that you will think carefully." As soon as these words were spoken, the soldiers in Jianghu were immediately thrown into chaos. The soldiers all panicked. Since ancient times, the common people had a natural fear of the imperial court. Now that they heard that the imperial court already knew that they were going to rebel and even sent a large army to encircle them, these people, especially the new recruits, immediately wanted to kneel down and surrender. Silence. Cui Quan saw that the morale of the army was in chaos and quickly shouted, "Since you have joined the camp of the House of Subjugation, you have already betrayed the imperial court. If you fall into the hands of the imperial court, only death will await you. What you can do now is to resist with the Cui family to the end." After that, he looked at Ren Kan and said angrily, "The pacifier really has a good tongue. With just a few words, you have disturbed the morale of my army. If you have the guts, let's fight face to face." Rinken waved his hand and said, "Haha, this official is old and not good at fighting and killing. If Commandant Cui wants to lead the army into battle, this official's 100,000 soldiers are more than welcome to join." Kill, kill, kill. As soon as he finished speaking, the 100,000 soldiers behind Rinken shouted, "Kill," in unison. Their voices shook the sky and their momentum was like a rainbow. Cui Quan's expression changed. After a long silence, he waved his hand and said, "Retreat. Return to the city. Adjunct Huang, lead 50,000 soldiers and guard the east gate." Yes. Cui Quan did not dare to take the risk. The soldiers led by Rinken were all seasoned soldiers. If they fought face to face, his 300,000 soldiers might not be able to win. He decided to send someone to the provincial governor's office to report the situation here. At the same time, he planned to lead the army to the west gate. There were people at the south and east gates, but there should not be anyone at the west gate, right? The gate opened and Cui Quan led the army out. However, the black mass of the army that greeted him made him feel a sense of despair. "Where's Chui Quan? Come out and answer me." An old general shouted at Chui Quan. "Who are you?" Chui Quan said coldly as he rode out. "I am the provincial governor of Sui province, Wang Yu. I am here under the imperial order to encircle you rebels. Chui Quan, you are greatly favored by the emperor. You are the commandant of a province, but instead of serving the imperial court, you have joined the rebels. I advise you to abandon the darkness and join the light before it is too late to regret." Wang Yu shouted. "Wang Yu?" Chui Quan's heart sank. Sui province was not far from Jianghu, but it was definitely not close. It would take at least 4 to 5 days to rush the army. However, Wang Yu was able to lead the army here. This meant that the imperial court had long been on guard against the Chui family's rebellion. At this moment, Chui Quan's heart sank completely. "Wang Yu, does your Wang family of Taiyuan really want to go against the three of us?" Chui Quan said unwillingly. He could not understand why the Wang family would be willing to be a dog of the imperial court when they were all from the same family. Wang Yu said indifferently, "Go against? This official's honor and disgrace were all bestowed by His Majesty. Since you want to rebel, you are going against me, Wang Yu. There's nothing to say." Chui Quan said in exasperation. "Do you really think that you can stop me with just your army of tens of thousands? Then you can try, Commandant Chui." Wang Yui waved the sword in his hand and said with a murderous aura. Although he looked calm, he was actually panicking. He only had 20,000 some soldiers behind him. If they really fought, they were no match for Chui Quan's group. Chui Quan frowned, unable to understand where Wang Yu's confidence came from. He stretched out his hand and said, "All troops attack. Every person killed will be rewarded with 5 strings of cash. Those who refuse to fight will be killed without mercy. Charge. Kill." At the eastern gate, Chui Quan had left 50,000 new soldiers behind to defend the city. Now he had 250,000 soldiers under his command. Most of them were veterans and their military training was quite good. The moment Chui Quan gave the order, the 3 armies charged at Wang Yu's army. Kill. The rebels might have the advantage in numbers, but our reinforcements will be here soon. Wang Yu braced himself and roared. The 2 armies quickly clashed. As the provincial governor of a province and the current head of the Wang family of Taiyuan, Wang Yu naturally would not personally charge into the fray. He was at the rear holding the fort. After seeing the situation on the battlefield, his face immediately darkened. In this situation, if reinforcements didn't arrive in half an hour, the 20,000-man army he brought with him would soon be wiped out. Bang, bang, bang. "Provincial Governor Wang, I'm here to help you." Just as Wang Yu was feeling anxious, a cloud of dust suddenly rose from the south. Following that, a black mass of soldiers charged out of the dust. The old general in the lead roared. "Provincial Governor Zhao?" Wang Yu looked over and was instantly overjoyed. He hurriedly roared, "The provincial governor of Bianzhou has led his army to reinforce us. All soldiers listen up. Attack Guangqing County and capture the rebels. Kill." Wang Yu's army's morale was high, but Chui Quan's army was panicking. "Retreat. Retreat into the city and defend the city gate." Chui Quan looked toward the east and estimated that there were at least 70,000–80,000 reinforcements. At this point, the only 3 city gates of Guangqing County were blocked by the imperial court army. Chui Junchuo's plan to attack Luoyang was officially declared a failure. Chapter 1324. Guangqing County was surrounded on 3 sides, and Chui Quan's army had lost 2 battles, losing over 6,000 soldiers. Chui Quan left behind 150,000 soldiers to guard the 3 city gates, while the rest stayed within the city to maintain order. Arriving at the provincial governor's manor, Chui Quan told Chui Junchuo and the rest about the situation outside the city. The few of them were shocked and Chui Junchuo's face was as white as paper. "How is that possible? According to what you said, there are over 100,000 soldiers outside the city, and there are even soldiers that Wang Yu brought from Sui province. Doesn't that mean that the imperial court already knew that we were going to attack? But Guangqing County had sealed the city gates for over a month, so how did the news get out?" Zheng Shua's face was dejected as he muttered, "It's over. It's all over. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have listened to your slanderous words. Now that Guangqing County is surrounded by the army, what should we do?" Chui Junchuo looked at Zheng Shu coldly and opened his mouth, but he did not say anything. At this time he did not have the mood to argue. Chui Wenji was the oldest out of the 3, but because he took good care of himself, his body was the best. He stroked his beard and pondered for a moment before saying, now is not the time of life and death. There are only 100,000 soldiers outside the city, and we have 300,000. Furthermore, our Chui family and Xinjiang family have not gone all out, and we can still mobilize 50,000 hidden guards and thousands of death warriors. Furthermore, our consecrators have not made a move, and with their martial arts they can fight against 100. When the time comes, we can attack from the inside and outside, and we can definitely kill our way out. But at that time, Li Shimin will definitely not let us go. But our families can go to the Turks or live in seclusion in Southeast Asia, and when the time is right we can return to the Central Plains. Hearing that, Chui Junshuo and Jing Shua's eyes lit up, and Jing Shua hurriedly said, "Then in Brother Chui's opinion what should we do now?" Chui Wenji muttered, "The two of us will send a messenger pigeon to mobilize the hidden guards outside, and let them rush to Jianghu as soon as possible. When the time comes we will wait for the opportunity to make a move. During this time, we just need to be careful of the army outside the city. Our army might not be able to defeat them outside, but we can defend the city. With the city walls as our backing, the hundreds of thousands of soldiers outside won't be able to break into the city." Yes. Let's defend the city first. When the reinforcements arrive, we'll launch a pincer attack and kill our way out. Didn't they recruit a bunch of new soldiers? Let them guard the city gates. Even if the imperial court's army attacks the city, the casualties won't be our people. In the future, with the strength of our clans, where can't we dominate? Jing Shuwu nodded as he listened. Chui Junshuo also felt that it was reasonable. He turned to look at Pan Jinyue and ordered, "Jinyue, send the new army to defend the city. The old soldiers will supervise from the side and enforce martial law in the city. Strictly forbid the citizens from gathering and causing trouble. Let all the retainers of the Chui residents come to the various commoners' square regularly to give lectures to pacify the citizens and encourage them to help us defend the city. Increase the patrols and prevent anyone from inciting the people to defect to the imperial court." "Yes, Taigong. I'll make the arrangements right away." Pan Jinyue cupped his hands and left with Chui Quan. "Hey, join the army." As expected, the army didn't attack Luoyang today. Wei Zwiching is really good at foresight. Tell me, how did he know that the black armored army and the pacifier would lead the army here today? Does Wei Zwiching, that old man, know how to calculate? Guangqing County, East City Gate. Lu Ringue and his group were standing on top of the city walls to defend the city. Seeing that there were no outsiders around, Old Feng whispered excitedly. Lu Ringue faintly said, "Miss Li, you must have used the telegraph to send a message to Chang'an that day. The black armored army's combat power is unparalleled, and their speed is astonishing. From Chang'an to Jiangzhou, they can reach there in less than 2 days. Minister Wei must have calculated the time in private. As for the pacifier, it shouldn't be hard for him to gather 100,000 soldiers in 2 days." "I thought Wei Zwiching was an old immortal who could foresee things." Feng Wu scratched his head and muttered, "Sai, join the army. I just heard that Chui Quan's army met Wang Yu, the provincial governor of Suizhou, and our provincial governor's army at the West City Gate. After a bloody battle, Chui Quan left behind 6,000 corpses and fled back into the city." "Wang Yu? Suizhou is more than 400 miles away from Jiangzhou. Why would he appear in Jiangzhou now?" Lu Ringue was puzzled. After a moment of silence he said, "Guangqing County is surrounded by Guangqing County. The Chui family can either go out of the city and fight a bloody way out, or stay in the city and wait for the reinforcements of the Chui family of Bowling and the Zheng family of Xinjiang. But in my opinion the possibility of them choosing the latter is higher. So before their reinforcements arrive, we must find a way to get in touch with the army outside the city. Otherwise the Chui family may really escape this time. I'll find a way to go back tonight and discuss with Wei Zwiching. You help me cover it up." Feng Wu nodded and said, "Don't worry, join the army. It's cold at night. I don't think anyone will come to patrol. Just go." Outside the city, the black armored troops and the provincial government's army had already set up their tents and started cooking. Apparently they were planning to set up camp outside the city, south of the city in the central tent. "General Duan, now that Guangqing County is surrounded by us from 3 sides, the rebels will not be able to escape even if they have wings. When do you plan to attack the city?" Rin Can also came to the central tent of the black armored troops. At this time he looked at Duan Jishuan and asked. Even though he was a pacifying ambassador, he did not dare to be negligent in front of Duan Jishuan. Duan Jishuan was also involved in the Black Tortoise Gate incident. He was a real hero. Duan Jishuan picked up the teacup and took a sip. He then pondered for a moment and said, "We only have 150,000 soldiers. Although we are not afraid of the Cui family's army in the open, if we want to attack the city with this small number of people, it is no different from wishful thinking. Moreover, the black armored troops are only good at fighting in the open. They are not good at attacking the city. So, let's just surround the city first. In 2 days, General Li's army will arrive. At that time we will discuss attacking the city. That's the best. Ren Kan and Wang Yu both nodded. It was a moonless night. On the other hand, Guangqing County's Qing Tower was filled with torches. Although under normal circumstances, no one would attack the city at night, there were still many soldiers guarding the tower. Lu Ringgui used the excuse of going to the toilet to sneak away. Along the way, he avoided the patrolling soldiers and finally came to the house in Wuning Lane. Is Lu Ringgui back? At this time Wei Zheng and the others were still awake. Wei Zheng asked softly when he heard some movement from the well. It's me. It's me. Lu Ringgui answered and quickly walked over. At this time, a weak candlelight was lit in the tunnel. Lu Ringgui looked at everyone excitedly and said, "Good news. Good news. In a few more days you won't have to hide in this tunnel anymore." Liu's eyes lit up when she heard that. She asked, "Brother Lu, are the reinforcements here?" Girls love to be clean. Ever since she moved into this tunnel, she had not taken a bath for a few days. She was very uncomfortable. Moreover, the tunnel was not very ventilated. With so many people living here, the smell was naturally unpleasant. She had had enough of this place. Lu Ringgui looked at little Yu with admiration and said, "Miss Liu is right. The reinforcements sent by the imperial court have arrived. 3,000 black armored troops, 130,000 soldiers from the Hunan province pacifier, and 20,000 soldiers from the provincial governor of Sui province, Wang Yu, have surrounded Guangqing County. When the army outside the city breaks into the city, you will be saved." That's great. That's great. Finally the army is here. We can finally see the light of day again. Little Yu cheered when she heard that. Wei Jing shook his head and said, "It's too early to say that. The army outside the city will not be able to break into the city. We have to wait for the reinforcements to arrive." Reinforcements? How can Wei Zhuqing be so sure that there will be reinforcements? Lu Ringgui was puzzled. They had returned after sending the information to the imperial court at Songyue Temple. As for how the imperial court had arranged it, they had no idea. Wei Jing smiled and said, "Duan Zhishuan's black armored troops are very mobile and fast. They are very suitable to be the vanguard. Since His Majesty has sent the black armored troops to be the vanguard, he will definitely send reinforcements. Let's wait." Wang Yu's appearance means that His Majesty has already taken precautions against the Cui family. In this battle, the army sent by the imperial court cannot be underestimated. The Cui family cannot win. Wei Zhuqing is right. Lu Ringgui nodded thoughtfully. Little Yu said, "Wei Zhuqing, since we have reinforcements behind us, do you think the Cui family will have reinforcements outside the city?" Wei Zheng's eyes darkened when he heard that. After a while, he looked at Lu Ringgui and said, "You have to ask Lu Ringgui this question." Lu Ringgui quickly cupped his hands and said, "I think the Cui family will definitely have reinforcements." "Why do you say so?" Wei Zhuqing, as far as I know, the 300,000 soldiers in the city, other than the young men recruited in the past few months, the rest are the state soldiers and the secret guards raised by the Cui family. The Cui family of Bowling and the Zheng family of Xinjiang did not send out a single soldier. Therefore, I guess that they must have some forces outside the city that they can mobilize. And today they chose to guard the city instead of going out to fight. This confirms my guess. Lu Ringgui cupped his hands and replied. The atmosphere in the tunnel became solemn again. Wei Jing stroked his beard and said in a deep voice, "Now, it depends on which side's reinforcements arrive first. If the Cui family's reinforcements arrive first, they will definitely go out to patrol the city. The situation will not be good if they are attacked from both sides." Chapter 1325. Brother Lu, where are the reinforcements of the Zheng family and the Cui family? Are they far from Guangqing? Inside the tunnel of Lu Ringui's rented house in Wuning Square. Little Yu asked after listening to Wei Zheng's analysis. Lu Ringgui shook his head and said, "I don't know. Logically speaking, the Cui family's army should be in Dingzhou, and the Zheng family's army should be in Guangqing. But since they decided to betray the imperial court with the Cui family of Qinghe, they must have set up an ambush in a county adjacent to Jianghu. We just don't know which county they are in." Yi Fashion frowned and said, "According to the time, the imperial court's army will need at least 2 more days to reach Guan City. As for the Zheng and Cui family's reinforcements, If Brother Lu's analysis is correct and they are hiding in a county near Jianghu, then their reinforcements will definitely reach Guan City first. Then what should we do? Little Yue was anxious. Lu Ringue suddenly asked, I wonder if the imperial court will bring along a telegraph machine with them when they send reinforcements? Little Yue's eyes lit up and said, we'll know if we try. The army must be closer to us than we are to Chang'an. Maybe we can send a message without going to Songyue Pagoda. That's right. Then Miss Liu, try using the telegraph machine. No? Using the telegraph machine underground will be very difficult to send messages. We should at least go to the surface. Liu shook her head. Lu Ringue thought for a while and said, the Chui family and the government are busy dealing with the army outside the city. They shouldn't be able to send people to patrol the houses. Also, Su Fangjing of Wanning Square knows that we have joined the army, so there must be no one in the house. Once the gate is locked, normal people won't be able to break in. So why don't you all disguise yourselves and stay in the backyard? But don't light candles at night and don't go out during the day. Wei Jing frowned and said, no. If we all stay there, there will be too many targets. Once someone breaks in, we won't even be able to hide. Let Miss Liu stay there alone. She needs to keep in touch with the army. Also, if someone breaks in, she can hide easily. Although he also wanted to stay there, he didn't want to give himself away at such a crucial moment. Yes. Indeed, we should focus on the big picture. Yi Minglei nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Lu Ringue could only say, then Miss Liu, you can bring your telegraph machine to the attic in the backyard. If the imperial court or the reinforcements send a telegram, you will know in time. Little Fishy pouted and shook her head. No. I'm alone. I'm not even allowed to light up at night. How would I dare to stay? Why don't you let Auntie Yi stay with me? She did want Yi Fashion to go up, but this was such a big backyard. How could a man and a woman live together? Therefore, Liu thought about it seriously and decided to invite Yi Minglei's wife to accompany her. Madame Yi looked at Yi Minglei and saw him nod. She smiled and said, all right then. Since that's the case, I'll go up and stay with Miss Liu for a few days. After that, Liu, Madame Yi and Lu Ringue took the telegraph and climbed to the ground. Then the three of them walked towards the backyard. Beep, beep, beep. 15 minutes later, in the attic in the backyard, there was a soft beep sound. In the house, Liu used the weak candlelight to control the telegraph machine to send out a message. In order to prevent the candlelight from leaking out, she was surrounded by a screen. All right, I've sent it out. Let's see if anyone can receive and reply to me. After a while, Liu clapped her hands and said. Lu Ringue nodded and said, then we'll wait. Liu took the opportunity to ask, Brother Lu, how are you doing in the military camp? Did anyone from the higher-ups make things difficult for you? Lu Ringue shook his head and smiled. No. The lieutenant in our camp is a drunkard. I promised him 2 jars of immortal drunken wine. He treats me like a brother. Why would he make things difficult for me? Immortal drunken wine? Where can we get immortal drunken wine at this time? If I was in Chang, and I could get some for Brother Lu. But now I'm in charge of the city? Little Fishy frowned and said in a dilemma. Lu Ringue smiled. It's fine. I guess that lieutenant won't have the fortune to drink a sip of immortal drunken wine in his life. Hundreds of miles away on an empty field, there were countless tents of various sizes. The campfire in the camp was brightly lit. There were also groups of soldiers patrolling the camp. Beep, beep, beep. Did Little Fishy send a message? Meng Wenhao reacted immediately. He quickly took out a pen and paper and laid on the ground to record. After a while the beep stopped. Iron Egg asked curiously, Wenhao, what did the message say? To prevent more people from knowing about the telegraph machine, he, Meng Wenhao, and Pang Feiji stayed in a tent alone. At this time, Meng Wenhao had already translated the code. He looked up and said, nothing. This is just a test code sent by Little Fishy. She's not sure if I can receive her message. Wenhao, you should reply quickly. Iron Egg said hurriedly. Okay. Meng Wenhao nodded and pressed the handle of the telegraph machine to reply the message. Beep, beep, beep. On the other side, Little Fishy was chatting with Lu Ringue about the battle during the day. Suddenly, the telegraph machine rang. It's here. There's a reply. Little Fishy exclaimed and quickly recorded the message. After a while, she stood up and said, Brother Lu, it's the reinforcements sent by the imperial court. They are now 30 miles east of Luoyang in the wilderness. They should be about 100 miles away from us. The general manager this time is Duke Wei, Li Jing. Lu Ringue heard and frowned. Duke Wei is leading the army? 100 miles? If that's the case, it's hard to say who will be the first to arrive. How about this, Miss Liu? You send the situation of Guangqing County and the deployment of the troops. The decision will be up to General Manager Li. Okay. Liu thought for a while and started to send the message. She had a preliminary understanding of the situation in Guangqing County from the conversation with Lu Ringre. Outside Luoyang Tang Army Camp. This time there was a very long beep 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 beep. Meng Wenhao's hands were almost sore from recording the code. After a full 15 minutes, the telegraph machine finally stopped beeping. Next was the translation. Fortunately, Meng Wenhao had already memorized the code book, so the translation didn't take much time. Wenhao, how is it? How's the situation in Guangqing County? Iron Egg saw Meng Wenhao's work and quickly came over to ask. Meng Wenhao frowned. It's a long story and the military situation is urgent. Let's meet General Manager Li together and report to him as soon as possible. Okay. After a while, Iron Egg and Meng Wenhao came to the command tent. After reporting, they met Li Jing. Qin Xiong, Qing Yaojin and Yo Jinda were also in the tent. They were probably having a meeting. Greetings, General Manager Li and the generals. Iron Egg and Meng Wenhao bowed. Li Jing nodded and said, there's no need to be polite. Meng Wenhao, I heard that you have urgent military matters to discuss with me? Yes. General Manager Li, this is the information that was just sent from Guangqing County. Meng Wenhao took out the translated message and raised it above his head as he replied. Let me take a look. Li Jing's expression changed as he walked down and took the message from Meng Wenhao. The other three old generals in the tent also cast their gazes on Li Jing. Medicine Master, what is written on it? Why are you looking at it for so long? A moment later, Qing Yaojin asked impatiently. Li Jing passed the message to Qing Yaojin and said, the Chui family in Guangqing County has gathered 300,000 troops and is preparing to attack Luoyang. Luckily, the Black Armored Army, Ren Kan, and Wang Yu's 150,000 troops arrived in time and killed the rebels back into the city. However, according to the Bian Province Army hidden in the city, the Chui family of Bowling and the Zheng family of Xinjiang definitely have reinforcements outside the city. If we don't want the Chui family to escape, then we have to reach Guangqing before the reinforcements arrive. Qin Xiong stroked his beard and said, since that's the case, then let's march through the night. Li Jing thought for a moment and looked at Iron Egg and Meng Wenhao. Iron Egg, you and Wenhao go up to the Celestial Lamp and send information to Guangqing. Say that we will definitely reach Guangqing before dark tomorrow. Then send a message to Chang, and inform His Majesty about the situation here. Also say that we plan to change the route of the army and merge the three armies into one to head straight for Guangqing. Li Er had told him before he left that although he would not interfere with his battle plans, he hoped that he could send the situation of the battlefield to the imperial court regularly. The two fellows quickly cupped their fists and said, yes, General Manager. Li Jing looked at the three generals in the tent and said, Jijia Shubao Jinda, we originally planned to split into 3 groups to enter Jianghu tomorrow. However, the situation is urgent and the Chui family is hiding in Guangqing waiting for reinforcements. We have to merge our forces and move out immediately. We have to rush to Guangqing before the reinforcements of the Chui and Zheng families arrive. This time we will surround them and attack the reinforcements. We will wipe out all the hidden powers of these 3 families. Good. Then I, Old Cheng, will go clean up the army and set off immediately. Qing Yaojin was instantly energized and hollered loudly. Speaking of which, his horse Lance was already thirsty and could not take this chance to see some blood. Qin Xiong and Yo Jinda also cupped their fists and left. Half an hour later, all the tents were kept and the 60,000 troops were gathered. Then they all held torches and started their rapid march. They traveled through the night and night to head straight for Guangqing. Chapter 1326. Late at night, the entire Chang'an city was asleep, but the Taiji Palace was still brightly lit. Li Er was looking at the sand table in front of him thoughtfully with his hands behind his back. Yes, it was a sand table. Ever since Li Zishuan created the Yanhuang College sand table last year, the sand table was finally used in war for the first time. Reporting. Your Majesty, Prince Wei has something urgent to report. At this moment, a chamberlain rushed in and bowed. Li Er's eyes flashed. He turned around and said, let him in. In the future, there's no need to inform Qing Ke when she comes to Ganlu Hall. Understood. The eunuch cupped his hands and left. Not long after, Li Tai walked in with a letter. He raised the letter above his head and said, reporting to Imperial Father, the frontline army sent an urgent report. Imperial Father, please take a look. Let me take a look. Li Er impatiently walked to Li Tai's side, took the report and began to read it carefully. Jianghu has a 300,000 army? Cui Junchuo, that old thing, probably conscripted all the youths in Jianghu, right? Fortunately, Duan Jishuan, Ren Kan and Wang Yu arrived in time. Otherwise Luoyang would be in danger. After a while, Li Er put down the report and whispered to himself. Li Tai stood at the side in silence. He had personally translated the telegram. Even if Li Er didn't say it, he knew the contents. Qingke, what do you think? Li Er glanced at Li Tai, who was beside him, and asked. His son used to like to hang around him. Li Er knew why. It was nothing more than fighting for favor. However, ever since Li Tai went to Yanhuang College, this child was obsessed with strange things. He heard that the Prince Wei's residents had built a laboratory to fiddle with strange things. The little fatty who used to hang around him every day and call him father, father, was gone. Every time he thought of this, Li Er felt gratified, but he couldn't help but feel a little lonely. Imperial father, this son doesn't dare to have any opinions on the matters of the country. This son believes that with Imperial father's wisdom and martial prowess, a mere rebel army is like a grasshopper after autumn. They won't be able to survive for more than a few days. If Imperial father has nothing else, then this subject will take his leave first. If there are any urgent reports from the front lines, this subject will report to Imperial father again. Li Tai cupped his hands and said. From the day the army left the capital, he was asked for leave. He was asked by Li Er from Yanhuang College back to Chang, and to be in charge of communications with the front line. He was quite interested in this, so he came back half-heartedly. However, what he was interested in was the first practical use of a new technology like the telegraph, not the situation at the front line. To put it bluntly, he was now a technical geek. Alright then. Qingke, you've worked hard these days. Li Er saw that Li Tai's mind was not here, so he could only helplessly say. This son is not tired. Father, please rest early. This son will take his leave. Li Tai cupped his hands and took his leave. The three armies combined into one army, besieging the enemy and attacking reinforcements. The medicine master's actions are very much to my liking. I'd like to see how much power is hidden behind the three of you. After Li Tai left, Li Er lowered his head to look at the intelligence on the table and muttered to himself. Back then, he had indeed noticed the Cui family's disloyalty and had secretly made preparations. The reason why he did not nip the rebellion in the bud was mainly because he wanted to see how much power the Cui family had hidden in the dark, or how many people were willing to rebel with the Cui family. He wanted to cast a long line to catch a big fish. He wanted to take this opportunity to wipe out all the remnants of the aristocratic families in one fell swoop. Li Jing's strategy of besieging the enemy and attacking reinforcements was exactly what he wanted. However, after this battle, Jianghu is bound to lose a large number of young and strong laborers, and the people's livelihood will wither. I'm afraid it will be difficult to fully recover in the next 10 years. What should we do? A moment later, a hint of worry appeared on Li Er's face as he sighed softly. Reporting. Reporting to the general, the head chief has ordered the Black Armored Army and 150,000 provincial government troops to strictly guard the city and guard against the reinforcements from the Zheng family and the Cui family from Bowling. The head chief is leading 3 armies to travel through the night and will arrive before nightfall. The next day, a messenger rode a fast horse to the Black Armored Army's tent in the south of Guangqing County. He cupped his fists and reported to Duan Jishuan. When Duan Jishuan heard this, he suddenly stood up and said, You said that the rebels in the city have reinforcements near Jianghu? Is the information accurate? Obviously, he also realized that if the Cui family's rebels were to form a pincer attack, it would be extremely disadvantageous for them. Reporting to the general, the head chief obtained the information from within Guangqing County, and it is extremely reliable. I hope the general can deal with it carefully, the messenger replied, and then fainted immediately. He was really too tired after rushing all the way here on a fast horse. Quick! Someone come and help him to the tent to rest. Duan Jishuan hurriedly shouted outside the tent. Then 2 soldiers came in and carried the messenger away. Duan Jishuan then ordered, Wu Feng Jingchang, immediately send out scouts to scout along the south of Jianghu. If you find the enemy, come back immediately and report to me. Yes, sir. The 2 generals cupped their fists and immediately left. Duan Jishuan thought for a moment and followed them out of the tent. Someone, prepare the horses and follow me to the east gate camp. Hiya. Hiya. Quick, quick, quick. Follow me. Everyone behind me. We must reach Guangqing County before nightfall. On the official road in the north of Shuzhou, an army of more than 10,000 people was galloping. The general in front was riding a war horse and the soldiers behind were chasing after him. I heard that the 300,000 soldiers in Guangxing County were surrounded by 150,000 soldiers outside the city. You ask me, that Chui Quan is really useless. If I were to lead the army, I would definitely kill the imperial army. Next to the army, there was a small group of people who were not wearing military armor. They were all holding strange weapons, and their appearance was even more unrestrained. They were dressed rather casually, as if they were not going to the battlefield, but rather to attend some grand event. They were the Jianghu experts that the Chui and Zheng families had been keeping all these years. The rest of them were the secret guards of the Chui and Zheng families. Who would have thought that the two families would hide their troops in Shuzhou, which was south of Jianghu? Iron Fist Wang, you are really shameless. I heard that the imperial court had sent the black armored army this time. With your mediocre skills, I don't think you can last more than 3 rounds with the black armored army. Another shifty-eyed man chuckled. Bah. Huaxiajian, if you say one more word, do you believe that I will cut off your manhood so that you can go and harm other people's maidens? Hey. What a joke. What a joke. Brother Iron Fist, don't mind me. In Guangxing County. Since yesterday, when the commoners knew that the army was outside the city, there were more and more people who were dissatisfied with the Chui family in private. But because the provincial governor's troops had not only strengthened the city's defense, they had also increased the patrols in the city. They had also caught a few groups of people who were spreading rumors, so the commoners did not dare to talk nonsense anymore. As the saying goes, if you do not explode in silence, you will perish in silence. Some things, the more oppressed, the more they would rebound. The longer the silence, the stronger the rebound would be. For example, the public opinion. A formless anger was brewing in Guangxing County. However, those who were still immersed in their dreams of killing their way out of Guangxing County did not feel this anger. So, now that the imperial court's army has surrounded Guangxing County, but the Chui family is still dreaming of dominating the city. It's fine if they are dreaming, but it has caused us, the commoners, to suffer. In a few more days, when the imperial court's reinforcements arrive, they will attack the city. And us, the new soldiers guarding the city gate, will definitely die. On the east side of Guangxing County, Lu Ringgui looked at the densely packed military tents and sighed deeply. And behind him on his right, there was a soldier holding a javelin in his hand. When the guard heard this, his face twitched imperceptibly. However, due to his fear of the general in the camp, he did not say anything. Seeing Lu Ringgui shake his head and turn to leave, he finally could not help but say, "Brother Rin, please wait. It's Captain Wang of the 6th Battalion. Just now, you didn't hear anything, right?" Lu Ringui's face flashed with a trace of surprise, followed by fear. He carefully probed. That soldier shook his head and said, "The wind was strong just now, I didn't hear anything." Lu Ringui heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Oh, that's good. That's good. Captain Wang, why did you call me?" Actually, he had purposely said those words in front of this person. And this Captain Wang's background, he had already investigated clearly. His name was Wang Lang, the son of the Wang family village outside the city. A month ago, he was captured and used some unknown method to become the captain of the 9th Battalion 6th Battalion. He was also quite popular among his subordinates. More importantly, the Wang family village outside the city had been bullied by the Chui family for many years. This was also the main reason why Lu Ringgui dared to say those taboo words in front of Wang Lang. Come. Brother Rin, let's talk here." Wang Lang carefully pulled Lu Ringgui to the corner of the city wall and asked softly, "Brother Rin, let's not beat around the bush. Just now you said that there will be reinforcements from the imperial court, and when the reinforcements arrive, they will attack the city, is that true?" You don't have to worry, I will never tell anyone what you said to me, I, Wang Lang, swear to the heavens." Lu Ringgui originally wanted to humbly decline a few more words to prevent this kid from getting suspicious, but after hearing Wang Lang's honesty he simply said, "Brother Wang, since you said so, then I won't hide it from you. What I said just now was actually accidentally heard from our adjunct Wang. He also said that when the imperial court's army attacks the city, he will send us, the new soldiers, to our deaths." After a quarter of an hour, Lu Ringgui returned to his position and continued to stand guard. "How is it? Joining the army? Is it done?" Old Feng asked sneakily. "Hey, is there a need to ask? This should be the 12th one, right? It's almost enough." Chapter 1327. Right now, the public opinion of Guangxing County was like a ticking time bomb. What Lu Ringgui was doing right now was to collect these ticking time bombs and wait for a specific time to detonate them all at the same time, blowing up a crack in this impregnable city. Many things looked impenetrable from the outside, but from the inside they might be easily broken. Reporting to the Grand General, the scouts at the front discovered a large number of troops and a group of unidentified Jianghu people at the junction of Jiangzhou and Shuzhou. They are rushing towards us. At 5 past noon, a soldier rushed in from the Black Armored Army's tent in the south of the city and reported to Duan Jishuan. At this time, 50,000 unidentified troops suddenly appeared. They must be the reinforcements of the Chui and Zhen families. As for those Jianghu people, they might be the retainers of these two families in recent years. Did you see how many of them there are? How long will it take to reach Guangqing County? Duan Jishuan's expression changed as he stood up. Replying to the Grand General, the other party has about 50,000 people. According to their marching speed, they will reach Guangqing County around 5. Then when will the Grand General Manager and the rest arrive? Duan Jishuan's expression changed slightly as he thought about it and asked again. According to the latest intelligence, the Grand General Manager's army is more than 30 miles away from Guangqing County. They will probably reach Guangqing County around 5, but... The soldier suddenly became hesitant at the end. Duan Jishuan frowned and said, "But what?" "But the Grand General Manager's army travels day and night. As far as I know, they only rested for less than 4 hours last night." The soldier cupped his fist and said. His meaning was obvious. He wanted to tell Duan Jishuan that even if the army led by Li Jing arrived, their combat power would probably be less than 10%. After all, they didn't really rest for a day and a night. Duan Jishuan's brows furrowed deeply. After pondering for a moment, he ordered, "Wu Feng, Jing Chang, the two of you go to the east and west camps respectively. Ask Ren Kan and Wang Yu to take 20,000 men each and go with me to stop the reinforcements of the Chui and Zheng families. Then, Grand General, if the rebels in the city take the opportunity to escape from the south gate, what should we do?" The general to the left of Duan Jishuan cupped his fist and said, "I will only bring 1,000 black armored troops with me. The remaining 2,000 will be led by the two of you. If the Chui family intends to escape from the South City Gate, the 60,000 elites that you brought along with the head chief will be able to defeat them easily." Duan Jishuan said coldly. Wu Feng and Jing Chang looked at each other, and then they cupped their fists and said in unison, "Understood. Report the military situation here to the General Director while you're at it." In the end, Duan Jishuan instructed. Here. Reporting to the 3 great grandpas, the 2 young masters have sent a letter saying that our reinforcements have arrived 40 miles outside the city. In another 4 hours we will reach the south of the city. Guangqing County, Provincial Governor's Office. A soldier carrying a piece of paper hurriedly ran in and bowed. The reinforcements of the Chui and Zheng families this time were personally led by Chui Wenji and Zheng Shua's eldest grandsons, Chui Xin and Zheng Huaijia. The troops carried carrier pigeons so that they could send messages into the city at any time. This message was, of course, directed in one direction. Chui Xin and Zheng Huaijia could use carrier pigeons to send messages into the city, but Chui Wenji and Zheng Shua could not use carrier pigeons to send messages to Chui Xin and the rest. This was because the army was constantly on the move, and carrier pigeons would only return to the home in their memories. Compared to that, the superiority of telegraphic messages was obvious. Good. When Shin'er and the rest arrive with their reinforcements, we will fight our way out from the South City Gate. With a pincer attack, I don't believe that we can't fight our way out." Chui Wenji got up and laughed. Chui Zhenshuo hesitated and said, "Brother Wenji, the army has been on the move for a whole day. Why don't we let them rest for a night and fight again tomorrow?" Chui Wenji nodded and said, "Zhenshuo is right. Look at my brain, I'm probably old and confused. Once I get excited, I forget everything. The army is fatigued from the journey and should indeed rest for a night. In that case we will attack again tomorrow. It's just that, how are we going to spread the news?" When he said that, Chui Zhenshuo, Chui Wenji and Jing Shua were all in a dilemma. Previously they had sealed the city so that Wei Zheng and Lu Ringgui could not spread the news even if they wanted to. It was only after Li Yu came to manage the city that the situation changed. Now Guangqing County was surrounded by the imperial court's army. Chui Zhenshuo and the rest finally experienced Wei Zheng and Lu Ringgui's situation. For now, we can only wait for Huaijia and the rest to send another message and act according to their plan. If they choose to fight tonight, then we will go out of the city and fight. If they choose to rest for a night, then we will wait until tomorrow to lead the troops out of the city. After a long silence, Zheng Shuwu said helplessly, "That's the only way." Reporting to the chief steward, General Duan sent an urgent report. In the wilderness 30 miles west of Guangxing County, a huge army was advancing quickly. Suddenly, a knight in black armor came toward them. Li Jing quickly ordered the army to stop. The knight quickly got off his horse and cupped his fists. "Read it," Li Jing said in a low voice. Reporting to the chief steward, General Duan found the reinforcements of the Cui and Zheng families 40 miles south of Guangxing County, as well as the martial arts experts and death warriors that the two families have raised. General Duan took 20,000 soldiers from the east and west gates and brought 1,000 black armored soldiers to ambush them. General Duan said that the chief steward and the rest must be tired after traveling through the night. When the time comes, we only need to help in the south of the city to stop the rebels from escaping. The black armored soldier cupped his fists and said, "Defense was always more energy efficient than taking the initiative to attack. Duan Jishuan's arrangement was reasonable and there was nothing wrong with it." "Bastard. What does Duan Jishuan mean? What do you mean by tired? He is looking down on us old generals. Motherf *Ker, you want to steal old Cheng's credit? Impossible. Chief Steward, I request for an order to bring 1,000 elites to stop the reinforcements of the Cui and Zheng families." When Qing Yaojin heard this, he was instantly furious. He cupped his fists at Li Jing and said angrily, "Jijia, don't be rash. General Duan is right, the army has traveled for a day and night, the men and horses are tired." Qin Xiong pulled Qing Yaojin and stopped him. Li Jing frowned and did not say anything. After a while, he stretched out his hand and said, "Give me the map." "Yes." A soldier at the side quickly handed over the map. Li Jing opened it and pointed at a location on the map. He said to Qing Yaojin, Qin Xiong and Yo Jinda, "The reinforcements of the Cui and Zheng families should be around Mi County, and they are less than 30 miles away from us. Since they are the last trump card of the Cui and Zheng families, their fighting strength cannot be underestimated. Furthermore, there are many martial arts experts and death warriors. I'm worried that Duan Jishuan's men are not their match. Jijia, you bring 5,000 elites and support Duan Jishuan. When the time comes, you will act according to the situation. After I stabilize the defense line at the 3 gates of Guangxing County, I will bring people to support you." Qing Yaojin laughed when he heard this. "Haha, good. Don't worry, head chief, old Cheng will kill all the rebels." Qin Xiong said anxiously, "Manager, it's easy for Jijia to take risks. I will go with him. Guangxing County has you and Jinda, so there shouldn't be any accidents." When Qing Yaojin heard that, his face fell. However, Qin Xiong was talking about him, so he did not dare to talk back. Li Jing thought about it and said, "That's great." A moment later, Qin Xiong and Qing Yaojin chose 5,000 elites from the 60,000 army and rushed towards Mi County. "We will be able to see Guangxing County in an hour. Huaijia, should we find a secluded place outside the city to rest for the night or launch an attack directly?" On the road north of Mi County, the reinforcements of the Cui and Zheng families were rushing. Cui Xin, who was at the front, opened his mouth. Zheng Huaijia rubbed his thighs that were almost scraped open. He had always been a spoiled brat, so he had never suffered so much. If it weren't for the Zheng family's crisis, he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to come here personally. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Why don't we launch the attack tomorrow? The soldiers have walked for a day and should be tired." Cui Xin nodded and said, "That's good. I will send someone to send a message to grandfather." The army continued to move forward. At this moment there was a mountain path in front of them. The mountain path was not very narrow and could allow 4 horses to walk side by side. The hills on both sides were not very steep and there was a dense forest growing on the hills. "Young master, please tell the army to be on high alert and be careful of an ambush." An old man beside Cui Xin, Wang Taishou, who had said that he would lead the army to kill the black armored army, came to Cui Xin's side and said solemnly. Cui Xin frowned. "Ambush? At this time they will ambush me. King, 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 kill." Before Cui Xin could finish his sentence, countless soldiers suddenly rushed down from the hills on both sides. They held mo swords in their hands and charged toward the Cui and Zheng armies with an indomitable will. "Ambush! Draw your swords and fight. Remember to maintain the formation," Wang Taishou shouted. Then he and a few other experts surrounded Cui Xin and Zheng Huaijia in the middle to protect them. The two armies soon engaged in battle. As they did not know where the enemy came from and whether they would have any reinforcements, Cui Xin and Zheng Huaijia ordered the army to advance as they fought. They planned to get out of this mountain path first and get rid of the terrain that was disadvantageous to them. Soon they saw the mountain path. Once they got out of this mountain path, there would be a vast plain in front of them. At that time they would be able to fight the enemy head-on. Bang bang bang. Just as Cui Xin and his army were about to get out of the mountain path, everyone suddenly felt the ground tremble. Then, a group of black armored cavalry appeared on the plain outside the mountain path. They were emitting a strong and cold murderous aura, like a group of death knights from hell. Black armored army? Young master, it's the black armored army. But why are the black armored troops here? Wang Taisho said with a face full of fear. Chapter 1328. 2 in 1 chapter. Black armored troops. Isn't the black armored troops stationed outside of Guangxing County? Why are they here? When Cui Xin and Zheng Huijie heard that the enemy was the black armored troops, their faces turned green with fear. The black armored troops were known for their unparalleled combat prowess. The two of them had never been on the battlefield before, but this was their first encounter with the black armored troops. How could they not be terrified? Young masters, there is no need to worry. The black armored troops only have about 1,000 men. Let the experts from the Hall of Worship and the men of sacrifice from the Kamikaze Battalion meet them. As for the troops on both sides of the mountain path, let the Shadow Guards deal with them. If we can take down 1,000 black armored troops, the south side of Guangxing County will be defenseless. At that time, we will have a better chance of rescuing old grandfather and the rest. Tais Ho Wang was also panicking at the start. However, when he saw the number of black armored troops, he calmed down and tried to persuade them. Hall of Worship, Wang is right. Let's do as he says. At this moment, Cui Xin and Zheng Huijie were in a state of being out of their wits. Iron Hand Wang's words were like a life-saving straw, letting them see some hope, so they desperately climbed up this life-saving straw. Yes, young master. Tais Ho Wang clasped his hands and shouted, "Brothers from the Hall of Worship and the men of sacrifice, follow me to meet the black armored troops." Yes. Following a chorus of voices, hundreds of Jianghu people dressed in various colors rushed out from the army. Together with 3,000 to 4,000 warriors dressed in black, they charged straight at the black armored troops. You are courting death. Listen to my command, charge with me. Duan Zhishuan saw that the opposing army dared to take the initiative to meet the black armored troops head-on. He roared angrily and urged his horse forward. With a lance in one hand, he charged forward at an even faster speed. Kill. 8,000 black armored troops roared in unison and charged forward. The war horses neighed and their shouts shook the heavens. The Hall of Worship and the men of sacrifice from the Cui and Zheng families felt that it was not 1,000 men charging at them, but tens of thousands of ferocious beasts. This was the unparalleled black armored troops. After so many years of training, the black armored troops of today was much better than the black armored troops of Li World. Bang bang bang. Duan Zhishuan's warhorse sent countless soldiers from the Cui and Zheng families flying. Wang Taizhou panicked when he saw this. He said to the two people beside him, "Chu Xiaofeng, Hua Xiajin, you two come with me to deal with Duan Zhishuan." "Iron Fist Wang, you're sending us to our deaths." "I'm not going." Hua Xiajin mocked as he swung his sword to block the black armored troops around him. Wang Taizhou panicked and shouted angrily, "Hua Xiajin, can you be a little more mature? With us 3 great grandmasters working together, would we still be afraid of a single Duan Zhishuan? If we don't capture him first, our formation will be disrupted by him alone. At that time, no one will be able to survive." "Alright then." Hua Xiajian's expression changed. Moments later, he sent a flying kick towards one of the black armored troops who was about to attack him. He then turned his head towards Wang Taizhou and snorted angrily. "Duan Zhishuan, your opponents are the 3 of us." Just as Duan Zhishuan was killing as if he was invincible, suddenly 3 masters wielding swords and sabers came flying towards him. 3 martial Dao grandmasters. The Cui and Jing families are really generous. Duan Zhishuan frowned. He felt that this was going to be tricky. He had only just entered the martial Dao grandmaster realm a few years ago. He could fight and kill enemies, but in a one-on-one fight he was definitely no match for these 3 grandmasters. However, with the enemy before him, even if he could not win, he had to fight. Duan Zhishuan slapped his horse's back and soared into the sky, dodging the fatal blows from 2 grandmasters. Then he used his lance to stab the 3rd grandmaster, Wang Tieshou's chest. His speed was as fast as lightning, and so was the situation on the battlefield. Previously it was 3 against 1, but in the blink of an eye one of the 3 was about to be killed. Duan Zhishuan had been on the battlefield for many years. Unlike these Jianghu ruffians, he paid the most attention to killing efficiency. His moves looked simple, but often the simplest move was the fiercest killing move. His lance moved forward without hesitation. Wang Taizhou was in the air and had no time to dodge. "Duan Zhishuan, how dare you? At the moment of life and death, Wang Tai's-ho roared. His hair moved without wind. He channeled his strength into his sword and swung it to block this sure-kill lance. Clang. There was a sharp sound of metal clashing as the sword and lance clashed together. But at this moment there was a cracking sound. What shocked Wang Tai's-ho was that the long sword that he had always regarded as a treasure actually had a crack on it. Duan Zhishuan sneered. To think that ordinary iron would dare to block this general's lance. Go to hell. With a crack, the long sword in Wang Tiesho's hand suddenly split into two halves. Duan Zhishuan's lance continued to stab at Wang Tiesho's chest. Duan Zhishuan, it's not that easy to kill me. Wang Tai's-ho growled. Then he did something that made everyone speechless. He actually used both hands to grab Duan Zhishuan's lance. Clang. Just when the onlookers thought that there would be the sound of a sharp blade piercing into flesh, there was a sound of metal clashing on the horse lance. Duan Zhishuan's horse lance was actually blocked by Iron Hand Wang with his bare hands. Ah. Duan Zhishuan, now you know why the Jianghu people call me Tai's-ho, right? What are you two still standing there for? Hurry up and attack. Wang Tai's-ho sneered and shouted at Hua Xiajian and Chu Xiaofeng. Master Wang, we're here to help you. As long as we kill Duan Zhishuan today, the three of us will be famous all over the world. Ah. Chu Xiaofeng laughed and slashed with his sword. Hua Xiajian was not willing to be left behind. He also hurried over to help. Duan Zhishuan frowned. He wanted to injure one of the grandmasters when they were not prepared. Then he would go and stall for time with the other two grandmasters. After all, the grandmasters were too powerful. If he did not hold them back and let them kill him, the black armored army might lose a few hundred men. But now that his sneak attack did not work, the enemy must be prepared. He would have to face the pressure of the three grandmasters head-on. It was no different from suicide. Half an hour ago. Guangqing County, Provincial Governor's Mansion. Reporting to the two grandmasters, a portion of the soldiers from the three directions outside the city have been transferred to the south of Guangqing County. A provincial government soldier hurriedly ran into the main hall of the provincial governor's office and reported. What? To the south of Guangqing County? Isn't that where our reinforcements are? Cui Wenji stood up and said. Pan Jinyue thought for a while and said, Grandmasters, could it be that they have discovered the traces of our reinforcements and sent their soldiers to stop them from reaching Guangqing County? Zheng Shuwu nodded and said, Yes, it's very likely. Duan Zhishuan's scouts are the best in the world. It shouldn't be difficult for them to discover that our reinforcements are from Shuzhou. Cui Junchuo looked at the soldier and asked, Let me ask you, how many soldiers have been transferred to the east, west, and south gates? The messenger cupped his fists and replied, In reply to Taigong, I can't see the exact number. However, about 20 to 30,000 soldiers have been deployed from the east and west gates. As for the south gate, it seems that more than 1,000 black armored soldiers have been deployed there. Cui Junchuo's eyes lit up and said, More than 1,000? That means there are only about 2,000 black armored army left at the south gate? Wenji Shuwu, the east and west gates are still there. But there are only about 2,000 black armored army left at the south gate. Although the black armored army's combat power is unparalleled, they won't be able to withstand the combined attack of 300,000 soldiers. We will concentrate on breaking through the south gate and then rendezvous with the reinforcements brought by Shen Er and Huai Jie. Cui Wenji thought for a while and saw Zheng Shuwu nodding. He replied, All right. We will transfer most of the soldiers and break through the south gate. If the other two gates send reinforcements to the south gate, we will lead the rest of the soldiers to escape from the east and west gates. He was indeed an old fox. This was what it meant to attack in the east and attack in the west. Cui Junchuo nodded and said, That's the best. Jinhua Cui Quan, go and make the arrangements quickly. Half an hour later, the south gate of Guangqing County opened. Cui Quan led 150,000 soldiers and the guards stationed at the south gate and charged towards the 2,000 black armored army outside the city. Soldiers, we are the black armored army. We will win. Kill. Duan Zhishuan's lieutenant, Wu Feng, roared and led the black armored army to charge forward. Pay attention to the formation, don't fall behind. Duan Zhishuan's other lieutenant, Zheng Chong, shouted from behind. Reporting. Lord Pacifier, the rebel army has found out that the south gate is empty. Cui Quan led 100,000 soldiers and charged out from the south gate. I don't think the black armored army can hold on for much longer. East City Gate, Central Army Tent. The messenger hurriedly ran in and bowed to Rinken. What? The rebel army has left the city? Rinken was shocked and immediately became anxious. He said, There are only 2,000 black armored troops at the south gate. Although the black armored troops have unparalleled battle prowess, how can they fight against the hundreds of thousands of rebels in the city? Men, quickly gather the soldiers and reinforce the black armored army. Lord Pacifier, you can't do that. You can't do that. A middle-aged officer to the left of Ren Kan hurriedly stood up to stop him. Cui Junchuo has only mobilized a few 100,000 soldiers this time. The other few 100,000 soldiers are obviously still waiting for an opportunity to make their move. Once we send too many people to the south gate, the main force of the rebels will definitely escape from the east gate. At that time, the ones who let Cui Junchuo and Pan Jingyue go will be us. Lord Pacifier, please think twice before you act. Ren Kan frowned and said coldly, Captain Meng, in your opinion, should we stay put and watch as the black armored army is annihilated and the Cui family escapes from the south gate? You must know that the black armored army is the army that His Majesty values the most. If His Majesty finds out that we watched the black armored army being destroyed without doing anything, then our sins will be even greater. Captain Meng was speechless. He clasped his fist and said, Lord Pacifier, Lord Pacifier. Pacifier, there are currently 55,000 soldiers guarding the east and west city gates. We can only deploy 5,000 soldiers each to reinforce the black armored troops. This way we won't weaken the defense of the east and west city gates by much. Moreover, with 2,000 black armored troops and 10,000 prefecture soldiers, even if we lose, we won't lose so quickly. Now, we just have to see if Butler Lee's army can arrive before the 2,000 black armored army is completely defeated. Other than that, we have no other choice. Ren Kan's brows furrowed. He lowered his head and fell into deep thought. After a while, he raised his head and said, Captain Meng, immediately take 5,000 elite soldiers and go to the south gate to support the black armored troops. Also, send someone to the west gate to inform Wang Yu. Yes, Lord. The middle-aged general replied loudly and left the tent. At the south gate, the two armies were engaged in a fierce battle. The black armored army lived up to their reputation as the heavy armored cavalry. Even in the face of hundreds of thousands of enemy soldiers, they were not completely defeated. The 2,000 black armored army formed a long snake formation. With their strong charging force and armor, they charged through the rebel army several times. Cui Quan's army of hundreds of thousands had already lost at least 20,000 soldiers. Most of them were killed by the fully armored horses. However, the black armored army had also paid a heavy price. After a few charges, they had lost more than 300 soldiers. This made Wu Feng and Zheng Chang's hearts ache. Those who were able to join the black armored army were all elite soldiers who could fight against 100 soldiers. Set up your formation and surround the black armored army. Cui Quan roared, and the remaining 100,000 soldiers, under the command of their respective captains, formed an encirclement and surrounded the black armored troops. Without an open space, the black armored army could not charge forward. They were like caged beasts. Kill. From all directions, the rebel soldiers wielded long spears and charged towards the black armored troops. Without their advantage in speed, the black armored army could only raise their swords to defend themselves. But as the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Under such a dense encirclement, many of the black armored army were dismounted. Bang, 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 kill. Suddenly, 2 armies of thousands of soldiers appeared from the east and west. The rebel army panicked. Wu Feng made a prompt decision and shouted, "Charge out from the east. Kill." Soon, the eastern side of the rebel army's encirclement was attacked from both inside and outside. It did not take long for a gap to be torn open. The black armored army was finally able to charge forward again. Together with the 10,000 soldiers, they started to fight the rebel army again. However, the hundreds of thousands of soldiers that Cui Quan brought with him were not just a motley crew. There were also 20,000 Cui family's shadow guards. Coupled with the fact that there were so many of them, the black armored army and the 10,000 soldiers from the provincial government showed signs of defeat. Looks like we've won. We can leave Guan City from the south gate now. On the city gate tower, Cui Junchuo heaved a long sigh of relief after she saw the situation of the battle below. Bang, bang, bang. Soldiers, follow me. We're going to save the black armored army. Just when Cui Junchuo thought that the situation was settled, a black mass of soldiers suddenly rushed out from the wilderness to the west. The leader was a large number of people holding long lances, riding horses and galloping towards them. Niu Jinda? Li Jing? How is that possible? Chapter 1329. Cui Junchuo, Cui Wenji, Zheng Shuwu, Pan Jinyue, and the rest were devastated when they saw Li Jing and Niu Jinda leading at least 60,000 soldiers to the south gate. Just a moment ago, They were still overjoyed that they had won the battle and could finally break out of the encirclement. However, the army led by Li Jing and Niu Jinda had extinguished the flames of hope in their hearts. The 2,000 black armored troops and 10,000 prefecture soldiers had already caused them such heavy losses. Now that the Tang military god was leading 60,000 soldiers, how were they supposed to fight back? In terms of reputation, Li Jing was much more powerful than the black armored troops. The Tang military god had never lost a single battle since his debut. Cui Quan was also a little dumbfounded at this moment. He looked at the tanned and thin veteran who called himself Old Niu and was shocked. Could this be Langyi County's Old Niu Jinda? Then wouldn't the army he brought be the elites from the capital? Who would be able to withstand this? Reinforcements are here. Generals, listen up. Follow me and kill. Kill every last one of them. Wu Feng was overjoyed when he saw the army coming from the west. He shouted loudly, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Hearing that the reinforcements were here, the black armored troops' morale was boosted, and they charged even more fiercely at the rebels. At this moment, Niu Jinda had already led his soldiers over. As soon as they came into contact, 4 to 5 rebels were sent flying by him. Then he swung his sword left and right, and more than a dozen soldiers were killed by his sword in an instant. He was unparalleled in bravery. Roar! Kill! 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 Although the army behind Niu Jinda had been traveling for a day and a night, and their bodies were extremely tired, they still couldn't help but feel their blood boil when they saw this scene. Their bodies were instantly filled with a primordial energy, and they forgot all their fatigue and launched a fearless charge. To Cui Quan, the current situation on the battlefield could be said to have taken a sudden turn for the worse. Very soon, his army of over 100,000 was scattered and utterly defeated. Beat the gongs to retreat. Quick! Beat the gongs to retreat. Order everyone to return to the city immediately. Cui Junchuo, who was watching the battle from the city gate tower, hurriedly ordered. Cui Wenji and Jing Shuo looked at each other, shook their heads and said nothing. Obviously, they also thought that Cui Quan's men couldn't defeat Li Jing's men. Yes. A soldier rushed out hurriedly. Clang clang clang. Not long after, a sound similar to the sound of a gong sounded from the city gate tower. It was written in Sun's Han army, Sun Zi's Han army, advance at the sound of the drum, sound, sound, retreat. East, west, north, 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 east, 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 west, north, north, north and central, central. Because technology was west, west and west, west, yong, west, 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 sun, west. When the Sunday were. When Sun Li heard the after Wang heard the Sun, army and Sun and Wang sounded Sun heard of the retreat. Ya and retreat. Sun. S wait. Feng. When this heard the sound of the this to, they went twos to, he didn't have the courage to fight against a famous general of the great Tang like Niu Jinda, much less win. If he could retreat, he would do so with all his might. Commandant, why do you want our 2 battalions to bring up the rear? A young general roared unwillingly. Commandant Song, this is an order. Cui Quan looked at the young general coldly and said, the rest of the soldiers listen to my order. Retreat. Retreat into the city. After saying that, he turned his horse around and took the lead to escape. The remaining 100,000 rebels hurriedly followed behind Cui Quan and ran toward the city gate. Although the thousands of soldiers in the 13th and 14th battalions were unwilling, they could only stay behind to stop the imperial court's army. The rebels on the battlefield were getting fewer and fewer. Not long after, only these 2 battalions were left. Just as the commandants of these 2 battalions were about to bring their troops back to the city, they saw that the wooden bridge over the moat had been put away, and the city gate was gradually closing. Cui Quan, you'll die a horrible death. When Commandant Song saw this, he knew that his 2,000 men had been abandoned. He immediately let out an indignant roar. At this moment, Niu Jinda had already surrounded the 2,000 men with his army. He said coldly, put down your weapons and surrender immediately. Then I might spare your lives. Thank you, General Niu. We surrender. We surrender. Hearing this, the rebels put down their weapons without hesitation. Since Cui Quan was using them as cannon fodder, what was there to hesitate about? Take them away. Niu Jinda waved his hand and the soldiers took the captives away. At this moment, Niu Jinda looked at Cui Junchuo and the others on the city gate tower and shouted, Cui Junchuo, you've committed treason and disregarded the imperial court's favor. I advise you to surrender as soon as possible. Otherwise you'll die without a complete corpse. Cui Junchuo was disheartened. Li Jing and Niu Jinda's appearance made him lose all hope of winning. However, things had already come to this. If he retreated, he would die. If he advanced, he would also die. There was no turning back. Niu Jinda, it's impossible for me, Cui Junchuo, to surrender. There are still 200,000 men in the city. If you and Li Jing want to attack the city, then come at me. Cui Junchuo's eyes flashed with viciousness. Even if there was no chance of winning, he would drag the entire city down with him. Old bastard, you really don't know what's good for you? Niu Jinda said angrily. Alright, Jinda, quickly clean up the battlefield. Then bring the rest of the black armor troops to support Xu Bao and Jijia. Leave this to me. At this moment, Li Jing walked up and patted Niu Jinda on the shoulder before speaking softly. Okay, I'll do it now. Niu Jinda was shocked. Only then did he remember that there were still two armies fighting in the south. He cupped his fists in response and quickly went to find the black armored troops. In the southern suburbs of Guangqing County, the 50,000 shadow guards from the Cui and Zheng families and the 40,000 soldiers from Duan Jishuan had suffered heavy casualties. However, the shadow guards from the Cui and Zheng families still had the upper hand. As for Duan Jishuan's black armored troops, the Cui and Zheng families' hall of worship and camp of sacrifice, the situation was even more one-sided. More than half of the black armored troops were either dead or injured. As for Duan Jishuan himself, he was severely injured. His light armor was stained with blood from both the enemy and himself. It could be said that if the battle continued like this, the people that Duan Jishuan had brought with him would be completely annihilated. So what if the black armor troops were brave and powerful? The hall of worship of the Cui and Zheng families were all elite fighters. As for the camp of sacrifice, they were all assassins who were not afraid of death. In terms of combat power, the black armor troops were not that strong. Moreover, the enemy outnumbered them by a few times. Black armored troops? Didn't you say that 3,000 black armored troops could defeat 100,000 soldiers? Why is the general of the black armored troops so weak? Wang Taizhou threw a punch at Duan Jishuan and sent him crashing to the ground. This man did not know the saying that all villains die because they talk too much. So he wanted to mock them and show off his strength. Duan Jishuan supported himself with his lance and stood up unsteadily. He looked at Wang Taizhou and said coldly, "The black armored troops' reputation is not for trash like you to judge. Let's see how long you can be so arrogant when my reinforcements arrive." Reinforcements? If you have reinforcements, why are they taking so long? Why don't you call for your reinforcements to come quickly? Wang Taizhou sneered. In this battle, although it was 3 evolved Jing masters against 1, all 3 of them were injured. At this time he had a stomach full of anger. Now that he had beaten Duan Xuanji to the ground with great difficulty, of course he wanted to show off his prestige as the victor. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside the mountain. Wang Taizhou, Cui Shen, Zheng Huaijie and the rest were shocked. Oh no, their reinforcements are here. Cui Shen said in a panic. How dare the remnants of the noble families resist the imperial army? Soldiers, charge with me, old Qing. Kill every last one of them. Qing Yaojin held a lance in his hand and took the lead to rush over. Kill, kill, kill. The 5,000 elites that Qing Yaojin and Qin Xiong had brought with them also charged forward. Damn it, they really have reinforcements. Then you can go to hell first. Wang Qieshou's face darkened. He cursed himself for saying such a thing. He used his leg to pick up a saber beside a dead soldier and slashed it at Duan Jishuan's neck with one hand. How dare you, old man? At the crucial moment, Qing Yaojin roared and threw out the stallion in his hand. His target was Iron Hand Wang. Wang Taizhou did not dare to take it head-on. He quickly dodged and the lance stabbed into the ground. It was obvious how powerful Qing Yaojin's attack was. Whoosh. In just a short while, Qing Yaojin and Qin Xiong had arrived and stood in front of Duan Jishuan. General Duan, take care of yourself. Leave these 3 to me and Jijia. Qin Xiong looked at Duan Jishuan and said. Duan Jishuan clasped his fist and said, "Thank you, General Qin. Thank you, General Qing." Qing Yaojin laughed. Little Duan, next time you encounter something like this, don't force yourself. You're a good fighter. If you die in the hands of these idiots, it won't be worth it. Duan Jishuan was immediately choked by this shameless old man. Alright, Jijia. Focus on the enemy first. Qin Xiong pulled out his sword and looked at the 3 grandmasters in front of him. Alright. Today I can finally show my skills. The 3 of you old men come at me together. Qing Yaojin picked up the lance that was inserted into the ground and laughed loudly. Qin Xiong? Qing Yaojin? Wang Taizhou, Chu Xiaofeng and Hua Xiajian's pupils shrank. Their faces were filled with shock. Cut the crap. Today none of you can leave. Qing Yaojin did not waste any more time. He shouted and charged forward with his lance. Chapter 1330. Clang clang clang. On the mountain path, Qing Yaojin and Qin Xiong fought the three grandmasters from the Cui and Jing families together. The sound of weapons clashing echoed throughout the valley. Although in terms of overall strength, Qing Yaojin and Qin Xiong were weaker than Wang Taizhou, Chu Xiaofeng, and Hua Xiajian in the previous battle with Duan Jixuan, each of them had expended a lot of their qi and suffered some injuries. Although those injuries were not fatal, they were unable to maintain their peak condition. It was because of these reasons that Qing Yaojin and Qin Xiong could fight the three grandmasters without losing. On the other side, with the addition of the 5,000 elites brought by Qing Yaojin, the shadow guards of the Cui and Zheng families were gradually losing. The scales of victory were slowly tilting towards the imperial court. The sun was setting in the west, and the sky was gradually turning dark. Of the three grandmasters from the Cui and Zheng families, one was dead and two were injured. Chu Xiaofeng was dead, and only Wang Taizhou and Hua Xiajian were left struggling to hold on. The two of them could not hold on for much longer. On the other hand, less than 10,000 of the Cui family's 50,000 shadow guards were left. All of them were injured and the battle was coming to an end. Cui Xin and Zheng Huijie were watching from the side. They were anxious, but there was nothing they could do. Huijie, our shadow guards can't hold on for much longer. Why don't we run? Cui Xin said with a pale face. He was afraid of death. He had not lived long enough. Go. Zheng Huijie swallowed and hesitated. Okay. Let's run now and hide in the forest on both sides of the mountain path. Even if they find out that we have escaped, it won't be easy for them to find us. After that, the two young masters of the aristocratic families led a few guards and began to sneak toward the side of the mountain. Dong dong dong. Just then, the sound of horses galloping came from outside the mountain path. A moment later, the clan people saw a group of black-armored knights galloping toward them. Shubao Jijia. Jinda is here to help. Niu Jinda urged the warhorse beneath him to gallop over at a high speed. Black-armored troops. Black-armored troops again. The Cui and Jing families are done for. When Wang Taizhou saw Lai Jun clearly, he suddenly felt a wave of despair and said with a painful expression. At this time he was truly in despair. He even wanted to give up resisting. Quick, run. Another group of black-armored troops is here. Cui Xin heard the commotion at the entrance of the mountain path. When he took a closer look, he was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly urged Zheng Huijie and the guards around him to speed up. Jinda, don't worry about us for now. Those two should be the young masters of the Cui family and the Zheng family. Capture them. Don't let them escape. Qin Xiong had already noticed Cui Xin and Zheng Huijie who were surrounded by a group of people trying to escape. He hurriedly said to Niu Jinda who was running over. Good. I'll go and capture those two kids right now. Niu Jinda looked in the direction Qin Xiong was pointing at, and then he shouted and urged his warhorse to gallop towards Cui Xin and Zheng Huijie. Young master. Hurry up and leave. Someone was chasing after them. I'll help you block them for a while. One of the guards beside Cui Xin saw Niu Jinda galloping over and said. Then he turned around with a solemn expression and went to meet the enemy with his weapon. Go. All of you, go and block that person. The Cui family will help you take care of your family. Cui Xin panicked and hurriedly shouted at the rest of the guards beside him. Yes, young master. The guards looked at each other and a trace of despair flashed in their eyes. They cupped their hands and turned to rush out. Hey, you think you can stop me with just the few of you? Niu Jinda snorted coldly and did not slow down at all. He continued to gallop towards these few soldiers. These few soldiers did not see Niu Jinda move, but their weapons were already sent flying by the lance in Niu Jinda's hand. And they were also pushed back by this huge force. Niu Jinda did not kill them. Instead he went straight for Cui Xin and Zheng Huijie who were running up the hill. In the blink of an eye, he had already caught up with them. He jumped down from his horse and knocked the two unconscious without any effort. Cui Xin's guards wanted to go forward to rescue them, but they were surrounded by the prefecture soldiers who had rushed over. At this moment, Qing Yaojin and Qin Xiong respectively found a flaw in Wang Taizhou and Hua Xiajian's defense and killed them with a single blow. Two Grandmaster-level consecrators of the aristocratic families fell unwillingly just like that. The reinforcements of the Cui family and Zheng family who had not fallen saw that their young masters had been captured and that their top fighters had died. Instantly, they lost the motivation to continue fighting and put down their weapons, kneeling on the ground and surrendering. Seeing this, Qin Xiong decisively gave the order to quickly clean up the battlefield and then regroup with the main force. In this battle, the Cui family and Zheng family's consecrators were completely wiped out. Only 3,000 of the 50,000 secret guards were left, and they surrendered in the end. As for the imperial court, the black armored army suffered heavy losses. More than 500 war horses were lost, 512 soldiers were killed, and General Duan Jishuan was severely injured. Of the 40,000 prefecture soldiers, 3,568 were killed, and 5,032 were severely injured. All in all, it was a heavy loss. If Qin Xiong and Qing Yaojin had not arrived in time, the losses would have been even worse, or even completely wiped out. Jishuan, you are recovering from your injuries. The military situation is urgent. You made the right choice. The black armored army suffered heavy losses mainly because we underestimated the hidden power of these aristocratic families. After returning to the central tent in the south of Guangxing County, Qin Xiong reported the situation to Li Jing. Duan Jishuan bowed to Li Jing and asked for forgiveness. Li Jing shook his head and comforted him gently. 3 grandmasters, hundreds of Qi transformation realm martial artists, and thousands of fearless men of sacrifice. With such a lineup, perhaps only the black armored army led by Duan Jishuan had the ability to fight against them. Although the black armored army suffered heavy losses in the end, Li Jing understood that it was not easy for them to fight to this extent with the military strength at that time. In the end, they had underestimated the strength and foundation of these millennium-old aristocratic families. Thank you, General Manager, for your mercy. Duan Jishuan saluted and then turned to leave with a sad face. In this battle he won, but he also lost. General Manager, the identity of these 2 boys has been verified. They are the eldest grandson of the Cui family in Bowling, Cui Xin, and the eldest grandson of the Zheng family in Xinjiang, Zheng Huaijia. How should we deal with them? Niu Jinda pointed at Cui Xin and Zheng Huaijia on the ground and asked Li Jing. Li Jing thought for a moment and replied, take them down and guard them well. When the time comes, bring them back to Chang, and then hand them over to His Majesty. Okay. Niu Jinda heard and nodded. Qin Xiong asked, General Manager, when are we attacking the city? When Li Jing heard this, he could not help but frown. He said in a deep voice, although theoretically our victory is already decided, and the Cui family probably knows this, they still want to resist stubbornly and even want to drag the entire city's people to be buried with them. Their thoughts can be said to be vicious. If we rashly attack the city, they will probably let the newly recruited young men and even some old and weak women and children go up to the city tower to defend the city. In this way, if we attack by force, countless innocent people will be injured. Once the battle ends, Jianghu will definitely be transferred to the people's livelihood, and it will not recover for 10 years. Therefore, the matter of attacking the city needs to be considered at length. I also have to report this to His Majesty. Let the soldiers rest for a night. Anyway, the rebel army in the city will not be able to escape for a while. Qin Xiong frowned and thought for a moment, then nodded and said, General Manager's words make sense. Then let's rest for a night. Li Jing's prediction was right. Cui Junchuo had the intention of dragging the entire city to be buried with him. When Ji Shuwu, you don't have to have any more hope. Since Li Jing is here, the reinforcements brought by Cui Xin and Huai Jie must have all been killed. They can't possibly defeat Li Jing's scheme. In the main hall of the provincial governor's mansion, everyone's face was gloomy. The atmosphere in the hall was very oppressive, so oppressive that it was difficult to breathe. Cui Junchuo shakily stood up and let out a long sigh. No, I don't believe that my Huai Jie will die just like that. Zheng Shuwu shook his head with a pained expression. Cui Junchuo sighed and ignored him. Unexpectedly, Zheng Shuwu suddenly stood up and walked quickly to Cui Junchuo's side. He grabbed his collar and said crazily, It's all your fault. It's all your fault. If you, Cui Junchuo, had not charmed me with your words back then, how would the Zheng family have come to this point today? Cui Junchuo's body did not dare to move. Being pulled by Zheng Shuwu like this, he immediately had some difficulty breathing. He quickly shouted at Pan Jingyue beside him, Quick! Zheng Shuwu is crazy. Quickly capture him. Quick! What are you still standing there for? Pan Jingyue was originally hesitant, but seeing that Cui Junchuo was almost out of breath, he quickly waved his hand and ordered, Men! Capture old grandfather Zheng. Yes. Cui Junchuo, you dare to capture me? Zheng Shuwu was quickly captured by the guards. He looked at Cui Junchuo in disbelief and asked, Why wouldn't I dare? Quick, take him away. Cui Junchuo said angrily. Now that the Cui and Zheng families' reinforcements had been annihilated by Li Jing's men, He no longer needed to rely on the Zheng family, so he naturally did not need to spoil Zheng Shuwu anymore. Because the entire army in Guanqing County was his Cui family's people. Cui Junchuo, you're ungrateful, you'll die a horrible death. Cui Junchuo was quickly taken away, leaving behind a wave of vicious curses. Cui Wenji just watched and did not say a word from the beginning to the end because he could see the situation clearly. Jinhua, if Li Jing attacks the city later, let the new soldiers go up to defend the city. After the new soldiers are all dead, let the people in the city to defend the city. Even if the Cui family cannot win, I will make Li Jing lose a few teeth in Guanqing County. I will let the entire Guanqing County be buried with the Cui family. After a moment of silence, Cui Junchuo looked at Pan Jinhua and said word by word fiercely. After everyone in the hall heard this, they could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. Chapter 1331. 2 in 1 chapter. After cleaning up the soldiers and counting the casualties, there were many more tents of various sizes in the open space in the south of Guanqing County. Li Jing's 60,000 elites from the capital were able to set up camp. The generals of the army in the east and west naturally came to visit Li Jing, the general manager of the Hunan Province Army, and report the situation of the war in the past 2 days. After receiving the generals, Tai Dan walked in and bowed. Chief Steward, I was on the celestial lamp just now. I used the binoculars to observe the situation in the city and found that the 3 city gates were heavily guarded. There were also some elderly and children among the guards in the south of the city. They were all captured by the Cui family to guard the city. Li Jing frowned and said angrily, Cui Junchuo, that old bastard. Does he want all the people in the city to die with his Cui family? That's outrageous. At this time he couldn't help but recall what Cui Junchuo said to Niu Jinda in the afternoon on the city gate tower. Niu Jinda, it's impossible for me Cui Junchuo to surrender. There are more than 200,000 soldiers in the city now. If you and General Manager Li want to attack the city, then come. Now it seemed that Cui Junchuo not only wanted to bury these 100,000 new soldiers with him, but also wanted all the people in the city to be his cannon fodder. That was simply insane. Yes, I know all of this. Iron Egg, you've been traveling day and night. Have an early rest. Iron Egg's grandfather and Li Jing were cousins, so strictly speaking, Iron Egg also had to call Li Jing granduncle. With this relationship, Li Jing was quite close to Iron Egg. Yes. Bruiser clasped his fists and left. In the tent, Li Jing closed his eyes and concentrated. After a while, he opened his eyes and wrote the situation here into a memorial. Then he asked someone to call Meng Wenhao and said, Meng Wenhao, send this letter to Chang and City by telegram. Right now, Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg had become the core members of the entire army. They were in charge of the army's communication with the outside world. The rescue of Guanqing relied on the unparalleled transmission speed of the telegraph machine. Li Jing had fought in wars all his life, but he had never been so comfortable as this time. Grasping first-hand information at the first moment allowed him to calmly make various tactical arrangements to deal with the changes in the situation on the battlefield. This was more efficient and useful than strategizing. He had already secretly made up his mind. After returning to the imperial court, he would definitely suggest to Li Heir to build a telegraph machine. With this thing, it would be extremely convenient to fight in the future. Think about it. If an army had a telegraph machine in every camp, it could send their location and the deployment of the enemy's forces to the central tent in a timely manner. Then he would be able to receive the news as soon as possible, formulate a strategy, and send the battle orders to the front line. Li Jing felt that it was impossible to lose such a war. Information was crucial to the direction of the war. Yes, Chief Steward. Meng Wenhao clasped his fists and was about to turn and leave when Li Jing called out to him again. Wenhao, contact little Yu and ask her how the situation in the city is. Yes. Beep, beep, beep. A series of long codes were sent to Chang'an City. Little fatty Li Tai was busy recording the codes. He was extremely busy. Similar to him, there was another person busy collecting the codes outside Chang'an City. It was Li Zishuan from Yunshan residence. Since the day the army set off, Li Zishuan had handed over the 2 remaining telegraph machines. He had made a few more telegraph machines. Because he knew all the codes and passwords used by the imperial court, Li Zishuan had also received a copy of all the telegrams that Meng Wenhao sent to the imperial court. Because of this, although Li Zishuan had never left Yunshan residence, he knew the situation at the front line like the back of his hand. However, only God knew if what he did was considered as stealing the imperial court's military secrets. Wife, go and tell grandmother and grandfather that the imperial court has won a great victory in Guan City. The Chui family is at the end of their rope. The monk is not in any danger for the time being. Tell them not to worry. After copying the codes, Li Zixuan quickly translated them. After reading the information, he found Han Yushi and said softly, "Yes, yes." Han Yushi nodded. Then she hesitated for a moment and asked, "Husband Iron Egg, is Iron Egg doing well over there?" Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Wife, don't worry. Iron Egg is with Uncle Li. He is safe. This time he and Meng Wenhao have made a lot of contributions. When they return, His Majesty will reward them." Han Yushi heaved a sigh of relief and said, "That's good. Husband, I will go and find grandfather and grandmother." "Yes, go." After watching Han Yushi leave, the smile on Li Zixuan's face disappeared. A trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. He muttered to himself, "Chui Junchuo, I didn't expect you to be so vicious. You know that you will lose, but you still use the lives of hundreds of thousands of young people in Jianghu to buy time for yourself. It's a pity that this time, it may not be as you wish." Imperial Palace. Li Tai sent the information he received to Li Er. After reading it, Li Er frowned and said coldly, "What a vicious old man from the Chui family." The thing that worried him the most had happened. When he first learned that the Chui family had 300,000 soldiers, he was worried that after this battle, Jiangzhou would lose a large number of young people and their livelihood would wither. Now he didn't expect that the Chui family would be even more vicious. They even wanted the old, weak women and children in the city to help defend the city. After taking 2 deep breaths, Li Er suppressed the anger in his heart. He looked at Li Tai and said, "Qingke, send a telegram to inform Li Jing. Ask him to send 2 groups of troops directly to Xingyang and Bowling. Capture all the clansmen of the Zheng family in Xingyang and the Chui family in Bowling. The collateral descendants will be directly exiled to Cheongzhou, and the direct descendants will be escorted back to Chang'an. In addition, let him handle all the military affairs in the county as he sees fit. Under the premise of eliminating the rebels, try to reduce the casualties of the people in the city as much as possible." As Li Tai spoke, he asked the servants for a pen and paper to record at the side. In the end, Li Tai cupped his hands and said, "Yes, sir. Tomorrow I will go to the pagoda of Xingshan Temple and send the information to Supervisor Li." Xingshan Temple was built during the Sui dynasty and was the largest Buddhist temple in Chang'an. Although it wasn't as tall as Songyue Temple, it was still one of the taller buildings in Chang'an. In any case, it was already late at night and there was no need to rush to send out the information. Li Er nodded and said, Good. Then Qingke, go back and rest early. Your son will take his leave." Li Tai cupped his hands and left, while Li Er sat on the dragon bed and fell into deep thought. Although the outcome of the Battle of Jiangzhou was already decided, Chui Junchuo's final counterattack made old Li very uncomfortable. "Your Majesty, Li Junxian requests an audience." After an unknown period of time, an attendant walked in and carefully reported, "Let him in." Li Er came back to his senses and hurriedly said. A moment later, Li Junxian walked in and was about to bow when Li Er waved his hand and said, "There's no need to be so courteous. Why have you come to find us so late at night?" Li Junxian cupped his fists and said, replying to Your Majesty, "Ever since the army went south to Jiangzhou, a total of 42 officials have tried to send pigeons to inform the Chui family and Zheng family, but the letters have all been intercepted by the cavalry. This subordinate has come today to ask Your Majesty, how should we deal with these officials?" Li Er's face darkened and he expressionlessly said, "Do you have a list? Let us take a look." Li Junxian took out a piece of paper from his bosom and handed it over. "Your Majesty, please take a look. Chui Liang Chui Cheng Zheng Shangguang, bastards. A bunch of bastards. They eat from the emperor, but instead of sharing the emperor's burdens, they colluded with the enemy and betrayed the country. These people have gone too far. Tonight, arrest all of them and hand them over to the Supreme Court, Ministry of Justice, and censorate for public trial." Looking at the familiar names on the paper, the anger in Li Er's heart grew stronger and stronger. Finally, he slammed the dragon table and exploded. Li Junxian's spirit was shaken and he solemnly said, "This general obeys the decree." Li Er's casual words set off a storm of blood in Chang'an City. At night, the doors of dozens of houses were opened by the cavalry department. The owners of 42 mansions were arrested almost at the same time. The screams, pleas, and shouts woke up many people who were sleeping soundly. However, no one dared to go out and check what was going on. Because at this time, there were only 2 possibilities for such a huge commotion. One was that they were attacked by bandits, and the other was that the imperial court was arresting criminals. Regardless of the situation, it was not something that ordinary people could afford to offend. Most of the officials who heard the news were unable to continue sleeping. Everyone had a premonition that something big was about to happen in Chang'an City, Guangxing County, East Gate. A group of new soldiers were still guarding the city walls. "Brother Rin, do you have time?" "Brother, I have some matters to discuss with you." At this moment, Lu Ringgui was leaning against the city wall and dozing off. Speaking of which, this fellow wasn't afraid of falling off the wall in his sleep. At this moment, someone patted him on the shoulder and said, Oh, so it's Brother Wang Lang. Do you need something from me?" Lu Ringgui woke up from his sleep and saw that the person who had come was the captain of the 6th platoon, Wang Lang, whom he had wanted to join a few days ago. He immediately perked up and greeted him. Wang Lang nodded and whispered, "Brother Rin, can we talk in private?" Seeing his mysterious expression, Lu Ringui's eyes turned. There was no reason for him to refuse. Of course. Brother Wang Lang, follow this one." A few moments later, Lu Ringui led Wang Lang to a corner of the city wall. This place was rather remote, and under normal circumstances no one would come here. "Brother Wang Lang, what do you need?" Lu Ringui asked as he leaned against the wall. Wang Lang looked around and whispered, "Brother Rin, don't you think that Provincial Governor Pan and Commandant Chui are getting more and more overboard?" Lu Ringui asked curiously, "Brother Wang Lang, what do you mean?" Wang Lang said with a face full of resentment, "Brother Rin, don't you know about the battle in the south of the city today? At first, Commandant Chui's army did have the upper hand, but later on, Duke Wei Li Jing and Duke Niu Jinda of Langyi County led an army of 50 to 60,000. Commandant Chui was so scared that he fled in panic. It's fine if he fled, but he actually had the brothers of the 13th and 14th Battalions stay behind to cover his retreat. After the army retreated back to the city, he ordered his men to close the city gates. And the several thousand brothers of the 13th and 14th Battalions were all locked outside the city gates. Do you think Chui Quan is still human? In my opinion, he thinks that the 13th and 14th Battalions are all new recruits like us, so he doesn't care about us. What's even worse is that according to what I know, Chui Quan's men have started to capture some old, weak women and children to guard the south gate. Because of today's battle, more than half of the new recruits guarding the south gate were killed or injured. He's short of manpower. This guy is really a beast. In my opinion, if the army outside the city attacks later on, us new recruits will definitely be the first to die. If we're all dead, Chui Quan will definitely capture the citizens in the city and put them on the city walls. Bah. This son of a bitch is really a good for nothing. Hey. Brother Wang Lang, keep your voice down. If someone hears you, then we'll be in big trouble. Lu Ringui was overjoyed when he heard this, but he tried to persuade him out of good intentions. After talking for a long time, Wang Lang's heart was already burning with anger. He wanted to smash the pot to smithereens. So what if they hear me? At worst I'll die. If this continues, I'll die sooner or later. Although my family doesn't live in the city, I have many relatives in the city. If Chui Quan captures my relatives and puts them on the city walls to guard the city one day, how do you think I should face them? How much do they hate me? Lu Ringui looked at him sympathetically and said, "Brother Wang Lang, calm down first. Being angry won't solve the problem. Actually, Chui Quan is just a lackey of the Chui family. The reason why he did so is because the Chui family ordered him to do so. The Chui family is now able to cover the sky with one hand in Guangxing County. Although they can't defeat the army outside the city, but dealing with the citizens below is still easy." Wang Lang said angrily, "Humph. When I was young, my father told me to study hard. If I can become a hanger-on of the Chui family in the future, then I'll bring glory to my ancestors. Now it seems that I'm lucky that I didn't study hard at that time. Otherwise, if I rely on the Chui family, such a dirty place, I might as well cut my own throat." When Lu Ringui heard this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought to himself, "The Chui family is dirty, is that the reason why you didn't study hard? Brother Wang Lang, now we're all chess pieces under the Chui family. If they want us dead, what can we do?" Lu Ringui pretended to sigh helplessly and said, "Bullshit. Brother Denyo, I Wang Lang respect you as a man. Today I'll tell you something from the bottom of my heart. If you want to report me after hearing it, then I'll accept it. We're going to die anyway. Instead of dying in the hands of the Imperial Army without knowing why, and ending up with the title of traitor, making our descendants unable to raise their heads, why don't we rebel against the Chui family together? Even if we die, we'll die like a real man. How about it? Brother Denyo, do you dare to rebel with me?" Chapter 1332. Sho. Brother Wang Lang, lower your voice. Even if you want to rebel against the Chui family, you don't have to be so loud. On the East Gate Tower of Guangqing County, Lu Ringgui had a thought and secretly thought that the time was ripe. He first calmed Wang Lang's emotions and then whispered, "Brother Wang Lang, I won't hide it from you. I, Lu Ringgui, am also hot-blooded and have long disliked the Chui family. But so what? The Chui family is powerful and they have countless soldiers under their command. With just the two of us, I'm afraid we can't even get close to Chui Quan, Pan Jinyue, Chui Junchuo and the others. We will be killed immediately." Wang Lang's face lit up. He quickly said, "Brother Dainiu, who said it's just the two of us? Actually, the brothers in the 6th squad all want to rebel against the Chui family just like me. There are many people like us in other camps. As long as there is a hero who can take the lead, I, Wang Lang, can guarantee that there will be thousands of brothers who will be willing to follow him to destroy the Chui family." Lu Ringgui was shocked and said, "Oh? Brother Wang Lang, are you serious?" "Of course. Brother Dainiu, you can ask around in other brigades and you will know. Brother Wang Lang, how many people on your side are willing to rebel against the Chui family?" Lu Ringgui suddenly asked tentatively. Wang Lang said confidently, "Brother Dainiu, I don't dare to say about other brigades, but as long as someone takes the lead to rebel against the Chui family, the 200 brothers in the 6th squad will definitely follow." According to the military system of the Tang dynasty, there were 5 brigades under each battalion. Each brigade led 3 groups. Each group led 5 10-man leaders and each group led 10 men. In other words, a brigade was only allowed to have 150 soldiers, and a battalion had 750 soldiers. But the Chui family had recruited too many new soldiers this time, and there were not many officers who could lead soldiers. So, every battalion and every brigade was overstaffed. For example, the 9th Battalion had 9 brigades, and each brigade had 200 soldiers. Lu Ringgui laughed and said, "Good. Brother Wang Lang, since you trust me so much, then I'll tell you the truth today. Actually, I've always been planning to rebel against the Chui family because I can't just watch my subordinates die with that old fart Chui Junchuo. I have a plan that can topple the Chui family. Before this, I have contacted the other recruits. Including you, there are a total of 8 teams on our side. I want to wait until there are more people before activating this plan. At that time, we will have the opportunity to completely push the Chui family into the abyss." Wang Lang was excited when he heard this. He said, "That's great. That's great. I, Wang Lang, did not misjudge you. Brother Dainiu, what's your plan? Can you tell me about it?" Lu Ringgui shook his head and said, "Brother Wang Lang, it's not that I don't trust you. It's just that we don't have enough manpower. When there are more people, Dainiu will tell you everything. Then we will send the Chui family to hell." Wang Lang nodded and said, "Good. Brother Dainiu, don't worry. I have 2 good friends who are brigades in other battalions. They are also farmers outside the city like me. They have long disliked the Chui family. I will help you contact them. They will definitely be willing to rebel against the Chui family with us." Lu Ringgui said happily, "That's great. Brother Wang Lang, after you convince them, let me know. With these 2 brigades we should have enough people. When we get together I will tell you the plan. We can definitely overthrow the Chui family in one fell swoop." "Brother Dainiu, then it's settled. As for my 2 friends, I promise to convince them before noon tomorrow. I will bring them to meet you." "Good." The next day, Chang and City, Imperial Palace. Under Taiji Palace, hundreds of officials were in the morning court. What was different from the past was that there were many officials who came to the morning court with an uneasy heart. This was because they had received news early in the morning that 42 officials had been sent to prison last night. They were from all departments, ranging from the 3rd-ranked officials to the 9th-ranked officials. Since the establishment of the Tang Empire, there had never been a situation where more than 40 officials were arrested at the same time. This meant that there would be a huge earthquake in the Tang Empire's officialdom. However, only those who had a guilty conscience would feel guilty. In the early Tang dynasty, there were many people in the imperial court who did not have a guilty conscience. Thus, Xiao Yu was speaking frankly in the main hall, reporting to Li Er the expenditure of the imperial court's treasury in the first 3 months of this year. In general, compared to last year, the expenditure of the treasury has increased slightly in the first 3 months of this year. The reason is that His Majesty has rebuilt Shanyu and built the Yellow River Forest Belt. However, these expenses are completely within the range of the imperial court's ability to bear. Li Er listened to Xiao Yu's Tang Empire Treasury report, expressionlessly. It was as if the arrest of a large number of officials yesterday had nothing to do with him. After waiting for a long time, Xiao Yu finally finished. Li Er saw that no one came forward to report, so he said, Last night, I received news that Li Jing and Duan Jishuan defeated the rebel army in Jianghu. The Chui clan of Bowling and the Zheng clan of Xinjiang had hidden 50,000 secret guards, hundreds of Jianghu experts, and 3,000 men of sacrifice. They fought with Duan Jishuan's black armor army in the wilderness. In the end, except for a few who surrendered, the rest were all annihilated. Li Jing led the three armies and fought with the 150,000 soldiers of the Chui clan outside Guangqing County at dusk yesterday. He killed 45,000 soldiers and forced the Chui clan's army into the city. Now Chui Junchuo is like a turtle in a jar. He can't make any waves anymore. The officials were slightly shocked in their hearts. Firstly, they were surprised that the Chui clan of Qinghe that was said to possess an army of 300,000 was actually so weak. Secondly, most of the officials were unable to figure out why Li Er was able to receive news of victory last night when it was clearly yesterday afternoon. How did he send the news? Even a messenger pigeon would not be so fast. However, core officials like Zhang Sun Wuji and Fang Xianling knew that when Li Jing led the army to Jiangzhou, he brought along a telegraph. Therefore they definitely wouldn't have such doubts. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Although they were confused, they still had to congratulate Li Er for winning the battle. Does our Emperor Li Er not care about his face? The civil and military officials cupped their hands and said in unison. However, Li Er's face did not have a trace of joy from winning the battle. He just kept a cold face and did not say a word. This made the officials feel very strange. Congratulate? You should indeed congratulate us because over the past few days, we have discovered 42 officials who have colluded with the enemy and betrayed their country. They are eating the salary given by the imperial court, but they are doing the shady business of colluding with the enemy and betraying their country. If not for Baichi intercepting their carrier pigeons flying to Jiangzhou, you would have heard the grievous news of Luoyang being surrounded and about to be captured. Li Er suddenly slammed the table and shouted angrily. The entire hall was echoing with his angry roar. The civil and military officials immediately kept quiet out of fear. None of them dared to breathe loudly. Lu Dui. After a moment of silence in Taiji Palace, Li Er's cold voice came from above. This old official is here. Lu Dui, the Chancellor of the Supreme Court, hurried forward and cupped his hands. Li Er coldly swept his gaze over all the officials in the court. Then he looked at Lu Dui and said, "In a moment, I will hand over all these officials and the intercepted letters to you. I give you 7 days to investigate these officials together with the Ministry of Justice and the Censorate. Find out if they have any accomplices. After 7 days, report to me the results of your investigation. At that time, those who should be killed will be killed and those who should be exiled will be exiled." Lu Dui's heart trembled. He cupped his hands and said solemnly, "This official obeys the decree." The officials in the court felt a chill in their hearts. They knew that Li Er was going to start a massacre. I would like to remind some people that you are officials of the Tang Empire first and then people of the aristocratic families. Without the Tang Empire you are nothing. Court is dismissed. After Li Er said this coldly, he got up and left in a huff. Now that he had almost wiped out 3 of the 5 families, he had the confidence to say these words. The officials looked at each other and sighed. Then they left the hall and went about their own business. Little fishy, little fishy. At noon, in a private house in Wuning Square in the south of Guangqing County, a fierce-looking man took advantage of the fact that no one was around to jump over the wall and come to the backyard. "Big brother Lu? Why are you back?" Little Fishy, who was taking an afternoon nap in the attic, hurried downstairs to welcome him when she heard the shouts below. "Shh. Lower your voice. I snuck out during lunchtime. Let's talk inside." Lu Ringue hurriedly whispered. "Oh, okay. Little Fishy replied and led Lu Ringue into the house. Then she said, "Big brother Lu, you must have not eaten lunch, right? I still have some steamed buns left. Why don't you eat some to fill your stomach?" Lu Ringue waved his hand and said, "There's no time. I can't stay any longer. I came back to look for you today because of an urgent matter. I'll make it short and leave after I'm done." Little Fishy hurriedly sat up straight and said, "Okay, big brother Lu, go ahead. I'm listening." Lu Ringue said, "Little Fishy, I've already convinced the captains of 10 teams. They are all willing to join me in the rebellion against Chui. I can mobilize 2,000 troops. I plan to bring these people to kill the soldiers guarding the gate at midnight tonight. Then I'll open the city gates and release the drawbridge to let the army outside the city in. So you have to inform Duke Wei outside the city in advance and let them prepare. Once midnight arrives, we'll work together and take down Guangqing City in one fell swoop. Understand?" Little Fishy said in surprise, "Wow. Big brother Chui, you're amazing. You can actually gather 2,000 troops from the rebel army. Lu Ringue waved his hand and said, okay, let's not talk about this first. Send out what I just said and see if Duke Wei agrees. I'll wait here. Hurry. Okay. But even if they receive the news, it will probably take a while before they reply. Big brother Lu, take advantage of this time to eat something. I'll go up and send the telegram now. Little Fishy said and then went upstairs excitedly. If this plan succeeded, she would be able to escape Guanqing City and return to Chang'an. Lu Ringue sat alone downstairs thinking about what to do at night. It would take a lot of effort, so he picked up the steamed bun on the table and started eating. Chapter 1333. 2-in-1 Chapter. South of Guanqing County Middle Army Tent. After lunch, Li Jing gathered all the generals together to discuss the plan to break the city. Everyone, His Majesty sent us a letter this morning. First, he asked us to capture all the disciples of Chui family in Bowling and Zheng family in Xinjiang. Second, he asked us to solve the problem of Chui family in Qinghe. Although Chui Junchuo's power is gone, he obviously wants to hide in the city and drag everyone in Guanqing County to die with him. Now, many of the guards on the south gate are the old, weak women and children they captured. If we want to attack the city, on one hand we have to consider the casualties on our side. On the other hand, it's inevitable that we have to kill those innocent people. His Majesty asked us to reduce the casualties of the people as much as possible under the premise of eliminating the rebels. Li Jing, as the general manager of the army, naturally sat on the highest seat. Qin Shubao, Qing Yaojin, Niu Jinda, Duan Jishuan, Sui Provincial Governor Wang Yu, Bian Provincial Governor Zhao Kai and Hunan Provincial Governor Ren Kan were kneeling on the left and right. Qing Yaojin was furious. Humph! This Chui Junchuo is really a bastard. When I, old Qing, break through the city gates in the future, I'll definitely beat this old thing up and feed him to the dogs. Qing Yaojin had killed countless people in his life, but he only killed enemies. Old hooligans like Chui Junchuo who killed civilians were despised by old Qing. Qin Xiong's face sank. He thought for a while and said, if Chui Junchuo really wants to let the people defend the city, then we can't attack the city. His Majesty has always loved the people like his children. We can't fight against those people, right? Li Jing nodded. Shubao is right. That's why I gathered everyone here today to discuss how to attack the city. First of all, you need to mobilize 20,000 soldiers from other provinces as soon as possible and divide them into two groups. One group will go to Bowling and the other group will go to Xinjiang. You must capture all the people of Chui family in Bowling and Zheng family in Xinjiang before the news of the victory in Guanqing County spread out. Although Ren Kan was a pacification ambassador, Li Jing was the general manager of the marching army and had Li Er's emperor's sword. All the officials in Hunan province should be under his control. Therefore, when he heard Li Jing's words, Ren Kan quickly stood up and saluted. Yes, head chief. I, Ren Baqian, will immediately send someone to Qi province to gather the troops. Yes. Li Jing nodded and said, next, everyone think about how to take down Guan City. We didn't bring much food with us on this expedition. Even if we can mobilize food from the nearby provinces and counties, the imperial court can't afford to drag it on for too long. Therefore, we must think of a foolproof plan as soon as possible. Hearing this, everyone in the tent frowned. Reporting. Chief Steward, young Master Meng said that he has something important to discuss with you. At this moment, a soldier came in from outside the tent and said carefully. Usually, outsiders were not allowed to disturb this kind of high-level meeting. However, Li Jing had already said that Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg were special figures in the army. Therefore, even though the guard knew that an important meeting was being held in the tent, he still forced himself to come in and report. Li Jing's heart skipped a beat. He quickly said, "Let him in." "Yes, sir." The guard received the order and left. After a while, Meng Wenhao walked in from outside the tent. Seeing so many people in the tent, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then, his expression became a little hesitant. "Greetings, head chief and generals." Meng Wenhao saluted. Li Jing nodded and said, "Yes. Wenhao, I heard that you have something to ask me? Say it." Meng Wenhao looked at the people around him. He knew Qin Xiong, Qing Yaojin, Niu Jinda and Duan Jishuan, but he had never seen Wang Yu and the others. He didn't know if he should tell them the information he had just received. After all, this matter concerned the life and death of many people. Li Jing's eyes were very sharp. How could he not see the hesitation in Meng Wenhao's heart? He smiled and said, Wenhao, you don't have to have any misgivings. Everyone in this tent can be trusted. In the battle yesterday, if any of them were missing, the rebel army in the city would definitely have killed their way out of the encirclement. Hearing this, Meng Wenhao looked embarrassed and saluted to the people around him. He said apologetically, "I was rude and offended the generals. I hope you can forgive me for being disrespectful." Rinken laughed and said, "Young master, you are so cautious. I guess you have very important information to tell the chief steward, right? It's never wrong to be cautious about such things. We are not unreasonable people. We will definitely not take it to heart." Wang Yu and Zhao Kai nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Meng Wenhao turned around and saluted to Li Jing. He said with a serious face, "Reporting to the chief steward, I just received a telegram from Little Yu. It said that the Bian province army commander Lu Ringgui has united 10 new recruits in the city who want to rebel against Chui. They can control 2,000 troops. Lu Ringgui plans to bring these new recruits to kill the soldiers at the city gate at midnight tonight. He plans to open the city gate, lower the drawbridge and lead the army in from outside the city. I wonder what the chief steward and the generals think? They are waiting for my reply." "Oh, there is such a thing?" Li Jing was shocked. They were now worried about how to break through the city gate with the least casualties. In the end, someone sent a pillow to them while they were dozing off. If someone cooperated to open the city gate, then all the problems would be solved. They would not lose too many soldiers, nor would they hurt too many innocent people. Do the generals think that Lu Ringui's plan is feasible? Li Jing looked at everyone and asked in a deep voice. Everyone looked at each other. Qin Xiong stood up and said, "Guangxing County is the governing area of Jianghu. The city is strong. If we attack from the front, there will be heavy casualties. If we can really break through from the inside and then cooperate with the outside, it is undoubtedly the best plan to break the city. I think this plan is feasible." Bian Province Governor Zhao Kai smiled and said, "Chief Steward, I also think this plan is feasible." Lu Ringgui was the Bian Province army commander and was his subordinate. At such a critical moment, Lu Ringgui directly played the key role of one person to decide the situation. This made him, the Bian Province governor, very proud. Wang Yu curled his lips in annoyance. He thought to himself that Lu Ringgui was also a talent. He would see if he could be transferred to Sui Province. He was willing to directly give him the position of commandant. Qing Yaojin, Niu Jinda, and the others did not have any objections. Seeing this, Li Jing said to Meng Wenhao, "Immediately reply to Lu Ringgui. Tell him to open the city gate at midnight tonight and lower the drawbridge. The army outside the city will be prepared to enter the city in advance." "Yes, Chief Steward." Meng Wenhao cupped his fists and left. In the tent, Li Jing immediately began his tactical deployment. "Generals, listen up. Tonight at midnight, organize the troops and follow me into the city. However, each department needs to leave 10,000 troops outside the city to guard the city gates to prevent the rebels in the city from escaping." "Yes, sir." Guangxing County, Wanning Square. Beep, 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 beep. It's here. It's here. It's finally here. Little Fishy waited for a long time before the telegraph finally rang again. She quickly took a pen and recorded the code. Speaking of which, the distance between the two telegraph machines was now only a city wall. There was no need to go to a very high place to send a telegram to each other. This undoubtedly created a great convenience for the communication inside and outside the city. After a while, Liu received and translated the code. Then she went downstairs. Lu Ringgui, who was downstairs, had already eaten his fill of steamed buns. "How is it? Did Duke Wei agree?" Lu Ringgui asked anxiously. Little Fishy smiled sweetly and nodded. "Yes, Wenhao just sent a telegram saying that Chief Steward Li and the rest felt that this plan is feasible. Tonight at midnight, the army outside the city will gather at the east gate. Once you open the gate, the army outside the city will flood in and destroy the Chui family." Good, good, good. Lu Ringgui waved his fist excitedly and said, "Okay, I will go back to the east of the city first. If I return late, I will probably take care of things. You and Wei Zhuqing must not go out tonight. After all, swords have no eyes in war. Do you understand?" Yes, I understand. Brother Lu, go quickly." Little Fishy smiled and replied. Lu Ringgui clasped his fist and left hurriedly. "Iron Egg, are you also going to enter the city with the army tonight?" South of Guangxing County, outside the central military tent. Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg, the two special people in the army, were sitting on the celestial lamp to observe the enemy. Meng Wenhao looked at the situation in the city with his binoculars and asked Iron Egg. "Yes. It is not easy to get a chance to go to the battlefield. How boring it is to stay in the camp every day. Tonight we will enter the city with the army. Maybe we can kill a few of the Chui family's dogs. Iron Egg stroked a heavy mo sword and replied softly. Meng Wenhao put down the binoculars and looked at Iron Egg and said, "But swords have no eyes in war. General Duan is so good at martial arts and he was seriously injured yesterday. Tonight the city will be very chaotic. If you are also injured, Yamacho and his wife will be very worried." Iron Egg shook his head and said, "Master said that it is difficult to make progress by practicing martial arts on a daily basis. Only in real combat and in the face of a big crisis can there be a big breakthrough. My master was assassinated by Snake King. In a desperate situation he comprehended Tao and broke through. That was how he became the youngest martial arts grandmaster in the Tang Empire. And my father in his early years followed General Qin to fight everywhere. Although he did not get an official position in the end, he is still a great hero in my heart. I want to be a master like my master and a great hero like my father. But how can I become a master if I am locked in a cage every day? How can I become a great hero? So tonight I must enter the city and see for myself." Meng Wenhao was slightly moved. Everyone had different dreams. He wanted to learn martial arts well and become a useful person in the Tang Empire. He wanted to bring glory to his ancestors and let his father, mother, and sister live a good life. Iron Egg's dream was to become a master and a great hero on the battlefield. As a dream chaser, what reason did he have to stop Iron Egg? In that case, Iron Egg, you can go. I will wait here for your good news. Meng Wenhao said with a complicated expression. Yes. Wenhao, don't worry. After entering the city I will find little Yu, and the others. Then I will let the army take them to a safe place. Iron Egg said with a big laugh. Thank you. Chui Quan, have you arranged the defense of all the city gates? We can't let anything go wrong. In the provincial governor's mansion, Chui Junchuo sat on the seat of honor and asked Chui Quan. Reporting to Grand Duke, rolling stones and hot oil have been prepared at all the city gates. Once the army outside the city attacks, there will be heavy casualties. Currently, there are 2 commoners who have been conscripted to guard the southern city gate. Along the way there were 3 rebellions but nothing else happened. Chui Quan bowed and replied. Oh, there were rebellions? Can they be punished severely? Chui Junchuo's eyes darkened as he asked. Chui Quan hurriedly said, reporting to Grand Duke, they have all been killed. After the rest of the commoners saw what happened to them, no one dared to cause trouble anymore. Yes, then they should all be killed. These rebellions should be taught a lesson. Otherwise it will be difficult to manage them. Chui Junchuo nodded. Then, his eyes darkened as he said, in the new army, there must be many people who are dissatisfied with our Chui clan. Therefore you should also send some veterans to watch the city gates and prevent them from slacking off or secretly opening the city gates. Chui Quan nodded and said, don't worry, Grand Duke. There will always be veterans watching around the new soldiers. Nothing will go wrong. In fact, many people are still loyal to the Chui clan. Yes, that's good. That's good. Let's see how long Li Jing can drag this out. After a long time, won't he have to withdraw his troops? Chui Junchuo was completely relieved when he heard this. However, he didn't know that the current Chui clan was no longer the 5 surnames and 7 sects that everyone looked up to in the past. Especially the recent actions of the Chui clan had already made many commoners hate them. A just cause enjoys more support while an unjust cause finds little support. The Chui clan was about to pay the price for their recent unjust actions. As night fell, Guangxing County was lit up with thousands of lights. However, in these thousands of lights, there was no warm atmosphere like in the past. Because now, Guangxing County was no different from a huge cage. Everyone was a prisoner inside. No one knew how long they could live. Although they were fine today, who knows if they would be captured to guard the city walls tomorrow. Brother Wang Lang, is everything ready? Lu Ringue found an opportunity to find Wang Lang, the captain of the 6th squad, and asked in a low voice. Brother Danny, don't worry, everything is ready. And tonight, the one who will be on duty in front of the city gates is our adjunct Wang. He will bring his personal guards. Wang Lang replied in a low voice. Lu Ringue frowned and said, personal guards? It is said that in this personal guards, everyone is good. At night we have to be careful. We can't let anything go wrong. Understood. Understood. The city gate was quiet again. However, as the saying goes, the tree wants to be quiet, but the wind won't stop. Sometimes behind the quiet, there was a bigger storm brewing. At 6 o'clock in the evening, a black shadow quietly sneaked into the tower where Adjunct Huang was temporarily staying. Chapter 1334. Off. East of Guangxing County, in one of the corner towers of the city gate tower, Jiangzhou's Yichong House's military officer Huang Qing, was sleeping soundly on a bed. Although it was his turn to supervise the new army tonight, it was already the middle of the night. How could he not sleep? Besides, in Huang Qing's opinion, these new recruits were all very timid and could not cause any trouble at all. Therefore he slept very soundly and peacefully. Tisk, tisk. A black shadow floated by and a cold light flashed. The two soldiers who were dozing off in front of the turret didn't even have time to cry out before they collapsed on the ground. Blood flowed out of their necks like a stream. The black shadow landed in front of the door, then took out a blade and extended it to the gap in the middle of the door. Ta, ta, ta. After a while, the lock behind the door was opened. The black shadow carefully pushed the door open and entered. Looking at the person who was sleeping like a dead pig on the bed, he quickly unsheathed the blade and a cold light flashed. The head was separated from the body. The black shadow did not stop and immediately flew out. How is it? How is it, Brother Dainyu? The black shadow came to a corner of the city gate tower, and Wang Lang quickly went forward to ask. It turned out that the black shadow was Lu Ringgui. Huang Qing is dead. Now that his personal guards are leaderless, we can start the operation now. Lu Ringgui smiled and replied. That's great. Then I'll let the brothers start the operation now. Wang Lang said excitedly. Inform the brothers and the other teams to gather immediately and get rid of the personal guards. Let's end this quickly. After a while, all the soldiers on the city gate tower gathered. First, they killed a dozen of Huang Cheng's personal guards on the city gate tower. Then, under Lu Ringgui's lead, 2,000 people went down the city gate tower and went straight to the personal guards at the city gate. Who is it? Stop. Which battalion are you from? Why are you not guarding the city up there? Why are you coming down? A soldier at the city gate hurriedly shouted when he saw Lu Ringgui leading a large group of people over in an aggressive manner. Hearing the commotion, more than 100 soldiers behind him also became alert. Brother, Adjunct Huang asked me to come down and ask you to go up. He has something to tell you in person. Lu Ringgui said as he led his men closer to the city gate. The soldier asked doubtfully, Sir Adjunct? Why is he looking for us? Besides, why would I let you guys come down? Before the soldier could finish his words, Lu Ringgui had already pulled out his saber and pounced towards him. Kill. Lu Ringgui's speed was as fast as lightning. Under his sudden attack, the soldier had no time to dodge and his throat was instantly slit. After standing still, Lu Ringgui let out a low roar. Behind him, more than 2,000 recruits all wielded MO swords and slashed at Huang Cheng's personal guards. It's a rebellion. Someone is going to rebel. Someone from the personal guards immediately shouted. At the east gate, they were not the only group of personal guards. There were also 5,000 veteran soldiers stationed there. Quick. Let's end this quickly. Lu Ringgui growled and took the lead to rush into the guards. Captain, wait for me. Feng Wu was so anxious that he almost called out Lu Ringgui's real identity. Fortunately, he changed his words in time. After that, he also rushed forward with his MO sword. He had to protect Lu Ringgui's safety. The two groups of people quickly clashed. Lu Ringgui's side had more than 10 times the number of people on the other side. Although the soldiers of the personal guards were generally more skilled, it was still difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. After a short while, the personal guards of nearly 200 people were left standing. Of course, Lu Ringgui's side also paid a heavy price. There were more than 300 casualties, which was almost double the number of the enemy. The gap between the recruits and Huang Cheng's personal guards was immediately apparent. I know you. You're Ren Dainyu of the 5th Battalion. How dare you rebel against the Chui family? Aren't you afraid of being cut into pieces? A soldier pointed at Lu Ringgui and shouted unwillingly. Even if I die, I won't be a lackey of the Chui family and harm the people. Kill them all. There's not much time left. At this critical moment, Lu Ringgui did not waste his breath. He took the lead and rushed towards the soldier. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, there was a rush of footsteps from afar. Lu Ringgui's face changed and said, Quick, just a little faster. Their reinforcements are here. Kill. As soon as he finished his words, the recruits rushed towards the remaining 20 personal guards and launched the last round of attacks. After a few seconds, all of Huang Cheng's personal guards were killed. Lu Ringgui quickly said, Feng Wu, quick. You take a few people to open the city gate and lower the drawbridge. The rest of you follow me to stop the rebels. Yes. In the battle just now, Lu Ringgui had used his outstanding martial arts skills to conquer the majority of the recruits. At this moment, when they heard his orders, no one objected. Although they knew that with just these recruits, they would definitely not be able to defeat the 5,000 veterans, but they still followed Lu Ringue without hesitation and turned around to face the incoming veterans. How dare you? Who dares to open the city gates and rebel against their superiors? Arrest them all. Sure enough, it was the 5,000 veteran soldiers who were stationed at the east side of the city. Lu Ringue took a deep breath. He knew that he could not defeat them, but he had to buy time for Feng Wu. He rolled his eyes and glanced at the torches on the city wall not far away. Many recruits were peeking at them. He shouted loudly, "Brothers who were forced into the camp by the Chui family, listen up. The Chui family not only wants us to help them to defend the city, but they also want the old, weak women and children to defend the city. Don't you have any relatives or friends in the city? After we die on the city wall, the Chui family will bring your relatives and friends to defend the city for them. If you are still a man, stand out and fight against the Chui family with me. You will die anyway. Do you want to die standing and be remembered forever? Or do you want to die kneeling and be remembered as a disgrace to your descendants? Come. Fight against the Chui family. Fight against the Chui family. Fight against the Chui family." Lu Ringue's words struck a chord in the hearts of all the recruits. As soon as he said this, the 1,000 or so recruits beside him immediately roared in unison. Fight against the Chui family. Fight against the Chui family. Very quickly, the recruits who were watching from the city gate tower also started to shout. They had long been dissatisfied with the recent actions of the Chui family. However, they didn't dare to resist as they didn't have anyone to lead them. Now that someone had raised their arms and shouted, what was there to hesitate about? Even if they had to die, they would rather die standing and be remembered forever. Dong dong dong. There was a series of footsteps on the city wall. It was obvious that the recruits were coming down the city wall. Shut up. Go. Chop this bastard into minced meat. When the leader saw Lu Ringue's glib tongue trying to incite the other recruits to rebel, he quickly pulled out his sword and shouted, "Kill." More than 5,000 old soldiers rushed forward and engaged in battle with Lu Ringue's 1,000 over recruits. Lu Ringue and his men were inferior in terms of numbers and strength. Naturally, they were forced to retreat. In just a few seconds, more than 10 of them were injured. Kill. At this moment, more than 500 recruits came down from the city wall. When they saw the battle at the city gate, they rushed up without hesitation. On top of the city wall, more recruits were rushing over. After a few minutes, the city gate was finally pushed open by Feng Wu and his men. At this moment, there were more than 5,000 to 6,000 new recruits. More recruits were coming after hearing the news. On the other hand, the 5,000 old soldiers were surrounded and nearly 1,000 of them were injured or killed. Do you people not want to live anymore? Rebel. The provincial governor will not let you go. The Chui family will not let you go either. The old soldier shouted angrily when he saw the city gate being opened. This is called the righteous get more help while the unjust get little help. The Chui family is selfish and has done some heartless things. They have already lost the support of the people. Their retribution will come soon. Lu Ringue snorted and looked at the old soldier. Quick. Lower the drawbridge and let the imperial army come over. Feng Wu, who was at the city gate, quickly shouted to the soldiers around him. Yes. There was an ear-piercing screech, followed by the sound of the other end of the drawbridge falling to the ground. The drawbridge at the city gate was finally lowered. Quick. The city gate is open. Everyone follow me. At this time, there were already more than 100,000 soldiers standing outside the city gate. Qing Yaojin shouted excitedly when he saw the city gate was open. He held his lance and urged his horse to gallop toward the city gate. Kill. Niu Jinda and Qin Xiong also followed closely behind. Bang. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers swarmed towards the east city gate of Guangqing County. The thousands of old soldiers in front of the city gate wanted to escape when they saw the army entering the city. However, they were blocked by the thousands of new soldiers and were quickly killed by the army of the imperial court that entered the city. Lu Ringue, take these new recruits and follow the army into the city to capture the leader of the rebels. Under Zhao Kai's lead, Qin Xiong saw Lu Ringue and ordered. Yes, sir. General Cui Junchuo should be in the governor's mansion now. Pan Jinyue should be in the provincial governor's mansion. Lu Ringue cupped his fist and said loudly. The new recruits next to him were dumbfounded. What is going on? Isn't this guy called Rindanio? Why is he called Lu Ringue? Also, how does he know the guards outside the city? Lu Ringue, Take these people and follow General Cheng to the Chui family to capture Chui Junchuo and the others. I'll take them to the provincial governor's mansion. Qin Xiong gave a simple order and led the soldiers into the city. Lu Ringui bowed and shouted, "Brothers, it's time to redeem ourselves. As long as we capture Chui Junchuo, we can redeem ourselves." Capture Chui Junchuo. At this time, Lu Ringui's identity was no longer important. To these new recruits, as long as they could redeem themselves and reduce their crime of defecting to the rebels, that would be enough. Let's go. I didn't expect you to incite so many new recruits to go against the Chui family with you. You're quite capable. A old Ching like you. Ching Yaojin looked at Lu Ringui with appreciation and then laughed. Chapter 1335. Lu Qinjun, where are Wei Zhuqing and Little Fishy now? Are they safe? Qing Yaojin led an army of 50,000 and headed straight for the Chui family. On the way, Iron Egg found Lu Ringui and asked. Lu Ringui saw that Iron Egg was only 10 years old and was following the army to battle. He couldn't help but feel surprised, so he asked, "Little brother, you are?" Iron Egg replied as he walked, "Everyone calls me Iron Egg. Oh, Ming Wenhao and I were the ones receiving the telegrams you sent out of the city. We are good friends with Little Fishy, so we are very worried about her safety." Lu Ringui suddenly understood and asked, "Then you should both be students of Yanhuang College, right? I heard from Miss Liu that this telegraph was invented by the Marquis of Yong, and I think only his students would use this kind of thing." Iron Egg nodded and said, "Yes. We are both my master's students. My master is also very interested in you, Lu Qinjun. He hopes that after this war you can come with me to Chang'an City." When Lu Ringui heard Iron Egg call Li Zishuan master, he thought that all the students of Yanhuang College called Li Zishuan that way, so he didn't make a fuss. However, when he heard the last sentence, his eyes widened and he said, "I have never met the Marquis of Yong'an. How did he know me?" Tai Dan thought about it and said, "Although my master lives in Cloud Mountain, he knows about the world's affairs. He's an extraordinary person. He knows that you're brave and resourceful, so he cherishes you. What's so strange about that?" This child helped Li Zishuan to show off. Li Zishuan's image in Lu Ringui's mind instantly became tens of thousands of times higher. Living in the mountains but knowing about the world, wasn't this the work of a god? At this moment, Lu Ringui only thought of Li Zishuan as one of those immortals on earth. He hurriedly cupped his hands respectfully and said, "I am indebted to Marquis Yong and for thinking so highly of me. After this matter is over, I will personally go to Chang, and to pay him a visit." Iron Egg turned his head and looked at Pang Feiji behind him. Pang Feiji quickly gave him a thumbs up. With this, old Pang's mission in Jianghu was completed. Chicken Bro was full of admiration for Iron Egg. "Ahem. Big brother Lu, where are little you and the rest?" Iron Egg coughed lightly and returned to the topic at hand. "They are all in the tunnel of Wuning workshop. They are very safe. Brother Iron Egg, you don't have to worry. I will take you there after we destroy the Chui family. Great-grandfather, Taigong. Something bad has happened." In the Chui residence, the old housekeeper hurriedly ran to Chui Junchuo's bedroom and shouted anxiously. Chui Junchuo, who was sleeping on the couch, was suddenly awakened. He quickly opened his eyes and said, "What's the matter? Why are you panicking? Come in and tell me." "Yes, great-grandfather." The old housekeeper pushed the door open and entered. At this time, Chui Junchuo had already sat up. The old housekeeper bowed and said, "Great-grandfather, something bad has happened. At the east gate, the new soldiers guarding the city mutinied. They killed Adjunct Huang and then opened the gate to let the army in. Great-grandfather, quickly take the young master and escape." "What? The army outside the city has entered the city?" When Chui Junchuo heard this, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His vision turned black and he almost fainted. "It's over. It's all over. Once the army enters the city, the Chui family will definitely be wiped out. Great-grandfather. Great-grandfather. You must escape. We still have 30,000 shadow guards and 5,000 men of sacrifice. Please take the young master and escape." The housekeeper knelt down beside the bed and said anxiously, "Yes, escape. The Chui family cannot be destroyed. It's better to leave some hope. Immediately let Qi Li lead the hall of worship, the men of sacrifice, and the shadow guards to escort the young master out of the city." Chui Junchuo's lifeless eyes suddenly flashed a ray of light, and he quickly ordered, "Great-grandfather, what about you? I'm old and I've lived enough. I won't escape. Housekeeper, you've been with me for so many years. Later, take advantage of the chaos and escape." Chui Junchuo sighed. A man's words were kind when he was about to die. At this moment, a rare trace of kindness appeared in his heart. Great-grandfather, I've been with the Chui family all my life. Where can I go? I'm willing to live and die with the Chui family. Chui Junchuo patted the old housekeeper's shoulder and was speechless. General Cheng, the Chui family now has 30,000 shadow guards and many Jianghu experts. General Cheng, please be careful. When they were about to reach the Chui family's residence, Lu Ringgui cupped his fists and said to Qing Yaojin. Qing Yaojin laughed carelessly and said, "Hee hee. That's good. I've come all the way from Chang and to Zhengzhou, and I haven't had enough fun yet. Tonight, I'll use the shadow guards of the Chui family as practice for the little brats below. Hurry up, don't let the Chui family escape." Asterisk bang, bang, bang. Asterisk while they were talking, a large number of soldiers suddenly rushed out of the gate in front of them. In front of the army was a young man wearing a scholar's robe. He was riding on a horse and was urging the people behind him. Hurry up. Now that the guards outside the city are empty, let's go out from the south gate. Qing Yaojin narrowed his eyes and said, Lu Rong, bring 10,000 men to the Chui family's residence to capture Chui Junchuo. The rest of you follow me. Don't let them escape. Yes, General. A general behind Qing Yaojin quickly took the order and left. Qing Yaojin shouted, Chase. All of you chase after them. Don't let the Chui family escape. Yes, sir. The army started moving. Qing Yaojin took the lead and rode his horse at the front. Lu Ringgui, Iron Egg, Pang Feiji and the rest quickly followed behind and chased after them. Not good. There are pursuers. Qili, get your men to stop the pursuers. The rest of you follow me and escape from the south gate. When Chui Xuanji heard the commotion behind him, he turned around and was immediately shocked. He said to Qili beside him with a panicked expression. Qili frowned. Although he did not want to agree to this difficult task, he thought that Chui Xuanji was now the young leader of the Chui family. If he could really escape, he would benefit a lot in the future. So he braced himself and said to the two people beside him, Third brother, fourth brother, protect the young master well. I will bring up the rear. Wang Wangjin and Ming Huan cupped their fists and said, Big brother, you must come back alive. Qili smiled and said, Don't worry. If I want to escape, no one can stop me. After that, he laughed and led thousands of Chui family shadow guards toward Qing Yaojin's army. Chui Xuanji, on the other hand, quickly summoned the remaining troops and ran toward the south gate without looking back. General Cheng, your opponent is us. If you want to pass through this road, you have to pass through us first. Qili led 5,000 shadow guards and blocked the path of Qing Yaojin's army. Guanxing County was not like Chang'an City. The distance between the streets was small. Naturally, the streets were not as wide as those in Chang'an City. 6 or 7 people standing side by side basically blocked the entire road. Therefore, Qili and the others had completely blocked off the path. Hey, you talk big. Oh, you're a grandmaster. Old Qing will fight you. Lu Ringgui, take 20,000 men and go around the side streets to chase after the Chui family. Leave these people to me. Qing Yaojin narrowed his eyes and looked at Qili. Suddenly his eyes burned with the fire of war. But his mind was still clear. He knew that he could not let anyone from the Chui family escape tonight. So he ordered Lu Ringgui. This was also a test for Lu Ringgui. Yes, General Cheng. Lu Ringgui clasped his fists and left. Chui Xuanji's plan was perfect. He let Qili block Qing Yaojin while he slipped away from the South City Gate. Once he reached the South City Gate, he could recruit the guards near the South City Gate. Wouldn't his strength increase by several times? But sometimes dreams were full but reality was harsh. Just as he reached the South City Gate, Chui Xuanji found that it was already chaotic. The recruits at the East City Gate rebelled. How could the South City Gate be spared? The recruits and veterans here were also fighting. In the beginning, the Chui family had recruited 250,000 new soldiers with 50,000 old soldiers, 30,000 shadow guards and 20,000 government soldiers, as the foundation to expand into a 300,000-strong army. However, their foundation was not solid enough. Moreover, the Chui family's recent actions had really made those new soldiers bitterly disappointed. In addition, Lu Ringgui had raised his arms and led a group of people to rebel against the Chui family at the East City Gate. The time bombs that the Chui family had buried finally exploded on this night. Now, in Guanxing County, the recruits who knew that the Imperial Army had entered the city all picked up their weapons and fought with the veterans who usually shouted at them. When Chui Xuanji arrived at the South City Gate, he saw this scene. 50,000 to 60,000 recruits were fighting 5,000 to 6,000 veterans. It was basically 10 against 1, and veterans were dying in pools of blood. Cui Xuanji gritted his teeth and said, "Go to the West City Gate." "Ah, young Master Cui, you can't go anywhere today. Stay here." While Cui Xuanji was hesitating, Lu Ringgui arrived with the army. "Go, go, kill them." Cui Xuanji's expression changed and he said viciously. Clang. Wang Wangjun and Ming Huan looked at each other, drew their swords and stabbed at Lu Ringgui. They knew that it was impossible for them to fight their way out in this situation. Almost everyone in Guangxing County was House Chui's enemy. They might as well capture Lu Ringgui and force the imperial army to retreat and let them out of the city. It was a good plan, but Lu Ringgui was someone who had been on the battlefield for a long time. How could he be so weak? He took 2 steps back and then fell on his back. He didn't fall completely, but when he was close to the ground he put 2 fingers on the ground to support his weight. With this step and fall, he dodged Wang Wangjun and Ming Huan's fatal attack. Go. That's the young master of House Chui. It's a great achievement to capture him. Don't let him get away. Taking the opportunity, Lu Ringgui circulated his internal energy and roared. His shout, which was infused with internal energy, not only stirred up the emotions of the soldiers behind him, they all drew their swords and charged at Cui Xuanji. Even the new soldiers who were fighting with the old soldiers at the city gate all looked at Cui Xuanji. Obviously, they wanted to make a contribution and take revenge at the same time. Their current situation was all thanks to House Chui. Kill. Lu Ringui's army of 20,000 charged at Cui Xuanji and his secret guards. Many new soldiers at the city gate also changed their direction of attack and charged at Cui Xuanji. Despicable. Wang Wangjun and Ming Huan's expressions changed. They wanted to go back to help, but Lu Ringgui wouldn't let them go. His right hand twirled his saber, and he took the initiative to attack Wang Liangzhen and Ming Huan. "Colonel Lu, let me help you." Iron Egg was anxious. He raised his Mo sword and joined the battle. Since he started drawing qi into his body last year, he had trained hard for almost a year before entering the body refining realm. Although Wang Wangjun and Ming Huan were both experts in the qi transformation realm, Iron Egg wasn't afraid. He had seen experts in the Grandmaster realm. How could he back down because of 2 small fries in the qi transformation realm? "Brother Iron Egg, be careful. These 2 are very strong." Lu Ringgui warned as he launched his attack. "Colonel Lu, don't worry. I only need to help you hold one person back." With a leap, Bruiser arrived in front of Ming Huan. He had chosen Ming Huan because he was relatively weak. He had only just entered the qi transformation realm. "Humph? You want to stop me with just you, a brat who's still wet behind the ears?" Ming Huan snorted coldly. Then his body moved in a dazzling manner. Suddenly, a long sword stabbed at Iron Egg's chest without warning. It was fine if he didn't attack, but once he attacked he used a killing move. Clearly Ming Huan didn't want to waste time on Bruiser. Iron Egg had been by Li Zishuan's side for many years. Although his aptitude wasn't as good as others, he was definitely much more knowledgeable than his peers. After all, he had witnessed several battles between grandmasters. It was very useful for improving his eyesight and combat experience. The moment the long sword was unsheathed, Iron Egg had already reacted. He stabbed his Mo sword into the ground and used his hands to block Ming Huan's killing blow. "Humph! Arrogant." Ming Huan was surprised at first, but then he sneered. The long sword quickly stabbed at Iron Egg's chest. Iron Egg first took 2 steps back and dodged the attack. Then he grabbed Ming Huan's wrist and used Tai Chi to push Ming Huan away. Ming Huan staggered and almost fell to the ground. His heart was filled with disbelief. What kind of martial arts was this? Why did he feel like he couldn't use any strength? "Big brother, let me borrow your sword." Iron Egg borrowed a sword from a soldier next to him. Then he looked at Ming Huan, his eyes full of eagerness. Sure enough, actual combat was the best way to make one's blood boil and focus their attention. He knew that he couldn't beat Ming Huan, but he wanted to use the Tai Chi sword that Li Zishuan had taught him to hold Ming Huan back. After Lu Ringgui finished off Wang Jin, he would be free to deal with Ming Huan. "Hey, I didn't expect you to have some skills. But you won't be so lucky next time." Ming Huan's expression was very unsightly. He took a deep breath and then he vanished on the spot. A moment later he appeared above Iron Egg, and then he swooped down and stabbed his sword towards the top of Iron Egg's head. Iron Egg's eyes flashed. He lifted the long sword he borrowed and used Tai Chi. His sword was like a magnet, firmly sucking Ming Huan's long sword. His whole body leaned back, forming a very small angle with the ground. Tai Chi sword technique 38, Phoenix wings spread. Iron Egg's wrist moved slightly and twirled the sword twice. The tyrannical force on Ming Huan's long sword was instantly deflected by Iron Egg. Sacrificing oneself to follow others, failing to lead in, pulling 1,000 pounds with 4 tails. This time, Ming Huan didn't dare to underestimate Iron Egg anymore. The two of them tangled together again. Iron Egg relied on his exquisite Tai Chi sword technique to defend with all his might. Ming Huan wanted to finish off Iron Egg as soon as possible. One of them was in a hurry and the other was slow. It was a bit like the situation when Snake King ambushed Li Zixuan in Chang and City last year. On the other side, Lu Ringgui and Wang Liang's fight had basically come to an end. Because Wang Liang was overcautious and had distracting thoughts, Lu Ringgui found a few openings and left 3 sword wounds on Wang Liang's body. At this time, Wang Liang's arm was injured and his sword technique revealed a big opening. Lu Ringgui seized the opportunity and stabbed Wang Liang's throat. Puchi. Wang Liang didn't have time to change his technique. Lu Ringui's sword slit Wang Liang's throat. Wang Liang clutched his neck and fell to the ground. Third brother? Ming Huan roared and tried his best to rush over, but he was held back by Iron Egg. Lu Ringgui sneered and rushed forward. He and Iron Egg fought Ming Huan together. Ming Huan couldn't even kill Iron Egg, let alone Lu Ringgui, who was even more powerful than him. How could he be a match for Lu Ringgui? In less than 10 rounds he was defeated. Iron Egg sneakily attacked him and pierced his heart. At the city gate, the Cui family's shadow guards were basically wiped out. Cui Xuanji had been captured by Feng Wu and the rest. Lu Ringgui laughed and said, "Let's go. Let's go to the Cui mansion and meet up with General Cheng." As soon as he finished speaking, a loud voice came from behind, "Ha, no need. Everyone in the Cui family has been captured. Since you are done here, follow me to the provincial governor's mansion." It was Qing Yaojin leading a large group of people to support them. How could Qi Li and his men be a match for Qing Yaojin? The battle over there ended even faster. As for the Cui mansion, Cui Junchuo had sent all her shadow guards to protect Cui Xuanji. Qing Yaojin's aide led the troops to the Cui mansion and captured all the Cui family members without any effort. At this point, the Cui family of Qinghe had become history. A 1,000-year-old family was wiped out in one night. Life was unpredictable, how sad. Chapter 1336. All the guards of the Cui family were annihilated. The old soldiers of the Zhichong house in Jianghu didn't even need the imperial court's army to act. They were either annihilated by the new soldiers who had a deep grudge against the Cui family or kneeled down and surrendered. All the reactionary forces in Guangxing County were finally wiped out. The clansmen of the Cui family in Qinghe, all the officials and generals in the provincial governor's manor, as well as the county magistrate and registrar of Guangxing County, were all captured and locked up in the prison of the provincial governor's manor. Li Jing directly took over the provincial governor's manor. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers from outside the city entered the city at night. Guangxing County changed hands overnight. Yi Minglei, the position of county magistrate of Guangxing County will be temporarily taken over by you. Before dawn tomorrow, draft a notice to pacify the people and hand it to Wei Zuocheng for inspection. If there is no mistake, hurry up the printing and post it in the city tomorrow morning. We must let the people see the true face of the Cui family and let them understand that the emperor truly loves the people like his own children. The Cui family is just a hypocritical wolf that wants to kill its master. Although it was already late at night, the provincial governor's manor was still brightly lit. Li Jing sat on the seat of honor and made arrangements for the people after the war. In the early years he followed Li Er to conquer the north and south. Every time he conquered a city, the first thing he did was to pacify the people. After the chaos there would be great governance. This sentence not only applied to the change of the dynasty but also to the post-war reconstruction of the city. Those who had just been freed from the chaos of war, their hearts were restless and restless. If they were not pacified in time, once they were instigated by someone, there would be another turmoil. Li Jing had been on the battlefield for a long time. It was because he was very clear about this that he solemnly told Yi Minglei, "Thank you for your trust, head chief. Rest assured, head chief, I know the true colors of the Cui family and what they have done in the past few months. Tomorrow's announcement to pacify the people will definitely allow the people to distinguish between good and evil and return their hearts to the imperial court." Yi Minglei didn't expect that this time he would gain a blessing in disguise and become the acting county magistrate of Guangxing County. Although it was only a temporary position, but if he did it well, there was a high possibility that the word temporary would be removed and he would directly become the official county magistrate. He cupped his hands and left after receiving the order. Now there were only less than 2 hours before dawn. Yi Minglei estimated that he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight, but what did that matter? Right now his entire body was filled with enthusiasm. Left Minister Wei, the announcement to pacify the people is of great importance. When the time comes, I'll have to trouble you to check on Yi Minglei. After Yi Minglei left, Li Jing looked at Wei Zheng and cupped his hands. It couldn't be helped. After all, Wei Zheng was the best writer here. Otherwise, Li Jing would definitely not be willing to trouble Wei Zheng, because this old troll often liked to cause trouble. Wei Zheng did not shirk away and readily agreed, "This is my duty. How can it be troublesome? Head chief, you can rest assured." Yi Minglei had stayed with him in the underground tunnel for many days. Strictly speaking, the two of them could be considered friends in adversity. For such a small matter, of course, he wouldn't decline. Li Jing's heart was slightly relieved. He looked at Qing Yaojin, Qin Xiong and the rest who were sitting below and said, "This time, everyone has done their best to besiege Guangqing County. When we return to the imperial court, this old man will definitely report to the emperor and reward you according to your merits." Everyone stood up and cupped their hands. "Thank you, head chief." Li Jing nodded and said, "It's not early now. Everyone has been working very hard these days. Quickly go and rest. Tomorrow all the generals must count the casualties and submit the battle report to this old man. This way this old man can send the news of victory to the emperor." "Yes." Everyone responded and cupped their hands to bid farewell. The incident happened suddenly and it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. There was no place for them to stay in the city. So tonight, they all stayed in the guest rooms of the provincial governor's residence. Who asked Pan Jinyue to have so many rooms in the provincial governor's residence? "Wenhao, at first I really didn't expect that you would come all the way to Guangqing County to save me. You knew that there was a war here but you still insisted on coming. Aren't you afraid of accidents?" In a garden in the west courtyard of the provincial governor's residence, Little Fish and Meng Wenhao sat on a stone bench. With the faint light from the lantern beside them, they talked about the joy of reunion in a foreign land. Which girl didn't yearn for love? Girls of this age were all infatuated. In order to save her, a young man traveled hundreds of miles without any complaints and came to the dangerous battlefield. How could Little Fish not be moved? How could she not be moved? Meng Wenhao smiled and said, "Little Fish, you are a girl. You are not afraid in the enemy camp. What do I have to be afraid of? Besides, the first person you met in Chang and city was me. If you are in trouble, who will help you if not me?" Hearing this, Liu felt warm in her heart. She didn't know why. She had always been open-minded, but at this moment she didn't know what to say. After a moment of silence, Little Fish raised her head and rebuked. "Idiot, I came here to take care of the city, to get rid of violence and to save Left Minister Wei. As long as I can achieve my goal, even if I die, I think it's worth it. After all, I'm just an insignificant person to everyone. But you are different. You have parents and sister. If you have an accident here, what will they do?" Meng Wenhao frowned and said, "Who said you are just an insignificant person? Although you don't have parents in Yunshan, there is Yamacho who cares about you. Master's wife loves you. Also, Mr. Ma usually takes care of you. How can you be an insignificant person?" After that, Meng Wenhao hesitated for a long time. As if he felt that it was not enough, he added, "And I also care about you. So, you are definitely not an insignificant person. In Chang, and you have friends and elders. When they heard that you had an accident in Guangqing County, everyone was very worried about you. Sometimes, the more ordinary the words, the more touching they were." At this moment in Little Fish's mind, the scene of Meng Wenhao bravely standing up for her when she encountered bandits in Chang, and at the beginning of last year. In less than a year, she, a child without parents, not only established herself in Chang'an, but also made many friends and met many elders who cared about her. Li Zishuan was like her father and brother. In her most difficult time he took her in and helped her. Ma Zhou was like her teacher. During the time in the editorial department of Datang Daily, she learned a lot of useful things from the talented Ma Zhou. Faubert was like her grandfather, indulging her to do whatever she wanted in the workshop. As for Meng Wenhao, he was her first friend and Zue Hao's best friend. "Little Fish, what's wrong with you? Why are you crying?" Liu was silent for a long time. Meng Wenhao was puzzled. Inadvertently, he caught a glimpse of tears in the corner of Liu's eyes. He quickly went up to her and asked with concern, "Oh, I'm fine. It's just that a gust of wind blew sand into my eyes." Liu suddenly woke up from her memories. She rubbed her eyes and pretended as if nothing had happened. She said, "Wenhao, it's getting late. You've been fighting with the army for the past few days. It's better for you to rest early." Meng Wenhao felt a little strange, but he didn't know where to start. He could only say, "Okay. Little Fish, you should rest early too. Let's talk tomorrow." "Okay." Little Fish nodded. Meng Wenhao turned around and left. When he was about to reach the corridor under the eaves, Liu suddenly shouted, "Meng Wenhao!" Meng Wenhao couldn't help but stop in his tracks. He turned around and heard Liu continue, "Meeting you is the greatest honor in my life. Thank you for coming to save me. You are Little Fish's best friend for life." After that, Little Fish's face suddenly turned red. She hurriedly turned around and ran back to her room. Meng Wenhao was stunned. After a long time he shook his head and smiled. He then walked into the room. "Let old Chui go. Let the Chui family go. The Chui family are all good people. Let old Chui go. He is a good person." "Yes. The current emperor killed his brother and imprisoned his father. It's a treacherous act. He needs a wise leader like old Chui to take over the throne to help the country." "Li Jing, old Chui is only helping me to help the country. What's wrong with that? Why do you want to capture him? Let old Chui go." The next day when the people woke up, they found that Guangxing County had a new master overnight. Most of the people were very happy. After all, when Guangxing County was surrounded 2 days ago, the Chui family had already shown their ugly side. The people all knew that as long as the Chui family was in power, they would very likely be captured and sent to their deaths to defend the city. Thus, the next morning when the people learned that the imperial army had entered the city and that the Chui family had been destroyed, they all rushed to spread the news. The city could be said to be extraordinarily lively. However, there was a group of people who were filled with righteous indignation when they learned that the Chui family had been destroyed and Chui Junchuo had been captured. They went to the provincial governor's residence together and completely blocked the entrance. They stood in front of the door and loudly protested. These were all Confucian scholars of Guangxing County. They had previously relied on the Chui family, hoping that they could one day enter the court and become officials through the Chui family's connections in the court. Perhaps some of them had recently been fantasizing about helping the Chui family succeed in their rebellion and become heroes of the founding of the country. But now, Li Jing had destroyed the high and mighty Chui family in their hearts. At the same time, he had also extinguished their dreams in their hearts. Thus, these greedy Confucian scholars came to the provincial governor's residence to cause trouble. On the other hand, this also showed that the Jianghu daily had been very successful in brainwashing these people. Li Jing, who had heard the commotion, couldn't help but be furious when he heard the Confucian scholars shouting at the door. He turned his head and said to a guard, "Beat them all away with sticks." Yes. After a while, a group of armored soldiers rushed out of the provincial governor's residence. They held wooden sticks in their hands and rushed toward the crowd. "My leg. Ouch. My head. Li Jing, how dare you? We are the disciples of the saints. How dare you use weapons? You are going against all the scholars in the world. Indeed, there are incapable rulers and treacherous officials. After you die, you will go down in history and infamy." The leading scholar shouted loudly at the top of his voice. Li Jing, who was about to enter the house, had a change in expression at this moment. He said in a low voice, "Arrest all of them and send them to prison." The Confucian scholars had harmed the country. Li Zishuan's engineering was more useful. Li Jing couldn't help but sigh in his heart when he thought of the crucial role Meng Wenhao and the Iron Egg had played in this war and then looked at these Confucian scholars who couldn't distinguish between good and evil. Chapter 1337. Chief Steward, there are so many Confucian scholars. Should we arrest them all? In front of the Guangxing provincial governor's office, a guard hesitated when he heard Li Jing say that he wanted to arrest all the Confucian scholars. The Great Tang was founded on martial arts. Although it was not like the Song and Ming dynasties, ordinary people still respected scholars. Today, more than 200 Confucian scholars came to the provincial governor's office to cause trouble. Compared to the number of scholars the Chui clan had raised, these were just a drop in the ocean. However, if Li Jing arrested all of these Confucian scholars, it would definitely shake the court and cause all the scholars in the world to attack him. Guangxing County has just been established. We need to calm the people down. Arrest them and interrogate them first. If they are innocent, then let them go. If they are in cahoots with the Chui clan, then no one can save them. So what if they are scholars? Can a scholar violate the law and slander the emperor? Li Jing also felt that this matter was tricky, but for him the most important thing was to calm the people of Guangxing County. Yes, Chief Steward. The guard cupped his fists and walked to the door. He ordered loudly, "Arrest all these audacious students who slander the emperor and throw them all into prison." "You dare? We are the disciples of the saints. We read the books of the saints." A hint of panic flashed in the eyes of the leading scholar. Then he put on a fierce front. "Disciples of the saints? You think you are worthy? The benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and faith of the saints? What have you learned? The saints told you to be loyal to the emperor and love the country. Is this what you did? You are just a bunch of selfish and greedy scoundrels in troubled times. Are you worthy of being called disciples of the saints? You are simply ruining the reputation of Confucius. Take them away. At this moment, an old man walked out of the provincial governor's office and scolded the group of Confucian scholars. This is Minister Wei? A Confucian scholar recognized the old man. Who else could this old man be but Wei Zheng? Since the beginning of this year, Wei Zheng had been sent to Hunan province to clean up the government. He had appeared in public many times, so it was not surprising that someone recognized him. When the leading scholar saw that it was Wei Zheng, his face immediately paled. When it came to generals like Li Jing, he could use his glib tongue to accuse Li Jing, but when it came to Wei Zheng, who made a career out of scolding, he was truly terrified. After all, the person in front of him was a super ruthless person who dared to scold Second Emperor Li in front of him. Who could be compared to him? You can't differentiate between good and evil, loyalty and treachery. You've read the books of the sages in vain. Today you even came to the provincial governor's office to mislead the people with your lies, with the intention of inciting the common people to rebel with you. This old man will definitely report this to His Majesty and strip you of your academic status, so that you will never be able to participate in the imperial examinations. The more Wei Zheng spoke, the angrier he became. His last sentence scared the group of Confucian scholars quite a bit. Wei Zhuqing, please calm down. Please don't take away the student status. We were all bewitched by Shui Guangwen and came here to cause trouble. Yeah. Left Minister Wei, please calm down. We were all bewitched by Shui Guangwen. I beg Wei Zhuqing not to deprive us of our academic status. Wicked people needed to be tamed by wicked people, and scholars naturally needed to be tamed by scholars. Wei Zheng had also read the books of the sages, so he knew what these Confucian scholars cared about the most. He immediately grasped their sore spot, and the group of Confucian scholars began to beg for mercy. The leading Confucian scholar roared in exasperation, "Stop! Nonsense! You are all talking nonsense. You came willingly. What does it have to do with me, Shui Guangwen?" Li Jing frowned and said, "Take this Shui Guangwen down and properly interrogate him about his relationship with the Chui family." Yes. Immediately, two wolf-like soldiers lifted Shui Guangwen up. Chief Steward, although the rest of the Confucian scholars were bewitched, this shows that they can't distinguish right from wrong and should be punished. Why don't we also capture them and lock them up for a few days as punishment? I will report this to His Majesty. Wei Zheng looked at the rest of the Confucian scholars and frowned, then suggested to Li Jing. Li Jing originally had such a plan. When Wei Zheng said this, he had no more scruples in his heart. He waved his hand and said, "Capture them all and properly interrogate them." Yes. A group of soldiers surrounded the 200 Confucian scholars. Now that the Confucian scholars knew fear, they all knelt down and begged for mercy. At this time the onlookers burst into cheers. Good capture. A few days ago it was you people who were talking about how good the Chui family was. In the end you almost killed all of us in Guanqing County. You lackeys of the Chui family relying on a few books to help the Chui family confuse us, the people. You are really vicious, you deserve to die. That's right. I beg left Prime Minister Wei and General Li to make the decision for the people and severely punish these scholars. Back then, the Chui family established the Zhengzhou Daily and ordered the scholars under them to give lectures in the streets, promoting Li Er's brutality and praising the Chui family's benevolence and righteousness. This encouraged the people to actively join the army and support the Chui family. However, in the end, the Chui family used them as stepping stones and scapegoats in their plans for hegemony. So now, not only did the people hate the Chui family, but they also hated these Confucian scholars who helped the tyrant. This was the aspiration of the people. Wei Jing pursed his lips. He was a little sad but also a little relieved. He turned around and shouted at the backs of the Confucian scholars who were being escorted away, "This is the aspiration of the people, do you see it? You bring disaster to the country and the people, but you call yourselves the children of saints. You have let down Confucius and the people of this world. As long as I, Wei Xuanqing, am in this world, I will make sure that you scum will never be able to rise again." After that, he looked at Li Jing and said, "Director Li, please let me handle these Confucian scholars. If there is anything illegal on them, I will not be merciful. Previously, His Majesty asked me to come to Hunan province to clean up the governance. I didn't expect that the Chui family would rebel halfway. Now that the rebellion has been quelled, but the officialdom in Hunan province still needs to be cleaned up in time. So, Director Li, you take the army back to Chang'an first. I will stay here and give Hunan province a bright future. Li Jing was shocked and moved. He couldn't help but respect Wei Zheng because Wei Zheng took the initiative to take on this kind of dirty and tiring work. Obviously, he wanted to take the blame for him. If he were to deal with this matter, it would definitely cause many civil officials in the imperial court to impeach him. Wei Zheng was helping him to reduce the trouble. In that case, I will have to trouble you, left Prime Minister Wei. Li Jing cupped his hands and said, the city has just been taken care of, and the security around Jianghu is also worrying. In order to avoid the danger last time, I will leave 5,000 troops for you to use. Wei Zheng didn't refuse because although the Cui family had been destroyed, who knew if there were any remaining forces stirring up trouble in the dark? He cupped his hands and said, then I will thank you, Director Li. At noon after eating lunch, Li Jing called Meng Wenhao over and handed him a letter and said, quickly send this news back to Chang'an. After the army replenishes their rations, we will return to the imperial court tomorrow. Since Wei Zheng was willing to stay in Guangxing County to clean up this mess, Li Jing felt that there was no need for him to stay here. In terms of pacifying the people, Wei Zheng was undoubtedly better than him. As such, he planned to return to the imperial court tomorrow morning. Why wait until tomorrow? The main reason was that the army didn't bring much rations to ensure the speed of the march. If they didn't replenish their rations in Guangxing County, the army would probably starve on the way back. Yes, Director. Meng Wenhao took it with both hands and was about to turn around and leave when Li Jing stopped him. Meng Wenhao, wait. Meng Wenhao was confused and didn't know what Li Jing wanted. Li Jing got up and coughed twice. His face flashed with embarrassment. Cough, cough. Meng Wenhao, do you have any intention of making contributions in the military in the future? With your talent in telegraphy, this old man can persuade His Majesty to give you a position in the army. What do you think? Poaching, the dignified military god of Tang actually wanted to poach someone. Because of Han Yushi, Li Zixuan was Li Jing's junior. But now Li Jing actually wanted to poach his student. No wonder he had an embarrassed look on his face just now. Meng Wenhao obviously didn't expect Li Jing to say this to him. Hearing this, he was stunned for a moment and then took 2 steps back. He solemnly bowed and replied, Director's military achievements are outstanding and awe-inspiring. It is indeed my honor to be able to serve beside you. But Wenhao's skills were all taught to me by Yamacho. Even if Wenhao wants to go to the military, Wenhao has to get Yamacho's permission. Besides, I only learned a little about Yamacho's engineering. I don't want to leave Yanhuang College now, so I hope you can forgive me. Li Jing's face turned red and he waved his hand. Cough, cough. It's fine, it's fine. I'm just asking casually. Don't take it seriously. When you return to Yunshan, don't mention this to Yamacho. If Li Zixuan were to find out about this, where would he put his old face? At this moment, Li Jing regretted asking just now. Meng Wenhao couldn't help but laugh in his heart. He didn't expect the invincible military god of Tang, Li Jing, to have such a moment. How rare. Don't worry, Director. I didn't hear anything just now. But I have something to say. I don't know if it's appropriate? Meng Wenhao cupped his hands and said. Li Jing raised his eyebrows and said, Oh? Wenhao, go ahead. Meng Wenhao said, It's actually not difficult for Director to use telegraphy in the military on a large scale. Yamacho promotes engineering so that the students of the academy can apply what they have learned. Yamacho will definitely be very willing to lend you a hand in this matter. Li Jing's eyes lit up. Indeed, it was better to go directly to Li Zixuan, the head of engineering, than to poach people behind their backs. Meng Wenhao saw that Li Jing was silent and deep in thought, so he quietly left. Father, Guancheng has been victorious. Director Li sent a telegram saying that the head of the Cui family, Cui Junchuo, and the governor of Jiangzhou, Pan Jinyue, have been executed. The army will return tomorrow. In Chang'an City, Li Tai had just finished his lunch when Li Er rushed over and reported. Oh, Guangxing County has been conquered so quickly? Quick, let me have a look. Li Er was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. 2 days ago he was still worried about how to conquer Guangcheng. Today he received news that Guangcheng had been conquered, which really surprised him. Li Tai quickly handed the telegram over. As they weren't in a hurry to march this time, there was plenty of time to send the telegram. Therefore, this telegram described the process of conquering Guangxing County in detail. Li Er read it for a full 15 minutes before he finally finished reading it. He couldn't help but sigh. Good. We didn't hurt the innocent people, and our soldiers didn't suffer too many casualties. This plan of cooperation from the inside and the outside was well done. Lu Rengui? This person is also a talent. He is brave and resourceful. The governor of Bian province sent him to manage the city. It was the right choice. If it weren't for him, Wei Xuanqing would have met with misfortune this time. This Li Yu can actually stay calm in a dangerous situation and help the army communicate with each other. When she and Yi Fashion went to Guanqing County, I was worried that they would ruin my plans, but I didn't expect that in the end she would become a key figure in the entire war. And this Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg, they all contributed greatly to this war. The people around Li Zishuan are really extraordinary. I'm not in Jianghu, but Jianghu is full of legends about me. Now, there is one person who didn't personally go to the battlefield, but the outcome of the war was reversed because of him. This person was Li Zishuan. Whether it was Yi Fashion and Li Yu working together to secretly visit Guanqing, Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg following the army, or Lu Ringui's successful plan of cooperation from the inside and outside, behind all of these, there was more or less Li Zishuan's shadow. Father, now that Guanqing has been broken, and Chief Steward Li has returned to the capital, there shouldn't be any military matters that need to be communicated by telegram. Therefore, I plan to return to Yanhuang College this afternoon. I hope that Father will allow it. Li Tai cupped his hands and said. To be honest, he was really not used to leaving the academy for so many days. Now that the war was over, he naturally wanted to return to Yunshan as soon as possible. Li Er was stunned and said unhappily, You child, are you so unwilling to accompany father and mother? I don't dare. I just saw the importance of engineering in the Tang Empire from this war. I want to learn it as soon as possible so that I can help father build the country and conquer the world in the future. Li Tai quickly came up with a reason to shut Li Er's mouth. Li Er heard this and said happily, Ha, good. You are indeed my good son. Then you can go. The next day in the east of Guanqing County. After the three armies were assembled, Li Jing gave the order and the army set off. Tens of thousands of soldiers moved in order and returned to the capital. Farewell General Li, General, have a safe journey. Unexpectedly, the people of Guanqing County were waiting on the road that the army had to pass through early in the morning. Both sides of the street were filled with people who heard the news and rushed over. When the army passed by, countless people shouted loudly. Now the people understood that the Chui family was only using them in the past, not for their own good. If Li Jing didn't lead the army to Guanqing County, the people of Guanqing County might have lost their lives for Chui Junchuo's personal ambition. It was Li Jing's army that saved them. Of course, they would be grateful from the bottom of their hearts. Wenhao, looking at these people, I now feel that the risks I took in the past half a month were worth it. Otherwise, there would definitely be many children who lost their parents because of the war and become orphans like me. Little Yu rode on the horse and walked side by side with Meng Wenhao. Hearing the shouts of the people on both sides of the road, she couldn't help but sigh. Meng Wenhao thought for a while and said, I also feel that everything I did was worth it. Not only did I save you, but I also saved these people. The Yamacho taught us to have a heart for the world and a life for the people. I did it. Chapter 1338. Husband, I'm back. Lantian County, Yunshan residence. Han Yushi pushed open the door and entered. She saw Li Zishuan, who had just finished practicing his swordsmanship in the front yard, and said with a smile, How did my wife come back so quickly today? Li Zishuan took the handkerchief from Xiao He and wiped the sweat on his forehead. He was full of curiosity. Because Yi Fashion was in Guanqing, Han Yushi had been going to the residence next door early in the morning to chat with old Madam Yi and old Madam Yi. The main reason was that she was afraid that the old madam would be too worried and get a mental illness over time. Husband, aren't you asking the obvious? Yesterday you told grandmother that Guanqing had fallen and that Fa Shan and the others had been rescued. Grandmother's mood instantly improved. Why would she need me to comfort her? When I went there just now, grandmother had already left with grandfather. I heard from the servant that they had gone to the academy early in the morning. Han Yushi said with a smile. After Yi Fashion escaped from Guanqing, he did not return to the capital with the army. After bidding farewell to Little Yu, Iron Egg, Meng Wenhao, Lu Ringgui and the others, he left for Nanyang. He planned to go home and bid farewell to his parents before going to the south to visit the famous mountains and great rivers. He wanted to visit the reclusive experts and pursue his own path. As for the merits, he did not care at all. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Grandfather and grandmother have reached the age where they should be enjoying their old age. Something like this happened a while ago and it really made them worry a lot. In the end, I did not expect Fa Shan to accompany Little Yu to Guanqing. This child is kind. The Yi family really has a successor. Grandfather and the others should be happy for Fa Shan. Han Yushi asked curiously, Husband, do you value Fa Shan a lot? Li Zixuan now had hundreds of students, but she had never seen Li Zixuan value someone so much. Li Zixuan thought to himself that the future leader of the world's Taoist sects was definitely important to him. However, he could not say such things out loud. He thought for a while and said, "The monk is very talented and intelligent. He is different from the other rich kids. He can endure hardships. It would be hard for someone like him to not succeed in the future. That's why I said that the Yi family has a successor." Han Yushi nodded with a smile. Then she rolled her eyes and said, "Husband, Iron Egg has helped a lot during this expedition. Do you think His Majesty will reward him?" In the end, this was his biological sister. Back then, after Iron Egg went to manage the city, Han Yushi was extremely worried every day. Now that Iron Egg was about to return in triumph, Han Yushi, as his sister, began to worry about whether her younger brother would be able to get the reward he deserved. Li Zixuan patted his wife's shoulder and replied, "Wife, don't worry. His Majesty has always been fair in his rewards and punishments. Iron Egg's contribution is obvious to all. His Majesty will definitely not ignore it. Actually, I don't want to see His Majesty reward Iron Egg too much. He is still young. If the reward is too much, I'm afraid he will lose the motivation to improve himself." Han Yushi said thoughtfully, "Husband, you have a point. However, Iron Egg's contribution this time is not that great. I think he should only get some reward money." Young master, young master." Just then Song Xiaoxi's voice came from outside the courtyard. Li Zixuan turned around and said, "What is it? Come in and talk." Han Yushi saw that Li Zixuan had something important to do, so she went into the house first. Song Xiaoxi entered the courtyard and walked to Li Zixuan's side. He bowed and said, "Young master, the drainage canal beside the Ba River has already drained all the water in the Mei Village section of the river. Today the foundation of the dam will be built. Do you want to go and take a look?" Li Zixuan heard this and his spirit was lifted. He said with a face full of joy, "Okay. You go first. I will change my clothes and be there soon." The reason why Li Zixuan did not personally participate in this battle was mainly because he was focused on the Ba River Dam. In the past half a month, under the joint efforts of him, Mo Huai and Yen Xiaoning, they had solved many engineering problems in the construction of the dam. The most important thing was that Li Zixuan had solved the most critical problem in the reinforced concrete dam project: steel making. Next to the ironworks of the workshop, a small steel mill appeared. The ancient people did know how to make steel. In the late spring and autumn period, before 476 BC, man-made steel had already appeared in China. By the time of the Eastern Han Dynasty, the technology of steelmaking had already been mastered. The most commonly used techniques were stir-frying and tempered steel. The so-called stir-frying was to heat pig iron until it was melted or basically melted, then stir it in the furnace. The carbon contained in the pig iron would be removed by the oxygen in the air, thus obtaining steel. The quality of steel produced by this method was not high. As for tempered steel, it was to repeatedly heat, fold, and forge a piece of iron. The purpose was to make the structure of the steel dense, the composition of the steel body more uniform, reduce impurities, and thus improve the quality of the steel. Therefore, the quality of the swords made from tempered steel was very high. Although the quality of tempered steel was high, this method had low output and high cost, and it was difficult to meet the needs of industrial development. The method Li Zixuan used was the converter steelmaking method. This method was invented by the British H. Bessemer in 1856. The oxidizing agent used in the process was oxygen. Air was blown into the molten pig iron to oxidize the impurities such as silicon and manganese. A large amount of heat was released during the oxidation process. 1% silicon could raise the temperature of pig iron by 200 degrees Celsius, allowing the furnace to reach a high enough temperature. Converter steelmaking was carried out in the converter. The shape of the converter was like a pear, with refractory bricks on the inner wall and many small holes, tuyere, on the side of the furnace. Compressed air was blown into the furnace from these small holes. It was also called a side-blown converter. In the beginning, the converter was horizontal. Liquid pig iron at 1,300 degrees Celsius was poured in and a certain amount of quicklime was added. Then air was blown in and the converter was rotated to make it stand upright. At this time, the surface of the liquid pig iron reacted violently, causing iron, silicon, and manganese to oxidize, FeO, SiO2MnO, and form slag. Using the convection of the molten steel and slag, the reaction spread throughout the furnace. A moment later, when there was only a small amount of silicon and manganese left in the molten steel, the carbon began to oxidize and form carbon monoxide, exothermic, causing the molten steel to boil violently. A huge flame appeared at the mouth of the furnace due to the overflowing carbon monoxide burning. Finally, phosphorus also oxidized and further formed ferrous phosphate. Ferrous phosphate then reacted with quicklime to form stable calcium phosphate and calcium sulfide, which together became slag. When the phosphorus and sulfur gradually decreased, the flames subsided, and brown iron oxide appeared at the mouth of the furnace, indicating that the steel had been refined. The steel produced by this method, whether in terms of output or quality, was superior to the stir-frying method and the 100-tempered steel method. When Mo Huai saw the large amount of high-quality steel produced at the mouth of the converter, he exclaimed in disbelief. It must be known that the Mo family was not only proficient in construction, but also in steel-making and sword-making. In the end, he discovered that Li Zishuan, who was not a member of the Mo family, actually had such heaven-defying steel-making skills. Mo Huai could not help but be even more convinced of Li Zishuan because of this. After solving the steel-making process, Li Zishuan experimented with the mixture of steel and cement. The degree of hardness was comparable to that of a boulder. It was precisely because he solved these basic problems that he was able to build the foundation of the dam today. After changing out of his training clothes, Li Zishuan wore a white scholar's robe and came to the bank of the Ba River. From afar he could see the black mass of workers on both sides of the river. In order to speed up the progress of the project, Li Zishuan used the tactic of overwhelming the workers, just like the last time when he built Yanhuang College. He recruited more than 10,000 craftsmen and commoners. Basically, all the young and strong people in Lantian County were recruited. This was a classic example of not having enough time, so he made up for it with numbers. After all, he had money. Yamacho, you're here. Mo Huai's eyes were sharp. After discovering Li Zishuan's arrival, he hurriedly came up to greet him. Mr. Mo, I heard that the dam is going to build its foundation today, so I came to take a look. Li Zishuan smiled and looked at the Ba River in front of him. Due to the drainage canal next to it, the water in this section of the river had already been drained, revealing the yellow riverbed. The soft sand on the riverbed had already been dug away by the craftsmen and commoners. In a while they would be building the foundation from where they were dug away. Seeing this scene, Li Zishuan felt a surge of pride in his chest. With a sigh he said, after several months, we've finally passed the most difficult time. Before this, who would have thought that we could cut off the surging Ba River in such a short period of time? Now, not only are we cutting it off, but we also have to build a dam with a width of several feet in the middle. From now on, the natural moat will be cleared. Hearing this, Mo Huai laughed and said, in the end, Yamacho's plan is the most appropriate. Moreover, Yamacho has invested so much manpower, material, and financial resources. If we can't produce results as soon as possible, it would make this old man look incompetent. Li Zishuan hurriedly said, why do you say that, Mr. Mo? During this period of time, the one who has worked the hardest is none other than you. When the dam is completed, you will be the hero of the entire Lantian County. All the people who have benefited from the dam will be grateful to you. Hey Yamacho, according to what you said, I don't have to work hard? While the two were talking, Yan Shaoning walked over from the side and said half-jokingly. He and Li Zishuan were very good friends, but because he was also on duty at Yanhuang College, when there were people from the college present, he would usually call Li Zishuan Yamacho and not directly call him by his name. This was to give face to his own friend. Li Zishuan turned to look at Yan Shaoning and said, haha, it's all hard work. It's all hard work. All right Shaoning, why don't I see ink girl? Yan Shaoning's eyebrows twitched and he almost vomited blood. A trace of embarrassment appeared on his face. He thought to himself, this bad friend of mine is really touching the pot that doesn't boil. Mo Huai is still in front of me. Is it appropriate for you to mention his daughter in front of him? Ahem. Why is she here? She should be in the workshop right now. After being reminded by Li Zishuan, Yan Shaoning didn't dare to face Mo Huai as usual. He was nervous and uneasy like a son-in-law meeting his father-in-law. Young master, elder Mo, the materials are ready. Should we start building the dam's foundation? At this moment, Faubert came over to resolve Yan Shaoning's embarrassment and said, yes, let's start. Li Zishuan smiled and nodded. Chapter 1339. The construction process of a dam was generally divided into 3 steps. First, cutting off the flow. Dig one or several tunnels or channels in the natural river, then cut off the river so that the water flows downstream through the diversion holes or channels. Second, excavating the foundation pit. The dam also needed a stable geological structure to be built, so the sediment on the river had to be dug out, and the embankments, like door frames, on both sides had to be dug out until the bedrock was exposed. Third, filling the dam body. Fill the dam body according to the type of dam, concrete dam, rock-filled dam, etc., until the top was capped. Now the Ba River Dam was in the second step. Under Li Zishuan's command, concrete pillars wrapped in steel bars were inserted into the foundation pit that had been dug in advance. The riverbed of the Ba River was suddenly filled with dang 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 hammering sounds. After the reinforced concrete pillars were inserted into the riverbed, the next step was to use cement to fill the dam body below. Relatively speaking, this was not difficult, so Li Zishuan watched for half an hour, then said goodbye to Mo Huai and the others and left. When he passed by the workshop, Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. He did not go home directly but walked toward the workshop. When he arrived at the workshop, he asked for Mo Lingwei's location. Li Zishuan went to a laboratory in the headquarters building of the workshop. The door was not closed, just left open. Li Zishuan walked in directly. Mo Lingwei was fiddling with a strange-looking machine on the table. The top of the machine was a cylinder with many rotating mechanisms in the middle. Below the rotating mechanism was another cylinder, and below the cylinder was a square table. There was a square hole in the middle of the table, and a spring clamp was fixed on both sides of the hole. From the appearance, it was basically a beggar's version of a modern microscope. He just did not know how good the image quality was. Li Zishuan didn't expect this girl to be so capable and efficient in getting things done. The fine-tuning parts of the microscope were all fine-tuned with screws. The workshop didn't have a machine tool yet, so they couldn't process the screws in batches. The screws used in the microscope were all processed by hand. Therefore, this microscope was definitely one of a kind in the world. Even Mo Lingwei herself could not make a microscope that was exactly the same as this one. This also meant that although one microscope had been manufactured, it could not be mass-produced. Li Zishuan looked at the microscope on the table and couldn't help but ask, "Ink Girl made a microscope?" Ah. Mo Lingwei was focused on adjusting the microscope when she suddenly heard the sound behind her. She screamed and was almost scared to death. "Ah, Yamacho. Why don't you make any sound when you walk? Also, why didn't you knock? You scared me to death." Mo Lingwei turned around and saw that the person who spoke was Li Zishuan. She rolled her eyes and blamed him. Li Zishuan said innocently, "Ink Girl, the door wasn't closed. Why would I knock? Also, who said that I don't make any sound when I walk? I didn't deliberately control my feet. Ink Girl, you were too focused so you didn't hear it." Mo Lingwei proudly snorted and avoided the topic. She replied, "This microscope has basically been assembled according to Yamacho's instructions. Currently, it can see some small things, but there are still two problems that I don't understand." Li Zishuan curiously asked, "What are the problems?" Logically speaking, Mo Lingwei's practical ability in engineering was unparalleled in the entire Yanhuang College. Therefore, Li Zishuan was also very curious about the problems she encountered. First, there's the problem of the light source. Because the distance between the objective lens and the object being observed is very small, it's difficult for the light to shine on the object being observed. Therefore, the image seen through the eyepiece is very dark and difficult to distinguish. Second, what's the point of going through so much trouble to build the microscope? Is it just to see some small things? But if you want to see those small things, you can just use a magnifying glass. Why bother? Mo Lingwei frowned and was very puzzled. It had to be said that this girl's attainments in the field of optics were definitely at a higher level. Now that she was conversing with Li Zishuan, she had inadvertently used some professional terms. If it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't be able to understand it. Li Zishuan smiled and replied, "Miss Mo, it's not that there's no solution to the first problem you discovered. First, you can use a set of immortal mirrors to guide the sunlight from outside the house or the candlelight from inside the house and reflect it onto the object. Second, we can directly create a light source under the stage that supports the object being observed." Create a light source? How do you create a light source? Yamacho, are you going to put a candle under it? That won't do. The candle will smoke the lens. Mo Lingwei quickly said. Li Zishuan was a little amused and said, "Who said I'm going to use a candle as a light source? Don't worry, the light source I'm talking about will definitely not produce any smoke when it shines. Moreover, the light it emits will be several times brighter than the light from a candle." Mo Lingwei curiously asked, "No smoke? Yamacho, is it possible that this light source doesn't need to be burned to emit light? But how can there be something in this world that can emit light without burning? Yamacho, quickly take out this light source and let me take a look." At this moment, Mo Lingwei's interest in Li Zishuan's light source was far greater than the microscope itself. Li Zixuan touched his nose and coughed dryly. Ahem. Ink girl, this light source hasn't been made yet, so you should use the first method I mentioned. The light source he was talking about was actually a light bulb. Although he couldn't get the key material for light bulbs, tungsten wire, he could use other materials to replace it, such as carbonized bamboo wire. In 1854, Henry Goebbels used a piece of carbonized bamboo wire and placed it under a vacuum glass bottle to emit light. Today, his invention seemed to be the first practical incandescent light bulb. The light bulb he tested at that time could last for 400 hours. Later, Edison used tungsten wire to make incandescent light bulbs, which could only last for about 1,000 hours. Therefore, before finding tungsten metal, using carbonized bamboo wire to replace tungsten wire was a very good choice. Mo Lingwei listened to Li Zixuan bragging about this light source for so long, but in the end he said, it hasn't been made yet. Even though she usually respected Li Zixuan very much, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at Li Zixuan. If it was someone else, she would probably have directly scolded. If you haven't made it yet, why are you talking to me? Yamacho, what about the second question? Mo Lingwei took a deep breath. She resisted the urge to scold him and said. Li Zixuan smiled a little awkwardly and said, as for the second question, actually, I asked Ink Girl to make a microscope to observe smaller objects. It's hard to see clearly with just a magnifying glass. Mo Lingwei was puzzled. Smaller objects? What are they? Could it be a molecule or an atom? In Yanhuang College's physics and chemistry textbooks, there were only introductions about molecules and atoms. Therefore, it wasn't strange that Mo Lingwei knew about molecules and atoms. But, this girl really dared to say that she wanted to use a microscope to observe atoms. This requirement was too high. First, it had to be clear that the size of atoms was around 0.1 nanometers, nm. A normal optical microscope's wavelength distribution was between 400 and 700 nanometers, which was limited by the diffraction limit. The optical microscope's resolution limit was only a few hundred nm. Therefore, if one wanted to use a microscope to observe atoms, they had to use a super-resolution electron microscope. With Tang Dynasty's current industrial foundation, let alone a decade, even if Tang Dynasty was given 100 years, its technology wouldn't be able to reach that level. Ink Girl, you're joking. I'm talking about smaller objects, not atoms. Alright, Ink Girl, have you calculated the magnification of this microscope? Li Zixuan suddenly thought of a very important question, so he asked. Mo Lingwei thought for a moment and replied, I've roughly calculated that this microscope's magnification is about 400 times. Li Zixuan heard this and nodded in satisfaction. In his previous life, Leeuwenhoek made the world's first supermagnification microscope, which had a magnification of 270 times. Mo Lingwei's microscope had completely surpassed Leeuwenhoek's by 270 times. Ah, very good. 400 times, it should be barely usable. Li Zixuan laughed and then pretended to be mysterious. Ink Girl, follow my previous method and improve the microscope. When the time comes, I'll show you something good. Mo Lingwei was very curious and asked, Yamacho, what is it? This is a secret for now. Li Zixuan chuckled and did not answer. Mo Lingwei curled her lips in dissatisfaction and then put on a pitiful expression and said, Yamacho, look at me, a girl. I don't study etiquette, but I work for you in the workshop every day and don't even receive a salary from you. Do you think it's easy for me? You still treat me like this, you don't know how to treat a girl well. Li Zixuan quivered and thought that this girl was really a spoiled actress. He guessed that only Yin Xiaoning could tame her. He quickly waved his hand and said, Ahem. Ink Girl, about what I'm going to show you in a few days, it's useless to say it now because I haven't made it yet. However, you did play a big part in making this microscope, but I'm not a stingy person. When the time comes, I'll give you some benefits and you'll definitely be satisfied. Mo Lingwei's eyes lit up and she immediately became spirited. She quickly asked, what benefits? Yamacho, hurry up and tell me. Li Zixuan chuckled and said, the benefits are that I'll be your matchmaker with Yin Xiaoning. How about it? How's this benefit? Mo Lingwei blushed and said angrily, Who wants to marry him? Yamacho, when are you going to be our matchmaker? Li Zixuan was dumbfounded. He almost didn't get it. Cough cough. As soon as possible. I'll mention this to your father and Uncle Yen as soon as possible. You go ahead with your work, I still have something to do so I'll leave first. Li Zixuan quickly left. He was afraid that if he stayed with this girl any longer, his brain would become abnormal. Chapter 1340. When Li Zixuan and Mo Lingwei were discussing the profound problems of the microscope, in the imperial palace of Chang and city. In the imperial court, a report of victory set off a stormy wave. Yesterday I received a report of victory. Guangqing County was breached the night before yesterday. Li Jing and Lu Ringue, the Bianzhou commandant who was hiding in Guangqing County, worked together from inside and outside. Without wasting a single soldier, they attacked the city. The Chui family's guards and the provincial governor's mansion's rebel army were all executed. The direct descendants of the Chui family of Qinghe, the Zheng family of Xinjiang, and the Chui family of Bowling, as well as the provincial governor of Jianghu, Chui Quan, and the related criminals of the Guangqing County will all be escorted back to the capital. The soldiers of the three armies returned to the imperial court this morning. At this point, the danger of Luoyang has been resolved, the rebellion in Jianghu has been quelled, and the storm in Hunan province has been settled. In the morning, after dealing with the daily reports of the officials, Li Er announced such a big piece of news with a smile. The officials were in an uproar. In the past, when the imperial court sent troops to battle, once there was a report of victory from the front line, the soldiers who sent the report would usually shout, "XXX victory," when they entered the city. Therefore, generally well-informed officials could know the victory of the imperial court's army in the front line before the imperial court. But now, all the news of victory came so quietly that the civil and military officials in Chang and city did not notice it in advance. Not only that, the speed of the news was even more unbelievable. Fang Xianling stood up and cupped his hands, saying, "Chui Junchuo and the others disregarded the emperor's grace and rebelled against the emperor. They were guilty of the most heinous crimes. Today they became prisoners. They deserved it. Now that the rebellion has been quelled, I congratulate your majesty." "We congratulate your majesty." The civil and military officials bowed their heads and congratulated loudly. Li Er nodded his head and said, "Aristocratic families rose up at the end of the Eastern Han dynasty. In the previous dynasty, they formed the 7 big families led by the Chui family of Bowling. However, Qinghe Chui, Xinjiang Zheng, and Bowling Chui are going against the heavens and causing chaos. They are no longer worthy of enjoying the glory of a 1,000-year-old aristocratic family. As such, I want to rewrite the annals of the ancient clans and remove these 3 families from the list. This matter will be handed over to you, Minister Fang. As long as you have the need, the officials in the imperial court will be under your command. In addition, in recent years, those aristocratic families and big clans have been selling their daughters for marriage. Every time a girl marries into another clan, they will ask for a large amount of money as a betrothal gift. They will make a deal based on the number of betrothal gifts. I hope that the revised clan annals can completely get rid of such bad habits." The officials were stunned. They were all at a loss for what to do with Li Er's combination of punches. Clans, as the saying goes, officials have descendants and there are officials in the pedigree, that is, aristocratic families. Since Chao Pai implemented the 9-rank system, the official election system was controlled by aristocratic families and big clans. They selected officials completely based on the level of family prestige. In layman's terms, if your ancestor was a high-ranking official, then you can definitely become an official. If your ancestor was a pauper, even if you were a genius, sorry, please stand aside. This way of selecting officials in the Wei, Jin, and Northern and Southern dynasties caused a situation where there were no poor families in the upper class and no clan in the lower class. At the same time, in terms of marriage, aristocratic families also thought highly of themselves and never intermarried with poor families. It could be said that family status had completely become the standard to judge a person's moral level in marriage. Under such a situation, the study of genealogy came into being. The aristocratic families all compiled genealogies for themselves and evaluated their family prestige in various places. Moreover, this practice was protected by the government at that time. After more than 200 years of the Wei, Jin, and Northern and Southern dynasties, the aristocratic family's power had been severely weakened by the Sui dynasty. They were no longer as glorious as before. Emperor I of the Sui dynasty, Yang Jian, abolished the 9-rank system and created the imperial examination system. Moreover, after experiencing the turmoil at the end of the Sui dynasty, the aristocratic families suffered a serious blow. However, in the Tang dynasty, the Shandong aristocratic families led by Cui, Lu, Zheng, Li, and Wang were deeply rooted and still had a certain amount of power even though they had been attacked by the Peasant War. Many ministers in the imperial court fought to marry the Shandong aristocratic families, and the Shandong aristocratic families still maintained their aloof social status. In the common people, the Chui family's reputation and status far exceeded that of the royal family. This was something that Li Er could not tolerate. Now that he had the prestige of pacifying the three aristocratic families, Li Er decided to revise the clan annals and reconfirm the Longxi Li family's aloof status in the world. Who would dare to disagree? Sometimes, although the butterfly effect could change the direction of the wheel of history, some historical events would still happen. It was just that the events were brought forward. According to the official records, in the 6th year of Jingguan, Li Er and Fang Xianling had a long conversation. During this conversation, the topic of marriage customs at that time was mentioned. They believed that the drawbacks of the clan selling marriage were prominent and harmful to the customs of the people. The imperial court should start to reform. This long conversation between the emperor and his minister opened the prelude to revising the clan annals. Immediately after, Li Shimin gave specific instructions. He ordered the officials of the imperial court to search for the clan records in the world. Based on the relevant records of the existing historical materials, he would examine the authenticity of them, praise the loyal and virtuous, and demote the traitors. This was a huge project. With the emperor's order, the group of talents around Li Shimin began to move actively. Those who participated in the revising of the clan annals included Wei Zheng, Fang Xianling, Gao Shilian, Wei Ting, Sun Wenwen, Linghu Defen, Yu Shinan, and the others. In the 12th year of Jingguan, the clan annals had been completed. 293 surnames, 1,651 families, had basically followed Li Er's instructions. The royal family was the leader, followed by the relatives, and Bo Ling Tsue was demoted to the 3rd class. However, at that time, the people did not recognize Li Er's new revision of the clan annals. The status of the nobles in Shandong was still higher than the royal family. Now, Li Er had started the work of revising the clan annals in advance. The final result was very likely to be different from the original result in history. This old subject will follow the imperial edict and do my best to rewrite the clan annals. After hearing Li Er's order, Fang Xianling was stunned for a long time. When he reacted, he hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. The removal of 2 surnames and 3 sects meant that from today onwards, there were only 3 surnames and 4 views in the world. Moreover, it was the 3 surnames and 4 views led by the Li royal family. Such a major event would definitely shake the world. The hearts of the officials trembled. Li Er had only ascended the throne for 2 years, yet he was already able to have such political and martial arts skills. Those officials who still wanted to climb up the ranks of the aristocratic families had no choice but to think carefully in their hearts. After the morning court, Li Er ordered people to post the notice of the great victory in Guangqing County in Chang'an City. When the people saw it, they all rushed to spread the news. The news that the Cui family of Qinghe, the Zheng family of Xingyang, and the Cui family of Boling rebelled and were all destroyed by Li Jing spread throughout Chang'an City in a very short time like a gust of wind, and it was still quickly spreading to the surrounding counties. The Cui family of Qinghe, the Zheng family of Xingyang, and the Cui family of Boling were all destroyed? These are all 1,000-year-old aristocratic families. How could they be gone just like that? Yes. In the past, from the officials to the people, it was the highest honor to marry the daughter of the 5 surnames, especially the daughter of the Cui family. Even the prime minister wanted to marry her, but he couldn't get her. But now that the Cui family has fallen, the daughter of the Cui family will probably be sent to the musical house, right? Humph. I think the Cui family and the Zheng family deserve it. Especially the Cui family. Last year you all know the mistress of the Cui family, Wang, right? That evil woman made the servants in the mansion into human swine. How vicious is that? If it wasn't for some kind-hearted person who exposed this matter, I think Wang would still be at large in her heart. That's right. The Cui family is not only rich but also cruel. It's better to destroy such an aristocratic family as soon as possible. Now, who would be proud of marrying a daughter of the 5 surnames? In my opinion, the best way to earn a lifetime of glory and wealth is to enter Yanhuang College, or marry the daughter of the Marquis of Yong'an. The Marquis of Yong'an is a new noble in the imperial court. He has money, power, influence, and ability. He will definitely have a bright future. Although the Marquis of Yong'an got married last year, he doesn't have any children now, let alone a daughter. Who do you want to marry? What are you afraid of? Doesn't the Marquis of Yong'an have a sister who hasn't been married yet? Even if he can't be a son-in-law, he can be a brother-in-law. Bah, you despicable bastard. The sister of the Marquis of Yong'an hasn't even reached marriageable age and you want to marry her? Shameless. That's right. Even if she has reached marriageable age, it won't be your turn. The Marquis of Yong'an is talented in both civil and military affairs. He will only choose a handsome and elegant man like me as his brother-in-law. Bah! Qin Shengfeng, you are even more shameless. Far away in Cloud Mountain, Li Zixuan, who didn't care about worldly affairs, would never have thought that trouble would fall from the sky while he was sitting at home. Moreover, if he knew what the common people were talking about, he would definitely vomit 3 liters of blood because of these ancient people's ability to change the topic. They were clearly talking about the imperial court's rebellion and the annihilation of the 3 aristocratic families, but why did they end up talking about him, Li Zixuan, looking for a brother-in-law? This ability to change the topic was too scary, right? Brother, when is Iron Egg coming back? Lan Er, who didn't know that she had become the best daughter-in-law in the common people's mouths, hurriedly asked when she saw Li Zixuan coming back. Li Zixuan smiled and patted the little girl's head, saying, "What is it? Lan Er, why are you looking for Iron Egg?" Lan Er pushed away Li Zixuan's big hand on her head. She felt that Li Zixuan's action was treating her like a child, which was disrespectful to her. The little girl frowned and said, "Nothing much, it's just that I went to the academy to play recently, but there was no Iron Egg, so it was very boring. Brother Chonyo only knows how to bully Lan Er. Brother, just tell Lan Er when Iron Egg is coming back." After saying that, the little girl pouted proudly, looking very cute. Li Zixuan heard this and felt helpless. With Cheng Chimo's bad temper, if he didn't tease Lan Er, he would probably feel uncomfortable all over. Iron Egg has already left Jianghu with the army today, and he should be back in 6 or 7 days. Lan Er, don't worry. Big brother will show you something fun. Lan Er's eyes lit up, and she immediately became interested. She asked excitedly, "What is it?" Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Hee, I can't tell you now, but you'll know when the time comes." Stinky brother. You're still keeping me in suspense. Yamacho, His Majesty has gone to the academy. You should go quickly. In the afternoon, Li Zixuan was sunbathing in the front yard when Mo Zhong suddenly rushed to the door and said. Li Zixuan quickly got up and said, "Okay. I'll go over now." No matter what, Yamacho Li Zixuan was the most powerful person in this land. When he came to Yanhuang College, Li Zixuan, as the Yamacho, had to be present just like a leader inspecting his work. Half an hour later, Li Zixuan arrived at Yanhuang College. After asking about Li Er's current location, he quickly followed him. Old Li was now in the corridor outside Class 1's classroom. It seemed like he was secretly listening to the teacher's lecture inside. Li Zixuan was just about to bow when Li Er waved his hand to stop him, as if he had eyes behind his head. Li Zixuan understood what Li Er meant, so he didn't say anything. Thus, a dean of Yanhuang College and a Yamacho of Yanhuang College actually leaned on the window outside the classroom and did the shady business of eavesdropping on the teacher's lecture. This class was physics. Class 1's physics class was originally taught by Mo Huai, but Mo Huai was now busy with the construction of the dam and couldn't leave at all. Therefore, all of Mo Huai's affairs in the academy were temporarily handed over to Mo Chue. This person was also the focus of Mo Huai's training and was very likely to be the next Mo family big son. A while ago, Li Zixuan had secretly tested Mo Chue's ability and found that whether it was his grasp of physics or his ability to lecture in class, this young man was basically on par with Mo Huai. Based on this, Li Zixuan gradually relaxed. When school started, all of you must have seen Yamacho personally demonstrate the telegraph machine. You only know that the telegraph machine is very magical and can transmit messages from far away, but do you know why it can transmit messages? What does it rely on to transmit messages? Before you understand this, you must first understand a phenomenon, electromagnetism. Yes, you didn't hear wrong, electromagnetism. First of all, you should have seen magnets before. Yamacho's compass used the magnetic needle under the effect of the Earth's magnetic field. The magnetic needle's south pole points to the north pole of the Earth's magnetic field to achieve the function of indicating direction. This is called magnetism. As for electricity, Yamacho's telegraph machine previously relied on electricity to drive it. Electricity and magnetism are two different things, but who would have thought that the two can be converted to each other under special conditions? Well, not only did you not think of it, but I also didn't understand it. But Yamacho thought of it. To be honest, sometimes I'm also very curious about how Yamacho's brain can store so many novel things. Just a bit of the knowledge in his brain is probably something that others can study for a lifetime without being able to understand. Okay. Back to the topic, in this lesson I'll show you how electricity can be converted into magnetic fields. The current teaching progress of the academy had reached the electromagnetism section. Mo Chue stood on the podium and spoke with fervor and assurance. He did not notice the two big bosses eavesdropping outside the window. His lecture was serious and not humorous, and it was very attractive to listen to. Come with me. After some time, Li Zixuan was already immersed in the content of Mo Chue's lecture. Li Er, who was beside him, said in a low voice, "Yes, Your Majesty.